In the 33rd year of Konoha, on the 3rd day of March, the weather was slightly cool in the Uchiha clan grounds. Your grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother all perished during this mission. Please accept my condolences, Elder Uchiha Shun said, his eyes reddening. These were his relatives, his family, lost on this perilous journey. One could only hope that the nation responsible for their demise would remain unknown otherwise. Uchiha Yeh accepted the compensation money handed over by Elder Shun, tears welling in his eyes as he stumbled back a few steps, his mind blank. Yeh, you must train diligently to avenge your parents. Elder Uchiha Shun supported the 13-year-old, remarkably graceful and handsome boy, gently patting his back. Elder Uchiha Yeh's tear-filled eyes shone with a mesmerizing Tomoe, the weight of his family's loss igniting a fierce resolve within him. Elder Shun raised an eyebrow, guiding him to sit down. This is the price of awakening your eyes. Only with the power of the Uchiha clan can you avenge your family. Control the chakra within you. Let it flow into your eyes. Uchiha Yeh nodded, squeezing out a few tears. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him. I understand your emotions, I empathize with you. Each Uchiha has faced loss, and it stirs the power within our bloodline. This is inevitable. You have always been frail. When Uchiha Ryu was alive, he often remarked that you were a useless son, but I know how hard you've worked. You excel in your studies. Shun has taken note of your efforts. You are contributing your part to the Uchiha clan. Good child. Now that you have awakened your Sharingan. Yeh. Elder Shun had yet to finish, and Uchiha Yeh had already fainted. Sighing, he murmured, truly frail, how could one like this survive the battlefield? He carried Uchiha Yeh back to the room and gently laid him on the bed. Grow well, the position of elder in your lineage shall be reserved for you. Elder Shun placed the compensation money beside Yeh's head, his tone laced with resignation. The hawkish position was originally held by Yeh's grandfather, a great contributor who had fought alongside Uchiha Madara. Naturally, the position would be inherited by Uchiha Yeh, no matter how weak he might be. Elder Shun exited the room, observing the cultivated land in the front and backyards, filled with thriving crops such as peppers and tomatoes. He recalled how Yeh's parents often lamented, claiming their son lacked spirit, choosing academia over martial prowess. How could he fight for the glory of the Uchiha? They had raised him to be ineffectual and were contemplating having another child. Alas, this mission that had thrown the entire shinobi world into chaos, and a second shinobi war loomed on the horizon. Without lingering, he swiftly departed with a body flicker technique. When Uchiha Yeh regained consciousness, there was no trace of sorrow in his eyes. This is indeed a splendid opportunity to awaken my eyes. Uchiha Yeh disrobed, wearing only shorts, his physique well-proportioned yet somewhat pallid. As he descended from the bed, he glanced at the compensation money and the condolence letter. He dragged out a wooden box from under the bed and placed the items inside, undisturbed. I advise you not to seek death, yet you refuse to listen. Looking at the compensation money, he thought, if money could buy back lives, he would gladly offer tenfold or 100-fold. What glory or brilliance of the Uchiha remains when the individuals are gone? Without them, with whom does one share that glory? Survival is of utmost importance. Ensuring the Uchiha lineage flourishes is key to achieving any honor. Revenge? I think not. I value my life. I desire only to cultivate the land, completely untouched by your hawkish ideologies. I consider myself a conservative. I thank you for raising me and my mother for carrying me for 10 months, granting me a second life. Each year, I will take the time to visit your graves and offer flowers. From a young age, he had not formed a deep bond with his family. It had never reached the point where he would sacrifice himself for them. The familial ties, developed over years, were not strong. He had been raised with a singular focus on the Uchiha, with his parents viewing him merely as an addendum. Both his parents and grandparents possessed an exceptionally radical mindset, always instilling hawkish thoughts and ideals of Uchiha glory, which resulted in a fundamental discord in his character. His disappointment in his family mirrored their disappointment in him, as they sought to mold him into their prescribed path, leading to a cycle of contradictions. He was an adult now. How could he be swayed by such notions? He had to feign illness, pretending that his chakra refinement was slow, declaring his disinterest in becoming a shinobi, continuously disappointing them, which only fueled their desire for a second child. But now, With them gone, how could they hope for another? He still desired a younger sibling. As for the vengeance against his parents' deaths, that must surely be Danzo's fault. Seeking revenge against him would suffice. Were it not for Konoha, his family would still be alive. Closing the box, he noted that he was not short of money. He needed very little. Walking barefoot across the wooden floor, the cool weather enveloped him. That I in this household. I am now the sole arbiter, so that rockery must go, and the ornamental fish pond shall be repurposed for planting. No need for waste. That room no longer serves a purpose. Do not dwell in the past, look forward. Sigh. Uchiha Yeh shook his head, the vast house feeling empty. With a basket in hand, he stepped outside. His family's land spanned over an acre, making it one of the larger properties in the Uchiha clan, featuring a front yard, backyard, main house, guest room, storage, and training grounds. With his family sacrificed, it was time to transform this home, no longer needing to live in fear, no longer bound by his father's reprimands for not living up to the Uchiha name. Next door lay the house where his grandparents had lived. Now vacant, as well they would jointly become his garden, fulfilling his long-held dream of pastoral life in this lifetime, achieving financial freedom while leaving the fighting to others. Walking along the pebble-paved path, he arrived at his cultivated pepper patch, where 10 candlelight plants bore round, green peppers, mildly spicy in flavor. These peppers typically could not be stored for long, but he had no need for long-term preservation methods. He picked 10 green peppers for immediate consumption, filling his basket with the remainder. Submitting green peppers. Processing. Reward. Crank ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth flow wall. His mind absorbed the flow of chakra and the hand signs for the technique. Now, that is quite nice, a rare reward of ninjutsu. After receiving the technique, he felt a sense of calm. Uchiha Yeh sighed. It was this system that had transported him to this alternate world, the realm of Naruto. He was required to cultivate local food or process it into side dishes to submit to the system, with each reward varying. There were ninjutsu, chakra, and various chakra attributes granted with each submission. It could also be oil, salt, sugar, socks, underwear, and other everyday items, all rather random. For him, a Uchiha who cherished farming over the clan's glory, who abhorred violence and preferred a simple life, that was more than enough. He opened his panel. Uchiha Yeh. Age, 13. Chakra, 1 card. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind. Strength assessment, Genin. Bloodline, Uchiha Sharingan, Three-Tomoe. Time stopped. Storage space, 500 square meters. Ninjutsu, a rank fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique, rank Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Crank Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation. Technique. Stored items, 10 million Rio, 100 pounds of salt, preserved fish, white socks 80, and more. Uchiha Yeh, what are you up to? Uchiha Yeh set down the hammer in his hand, raising an eyebrow as Uchiha Shinhai approached. Uchiha Shinhai frowned, pursing his lips, expecting him to be deeply saddened, perhaps to the point of awakening his Sharingan. Yet, Uchiha Yeh appeared utterly unfazed. How could he be smiling at a time like this? It was rather vexing, prompting me to bring something upon hearing the news. Uchiha Yeh, how can you still be smiling? If you're so cheerful, why not engage in a spar with me? Uchiha Huana also arrived from another direction, carrying a basket of fruit, mirroring Uchiha Shinhai's arrival as if they had conspired to come together upon receiving the news. Ah, Uchiha Huana, your visit brings me joy, surely. You wouldn't want to greet your best friends with tear-streaked faces. Uchiha Yeh thought to himself, feeling helpless. He could not appear mournful before them. Upon seeing his friends, he could not don a morose countenance, lest he transmit his negative emotions to them. Who among you is my good brother? Such self-importance. Uchiha Shinhai pressed his lips together, letting out a soft grunt, his speech somewhat stammering. Come in, then. Huana tossed her hair, having grown accustomed to Uchiha Yeh's remarks since childhood. The trio had practically grown up together, undeterred by the radical ideologies often instilled in children from hawkish families. The fruit basket contained red apples and peaches, indigenous to this world. You two didn't buy these fruits from the Qingshan family, did you? You found it amusing. The baskets were identical. And only the Qingshan family cultivated apples and peaches, and those fruits were exorbitantly priced. Their flavor was rather mediocre. Uchiha Shinghai responded affirmatively, knowing Ye's fondness for fruits and vegetables, thus intentionally purchasing them. The two friends, understanding each other well, had silently agreed to bring fruits. You have awakened your Sharingan. It's hardly worth mentioning. Ye humbly waved his hand, carrying the 2 baskets of fruit back home. He had activated it long ago, rewarded with the awakening at 10. And at 13, he had attained the Three-Tomoe. Then you can accompany us on missions for the clan. We could gather together more often. Hwana leaned against the wall, noting the increased number of missions in the village lately. The ninjas were busy, and since they did not attend the Konoha Ninja Academy, they were educated within their clan, taking on village missions only in their leisure time. I have no need for food, clothing, or shelter. I do not wish to risk my life for the sake of missions. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly rejected the notion, feeling free to express himself with close friends, while adults would surely scold him if they overheard. Hwana sighed softly, lamenting the immaturity of her companion. Must you be so obstinate about going on missions to clear your mind? Foolish. Uchiha Shinghai interjected, frowning in annoyance. Uchiha Yeh clapped his hands together, smiling brightly. You two have arrived just in time. Would you help me move? Move? Hwana questioned, puzzled. Where to? Since the establishment of Konoha, their lineage had always resided in this serene location, away from the crowds, not far from the clan's territory. Yes, indeed. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and extended his right hand, pointing towards the distant wooden wall. I intend to break through this barrier to connect to my grandparents' home. The old house over there has suffered from years of neglect. Its destruction would not be a loss. I plan to move everything to my side, demolish the house, and use the materials to construct a boundary. The land there will be cultivated anew for the construction of a new dwelling. Concerned that his 2 friends might not grasp his intentions, he forced a smile, acknowledging that with family gone, one inevitably finds themselves reminiscing upon their belongings. If I destroy these possessions, then I shall have no need to dwell on memories. To be honest, I am quite afraid. Their remnants are everywhere, hence the necessity for a new home, he attempted to rationalize, albeit weakly. Will you tear down this house as well? Yes. I desire only a single new home. Preparations for construction are underway. He found the perspectives of the older generation unappealing, as their residences felt eerie, cramped, and poorly ventilated. This would be the place where he would live for the rest of his life, and he had no intention of relocating. Should Konoha decide to move the Uchiha clan to the village's outskirts, he would resolutely remain. I shall also reserve 2 guest rooms for you, as well as for Uchiha Shino and Uchiha Haru. Counting on his fingers, he mentioned the names of his other 2 friends, currently away on a mission. He firmly believed that upon their return, they would come to visit him. When you return from your missions, you can come to my place for tea, casual gatherings, playing cards, and conversations. Let us not discuss the future just yet. Hana waved her hand dismissively. The elders are already speaking of the impending Second Great Ninja War. Tensions between nations will only exacerbate these conflicts. Do you have thoughts of participating in the war? Uchiha Sasuke remained silent. After barely securing a second chance at life, was he to be sent to his demise? Even the clan leader would attend funerals, all for the sake of this impending war. Was he to provide more bodies for the enemy? His friends understood his sentiment. We must fight for the Uchiha clan, one friend stated. We came to inform you that once Shino and Haru return from their mission, we will return to the Uchiha training grounds. Are you going as well? Uchiha Sasuke inquired, glancing at his handsome companion, who nodded affirmatively. For the Uchiha. With a sigh and a bitter smile, Uchiha Sasuke looked towards the sky. Please help me with my move. Of course. The old house where his grandparents resided held numerous artifacts, including the land deeds of Konoha and their family chronicles, as well as long-forgotten ninjutsu, all of which would be transported to his new home. In due time, he would sort through these items and discard what was no longer needed. Without this undertaking, he would have remained oblivious to the rich heritage within his home. The treasure chests of both residences lay hidden beneath the main bedroom floor, requiring a special technique to unlock their seals. He produced a token, bearing the Uchiha fan on one side and the character U on the other, a symbol of their lineage's authority. Those in high positions within the Uchiha clan typically influenced its direction, often held by the mightiest individuals, such as the clan leader and elders. A portion of power was inherited through bloodlines, as exemplified by his great-grandfather, who had fought alongside Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Madara. The voice of his lineage would endure as long as their descendants remained. His grandfather had been an elder, a member of the radical hawkish faction. Now that his family had passed, this authority had naturally fallen upon him. The hawkish faction will undoubtedly secure his position as elder. Even though he is merely 13 years of age, the elder's seat shall remain his. Currently, there exists little conflict between the hawkish and conservative factions, with both primarily concerned for the village, albeit with slight discord regarding the Uchiha clan, which has yet to escalate into fervent hostility. After such arduous efforts, allow me to treat you to a vegetable salad. The three ninjas swiftly transported their belongings, effectively clearing the room and filling the courtyard where they currently reside. Oh, perhaps that is best left unsaid. I shall take my leave for now and visit you another time. Uchiha Hanner vanished in an instant, declaring her disdain for the salad. I too must bid farewell. My grandfather wishes for you to visit him when you feel uplifted. Uchiha Saikai, after relaying the message, departed as well, expressing his aversion to vegetables. Very well, tread carefully. Alas, my tastes diverge from those of the younger generation. In this vast household, he now stands as the sole master. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Elder Sei. Uchiha Yeh knelt before him. Elder Sei, with a face adorned with stubble, exuded a rugged vitality. A remnant of the founding era of Konoha. Despite his advanced age, the somber experiences etched in his eyes were undeniable. Yesterday, the clan leader Uchiha Kagami summoned us elders for a meeting, demonstrating his unwavering dedication to Konoha, serving it with utmost fidelity, yet disregarding our worth. Some Uchiha have already been sent to the Konoha Ninja Academy, and now he speaks of the absurdity of intermarriage with outsiders. In this alternate narrative, Kagami still lives. Our Uchiha lineage is noble, reliant on generations of marriages within the clan to preserve the purity of our bloodline. Impure blood threatens to tarnish our Uchiha legacy. You see, none of those with mixed blood possess the ability to awaken their Sharingan. Those who bear the Uchiha name without the strength of the clan cannot even harness chakra. Elder Sei rapped the table in indignation, a sentiment he would not tolerate. Granting them the Uchiha name is our greatest concession. Although clan members may err and sully our bloodline, it remains our lineage. Indeed, our family has seen instances where individuals not born of Uchiha intermarriages have made mistakes, falling in love with outsiders, and resulting in offspring of diluted blood. Such occurrences were rare during times of war, yet the consequences were dire. It was only after the establishment of Konoha that the radical faction made several concessions, allowing these clan members to engage in Uchiha-affiliated businesses. Yet, the offspring of outsiders may only bear the Uchiha name for the first generation, the second shall not. With merely a handful of such instances, it is already a disgrace for the radicals. We must not emulate the Senju clan, which has all but faded into obscurity. The Uchiha clan shall never tread the same path as the Senju. Elder Sei cautiously inquired of Yi, what is your perspective? Having a long-standing relationship with his grandfather, he often heard complaints about his grandson's ineptitude. Nevertheless, the weight of authority ultimately rests with Yi, who, by awakening his Sharingan, combined with his ancestors' contributions to the clan, has rightfully earned his future position as elder, though currently, he possesses merely the voice of authority. Uchiha Yeh pondered thoughtfully as he sipped his tea. Did the elders discuss this matter during last night's meeting? Today, he donned his formal Uchiha clan attire to pay respects to this elder, who held significant authority, ensuring that the Uchiha clan would refrain from foolish actions that could lead to their annihilation. He yearned to survive, to avoid extinction, and to embrace life. Grandpa Sei, I am still young and do not fully grasp these complexities. Allow me to express my thoughts, he said. Feel free to speak if your words are misguided. Grandpa Sei will guide you. The inquiry itself served as a test for Uchiha Yeh, assessing his capability to inherit the hawkish influence within the clan. Uchiha Yeh activated his Sharingan, a smirk gracing his lips. Now, let us hear from the conservative faction, he began. Grandpa Sei, you are aware that I tend to be rather traditional. Upon hearing this, Elder Sei's expression shifted, his demeanor indicating displeasure. If we refrain from discussing this, communication may proceed smoothly. However, broaching this subject will surely provoke my ire. Those conservatives have become mere lapdogs of the village. He paused, contemplating the implications. From a conservative standpoint, the Uchiha clan consists of over 1,000 members, and with Konoha newly established, our clan, numbering over 3,000, has not thrived for more than 30 years. This is a grave concern. His expression darkened further. Moreover, among those over 1,000, the majority of the ninja have surpassed the age of 30. In the world of shinobi, Reaching 30 is already a testament to longevity. If we project this trend without war, in 10 years, our population may dwindle to around 3,200, with newborns proving insufficient to replenish our numbers. Should conflict arise, the numbers would dwindle even further. Out of over 1,000 ninja, only around 700 possess the Sharingan, while the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan is solely held by clan leader Q. Yet, leader Q is a dove, a conservative at heart, yearning for integration with Konoha, and seeks to lead the clan in that direction. He possesses the clan's most formidable strength and commands the people's loyalty, leaning toward him. Although he appears to toil in the fields daily, he diligently studies the family's literature, remaining well-versed in both significant and minor matters within the clan, all in pursuit of ensuring his own survival. Moreover, how many of these 1,000-plus shinobi truly align with the clan leader's vision? The majority, indeed. Despite his reluctance to accept this reality, Elder Sei responded to the younger generation's inquiry. Yes, Yi affirmed emphatically. Everyone leans toward the leader. If it were not for the protection of some hawks among us, the entire Uchiha clan would be at the mercy of Konoha's commands, and that would be dire. In less than a decade, our population could plummet to 2,000. Uchiha Yeh could only express his inclination toward the conservative faction while not entirely dismissing certain actions of the radical faction. The existence of the radicals occasionally served to protect the Uchiha, though he opposed those whose radicalism was nonsensical and impractical. Elder Sei's demeanor softened slightly. It seemed he was not entirely opposed to the conservative stance and understood the genuine intentions of the Hawks. This child was not as conservative as initially perceived. His heart was aligned with the clan leader. What does 2,000 members signify, Grandpa say? If war were to arise again, our numbers would diminish further. The Uchiha need not intermarry or assimilate into Konoha. The clan would naturally face extinction. At that point, finding even a half-blooded Uchiha with pure lineage would prove exceedingly difficult. Do not forget that the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is a disciple of the second Hokage, who harbored a profound disdain for our Uchiha clan. The unresolved issues between the Uchiha and the Senju still linger, which is one of the reasons why the Senju clan fully integrated into Konoha. Indeed, Elder Sei tightly clenched his fists. Who can truly comprehend the burdens we hawkish members bear for our family? Now, allow me to express my opinion. My proposal is to permit intermarriage within the Uchiha clan. Elder Sei gazed in bewilderment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Did you not just oppose this? No, I do not oppose it. In fact, I believe that intermarriage is the most prudent solution at this juncture. It should not be an immediate or indiscriminate union, but rather a structured and conditional one. Uchiha Sasuke is not afraid. This is not the future, and we are not likely to turn against our kin, as we are all rational individuals. Outsiders are wary of our Uchiha bloodline and the secrets of the Sharingan. If intermarriage were to occur, those secrets could be divulged. Do you comprehend this? The Land of Water has long coveted the Sharingan. We cannot allow our eyes to fall into enemy hands. What if a half-blood child were to awaken the Sharingan and enemies became aware of it? Elder Sei's gaze drifted into the distance. Throughout history, many have coveted the Uchiha's eyes, yearning for these divine orbs to be their own. Thus, intermarriage becomes even more imperative. Uchiha Sasuke himself is unclear about the nature of bloodlines. Although he is a traveler from another realm, he perceives his world as a parallel fictional universe, where blood relations are thoroughly understood. This is impossible. He only knows that both the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines descend from the Sage of Six Paths. In the natural world, breeding is typically confined to the same species, avoiding close kinship as much as possible. In this world, marriages within 3 generations are quite commonplace and not seen as peculiar. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is small in number. If this continues, the offspring will invariably exhibit issues, and there are already many such children. He would not dwell on these matters, but rather speak of what is comprehensible. Those Uchiha members whose bloodlines have diluted, having not produced a Sharingan wielder in ages, predominantly lean towards the clan leader, wishing to integrate into Konoha and live harmoniously. Thus, let them intermarry. I have heard that tensions among the 5 nations are escalating. He set down his teacup and locked eyes with Elder Sei. Let us use the children born from these intermarriages, bearing the Uchiha name, to cultivate exceptional ninjas and send them to battle. We can sanction the intermarriage as proposed by the clan leader, but for the safety of the Uchiha bloodline. These children must be entrusted to the Uchiha clan for management, guided by the hawkish faction. If they do not awaken their eyes, it merely indicates a lack of talent. Should they awaken them, it reflects our effective education, and they will remember our virtues. A larger populace signifies strength. A small number cannot stir the waters. This approach does not undermine the clan leader's authority, yet it allows us to nurture talent. Elder Sei remained silent for a long time, contemplating the feasibility of this notion. Those Uchiha members without strength, who are not ninjas, indeed speak for the clan leader. Strength in numbers sways the balance, and they stand united alongside him. A few among them are elderly from the Warring States era, still bearing the love for their clan and the lingering hatred for the Senju. In the turmoil of war, it is the ninjas and their offspring who suffer the most, while the Uchiha civilians remain unscathed, basking in the opulence afforded by their clan. They are insulated from pain, savoring the pleasures of life. It is we, the ninjas, who toil for the family's honor, burdened with blood and resentment. The greatest benefits are bestowed upon the conservatives led by the clan leader. The hawkish faction, while professing a reluctance to serve Konoha and extolling the glory of the Uchiha, ultimately finds themselves inadvertently serving the village. Once lives are lost, what glory remains? Let the doves and conservatives revel in the clan leader's edicts regarding intermarriage. Their offspring shall be entrusted to the Uchiha legacy. Should the leader dissent, we shall resolutely oppose. We may also take a step back, proposing a time frame of 50 years during which all intermarried offspring's clans will be managed to preserve the Uchiha bloodline. Once these civilian children become ninjas, we will select some to undertake missions for Konoha. When the Uchiha Dove faction's children perish in service, they will comprehend our struggles. We can also seize this opportunity to challenge the Hokage. Will the clan leader still receive unwavering support then? Can the Doves persist in their stance? All of this is in pursuit of safeguarding the Uchiha's glory. Uchiha Yeh displays a shrewd smile, adeptly positioning himself as a supporter of both sides, ensuring intermarriage. This will invigorate the Uchiha with vitality and strength. Should Uchiha Itachi ever seek to annihilate the clan, I would commend you for your ability to extinguish the Uchiha in a single night, willingly accepting my fate. He opposes close kinship, yet must first create a rift within the Uchiha's civilian ranks to implement this plan, allowing the hawkish faction to embrace universal intermarriage. This is the path to perpetuity. And what if our bloodline is revealed? If necessary, we shall impose a Uchiha variant of a bird cage. Uchiha Yeh shrugs, casually proposing this course of action. Formulating treaties as circumstances dictate, it is a necessary compromise. Eldest Elder Sei, placing a hand on his shoulder, expresses satisfaction with this young Uchiha. The chakra coursing through his body is indeed feeble, a pity to waste him on the battlefield. He has the potential to become the wisest elder of the hawkish faction. Unlike the old curmudgeon who finds him lacking, is this not rather radical? How does this resemble a conservative stance? Sending civilian children to the battlefield. They shall be placed in the Uchiha bird cage. This is a multifaceted strategy, agreeing to intermarriage while avoiding conflict with the clan leader, preserving his authority. For we cannot outmatch him in strife. The children born of intermarriage will be governed by the hawkish faction, with promising seedlings nurtured to remain loyal to the Uchiha, while the less desirable ones are dispatched to the battlefield, allowing their families to fulfill their desires, fighting and dying for Konoha. If they awaken the Sharingan, they will be recognized as true Uchiha, regardless of intermarriage. Excellent. I shall convene several elders for further deliberation. Indeed, Uchiha Yeh concurs with Elder Sei's sentiments. His comments not born of malice, but rather a strategic foresight for the future. The stairway conference room is filled with dozens of Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Yeh occupies the last row, seated among the radicals. Uchiha Kagami possessed a slender visage, his features sharply defined, adorned with the distinctive forehead protector of Konoha. His hair, a pale hue, hinted at the twilight of his youth, revealing a certain weariness despite being in his 30s. His gentle and spirited eyes lingered on Uchiha Leaf for a few seconds. It had been 7 or 8 days since the demise of Uchiha Leaf's family, and the clan had already dispatched a sum of consolation money. His parents and kin had all followed Uchiha Kagami's directives, venturing out on missions, only to return as mere remnants of bones. Uchiha Hoben was deceased. Uchiha Kagami spoke heavily, each elite Jonin representing an indispensable strength to the clan. Bang! Uchiha Yeh slammed his palm on the table, rising to rebuke the clan leader. Look, leader, this is your splendid arrangement. Knowing full well that Uchiha Hoben was of advanced age, you still sent him out on a mission. Do you think we old fellows are all expendable? Meant to perish in your reckless orders? Humph, you profess your love for Konoha, for Uchiha, but how many times has the death of an Uchiha been without your involvement? Uchiha Hung promptly interjected, Leader, who is next on your list for sacrifice? Just give the command, and we shall march to our doom. If you have a grievance against anyone, hasten to issue a mission. Let us old ones perish rather than the younger generation. Uchiha Doku, with his eyes tightly shut, spoke in a tone laden with bitterness. The success of missions is always attributed to Konoha, while the sacrifices of the Uchiha are reduced to mere coins. It is laughable. The arduous and loathsome tasks are always borne by the Uchiha, yet we receive no honor in return. Leader, shall we return all the funds to you? Just bring our people back. Uchiha Yuan chastised the leader fiercely, for that was his clan uncle, sent to his death so pointlessly. Is that meager compensation meant to placate his descendants? We'd rather forego it. Look at Uchiha Leaf. His family was sent out by you and perished entirely. Do not think I am unaware. Konoha compensates 1 million ryo, and we are the ones who scraped together 10 million to pay him. Thus, we will pay. Uchiha Kagami, I shall give you 20 million ryo. Go, resurrect his family. Uchiha Yuan's words were laced with venom, his gaze as sharp as a blade aimed at Uchiha Kagami. Even the conservatives standing beside Uchiha Kagami found it difficult to remain silent, for it was indeed a tragedy to lose a strong Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami swallowed hard, the few remaining strands of black in his hair turning white in an instant. The weight of the situation rendered him momentarily speechless, unable to counter their fervent claims. In light of the complex affairs across nations and Konoha's current financial struggles, the Uchiha had exerted every effort to quell these disputes, hoping for a future devoid of clan members meeting their demise on reconnaissance missions. What we seek is Konoha's wealth, the audacity of Konoha's higher-ups. I, Uchiha, have risked my life, and for what? A mere compensation of 1 million, less than that of an S-rank mission? 2 Jonin, 2 Chunin. Uchiha Hoben was an elite Jonin, a Three-Tomoe powerhouse. A compensation of 200,000 ryo? 200,000 ryo? That scarcely covers a meal. Bang! Uchiha Yeh, hands stretched across the table, exclaimed, Leader, why not simply rename our Uchiha clan to the Sarutobi clan? Call us the Senju clan, and that would fulfill your desires. Wouldn't that be delightful? You have truly disappointed us. You have left us disheartened. Uchiha Kagami's heart ached. He could not comprehend the radical stance of today as faction, nor could he fathom how the Uchiha could utter such cold-hearted words. Sarutobi Kagami, have you decided on a new name for us? Elder Sei sneered, stating, Isn't this a fine suggestion? If you wish for the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha, why not rename the Uchiha to Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, and the like? Would that not facilitate the fusion? Enough. Uchiha Kagami's expression darkened further as he listened to the radicals speak such words. Have we abandoned the name Uchiha entirely? Have I sunk to such depths in their eyes? What exactly do you desire? The clan head believes that the wealth of the Uchiha is simply blown in by the wind? Does the heavens rain down gold and silver? You have stated that the Uchiha fight for Konoha, so please ensure that Konoha at the very least provides the compensation. Konoha must compensate the Uchiha 300 million ryo. If the compensation is not forthcoming, the clan head should resurrect all the fallen clan members. Elder Sei presented the list, ensuring that everyone was aware of the sacrifices made by the Uchiha for Konoha, yet the compensation had not been delivered. It was the clan head who siphoned from the clan treasury to cover these expenses, while we, the Uchiha, bore the suffering. Is the money earned by the clan head? All the expenditures are from the Uchiha's coffers. The Uchiha previously did not concern themselves with wealth, as they fought for the clan's honor. This situation is different. The clan head advocates for fighting for Konoha, and Konoha must offer 500 million ryo. This sum would firstly be distributed to those Uchiha who lost their families due to the war. Secondly, it would be used to procure medicine and weapons for the clan. And thirdly, it would provide subsidies to those clan members who are disabled or lack means of livelihood. If the funds are not provided, then let the clan head and the influential figures of Konoha jointly resurrect the deceased Uchiha. What reason do we have to continue serving Konoha? Uchiha Kagami felt a chill run down his spine as he realized just how much he had already subsidized the clan. The Uchiha clan was indeed affluent, with deep-rooted wealth. Previously, no one was sensitive to family assets. No one cared, as they were aware of their abundance. Sarutobi Hiruzen often sought loans from him, and he had never kept track of these transactions. This document revealed that he had lent Konoha vast sums, amounting to hundreds of millions. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to request another loan from him. Would the clan head acknowledge the promissory notes? Little did he know that the Uchiha had become Konoha's treasury. This is one of the reasons the radicals are so fervent. The wealth of the Uchiha was essentially handled by several factions, with no one managing it exclusively. Each elder oversaw a portion. It was but a simple matter for the clan head to request funds. No one had organized this information. Elders say, upon reviewing the data compiled by Uchiha Yeh, was filled with trepidation. At this rate, Uchiha Kagami would squander all the Uchiha's wealth. The clan head should speak fairly. You have indeed gone too far this time. The conservatives shook their heads in disapproval. If the funds borrowed from the Uchiha were to be distributed among the clan members for their benefit, that would be acceptable. However, borrowing so much for Konoha without even mentioning it to us is excessive. Now let us vote. Those in favor of Konoha repaying the debt, please raise your hands. Elders say bypassed the clan head, and Uchiha Kagami found himself at a loss for words. The radicals all raised their hands. A few conservatives followed suit. And even those of neutral stance joined in. Out of 58 present, a majority now held voting power. Uchiha Kagami was rendered speechless, as 1/3 had voted in favor. As the clan head, he recognized that this stance indeed jeopardized the interests of the Uchiha clan. If he did not comply with the majority, his words would hold no weight in the future. I shall consult with the third Hokage regarding the prompt repayment of the debt. However, I kindly ask for your patience. For we are amidst great turmoil, and we must prioritize our pressing matters. What is more pressing than this? What if chaos ensues? Let Konoha acknowledge this debt. And in the future, the Uchiha clan shall be called upon to fulfill their obligations. Otherwise, well, further disorder shall prevail. Uchiha Kagami pondered deeply. Realizing that he could only acquiesce for the moment, he dispatched a shadow clone to seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen without delay. The mission in the Land of Rain necessitated the presence of 2 Uchiha Jonin, and Uchiha Kagami felt diminished in confidence. Let me perish swiftly. Allow me to do so. And once I am gone, please inscribe my gravestone with the name Sarutobi. I shall be known as Sarutobi Sato. Elder Sato, with an air of resignation, offered himself up, seemingly desiring death. Uchiha Kagami, perturbed, shifted his gaze to the left and instructed Uchiha Saiza and Uchiha Shosa to lead the team. Few among the radical faction raised their hands this time. How could they fight for Konoha when they could not even afford to contribute? Previously, the proposition of intermarriage was introduced to facilitate the Uchiha clan's integration into Konoha, permitting clan members to marry outside their lineage. Uchiha Kagami reiterated this notion, asserting that should the radicals oppose it again, he would temporarily abandon the subject. Intermarriage was essential for the Uchiha's acceptance within Konoha. The members aligned with Elder Sato exchanged glances, having been swayed by Uchiha Yeh. The marriage could indeed proceed. Elder Sato, I wish for you to comprehend that all my efforts are for the Uchiha clan. Other clans have embraced intermarriage, yet the Uchiha have not. Has the Hyuga clan intermarried? Uchiha Kagami hesitated, realizing they must initiate intermarriage first. Eventually, others would follow suit. After intermarriage, should the Uchiha bloodline be compromised, would the clan leader be held accountable? If the Sharingan were stolen, could the clan leader retrieve it? Absolutely not. No one dares to insult us, the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami spoke passionately, his eyes swirling with the Three-Tomoe, transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was as if a switch had been flipped, causing the Sharingan of all present Uchiha to activate involuntarily. Uchiha Yeh's Three-Tomoe also began to spin. He felt an exhilarating connection to the clan leader's resolve and vowed to protect the honor of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze back to Uchiha Yeh, and all eyes converged upon them. Uchiha Jun remarked, you awakened your One-Tomoe Sharingan due to the loss of family, and now it's Two-Tomoe? How swiftly did that occur? When did you awaken it? Uchiha Jun inquired, realizing he had only seen One-Tomoe. Upon waking, I was so exhilarated that it became Two-Tomoe. Tomorrow, I shall send a shadow clone to instruct you on harnessing your ocular power, Uchiha Kagami said gently. For he harbored no desire to endanger his clan. He cherished the Uchiha and Konoha, yet the two could not coexist without forcing him to make repeated choices. The existence of these radicals within the clan was one reason for their inability to assimilate into Konoha. Elder Sato expressed no dissent. Uchiha Kagami's personal guidance was beyond reproach. The clan leader was genuinely invested in Konoha and would never endanger his kin. Elder Sato understood that such remarks were merely superficial. Uchiha Kagami's leadership received his vote of confidence. Thank you, clan leader. No, I do not wish to learn. Let us return to the matter at hand. Pairs of crimson eyes gleamed with an otherworldly allure. The radical faction also regained their composure. Very well, if the clan leader insists on intermarriage. I shall agree to a few conditions for the sake of the Uchiha. Speak your terms. Uchiha Kagami took a seat, and the calmness of their discourse proved far superior to the din of bickering. A man may marry outside his clan, yet a woman must remain within. For a ninja, the weakening of strength during pregnancy is a reality, and even non-ninja girls risk physical harm. Should an Uchiha daughter marry beyond their clan and suffer indignities in her husband's household, it would reflect poorly on the Uchiha name if support is not promptly provided. An Uchiha woman possesses the capability to establish her own household, and it is imperative that her children bear the Uchiha surname. This is a non-negotiable decree, a testament to the Uchiha's strength and dignity. Elder Sawa is adamantly opposed to the idea of marrying off Uchiha daughters. Kagami nodded with a smile, agreeing to this notion. Compared to the vehement accusations hurled at him by the radical faction earlier, this proposal felt rather mild. Furthermore, any offspring born from inter-clan unions must be under the guardianship of the Uchiha clan and prohibited from attending the Leaf Ninja Academy. Kagami frowned. This diverged from his expectations. As many Uchiha still receive their education within the clan, and not attending the Leaf Academy would hinder their integration. If this condition was not met, then discussions of marriage would be fruitless. He would never consent to the Uchiha bloodline being sullied through intermarriage, for such unions could taint their lineage and potentially awaken the Sharingan. Without vigilant oversight and nurturing, who would be accountable if an Uchiha child were to be taken away? No bloodline must be forsaken. A trial period of 50 years could be established, during which all children would remain under clan supervision, after which the strict regulations could be relaxed. Only those of pure Uchiha blood would be entrusted with their education. A vote was taken, and Kagami chose to withhold his opinion, instead observing the sentiments of the clan's elders and leaders. 58 votes were cast, with 51 in favor and 7 abstaining. Thus, it was resolved according to Elder Sawa's proposal. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan may engage in external marriages, strictly adhering to clan regulations. The prospect of marriage signifies a joyous step towards integration with the Leaf, akin to the Senju, albeit a gradual process, yet a promising beginning. After discussing several matters, the clan meeting concluded. Uchiha Leaf exhaled deeply, feeling exhausted. The arguments had been truly daunting. Uchiha Kagami exhibited immense strength. Throughout his life, he had encountered several clan leaders, all gentle until provoked, at which point the consequences could be dire. Leaf, do visit my home for tea sometime, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, his handsome visage adorned with a forehead protector. Born 16 years prior, Fugaku was now 17, older than Leaf by 3 years, and due to their respective family circumstances, their positions diverged. They had little interaction, especially following the recent announcement of a deceased, Fugaku's father. Very well, brother Fugaku, Leaf replied dismissively, contemplating the future where a filial son might rise to annihilate the entire clan. However, with his presence, such a destined progeny would be of no consequence. He possessed 100 methods to avert such a catastrophe. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of his journey through time if he were to repeat the same mistakes? Under the night sky, he returned home from the South He Shrine. In recent days, Shun had arranged for workers to assist in constructing his house, tidying the courtyard, and setting up the training grounds. He felt no concern, for these laborers, compensated appropriately, toiled day and night to create his new abode. Having harvested all that could be gathered from his previous vegetable garden, he left the inedible crops to seed, anticipating the establishment of his new home in a few days before he would commence his agricultural endeavors anew. Illuminating a lantern, he made his way to the kitchen. Having gathered 2 baskets brimming with fresh tomatoes, it was time to process them. Each tomato was scored with a cross at the bottom, blanched in boiling water for approximately a minute, peeled, destemmed, and cut into large chunks, which were then placed into a ceramic bowl. With the art of wind release and the technique of stirring, he formed 2 seals, causing the wind chakra to whirl in his hands as he hovered them over the bowl, incessantly mixing until it transformed into a smooth tomato puree. He then heated a pot, pouring the puree inside and simmering it on low heat, adding rock sugar and a pinch of salt while stirring continuously until it thickened. A splash of white vinegar was introduced before he removed it from the heat. The resultant concoction was poured into glass jars while still steaming hot. The several baskets of tomatoes had been transformed into 6 jars of tomato sauce. He submitted 5 jars for review, keeping 1 for himself. Tomato sauce approved. Submission successful. The 5 jars of tomato sauce vanished into thin air. Reward: Lightning Chakra, Forbidden Technique, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Spirit 5, Physique 5, Soap 5. He felt a slight transformation within his body as the lightning chakra coursed through him, accompanied by a moment of clarity and elation, a tingling sensation enveloping him. This was not his first encounter augmenting his spirit and physique. Chakra is, after all, a fusion of mental and physical strength, allowing for a more harmonious blending of chakra. As for the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he had acquired the knowledge of it, yet lacked the strength to employ such a technique, possessing only a paltry amount of chakra. March 13th, cool and rainy. Outside, workers continued to labor in the rain, erecting his home based on the designs provided by Uchiha Yeh. A rudimentary imitation of a traditional Chinese courtyard, as perfect replication was unattainable. He preferred brick and tile houses, even if they were somewhat costly, for they were superior to wooden structures, which failed to withstand the cold, heat, wind, and moisture, rendering them quite uncomfortable to reside in. A house built of bricks and tiles was truly to his liking. Due to familial connections, the 3 acres of land he occupied faced no objections. With no one residing within 100 meters of his home, he had enclosed the area for farming, envisioning the pleasures that lay ahead. Initially, he had contemplated building a wall, but it proved unnecessary. The courtyard already possessed walls, which he utilized to cultivate fruit trees, ensuring an abundance of vegetables and fruits year-round. As he gazed out the window, engrossed in the workers' activities, he suddenly noticed a figure standing at the table for quite some time. Uchiha Yeh was startled. The figure had appeared as if from nowhere, akin to a ghost. Had it not been for the faint aura he inadvertently exuded, he would not have noticed. The clan leader, Uchiha Mirror, wore a gentle smile, exuding warmth in private interactions. Regardless of whether one was from the radical, neutral, or dove faction, he treated all with equal kindness, understanding that all factions shared a common love for the Uchiha clan, albeit expressed in varied manners, leading to familial discord and opposing factions. "You need not come today due to the rain," he remarked. The previous night, during the clan meeting, the leader had mentioned he would come to instruct him in ocular techniques. Uchiha Yeh had no doubt about Uchiha Mirror's arrival. He sat at the table reading, waiting for the leader's guidance. "My apologies, Uchiha Yeh, for my tardiness," Mirror said, smiling as he took a seat, holding a sealed scroll in hand. "You are no longer enrolled in the family academy." "Indeed, I have mastered all that is necessary," Uchiha Yeh responded with a smile, harboring no malice towards the mirror, nor any feelings of dislike. His sentiments were rather lukewarm, akin to a mere appreciation for strength. "Having reviewed your academic performance, I noted that your proficiency in ninjutsu and taijutsu falls short, with your strengths lying solely in theoretical knowledge. This bears a resemblance to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, during his school days, who also had to exert considerable effort to become what others referred to as a veritable compendium of ninjutsu." A hint of nostalgia flickered in Jing's expression as he smiled, continuously unearthing the contents of the unsealed scroll. Yi nodded obediently, maintaining a respectable demeanor, sensing that this clan leader resembled a shadow clone, as the true essence must be preoccupied with other matters. "Of course, I have heard many speak of you, often mentioning how you disappoint your parents." Jing recalled overhearing his subordinates speak of Uchiha Yeh, acknowledging his potential at the tender age of 13, possessing a double tomo, and foreseeing a boundless future. It was also widely known that he had a strained relationship with his parents. "Leader, my parents will no longer be disappointed, nor will they have the opportunity to be, as they have already been dispatched and perished. I have yet to see their remains, so they cannot possibly be disappointed in me," Uchiha Yeh remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke these words, disliking any attempts at probing. Uchiha Jing appeared unfazed, chuckling as he turned the page on the matter. "What a formidable young lad. Your tongue is indeed sharp. Now, let us proceed to assess your chakra," he declared, producing a chakra paper and presenting it before Yi. "Why are we testing chakra?" "I have undergone testing previously," Uchiha Yeh inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "I only gathered my 5 chakra natures last night, and now I am to be subjected to another examination. They are conducting their tests." My shadow clone is here to guide you for a few days, and I assure you it will encompass more than just ocular techniques. I will mentor you comprehensively, Uchiha Jing asserted. He shook his head in distaste, eyeing the testing paper with reluctance. No need. I shall not partake. I abhor fighting. Do not concern me, Uchiha Yeh. Heed my words. I shall personally instruct you. How could you not learn? One must protect oneself and safeguard those you cherish, Uchiha Jing gently urged. With a resigned sigh, Yi reluctantly focused his chakra onto the paper, the energy coalescing upon it. Generally speaking, every individual possesses an innate chakra attribute, and the Uchiha clan typically embodies the fire element, rendering testing somewhat unnecessary. It is customary to explore a secondary chakra attribute upon reaching the rank of Jonin. As the testing paper ignited, Uchiha Yeh nonchalantly grasped it in his hand, diverting the conversation. Leader, how does one cultivate ocular genjutsu? Jing seized his hand, compelling him to open it. The testing paper, which had been ablaze moments earlier, had now transformed. Uchiha Yeh, taken aback, stared at the paper in his hand, exclaiming, "Oh no!" Uchiha Jing, seemingly aware of the outcome, wore an expression of knowing. Subsequently, the testing paper crumbled into two pieces, wrinkled, and then shattered. Ahaha, what is this? Leader, where did you procure this counterfeit testing paper? Alas, we must purchase a new one. It is such a pity that it has broken and yielded inaccurate results. He released his grip, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he discarded the fragments into a nearby wastebasket, suggesting someone procure a replacement. Uchiha Kagami smiled enigmatically. You seem unfazed by your possession of 5 chakra natures. Yesterday, I was merely curious, for you exhibit a power reminiscent of the 3rd Hokage. Hence, I brought testing papers today, specifically for this purpose. Uchiha Kagami grasped his hand, sensing the power within his body. It was no wonder he struggled to extract chakra in his youth. This child was endowed with extraordinary innate talent, possessing 5 chakra natures from birth. His slow chakra extraction and frail physique all fell into place. Why have you not reported your possession of 5 chakra natures to the clan? Do you not trust your own Uchiha-kin? This could not merely be labeled as genius. It was a rare gift. Never had he heard of anyone born with 5 chakra natures. Had it not been for the glimpses of power he observed through the Mangekyo Sharingan last night, he might have doubted such a being truly existed. The 3rd Hokage would surely be overwhelmed with despair upon learning that, after laboring for much of his life to master 5 chakra natures, there existed someone with them inherently. Such notions are utterly unfounded, he remarked. With your profound theoretical knowledge, you must be aware of your peculiarities. How am I to explain this? The boy stammered. Last night, I merely came into possession of all 5 natures. I have yet to master them. Now you arrive, and I am at a loss for words. How did the clan leader come to learn this? My Mangekyo Sharingan allows me to see through any disguise. No one can elude my gaze. Uchiha Kagami exuded a confidence befitting a strong individual. His eyes could pierce through all illusions and facades. Last night, I witnessed the power within you. Perhaps I overlooked something or was mistaken. You possess 5 natures, and each individual's energy fluctuations are distinct. Even if you disguise yourself before me, it would prove futile. Indeed, the Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable. Uchiha Kagami's abilities surpassed those of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo from the Uchiha clan's perspective. Uchiha Yeh nodded in realization. As powerful as your Mangekyo Sharingan is, it has not discerned that I am a traveler from another world, nor has it unveiled the secrets I hold. That is a relief. The revelation of your 5 chakra natures is merely an open acknowledgement before Uchiha Kagami. Henceforth, you may wield them openly. Do you comprehend what it signifies for the Uchiha clan to possess 5 chakra natures? It signifies that one possesses 5 elemental attributes. It does not imply mastery over the ninjutsu of all 5 natures. With your Sharingan, you can learn and replicate any jutsu. Currently, the only one capable of being your mentor is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Would you be willing to take the 3rd Hokage as your teacher? Should such a remarkable talent be squandered, it would be a great loss for the Uchiha clan. Thus, studying under the 3rd Hokage would allow you to maximize your potential. Dear clan leader, you need not entertain such thoughts. I am not a ninja of Konoha, but a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Is not the Uchiha clan synonymous with Konoha? Is Konoha not ours? The two exchanged glances for an extended moment. Uchiha Kagami laughed heartily. I find myself doubting whether it was you who persuaded Elder Sei to approve of the union. There must be a more profound scheme at play. I can hardly believe that such words could emanate from a 13-year-old. I can hardly believe that as the leader of the Uchiha clan, one could utter such words regarding the Uchiha being a part of Konoha. You might as well suggest that the Uchiha change their name to Sarutobi and adopt the Sarutobi surname. Henceforth, whoever assumes the role of Hokage, the Uchiha clan shall follow suit, becoming loyal hounds of the Hokage, fulfilling your desires. As the clan leader, you seem to have forgotten the essence of our ancestors, oblivious to the distinction between master and servant. Konoha was established through the efforts of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Only these two families can rightfully claim ownership of Konoha. Should Hokage be held by either of these surnames, then you may say that the Uchiha belong to Konoha, and I would not object. Otherwise, every time you bring it up in my presence, I shall counter your claims. Uchiha Kageme's smile faded abruptly. You are quite radical, aren't you? No, I am a conservative. No one understands conservatism better than I do. Uchiha Itachi denied being a radical. He simply wished to cultivate his land peacefully. The ability to wield influence could sway the conservative stance of the Uchiha, and nothing more. What advantages lie in radicalism? Engaging in constant conflict with Konoha? It is far better to preserve one's own life, for that is the true path. He merely spoke the truth. Only the Uchiha and Senju can claim the title of the masters of Konoha. Should anyone disagree with this statement, they may take it up with Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara should still be alive. We could confront him directly. With that said, the clan leader seemed disinclined to continue teaching me and requested to take his leave. Uchiha Itachi escorted the guest out, exchanging few words, not out of disdain, but rather a desire to avoid further discourse. My clan leader, you truly have been made to feel like an outsider by your words. Henceforth, do not mention the name Sarutobi again. The Uchiha remain a clan of honor, and we are ultimately human, with our own emotions and desires. If we do not integrate into Konoha, we shall be isolated, and at that time, the standing of the Uchiha will be perilous. I am merely striving to advocate for the Uchiha's opportunities. Uchiha Kagami had grown accustomed to hearing such words from the radicals. The mention of the name Sarutobi was merely insinuating a close relationship between the clan leader and Sarutobi Hiruzen, suggesting that he would go so far as to rename every Uchiha for the sake of Konoha. Has it truly come to this? Money is lent in silence. Whatever Sarutobi Hiruzen says, he is the type to oblige without expectation of return, solely for the sake of Konoha. Just last night, the name Sarutobi was mentioned, and many conservative elders approached him for discussions. This was absolutely impossible and would never transpire. Even if he is the clan leader and the conservatives align with him, he would still be reviled by his kin. They are forcing him to seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen to reclaim the borrowed funds, to collect debts. How clever. Very well. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I shall teach you how to utilize the ocular techniques. He is not a petty individual. The Uchiha of Konoha cannot be at odds. Both sides are dear to him, and he would not be angered by Uchiha Itachi's words. Still, the sentiment remains. Whether radical or conservative, Uchiha Itachi expresses his love for the Uchiha in his own way. The Uchiha are a clan of love. With a swift motion, Uchiha Itachi projected a shuriken, though it veered off course, striking nothing. Fire style, grand fireball technique. He formed the hand seals, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist, only for it to extinguish rapidly. Illusion technique, great deception. Uchiha Itachi's complexion paled, like a frail willow in the wind. He shielded his head with his hands and collapsed onto the training ground. Uchiha Kagami found it difficult to articulate his thoughts as he gazed at the child with a complex expression. The child experienced mild dizziness after an hour and severe dizziness after 3, fragile and seemingly squandering his innate talent. He hardly resembled a ninja from the Uchiha clan. If he were tasked with casting more than 3 fireballs, he would inevitably cough up blood to frighten you. The past few days had been quite tormenting. Kagami realized that sending such a child on missions would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Assigning him tasks would be akin to sending him to his demise. I have resolved that if you do not train adequately in a single day, I shall come to find you daily, he declared. Uchiha Yeh, currently in a daze, sat expressionless, voicing his frustration. Are you not tired of this? Chief, if you have nothing better to occupy your time, perhaps you might consider working in a factory instead? At least that would earn some extra money for the clan. Who else has a chief so idle, pressuring me to train? I am utterly exhausted. My home garden has been renovated, and now they are dismantling the old house. I am in a hurry to cultivate the fields. Kagami's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at him with resolute eyes. How can this be considered idleness? Adding a genius to our Uchiha clan is worth any number of shadow clones. Failing to guide you toward success would be a dereliction of my duties as clan leader. Uchiha Yeh, amused yet exasperated, stared back defiantly. Let me make it clear, Chief, it is impossible for me to participate in battle. If you insist on that, consider me dead. I shall not return. Refusing to fight is your choice, Kagami responded nonchalantly. The Uchiha clan has yet to decline. We still possess formidable strength. What benefit do I gain from you teaching me? You know I am a member of the radical faction. Should you train me, I would surely oppose you in the future. All I know is that through your actions, you express your love for Uchiha. No one is in the wrong. We all love Uchiha in our own ways. Uchiha Yeh and Uchiha Kagami exchanged glances, the clan leader showing no resentment for his provocations, unable to retort against such words. With a furrowed brow, Uchiha Yeh sighed. Fine, I concede. I will study diligently. Kagami approached and ruffled his hair. You do love Uchiha, don't you? Yes. You did not dispute it. Of course, I love Uchiha. Otherwise, I have my own ways of sneaking out and living independently. Then for this lesson, we shall not train. Instead, we will learn the summoning technique. Uchiha Yeh spoke with a weary voice. Do you have a contract with a summoning cat? Yes, he replied casually. Having contracted a summoning cat merely to meet the requirements of Uchiha Academy courses. Then summon it. No, I had a falling out with it. Last time, it stole my vegetables and called me stingy. Kagami burst into laughter, having grown accustomed to Yeh's childlike demeanor over these few days. Summoning beasts serve not only for battle, but also for other purposes. For instance, the Uchiha clan's summoning cats can gather intelligence, convey messages, analyze information, and provide exclusive Uchiha ninja tools. They have cooperated for centuries. You must cultivate a good relationship with your summoning cat, and you may find delightful surprises. Stealing my vegetables, and then expecting to be on good terms? I refuse. You pouted. Why should I summon a summoning cat? Kagami chuckled, sitting beside him. Do you know where the summoning beasts reside? Uchiha Leaf exchanged a knowing nod with his companion. Some ninja beasts resided in various locations within the ninja realm, while others inhabited the void, rendering them elusive without the reverse summoning technique. Indeed, if one harbored a disdain for ninja cats, what then of other summoning beasts? These creatures typically accompany one through growth, serving as invaluable allies in battle, an essential aspect for any ninja. Uchiha Mirror, embodying the role of a wise elder, diligently guided his junior, striving to pique his interest. After all, at the tender age of 13, he was still a child. An excessive training could lead to a disinterest in ninjutsu. Uchiha Leaf earnestly pondered the formidable snakes of Orochimaru, slippery and cold, a source of disdain for him. He truly abhorred snakes, finding them utterly terrifying, regardless of their power. Then there were Jiraiya's frogs. Oh, the thought of their skin was unbearable, for he was rather fastidious. Slugs? How utterly revolting, sticky and unclean. He would wash his hands 100 times if they were to touch him. Thus, he dismissed the 3 most formidable powers in the world of Naruto, still seeking a place to cultivate sage arts, yet finding them all unappealing. He had no desire for combat, nor the pursuit of strength. Why should he forge a contract with a creature he detested? The 9-tailed beasts were unappealing to him, failing to meet his aesthetic standards, and thus were eliminated from consideration. Reflecting deeply, he responded with utmost sincerity, I do not wish for any of them. I dislike them all. It was also possible to transform certain wild animals into summoning beasts, albeit those would be of a lesser tier. Genuine ninja beasts, such as cats, dogs, and crows, possess wisdom and inhabit realms comparable in scale to the ninja world, akin to the 3 disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, snakes, frogs, and slugs, all dwelling in secret realms. Alternatively, akin to the first Hokage, one might contract with the Gate of Rashomon, which, however, is not alive. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about crows? Does the clan leader possess the summoning scroll for ninja crows? No, came the reply, but I know where they can be found. Uchiha Leaf considered the ninja crows favorably. They could guard his orchards and gardens, feasting on pests. Truly, they would be his greatest allies. Where might they be? He inquired. On a cliff in the land of grass. Very well. Uchiha Leaf waved his hand dismissively, instantly losing interest. You want me to venture beyond the gates of Konoha? Not a chance. The ninja world is perilous enough. Merely stepping outside the Uchiha gates is fraught with danger. Let alone exiting Konoha itself. One could meet an untimely demise without knowing how. Why not? Seeing his lack of interest, Uchiha Mirror changed his approach. A ninja beast must be encountered by you personally, selected according to your heart's desire, and it must also recognize you. Without such an encounter, how could there be an opportunity? Too tedious. Unless a ninja crow comes to me, I shan't leave my abode. I could always issue a mission for someone else to capture a ninja crow for me. Compulsory summoning, regardless of whether it likes me. Uchiha Mirror was genuinely impressed. You truly possess remarkable patience, to not venture outside, to endure without seeking. In a certain sense, Uchiha Leaf, are you not embodying the essence of a ninja? Once you have mastered ninjutsu, I can take you. Let me ponder this, Uchiha Leaf replied, his wariness dissipating. The shadow clone of Uchiha Mirror would take him to contract a ninja beast. What reason could he have to refuse? He would not venture alone to face certain doom. Indeed, the third Hokage is the most suitable mentor for Uchiha Kagami, who seeks to guide Uchiha Sasuke. The third Hokage undoubtedly values talent, allowing Uchiha Sasuke to become his student, thus fostering a reconciliation between the radical faction and Konoha. One would surely experience the unique charm embodied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. You may as well take my life and present me to him as a disciple. Otherwise, do not harbor such thoughts. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will not bow to Sarutobi. Learning from the third Hokage? What a jest. One might not even know how they met their demise. I do not pursue knowledge. I merely wish for a life of health and pastoral tranquility. Life is of utmost importance. Well then, Uchiha Kagami resumed his instruction on the ocular techniques and taught him the most efficient ways to cultivate chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Uchiha Sasuke's records in hand and a pipe nestled in his mouth, exhaled clouds of smoke while reclining slightly in his chair. The shadow of the third Hokage's had obscured his eyes, suggesting he was deep in thought. Naturally, he greeted an old friend. Kagami, congratulations on the emergence of a prodigy from your clan. Possessing 5 chakra natures by birth is indeed astonishing within the shinobi world. If nurtured well, this child could certainly become a high-ranking shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Yes, he is quite formidable when he applies himself to his studies. In the days that followed, whether it be taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly mastered them all, revealing himself to be an undiscovered genius of the clan. He also agreed to accompany Uchiha Kagami to seek out the ninja crows, successfully forging a summoning contract with the Crow family. Without hesitation, he allocated land to Uchiha Sasuke for cultivation, deeming the young genius worthy. Such a promising Uchiha youth should be allowed to enter the Yumbu for further training. Danzo crossed his arms, unwilling to entertain any dissent. He understood the power of the Uchiha clan all too well. Such strength, if ungoverned by Konoha, posed a significant threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his gaze upon the records of this youth's life, noting that since birth, he had scarcely ventured beyond the Uchiha territory. The only exception being when Uchiha Kagami took him to seek out the ninja crows. His closest peers were not particularly fond of Konoha, being part of the radical faction. Born into the radical lineage, which held considerable influence stemming from the Warring States period, he had a voice within the Uchiha clan. With the potential of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, as he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly ascend to the elder ranks, capable of genuinely influencing Uchiha decisions. Kagami's praise for him as an Uchiha genius while remaining distant from Konoha warranted his placement in the Yumbu. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, expressing frustration. Unless the Uchiha clan renames themselves as Sarutobi or Shimura, he will not heed Konoha's call. He is a shinobi of the Uchiha. The third Hokage inhaled sharply on his pipe, a phrase that, no matter how many times he heard it, always struck a nerve, an insinuation that Uchiha Kagami was so close to them that he might as well change his name. The weight of this statement had been conveyed to him countless times, its impact undeniable. Originally, the conservatives were wavering, but when it came to matters concerning the Uchiha clan, all factions would unite against a common foe. Kagami, cannot you even manage your own kin? The Uchiha clan is undeniably a part of Konoha. His assertion is tantamount to betraying the village, devoid of the will of fire. Without undergoing the trials of the Yumbu, he could pose a threat to Konoha, as Danzo solemnly cautioned. Ignoring the counsel of the village, such a prodigy would be better extinguished in the cradle. Danzo noted that this child had no desire to be a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed in the documents that the boy merely wished for a peaceful life, cultivating the land. Danzo scoffed, laughter escaping him. No one truly desires to forsake the path of a ninja, and that is not a choice he can afford. Without joining the Umbu, Uchiha Kagami arranged for him to join the guard squad, Danzo commanded. Yet, Uchiha Kagami shook his head, having spent enough time with Uchiha Itachi to understand him well. Itachi wielded no leverage against them, nor did he have family to manipulate. Even if his friends were slain, he would not abandon Konoha, nor seek vengeance for his kin. The only weakness they could exploit was his garden, his lifeblood. It was of such significance that the Nico clan dared to pilfer from his crops, resulting in a rift so profound that he refused to summon them. Yet, what could be achieved? Denying him the opportunity to garden would lead to his despair, transforming a genius into a mere wastrel. Then you may send him to me. I can teach him ninjutsu, Danzo suggested. However, it remained futile. He would not acquiesce. Uchiha Itachi had no intention of leaving the clan grounds. His house was completed, and he was busy constructing a fence to prepare for planting. Nothing could distract him from his agricultural pursuits, as he had declared. The third Hokage found himself in rare distress. Did he even possess dreams? His aspiration was to cultivate the land for a lifetime, living a carefree existence. This only compounded the Hokage's troubles. He was unattainable. Does he fancy any girls? He inquired. He claims he will live a solitary life, never marrying. The horror of it all. By the way, Sarutobi, when will you repay the debt? The conservatives are starting to voice their concerns. Sarutobi Hiruzen, tense, responded, we are all for Konoha. It does not matter. Repay the debt. If you do not, I have no standing in the Uchiha. They all say I am your kin. No matter the circumstances, Uchiha Kagami felt compelled to insist on repayment. It was infuriating. Whenever he spoke at clan meetings, the radicals would demand repayment, and he was left quaking in fear. Danzo cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sought his assistance. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Danzo, unable to bear such discussions, lamented that Konoha could not possibly muster the funds to repay the Uchiha. Everyone had been jubilant when the money was borrowed, but returning it was a dire challenge. Uchiha Itachi held a wooden stick, sketching a several square meter circle to delineate his plots of land, designing rectangular, square, triangular, circular, and elliptical garden spaces, each uniquely customized. He beamed with joy as he mapped out over 20 plots for cultivation, this being the final piece of land. Crouching down, a small crow perched on his shoulder, then flew to his head, its round red eyes tilting curiously as it observed Itachi at work. Grasping a long, pointed stick, Itachi activated his Sharingan, fingers firmly clutching the wood. With a swift motion, he launched the stick, which pierced the earth, leaving about 1.3 meters in length above ground. One after another, sticks were hurled, forming a circle with an entrance. Task accomplished. Itachi retrieved a bucket of fertilizer from a distance and evenly scattered it across the fields. Subsequently, he formed seals, invoking the earth release, hiding like a mole technique. The ground heaved, loosening the soil and burying the fertilizer within. With the remaining wooden stick in hand, he returned home, where there was a vacant space in the courtyard. He constructed a trellis, planning to cultivate a grapevine there. After securing the final knot, he channeled chakra beneath his feet, executing several body flicker techniques to leap onto the rooftop. There were a total of 25 vegetable plots, and next on his agenda were trees. He intended to replace them with fruit-bearing varieties. He needed to visit the Qingshan family to purchase peach and pear trees, while it seemed there was a persimmon tree at the village entrance that he also wished to acquire. Uchiha Yeh rested his chin on his hand, surveying his domain. It was imperative that he procure some fruit trees for planting, ideally a diverse array of species. Should he enlist help? No, he resolved to manage it himself, dismissing the thought of seeking assistance. He needed to keep himself occupied, otherwise, Uchiha Kagami would admonish him for idleness, even sending shadow clones to instruct him in his studies. Chakra, such a wondrous force, was utilized for combat and warfare, ensuring self-defense and maintaining one's strength, while the external threats were best left to professional ninjas. A portion of ninjutsu could be repurposed for agriculture. Was it not better to enhance life through technological advancement? Little crow, you shall deal with the snakes, insects, and rodents that plague this vicinity. You are my most formidable ally in the garden. In the future, bring your brethren to help guard the grounds. Uchiha Yeh smiled brightly as he cradled Little Crow, a small ninja raven born from a robust pair, with whom he had formed a bond without any conditions, thus sealing their contract. Ravens, being omnivorous, would consume everything that threatened the vegetable garden, his strongest aid indeed. The little crow cawed, declaring this territory as its own. Now, to change attire and venture forth. His last outing had been at night. He had returned the following evening, without an opportunity to explore. Uchiha Yeh's tousled short hair was gathered atop his head with a white scarf, resembling a flower bed overgrown with wild grass. He donned a spacious black outfit adorned with golden edges, featuring a red and white emblem on the back, the Uchiha fan clan insignia, complemented by uniquely patterned black boots. Typically, he dressed casually at home, but when venturing outside, he preferred to appear presentable. Upon exiting the clan gates, he found himself on a bustling street, predominantly populated by members of the Uchiha clan. The shops were all Uchiha-owned, providing nearly everything one could wish for, which meant Uchiha Yeh had no need to wander through the streets of Konoha. After completing his errands, he planned to return home directly. He paused at a shop, where the couple exchanged glances, both speculating whether he was indeed Uchiha Yeh. "Would you like a pancake?" asked a man with fiery hair, a receding hairline, and a serious demeanor, exuding the pride of the Uchiha clan. "You are Uchiha Yeh, are you not?" The woman, a plump matron clad in a high-necked dress, smiled warmly, her eyes nearly disappearing in her joy. Uchiha Yeh nodded with a smile, recalling his visit to their shop as a child, where he had played with their son, Uchiha-chun, growing up together in carefree days. "Ah, Yeh, you've grown so tall. Why don't you visit more often? Uchiha-chun often says you are his best friend." Uchiha Jin held a broom in his hand, smiling gently as he remarked that this mission would earn him money to buy a birthday gift for you. However, he pondered why this task was taking so long. Uchiha Yeh felt a sudden unease creeping into his heart. Despite his efforts to minimize attachments, he could not entirely avoid forming bonds with a few good friends, all of whom were Uchiha members unrecorded by history. They were akin to unnamed characters in a play, devoid of any narrative aura that might ensure their survival until the end. "I must take my leave. Let Chun come to my house when he returns," he said. "Would you care for some pancakes? Auntie can make them for you." Uchiha Jin waved to detain him, but Uchiha Yeh swiftly turned and fled, unable to be retained. Upon exiting the Uchiha commercial street, he finally arrived at the serene streets of Konoha, where tranquility reigned. There were quaint shops selling books and newspapers, confectionaries, and various small taverns. In his previous life as a laborer in a bustling metropolis, he had faced steel and concrete daily, surrounded by opulent stores and a cacophony of traffic. What treasures had he not encountered? Coupled with the rewards from the farming system, there was no pressing need to venture out. He could sustain himself entirely. The true reason he had remained cooped up in the Uchiha clan for so long was due to the machinations of Danzo. Indeed, it was all his fault. The fear of that old schemer's plots loomed large. What if he were to consume something outside, inadvertently fall victim to harm, and awaken to find himself ensnared by Danzo? If he could accomplish tasks from home, why not do so? If he truly felt lethargic, he could merely procure goods from the streets of Uchiha territory, surrounded by family, which provided a sense of security. Especially since Uchiha Kagami had submitted his files, that old schemer was undoubtedly lurking in some shadowy corner, intent on deciphering him. It was wise to keep a safe distance from the Uchiha clan and avoid provoking him. A woman hurriedly pulled her child away, fearful of a collision with the Uchiha clan, though the child's innocent gaze was filled with confusion. He obeyed his mother's words and kept several feet away from Uchiha Yeh. Uchiha Yeh was acutely aware of the perceptions others held of him. Merely donning Uchiha attire elicited either respect or disdain from the populace. He had never particularly cared about the opinions of the common folk in Konoha regarding the Uchiha clan, for it was of little consequence to him. He was a conservative, a guardian of the Uchiha faction. How Konoha viewed them mattered little. Who truly cared? As he meandered along, he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, where a young man was hand-pulling noodles, also known as Daijianmu Ichiraku. This ramen shop, a thread woven throughout the narrative, piqued his interest. The menu boasted tonkatsu ramen, chashu ramen, and spring onion ramen, all prepared with care, the tables immaculately cleaned, and the air filled with the enticing aroma of food. "I shall have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen," he ordered. The noodle master, with a squint and a smile, replied, coming right up. He paid no mind to whether his customers were Uchiha. Many family ninjas frequented his establishment. The rich tonkatsu broth was prepared meticulously, with the noodles cooked to perfection and immersed in the savory soup, garnished with a sprinkle of sesame, nori, and tamagoyaki. The bowl of ramen was soon presented before Uchiha Yeh. With an air of elegance, he grasped the chopsticks, lifted the noodles, blew on them to cool, and brought them to his lips. How to describe it? It was not as delectable as he had imagined. Nonetheless, it served well as a quick meal, though it paled in comparison to his own fish soup noodles. He savored each bite, taking a spoonful of the broth to relish its warmth. Drinking only soup. This tonkatsu broth is quite delightful, fresh and savory, though its underlying ingredients remain a mystery to him. Alas, I truly lack the funds to treat you. If I were to do so, I would barely have enough for my own living expenses. A bet is a bet. No backing out. You lost to me, and thus must treat me. The boy with yellow hair hung his head, looking quite dejected. Meanwhile, the little girl with red hair, adorably adorned with a hairpin, excitedly pulled the water gate to sit down, gleefully ordering the most expensive noodles from the chef. The most expensive? Watergate stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that this little firecracker, aware of his financial constraints, would choose the priciest option. Uzumaki Kushina crossed her arms, peeking at Watergate with one eye open. While it is true that a bet is a bet, and Watergate is indeed short on cash, her intention was not to have him treat her. She could always cover the cost herself. No, I want the cheapest vegetarian noodles, handmade, from the chef. Please switch my order. Watergate's radiant smile could not fully mask the hint of embarrassment that lingered. I must say, can you not be a little kinder to yourself? Kushina remarked earnestly. How can you grow taller if you don't eat well? I understand, Watergate responded shyly, his gaze shifting to the person beside him. Their eyes met, and he smiled, radiating warmth like the sun. Hello there, brother. Uchiha Sasuke pulled his gaze back, pondering for a moment. The current Hokage and his wife were still mere children, likely around 9 years old. He recalled that Kushina had arrived 2 years prior, a time when he had not paid much attention. They seemed younger than him. He had yet to hear about the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, which occurred just before the Second Ninja World War. Surely, it would not be altered by mere chance. Thus, would the Uzumaki clan face extinction this year? The Uzumaki clan cannot be so utterly destroyed. Sasuke contemplated within, recognizing that the Uzumaki clan is also a branch of Ashura's descendants, closely related to the Senju clan. The few surviving members of the Senju clan are scarce, while the Uchiha clan represents Indra, the offspring of Indra and Ashura united, embodying the power of all things. For the Uchiha to survive into later stages, they would need a handful of powerful allies. In this world, bloodline strength reigns supreme, and mere effort cannot rival innate talent. Few would be willing to intermarry with the Senju, but with the Uzumaki, it would be a different matter entirely. Producing a few strong descendants would be a matter of course. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan bears an indirect connection to Uchiha Madara. To act recklessly would be unwise. This requires careful planning. He is ignoring me. Watergate complained awkwardly to Kushina, his youthful heart feeling utterly disheartened today. Kushina noticed the round fan on his clothing, which certainly aligned with the Uchiha clan's aloof stereotype. Oh no, I was merely lost in thought, my apologies. Watergate sprang back to life, invigorated. So that was it. It wasn't he that you were ignoring me. Indeed. Uchiha Sasuke replied with a smile. Who wouldn't adore a little sunbeam and a fiery pepper? They are the quintessential companions for many time travelers, a testament to their popularity. Ha ha ha. As Sasuke reflected on this, he couldn't help but smile at them, curious about what could have forged such a close and sweet relationship between the two, and why so many rivals seemed to emerge around such amiable souls. Two children looked at each other with puzzled expressions, wondering what was so amusing. Uchiha Sasuke placed 100 silver notes on the table. He held a fondness for these two individuals. Standing up, he extended his mischievous hands and gently pressed them upon their heads. The fiery red hair was truly striking, radiating a sense of vibrant vitality. This was the hue of life, flowing like passionate blood. The bright orange hair was remarkably handsome, evoking warmth in his heart. It embodied the essence of life, akin to a small sun shining brightly. I am Uchiha Sasuke, and this meal is on me, he declared. The price was modest and quite accessible, not at all exorbitant. Uchiha Sasuke was simply delighted, disregarding the consequences, his smile radiant and eyes crinkling with joy, as he playfully ruffled the hair of the two children, allowing me, a pure-hearted admirer, to indulge in this affectionate moment with you both. Oh, how embarrassing. I am Namikaze Minato. Thank you, brother Uchiha Sasuke. I am Uzumaki Kushina. The two youngsters blushed at such flattering words, entirely dismissing the audacity of his affectionate gesture. Well then, Let's talk again next time. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Sasuke chuckled as he stepped back, using the body flicker technique to vanish instantly, heading off to procure supplies. Prolonged contact with you two might place me in peril. Surely, there are eyes watching you. The Aoyama clan is a rather obscure and diminutive lineage within Konoha, having dwindled to merely a handful of Aoyama ninjas, with a Chunin serving as the head. They possess no renowned jutsu or notable achievements, operating under the logistics division of Konoha. They rent the mountains and fields of Konoha, selling them back at minimal prices to ensure a reserve of food supplies during times of war, which can prove immensely beneficial. Along the streets of Konoha, one can find fruit and grain shops operated by the Aoyama clan. The last time, the two young ones had purchased fruit from their establishment, and this time, Uchiha Sasuke had arrived at the Aoyama clan's domain. It was merely a small hill, appearing unremarkable. Upon hearing the news, Aoyama Matsuko stepped out to greet him, bewildered by the unexpected visit from a member of the Uchiha clan. "Who are you?" "I am Uchiha Sasuke, Aoyama Matsuko," he replied, the young man with long hair and thick brows wearing the Leaf Village headband. "Hello, Uchiha Sasuke," he greeted politely, waving his hand in acknowledgement. "Pray tell, what brings you to our humble Aoyama clan?" Uchiha Sasuke shrugged, sensing a lack of warmth in the reception. Realizing he was not being invited into the Aoyama household for a visit, "I seek to purchase some young fruit tree saplings for my garden. Those are fine saplings cultivated by the Aoyama clan, and they are not for sale." Aoyama Matsuko firmly refused, unwilling to compromise with the perceived malevolence of the Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke could hardly believe it. "I have come personally, full of sincerity, and you refuse to sell to me? It is all your fault, Danzo. I cannot cultivate the land because of you. In this world, there is no business that cannot be conducted. Name your price." "I will not sell." Aoyama Matsuko remained steadfast, convinced that the malevolent Uchiha aimed to covet his family's assets, plotting to exploit their fruit trees for his own gain. "Ah, you have spirit. I, Uchiha Sasuke, am never short of funds. 1,000,000 ryo." Aoyama Matsuko trembled slightly, seemingly wavering. "Ah, I am Aoyama Matsuko, and this is indeed Uchiha Sasuke, correct?" The third Hokage, carrying a basket, approached the Aoyama residence with a warm smile reminiscent of a neighborly uncle. "Hokage-sama." Aoyama Matsuko's eyes instantly transformed, radiating fervor, admiration, and respect, a testament to the unwavering will of fire. Uchiha Leaf merely nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. "What brings you here, Uchiha? Where's the Hokage? What is your purpose?" "I came to purchase some fruits for my son. A father's love is indeed profound." He chuckled. The eloquent words of Sarutobi Hiruzen were unspoken, as he had observed Uchiha Leaf reporting on his encounters with Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, expressing particular fondness for the two children. This was a favorable occurrence, fostering Uchiha Leaf's connection to Konoha, diminishing the ranks of the radicals. "Are you here to buy fruits as well, Uchiha Leaf?" "No, I am here to acquire fruit saplings." Uchiha Leaf replied with a smirk. The dual expressions of Aoyama Matsuko were rather amusing. "Angering me is out of the question, for I value my life and refrain from anger, knowing it shortens one's lifespan. However, I am perplexed by his apparent disdain for the Uchiha clan. I simply wish to procure some fruit tree saplings to adorn my courtyard, yet it seems I cannot find any here. Alas, I may have to seek merchants from other lands." Uchiha Leaf felt a tinge of regret. Konoha was indeed lacking in such offerings. "I see, you are renovating your courtyard. What a fortuitous encounter. I happen to have a good relationship with the Aoyama family. If you desire fruit trees, do let me know, and I shall make arrangements for you." "Really? Hokage-sama." Uchiha Leaf's eyes sparkled with excitement, his perception of the third shifting. "Ha ha, it is but a trivial matter. Feel free to ask. You are a genius in the eyes of the mirror, a prodigy of Konoha. Anything you seek can be found here." Sarutobi Hiruzen warmly encouraged the younger generation. It is rare for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, such is his charm. Uchiha Leaf pondered before nodding, too weary to retort. "Very well, third Hokage. I have already planned my courtyard. I intend to plant fruit trees along my home, creating a small orchard." He produced a blueprint detailing which trees would be planted where and the quantity required. "In this section for the apple orchard, I need 30 apple saplings, or mature trees will suffice. For the citrus grove, as I enjoy oranges, 50 orange trees, 10 pear trees, 50 peach trees, and 2 persimmon trees at the entrance. That should suffice. My requests are quite simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a composed demeanor, reflecting on what the mirror had disclosed. Uchiha Leaf's singular passion lay in agriculture, cultivating fruits and vegetables, which likely contributed to his inferior physical constitution compared to others. Matsuko, are these fruit trees available in your family? How about gifting them to Uchiha Leaf for his courtyard adornment? Though Matsuko was reluctant to sell to Uchiha, he could not refuse once the third Hokage suggested gifting them. I can provide them. How much do you want? Allow your elder to collect payment at my home. This is a gift for Uchiha Leaf, not from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen graciously accepted this favor. No need for expenditure. I have funds, third Hokage. You should save for your training needs, the third advised. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, expressing that acquiring fruit trees would suffice. His living expenses were negligible, and he received annual dividends from the Uchiha clan. I will provide you with 3 million ryo today. It is imperative that you arrange for the saplings to be delivered to the Uchiha clan grounds, ensuring they are of the kind that can thrive. Should any perish, I shall seek recompense. Uchiha Sasuke declared, a slightly obsessive smile gracing his lips. I believe my offer is exceedingly reasonable, far exceeding their worth. Purchasing several of your stores is no issue. Do not attempt to deceive me. Keep emotions out of our transaction, do you understand? Aoyama Matsuko, do you comprehend? No emotional outbursts, or I shall be disheartened. Do you understand? Uchiha Sasuke activated his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, fixing his gaze upon him. Aoyama Matsuko's composure faltered, and he calmed down. The Uchiha clan was notorious for their eccentricities. It was absurd for him to request emotional restraint when he himself was the most agitated. Speaking to him with those cursed Sharingan activated, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, contemplating the absurdity of Sasuke's willingness to part with 3 million ryo. He had estimated the worth at a mere 500,000, no more. What was Uchiha Sasuke's intent? His demeanor fluctuated between fervor, indifference, and extremity, as if he possessed a myriad of personalities. I assure you, the saplings will be delivered to the Uchiha clan grounds tonight. My Aoyama clan will ensure each one thrives. Aoyama Matsuko begrudgingly acquiesced. That is splendid. If you fulfill my request perfectly, I shall bestow an additional reward of 100,000 ryo per person. Uchiha Sasuke retracted his Sharingan, his smile becoming amiable. Those who hinder my agricultural endeavors shall find no favor from me. However, those who support my cultivation shall become my good friends, my family. Very well, it appears you do not require my presence and can communicate effectively with the Aoyama clan. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll around the Aoyama household? The third Hokage extended an invitation. Would you choose to accept or decline? Please, do not let me interrupt your fruit purchasing for your son. My transaction has been completed, and I must return home. It seems a light rain is expected tonight, and I need to procure some vegetables from the market to prepare for tomorrow's planting. Gazing at the murky sky, he was already aware of the impending rain. Then, I shall take my leave, said the third Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke nimbly leaped away, leaving the third Hokage in a state of bewilderment. What a peculiar individual. Unfazed by my status as Hokage, he refuses even the slightest form of camaraderie. At least it is a positive sign that he is willing to engage with the outside world. Why hasn't it rained tonight? It must be Danzo's doing. Not only has it failed to rain, but the moon is also shining brightly. If the moon is out, the sun will surely follow tomorrow. I shall have to induce artificial rainfall to ensure the fertilizer seeps into the soil. Reclining on the tiles, legs crossed, his Three-Tomoe Sharingan glinting with an otherworldly allure, Uchiha Sasuke scrutinized the 3 ninjas of the Aoyama clan, instructing them on how to cultivate the trees using their agricultural ninjutsu techniques, such as the diligent soil technique and the rooting technique. A smile curled upon Uchiha Sasuke's lips, his mood lifted. He had copied everything. Do not inquire how he perceived so far away. It was undoubtedly due to his astute assistant, Kuro. Kuro, with equally enchanting Three-Tomoe Sharingan, silently monitored the individuals from the shadows, employing ninjutsu for remote observation. The Vortex clan found themselves ensnared in a web of concern as they pondered the machinations of Madara, who had instigated a siege against the land of the Vortex by various nations. With the country now fractured, an imminent and formidable assault on Konoha loomed. The Second Great Ninja War was the fiercest of all, leading even Hiruzen Sarutobi to concede to an inequitable treaty, resulting in countless casualties. The primary catalyst for this devastation lay in the unresolved issues and conflicts inherited from the First Great Ninja War. Within the ninja world, Dark conspiracies lurked at every corner. Plotting and scheming. The notion of rescuing the Vortex clan was futile. They lacked the foresight to forewarn the Uchiha of impending peril, or to inform Konoha of the brewing storm. It was evident that Konoha had sensed the turbulence, understanding that some waters were best left undisturbed. After much contemplation, he was beset by a headache and formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. He left a clone behind while he ventured to the clan's secret archives. In a mere span of time sufficient for a cup of tea, he arrived at a grand hall. He halted. A member of the Uchiha Guard, Uchiha Hakadai, with his brown hair and upright demeanor, stood before him. Hakadai, I require some information. Uchiha Leaf produced a token. Hakadai appeared puzzled by the timing. Why not come during the day to gather information? Alas, I cannot rest without this knowledge, he replied. Enter, Hakadai permitted, as Uchiha Leaf's credentials allowed him access to the archives. Within the hall, an elderly man, roused from slumber, met Uchiha Leaf's gaze. Please assist me in uncovering whether any members of the Uchiha clan have recently interacted with the Vortex clan or undertaken missions related to them. The elder, clad in nightwear, rubbed his eyes, revealing a dull and feeble Sharingan. Every document had passed through his hands, yet he had been confined to the archives for a lifetime. In short order, he presented Uchiha Leaf with several documents along with a cup of tea. On January 3rd, Uchiha Siku was on a mission near the land of the Vortex and encountered a battle involving the Vortex clan and outsiders, which he reported to the clan due to his suspicions. On February 1st, Uchiha Siku escorted the Vortex clan leader back to their homeland. These were merely routine occurrences. However, upon reviewing another document, Uchiha Leaf seemed to connect the dots. How could this be related to her? On March 19th, Uchiha Masakazu, accompanied by Uchiha Hanana, faced peril during a protective mission, encountering a rogue ninja from the Land of Rock. The mission was delayed, and both Uchiha Hanana and Masakazu sustained grave injuries. They met the Vortex clan's new protector, who, upon learning they were from Konoha, offered medical aid and refuge. Along the way, they encountered several ninjas from the Land of Sand. Uchiha Leaf sipped his tea, contemplating Uchiha Hanana, one of his cherished childhood friends. A spirited Uchiha woman who remained aloof to outsiders and despised being indebted to anyone. If this was the case, then the Vortex clan's new protector must have forged a bond with her. Perhaps it would be wise to arrange for her to repay that kindness? Uchiha Leaf tightened his grip on the teacup. Would he truly send a friend into danger? Hakadai, summon elders Uchiha Jun and Uchiha Sui to join us. Hakadai, without further inquiry, vanished into the shadows, following Uchiha Leaf's instructions to visit the elders' residences. Uchiha Leaf continued perusing other documents while awaiting their arrival. What matter demands such urgency at this late hour? However, what leverage does Konoha possess? The two elders can no longer underestimate Uchiha Yeh. His opinions must be heeded. Shunbwa, Elder Sai, I find myself increasingly troubled by our circumstances. Hence, I have come to review the information. The conflicts among the nations continue unabated, and the Konoha ninja suffer greatly. Should a second ninja war truly erupt, with Konoha's formidable strength, what then shall we do? I propose we first target Konoha's allied nations to diminish their military prowess. For instance, the Land of Whirlpools, situated on an island. If it were to be besieged and cut off, Konoha would find it exceedingly difficult to receive news in a timely manner. This strategy would allow us to both weaken the Land of Whirlpools and foster disappointment among its allies towards Konoha. Furthermore, if war does break out, Konoha would lose the support of the Land of Whirlpools. If it were up to me, I would certainly mobilize forces to eradicate the Land of Whirlpools, plunging Konoha into disarray. Uchiha Yeh pointed to the Land of Whirlpools on the map, located near Konoha's coastal islands, a setting in which annihilation would be rather commonplace, with nowhere to flee when besieged. Moreover, observe that this is the Uchiha clan from the Land of Whirlpools undertaking missions nearby. It is almost impossible not to suspect that actions against the Land of Whirlpools are already underway. Uchiha Yeh pondered over the map, uncertain of the exact month of the potential annihilation, yet no news of such a calamity had surfaced. Sarutobi Hiruzen is preoccupied with other matters, presenting a prime opportunity for extermination. Uchiha Sai's spirits lifted. How could one not be invigorated by the prospects concerning Konoha? For him, this is fortuitous. When Konoha encounters misfortune, the standing of my Uchiha clan may rise. There exists a chance to reclaim power from the Senju clan. Yeh, share your plan. If it proves true, It would also provide grounds to impeach Konoha's higher-ups. Uchiha Shun and Uchiha Sai exchanged knowing glances, smiling. The Land of Whirlpools has historically aided the Senju, opposing the Uchiha. If they were indeed to be eradicated, it would be a source of satisfaction. You know I am rather conservative and not fond of violence, one remarked. Indeed, we are all aware of your reserved nature. But do not rejoice too soon, elders. Uchiha Yeh interjected, dampening the mood. Today, it is the Land of Whirlpools that faces annihilation. Tomorrow, it could very well be the Uchiha. Do not be overconfident. If the Land of Whirlpools falls, and Konoha cannot withstand it, how then can the Uchiha expect to endure? The Uchiha shall not be exterminated. Sai was incensed, nearly slamming his hand on the table upon hearing this. Uchiha Yeh chuckled while shaking his head. The downfall of a prominent clan cannot occur without Konoha's interference. Within Konoha, any clan could be extinguished beneath the very noses of all the ninjas. Moreover, considering the Land of Whirlpools rests on an island, without assistance from the west. If the Land of Whirlpools were to be wiped out, and Konoha's support fails to arrive, what might the survivors of the Land of Whirlpools think of Konoha? With resentment? Joy? Or perhaps forgiveness? Do they believe they could still forge new alliances? We, the Uchiha, may not venture to the Land of Whirlpools. Yet we can position ourselves near it, in the region where trade between the Land of Whirlpools and Konoha is frequent, at Yeh Whirlpool Town. There, we shall place our people to rescue the survivors of the Land of Whirlpools, offering them sanctuary. The list comprises Uchiha Siku, Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Hanako, and Shuinbwa. You shall all accompany them, escorting a batch of ninja tools for a mission to the Land of Whirlpools. This plan should be executed discreetly, without alarming the clan leader. The fewer who know, the better. These two prodigies from the Land of the Whirlpools, both exceptional ninjas and good friends, have an opportunity to reminisce during this mission. If the Elder's words are heeded, they may also save more members of the Uzumaki clan. Have we not seen that after the near annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, individuals such as Uzumaki Karen and Nagato managed to escape? Each of them is extraordinary and capable. Yeh, the Uzumaki clan is not aligned with us. Elder Sei said with a grave tone, expressing his desire to see the Uzumaki clan completely eradicated. Elder, let us consider the long term. Living carries more value than dying. Do not let past grievances cloud your judgment. If we succeed in rescuing people from that place, they will surely be the elite descendants of the Uzumaki clan, fiercely protected during their escape. With Konoha's information blockade and no support, only my Uchiha clan is present to rescue the remnants of the Uzumaki. Those individuals will naturally gravitate towards us, as having more allies is preferable to having more enemies. By remaining alive, we can challenge Konoha and even hold Sarutobi Hiruzen accountable. If the Land of the Whirlpools cannot be defended, how can we ensure the safety of our esteemed clan in the future? We must secure a promise from him. A commitment to all clans. Uchiha Yeh tapped his fingers on the table, acknowledging the risks involved and the uncertainty of whether they could save anyone amid the unfolding situation. It was imperative to send someone to investigate. There was a strong possibility that lives could be lost. If the number of orphans were few, they would wait for the branches to flourish again to assist in dealing with the higher-ups of Konoha. One wondered where the human pillar, Lord Uzumaki Mido, would ultimately stand, beside the Uzumaki clan or the Konoha elite. Would he harbor disappointment towards Konoha? Would the villagers, knowing that the orphans were saved by my Uchiha clan, perhaps offer us some influence in the future? Of course, all of this is mere speculation. In my view, the Land of the Whirlpools would surely be the first to fall. If I were the enemy, that is precisely what I would do. The decision rests with the elder. An impulsive move could cast suspicion on many Uchiha. Elder Shun could lead a small group to investigate and ascertain the truth, thus avoiding suspicion. Uchiha Yeh waited patiently for further discourse. He possessed the voice but lacked the substantive authority that these two elders wielded. The Land of the Whirlpools is at risk of annihilation, and time is of the essence. What if they have not been besieged? Would that not be fortuitous? The absence of war would be the best outcome. Elder Shun could simply take the younger generation to complete their mission. With his eyes closed, Elder Shun stroked his beard, contemplating that regardless of whether the Land of the Whirlpools faces destruction, the Uchiha's venture now would bring no harm and could prove advantageous. It is not unusual for an elder to lead the youth on a mission. Yeh, you are indeed the genius spoken of by the clan leader. Since Elder Shun is leading the team, you should accompany him for training. A ninja must broaden their horizons, without experiencing trials. True talent cannot flourish outside of a sheltered environment. Sei concurred with this approach, affirming that, as Uchiha Yeh stated, the Uchiha clan held no regard for such personal connections. Strength alone sufficed. Uchiha Yeh is an anomaly within the Uchiha clan. He adeptly navigates personal relationships to his advantage, a rarity among his kin. He is destined for a position among the elders, to cultivate his own faction. The Uchiha clan also pursues formidable strength and personal advancement. Bearing the illustrious name of Uchiha, who does not aspire to grow stronger? Spare me, for I am eagerly awaiting the Qingshan family to cultivate my orchard. And I have vegetables to plant. Tomorrow marks the day of sowing. I have no time for skirmishes, for I harbor no inclination towards conflict. The Uchiha clan's surrender holds no allure for me. Such an attitude is unacceptable. Our elders seek your well-being. It is essential to refine your abilities. With the current minor disputes, should war truly break out, even we, the radicals, would rally to defend the Uchiha, ensuring that our kin are not left isolated and vulnerable. Elder Sei sternly asserted that a genius must be tempered. A sword's edge is honed through struggle. Dwelling solely on agriculture will only obscure your talents. I am suited for the administrative and logistical roles within the Uchiha clan. Please refrain from assigning me to any military tasks, for I am but a timid Uchiha. Do not trouble this young man further, esteemed elders. I fear for my life. I cherish it. This left the two elders exasperated. Moreover, if my persona shifts and I partake in missions, would it not raise suspicions regarding our objectives? That is indeed a valid point. Very well, Elder Sei consented. And Uchiha Yeh shall remain at home. As dawn broke, the Qingshan family successfully planted over 200 trees as per the requirements. And Uchiha Yeh generously rewarded them with 500,000 ryo. We are a wealthy family, after all. Having spent a sleepless night deliberating, he seized the cool morning before the sun graced the sky to commence his agricultural endeavors. It was May, and he had already delayed his planting duties for over a month. To his delight, the over 200 trees bore fruit, and nurtured saplings awaited their maturation. Grabbing a small hoe from the storeroom, he ventured to a field where a trellis was erected, ready for cucumber vines to ascend. While spinach could flourish in the shade below, the spinach thrives in coolness, and the cucumber vines provide some shelter from the sun. A little blackbird perched upon the trellis, adjusting its wings and occasionally shifting its position, its gaze following Uchiha Yeh. Observing that he could release chakra without hand seals to create a circular opening in the soil, he planted the seeds and saplings, allowing the earth to enfold them securely. He then formed seals to employ a secret agricultural technique of the Qingshan clan, instigating germination and solid rooting for the seeds. Ninjas are inherently suited for agriculture, Uchiha Yeh mused, as he managed to sow various crops across 25 plots by midday. He also tended to the grapevines in the courtyard gazebo, ensuring they received ample water through a water release technique. So engrossed was he that he eventually realized his body felt slightly fatigued. After all, he was not a true ninja and could not endure days and nights of relentless vigilance. 2 days without sleep was his utmost limit. He indulged in a bath, relaxing in a tub, and with a drying technique, refreshed himself before donning his pajamas and retreating to his chamber. He preferred not to sleep on the floor. A wooden bed with a soft mattress covered in a cool mat was his requirement. As May approached, transitioning from spring to summer, his courtyard still awaited many flowers and plants that had yet to be planted, with much to be done in haste. Not wishing to dwell on it, he surrendered to sleep. That morning, Uchiha Shun summoned Uchiha Qingguang, Uchiha Jinqian, and the Uchiha Huana team to carry out a task escorting a shipment of special ninja tools ordered by the Uzumaki clan. Upon learning the news, Uchiha Shun felt no sense of unease. The Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha had commercial dealings. Uchiha Hana and Makoto had been injured on a prior mission due to their inexperience. It was entirely reasonable for those of the radical faction to take their children for training, and he paid no heed to it. Nishijin set out with the sealing scroll, which contained ninja tools intended for the Uzumaki clan. This particular batch was not due for delivery until July, but at the elder's behest, it was prioritized for the Uzumaki. Uchiha Shun raised his hand, signaling for a few individuals to halt. It was normal to encounter fog on the road to the land of whirlpools, mist from the water, but he sensed chakra within the fog, unmistakably belonging to the Mist Ninjas. The land of Mist was indeed the closest nation to the land of whirlpools. Uchiha Shun recalled Uchiha Yeh's plan, which indicated that if war were to break out, The first to be obliterated would undoubtedly be the Uzumaki clan and the Land of Whirlpools. What a coincidence it was that the Mist Ninjas brazenly entered the territory of the Fire Nation, setting up defenses along the coastal route to the Land of Whirlpools. Elder, could it be that they are from the Land of Mist? Uchiha Siku activated his Sharingan, peering through the fog, recalling a previous encounter in similar peril. Suddenly, several shurikens were hurled towards them. Uchiha Makoto swiftly drew a few shurikens to counter. Knowing we are Uchiha, you dare to strike against our clan? You are woefully overestimating your capabilities. The Three-Tomoe and Uchiha Shun's eyes began to spin as he formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball technique towards the left front. The raging flames pierced through the thick fog in an instant, and he left behind a shadow clone before pursuing, discovering that some minor foes were stationed there. Seemingly fearful of any discoveries at Yitatsu Town, their guilty consciences betraying them. Water prison technique. From the shadows, a mist ninja launched an attack at the three Uchihas, believing the water prison would ensnare them, only to be met with a swift transformation into wood. What? Uchiha Hana, wielding a withered kunai, coldly severed his throat, oblivious to the illusion she was trapped in. Useless. Hana, your talent for Jinjutsu is remarkable, Uchiha Siku noted, realizing that even his prowess in Jinjutsu paled in comparison to Uchiha Hana's. Hana nodded, acknowledging that her aptitude for illusions stemmed from Uchiha Yeh, whose eccentricities were well known among the clan. During those years, they would all gather to play and study illusions, mostly under Uchiha Yeh's guidance. Before long, Uchiha Shun returned. I understand now. These individuals are stationed here to prevent anyone from Konoha from leaking information. They are also blocking Konoha's reinforcements. They intend to strike the Land of Whirlpools and have already begun their assault. Uchiha Shun found it hard to believe. Uchiha Yeh's perceptive abilities were astonishing, and his prophecies had indeed come to fruition. Uchiha Hana and Uchiha Makoto exchanged glances. The last time they were on a mission, they encountered a member of the Uzumaki clan, a rather suitable companion. How long had it been since the Land of Whirlpools had fallen into such peril? Elder, should we return to inform the Uchiha and Konoha? Uchiha Makoto grew vigilant, realizing that what began as a simple mission had escalated to an S-rank situation. Informing Konoha? Is there still time? What about our own safety? The journey from Konoha takes a day, and we are currently at the first checkpoint, with several more to traverse before we reach the town of Yuzushiogakure. Shun will not personally deliver the message to Konoha. Instead, he plans to rescue some orphans first. These orphans will undoubtedly seek help from Konoha, allowing Shun to achieve his ultimate goal, to have Konoha learn that the Land of Whirlpool has been utterly annihilated. Reporting this would be of no advantage to the Uchiha clan. Yes, Elder, I am aware of a route that can swiftly lead us to Yuzushiogakure. Hana recalled her recent encounter with Shinfuku, the son of an elder from the Uzumaki clan. She slowly closed her eyes, a hint of worry for her friend lingering in her mind. During a prior mission with Makoto, they had met Shinfuku, who had invited them to gather at a secluded islet in Yuzushiogakure, which he referred to as his secret hideout, suggesting they could recuperate there. Shun believed that Hana's presence was orchestrated by Uchiha, as there must be other motives behind such a specific request, especially considering that Hana required time to heal. Let us proceed without delay, he declared, already aware of the safest route. Once they found the path Hana knew, they could head to Yuzushiogakure. Although the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated, all nations had severed ties with the Uzumaki and Konoha clans, and the surrounding area could only be described as a massacre, leaving no survivors. Entrances were ensnared in a web of death, and with Konoha embroiled in conflict with the Sand Shinobi, some forces were diverted to confront them. Despite the strength of the Land of Whirlpool, the absence of a genocide crisis had previously precluded them from seeking Konoha's assistance. Now, faced with imminent peril, they found themselves with no escape routes to call upon Konoha for aid. We must flee at all costs. We must seek Konoha. Let them come to our rescue. The wounded Shinfuku, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, was determined to preserve the legacy of the Uzumaki clan and implore Konoha for assistance. His father, the elder Shinfuku, with his vibrant long hair and tear-streaked lashes, implored them, "Children, your ability to escape rests solely on your skills. Do not act impulsively. Each branch is aiding others in their flight while we, the elders, hold the line. You are our hope." As the vibrant techniques of Shinfuku began to fade, he resolved to burn his life force in a forbidden technique, fighting valiantly against the foes. Father will always love you. I hope you survive. He conveyed his final wish to protect Shinfuku. Go. I will seek aid from Konoha. Please hold on. Shinfuku wiped his tears and gently bid farewell to his father, embracing the need for strength and composure. Just as Hana had advised, true men's farewells should be dignified. As Shinfuku departed with the escort led by the elders, some remained to defend, while others sacrificed their lives to ensure the survival of their clan's hope. At last, I have found you. A masked ninja approached wielding a large blade. Shinfuku, with sheer force, struck the blade's side, laughing boldly, "Come. Witness the true power of the Uzumaki clan." Corpse Demon Sealing Technique. The masked ninja's lips curled into a smirk beneath the mask. Is sacrificing your lifespan a fair exchange? How could we not anticipate such a move? I am not the essence itself, merely a mass of chakra. What purpose does your sealing serve? I jest. I am not sealed. The Whirlpool clan's Yuan performs the hand seals for wind release, a breakthrough. Do you think the Uzumaki clan cannot perceive that this is merely a chakra clone? The two combatants are locked in a fierce struggle. The isolated and vulnerable land of Whirlpools lies like a fish on a chopping board, awaiting the enjoyment of others. Blood flows like rivers in the land of Whirlpools. The western island is besieged by foes, while the depths of the sea, the surface, and even the skies conspire to ensure the downfall of this land. This evening's moon appears as a blood moon, stained with the blood of countless innocents and the guilty alike. Despite the formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it remains a daunting task to escort all clan members to safety. The pure Uzumaki lineage, depicted in vibrant red, stands out starkly against the night, leaving no place to conceal themselves. Shinfu, you must flee. Flee where? The elder Uzumaki, fighting valiantly to escort others, is met with the overwhelming forces of various nations, who have long since laid their traps. Even if multiple routes were taken to escort the purest Uzumaki bloodline to safety, it would be futile. The nations advance with unrelenting fervor, intent on dividing the land of Whirlpools like a sumptuous feast. All 5 great ninja villages, save for Konohagakure, have engaged in the fray, while smaller nations also partake. The corpse sealing technique. The combatants are no match for the foreign ninjas. Their stamina wanes, leaving them with no choice but to sacrifice their very souls to ensure the escape of fellow ninjas. Back to back, Shinfu and several clansmen brace themselves for the onslaught of ninjas. The elder forms hand seals for shadow clone technique, sealing the west. Elder. Shinfu grits his teeth, fleeing. The elder sacrifices himself to carve a path for retreat. We must escape to Konoha for rescue. But there is no room for buts. Shinfu's resolve is unwavering. His father and family have perished in this war, and failing to escape would betray their memory. The elder, at the cost of his life, provides safe passage. How could one let that sacrifice go in vain? Under Shinfu's leadership, the 5-member team makes their way to his secret base, where provisions await in concealment. The situation is dire, they are surrounded, and Shinfu can only seek refuge in his hidden sanctuary. As they approach the reef, several ninjas emerge, their origins obscured. They are battered and bloodied from their escape, having exhausted their chakra along the way. Infuriated, Shinfu shields several young Uzumaki clansmen behind him, facing off against Chunin opponents. In an instant, Uchiha Hana rushes from the sea, taking notice of Shinfu and his companions. With silent determination, her eyes swirl with a tomo, and she forms hand seals. Illusion, lullaby. The ninjas hear the sounds of the ocean breeze, the clash of battle, and even the beat of their own hearts. As the heartbeat grows louder, their chakra falters, and they collapse beneath the waves. Water release, water arrow. The surface erupts with splashes, and one ninja awakens in dread, feeling as if he has already met his demise. Locking eyes with those blood-red orbs. Sleep now, sleep, duet. Uchiha Hana speaks coldly, elegantly evading the water arrows. As the ninja struggles to break free from the illusion, Hana's voice enchants him, compelling him to surrender as he reluctantly closes his eyes, sinking once more into eternal slumber beneath the sea. How is it that Uchiha Makoto holds a kunai stained with fresh blood? Upon arriving beside Hana, he was momentarily taken aback. Have you managed to defeat several Chunin? Have you reached Chunin level yourself? Hana replied with a subtle nod, her Sharingan activated, remaining vigilant. Uchiha Hana Makoto. The body of Uzumaki Shinpu trembled slightly as he spoke with a quivering voice. It is the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure. They are friends I met not long ago. You of the Uzumaki clan are in dire straits. Hana and I have taken on a mission and hope to find you for a reunion. The town of Uzumaki is entirely surrounded by ninjas. Makoto regarded his friend with sympathetic eyes, lamenting the drastic change from his once sunny disposition to one now marred by grief and bloodshot eyes. I am sorry. I can no longer reminisce with you. Has Konoha been informed? Have reinforcements arrived from Konoha? We desperately need their assistance. The land of the whirlpools has been besieged by ninjas from various nations. Our elders fought valiantly to help us escape. Uzumaki Shinpu bit his lip, despair washing over him as he saw Hana and Makoto shake their heads. They had not yet reached the town of Uzumaki. Do not weep. Konoha's support may not arrive in time. First, ensure your companions are safe. Your secret base will prove useful. Once, Shinpu had proudly boasted about their secret hideout, believing it would never be needed again. Now, however, it was once more a sanctuary. I told you not to cry. Uchiha Hana's blood-red eyes were icy. Her voice stern as she spoke in a commanding tone. What are you moping about, man? If you cannot endure, you might as well perish alongside your family. You are rather cold-hearted. Am I not allowed to shed tears for my fallen kin? The Uzumaki clan has just suffered annihilation, and now I must endure your shouting? The Uchiha clan is notorious for its ruthlessness and lack of compassion. Humph, then perish too. Hana slowly closed her eyes, shutting her Sharingan, indifferent to the plight of others. Whoever wishes to comfort you may do so. We, the Uchiha, have lost our kin, and we are left with only a day as companionship. If there is no consolation, we shall remain in silent company, especially towards outsiders. Uzumaki Shinpu understood Hana's nature and chose to rise above his sorrow, channeling his anguish into determination, ensuring that the sacrifices of his elders would not be in vain. Let us move forward. I am grateful to you, Uchiha Hana and Uchiha Makoto. It is of no consequence, replied Makoto, unfazed. The elders must have brought them here with knowledge of the turmoil afflicting the Uzumaki clan. He merely needed to heed their guidance. They had arrived at a nearby reef, a natural formation featuring caves that would not succumb to the tide, providing a sufficient refuge. Wait here. I will ask Uchiha Hana and Makoto for assistance in locating any others who may have escaped. I must first rescue those in flight. I will inform Konoha. Surely someone will respond. I will save those I can. Hana, Makoto, if I survive this ordeal, I shall repay your kindness. Shinpu was uncertain of his fate. Yet he continued, as long as our Uzumaki clan endures, we will eternally be grateful for your life-saving grace. Shinpu could hardly fathom how different his situation would be had the Uchiha not appeared. He would still be in a daze, caught unprepared for the impending crisis. Indeed. First save your kin. Makoto felt a sense of relief at Shinpu's resolve. The living are of utmost importance. The dead can offer nothing. Hana etched these words into her memory, a phrase frequently uttered by Uchiha Sasuke. Are your injuries healed? She inquired, guilt washing over her as she gazed at him. It's my fault. Despite your wounds, I still asked for your assistance. The last time had been perilous, nearly costing him his life. Hana, eyes closed and leaning against the wall, reassured him, I am not dead yet, so please refrain from looking at me that way. I shall survive. Then let us depart. The Vortex clan's Shinfu, also severely injured, possessed a bloodline that enabled him to swiftly regain his strength, his vibrant life force pulsating with chakra. An unsettling twitch in his eyelids stirred him from slumber. Uchiha Sasuke's eyelids danced incessantly. Fortune? He mused. I am already affluent and require no wealth. The left eye twitches. Wealth incoming. The right eye twitches. Wealth incoming. Both eyes are in a frenzy. Perhaps I ought to visit a hospital for a checkup? He shook his head, stretching lazily in his black nightgown adorned with the Three-Tomoe symbol, a reward from the system that pleased him greatly. Slipping into slippers, he pushed open the window, allowing a gentle breeze to caress his fields. Butterflies flitted in playful clusters above the garden he had recently arranged. The crimson eyes of the little crow vigilantly surveyed the territory, determined to eradicate any threats to the land Uchiha Sasuke had lovingly cultivated, such as pests and rodents. His eyelid continued to twitch, unsettling his mind. Suddenly, a figure approached, drawing nearer. The man sported a buzz cut and wore a Konoha headband, his stern visage embodying Uchiha traits, while the headband signified a conservative stance. It was Uchiha Taro. Sasuke recognized him, having encountered him multiple times before. He has come alone. This cannot be good. His heart sank at the foreboding thought of misfortune. Uchiha Taro gracefully leaped to perch on the window, his gaze filled with remorse. They instructed me not to inform you, yet I believe, as their closest friend, you deserve to know. Sasuke felt a knot form in his stomach, a sense of dread settling in. Please wait a moment. He opened his wardrobe, revealing a small box atop the shelves. Within, he discovered a note and approached Uchiha Taro with it in hand. Taro, behold our pact. The note detailed the agreement made among them, with Taro serving as a witness. This is their promise to me upon becoming ninjas. Uchiha Taro accepted the note, reading aloud. Today, Uchiha Sha, Uchiha Chung, Uchiha Shinghai, and Uchiha Hana solemnly swear before Uchiha Sasuke that they shall report their missions to him without fail and return to him at the earliest opportunity. Safeguarding their own lives during missions is paramount. Even if it means enduring great peril, they must return to see Uchiha Sasuke. Those who breach this vow shall find their souls unacknowledged in the 6 realms, condemned to eternal solitude. The words were their solemn promise, signed and sealed with their handprints. As the leader of Uchiha Sha and Uchiha Chung, if you cannot protect him, Uchiha Sasuke's voice turned grave. Taro, from this day forth, you shall be my sworn enemy. I am not jesting. Uchiha Taro refrained from engaging in petty grievances with Uchiha Yeh, expressing a sense of relief that he was still alive. Your bond is truly profound. Thankfully, this oath allowed him to return with a breath, he remarked. As they rushed to Konoha Hospital to rescue Uchiha Yeh, Uchiha Yeh paused for a moment, then hastily changed his clothes from the wardrobe. As long as he is alive, that's all that matters, he thought, chastising himself for the panic he felt earlier. This mission was perilous, and with his family gone, the fate of the 2 children weighed heavily on him. Initially, he had vehemently opposed this task, forbidding them from going. Yet they insisted on facing the danger head-on. Such childish stubbornness. He had never visited Konoha Hospital before, but knew its location, struggling with the body flicker technique. He followed Uchiha Taro closely. After several minutes, they reached the hospital, a sanctuary for ninjas to receive treatment and recover from their injuries. Upon entering, Uchiha Yeh rushed to the 2nd floor, where numerous wards housed various ninjas and their visiting families, the atmosphere heavy with concern. Uchiha Taro led the way to the 3rd floor, where the Uchiha clan enjoyed the finest accommodations, the luxurious rooms designated for their care, specifically room 98. Don't move, came a muffled voice from Uchiha Sha, whose body was wrapped in bandages, casting a pained glance at Tsunade. She extended her slender finger to press against Sha's forehead, asserting firmly, under my orders, you are not permitted to leave the bed or make any movements. Is that clear, little Uchiha? Uchiha Sha could only manage a muffled sound, unable to voice her thoughts. Tsunade turned to Uchiha Taro and remarked, both have returned with their lives, but they are not to be dispatched on missions again. It is a miracle that they survived. After a moment of silence, she gazed at the 2 figures lying in their beds, marveling at their resilience. To say they are merely afraid of death would be inaccurate. They are simply honoring their promises to their friends, enduring against all odds. Lord Tsunade, may I inquire about my 2 friends? Uchiha Yeh asked, unable to believe that the figures before him, so bound and unrecognizable, were indeed Uchiha Sha and Uchiha Chung. Uchiha Chung, with his indomitable spirit, had sustained severe burns, arriving at the hospital in a condition akin to that of charcoal. With 16 kunai embedded in his body, one perilously close to his heart. The enemy must have been astonished that he had not perished. Ching's gaze met him, filled with determination, and he wept. I did not break my promise. I honored our agreement and did not die out there. Stop causing me trouble, you little rascal. Just sleep, Tsunade said, impatiently covering his eyes to coax him into slumber. Now is the time to recuperate. Crying serves no purpose. You wouldn't shed a tear even if I replaced your skin. She then turned her attention to the other bandaged figure. Uchiha Sha, in comparison, was gravely injured. It was hard to believe that someone in such a state could still cling to life. The fact that he was brought back to Konoha was already a miracle. He was still breathing. His left arm had been severed by the enemy, and he had been poisoned by the Wind Village, leaving his organs in a state of failure. Even if healed, achieving greatness in life would be an uphill battle. Yet, he remained strong, clutching his severed arm, a testament to his fierce will to survive. How could she stand idly by while the poison slowly coursed through his veins? These are the 2 individuals with the most tenacious vitality that Tsunade has ever encountered. As long as there is a breath left in them, she will find a way to bring them back. Thankfully, they have been rescued, though it has nearly exhausted her. Uchiha Leaf leans beside the bed, his body entirely wrapped in bandages, his face obscured, and they are merely in their teens. Even though they are a little older than him, Uchiha Leaf has always treated them like younger brothers or even sons, nurturing them with care. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I will repay you in the future, Uchiha Leaf states heavily, marking his promise. Tsunade, in her high heels, dismissively waves her hand as she exits, leaving behind a remark. It is our duty as medical ninjas to save the ninjas of Konoha. Indeed, how admirable. She is truly a heroine among women. Uchiha Leaf breathes a sigh of relief, for at least both individuals are still alive. As long as they are alive, it suffices. He is determined to become an elder one day, ensuring that the younger ones assist him without being assigned perilous missions. The voice of Uchiha is not sufficient. He must acquire the authority of an elder to protect these children, to honor our promise, to return alive and breathe again. How could I allow them to face danger once more? I must safeguard my friends. Uchiha Leaf trembles slightly, an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through him as he gazes at the Uchiha. His eyes, adorned with the Three-Tomoe of the Sharingan, fixate coldly on Uchiha Teru, their crimson hue resembling ice, questioning how he could be so careless in caring for his friends. Uchiha Teru appears stunned. How could Uchiha Leaf, at such a young age, already possess the Three-Tomoe? Though his ocular power may be unstable, it is still the Three-Tomoe. Wasn't it just reported that he had the One Tomoe? In a fit of anger, he awakened the Three-Tomoe. He has no desire to contend with a genius. Uchiha Teru remains silent, merely shedding his trousers, revealing his knees tightly wrapped in bandages, his movements awkward and uncoordinated. Sundara can regenerate severed limbs, but it requires time for recovery. He then removes his shirt, and the wounds on his shoulders and abdomen are glaringly apparent, a testament to the serious injuries he has sustained during this time. Uchiha Leaf gazes at the wounds, momentarily speechless, before closing his Sharingan. Teru, you should return to recuperate. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I need some time to gather my thoughts. You should refrain from leading any teams for now and focus on resting. Understood. Uchiha Teru dresses and departs, having managed to bring back both individuals alive. He has already done his utmost, and he bears no resentment for any blame. He has fulfilled his duties with utmost righteousness. Uchiha Leaf rubs his eyes, feeling an itch. Did he not awaken the Three-Tomoe on his own? He is so fatigued. Seals. Summoning technique. What? The ninja raven is summoned. Go fetch Uchiha Saikai for me. Last time, Uchiha Hana returned from a mission without informing him, and he was unaware of the severity of her injuries. Everyone has kept secrets from him. The ninja raven spreads its wings and flies off to find Uchiha Saikai. The hospital room is adorned with an abundance of flowers, while his shadow clone is sent to the flower shop to purchase some, as well as the Senksawatsi dumplings they love, though it remains uncertain if they can eat. Uchiha Saikai intently studies the medical orders, observing the displays on the instruments. Lady Tsunade has employed the most advanced medical equipment to aid Uchiha Sha and Uchiha Chung in their recovery. Beside the cabinet, there were several baskets of fruit, brought over by Elder Uchiha Sei. He informed Uchiha Shinghai, and as a grandfather, Uchiha Sei was aware of it as well. Uchiha Yeh, do you not wish to return and rest? At this moment, Elder Sei was not the aggressive old man, but a benevolent grandfather, showing concern for the younger generation. Uchiha Yeh shook his head. He had been sleeping in the hospital and would return home after accompanying them to discharge. The agricultural tasks at home could be managed by his shadow clones. Elder Sei, what are the requirements to become an elder? Uchiha Yeh activated his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, a mark of the elite Jonin of the clan, a prerequisite for becoming an elder. He needed to take a seat and determine his path. When did this occur? Elder Sei paused, recalling that just recently he had awakened a single Tomoe when a family member had passed away. And now it had only been a short while before he achieved the Three-Tomoe. It was today, a prodigy, a natural with 5 chakra natures, a 13-year-old genius with Three-Tomoe. The Uchiha clan was not lacking in talent, but it was the living geniuses that were scarce. Uchiha Shinghai touched his face, realizing it was not a dream. Uchiha Yeh genuinely cared for them, to the extent that he awakened the Three-Tomoe for their sake. But what about him? Uchiha Shinghai reflected. He had only awakened a single Tomoe and questioned whether he cared for his friends. No, I do care. So, why have I not awakened my eyes for them? To address the Uchiha Council, he was already sufficiently qualified. However, whether he could earn their trust and whether he had supporters were crucial factors. Regardless of whether one belonged to the conservatives or the radicals, Both factions aimed for the Uchiha's prosperity. The clan leader, elders, and captains were all individuals of formidable strength. Elder Sei seemed to discern the ambition that first flickered in Uchiha Shinghai's eyes, feeling a sense of relief. If he merely focused on farming, he would indeed hold Uchiha Yeh in disdain, for even a genius would be buried without proper development. Your Three-Tomoe Sharingan already marks you as a genius of the clan. Yet you are a talent lacking in experience. Accepting missions to prove your strength is essential for qualifying as an elder, rather than merely discussing it theoretically. Elder Sei urged once more, emphasizing the importance of venturing outside rather than staying confined at home. Do the strong require honing? Life is often such that when you gain something, you inevitably lose something else, whether it be what you desire or what you do not. The Uchiha clan understood the cost of the Sharingan all too well. Uchiha Yeh lowered his gaze. This Three-Tomoe Sharingan was indeed powerful, capable of detecting the slightest movements. However, the pursuit of greater strength was not his desire. What he sought was the ability to protect himself and these children. Yet, the cost of such power meant he could not lead a tranquil farming life. Truly, as the elder stated, he enjoyed theoretical discussions, which was acceptable, but he simply did not wish to confront death. After struggling to survive, he was reluctant to face demise again. Is it a necessity that gaining something comes at the cost of losing something? Uchiha Yeh murmured, pondering the opportunity to reclaim his life and the chance to live anew. In this perilous world, even remaining within the Uchiha territory presented countless ways to meet an untimely end without a sound. Facing fear, confronting life and death, was this what I should be doing? I understand now. Uchiha Yeh smiled and nodded to Elder Sei. A solution that satisfies both sides is not unattainable. Could I not simply become the clan leader? Or perhaps become the one and only patriarch? When my power is sufficient to crush the Uchiha clan, strong enough to dominate Konoha, single-handedly facing a myriad of foes, I can cultivate the land in peace, with no one to challenge me. Once these two awaken, please extend my greetings. It seems Konoha is already aware of the situation and is dispatching personnel for support. Elder Sei smiled shrewdly. Uchiha Yeh had anticipated this. A clever lad indeed. No one else seemed to consider such a direction. Who would dare to annihilate the Uzumaki clan? Yet Uchiha Yeh was able to ponder this possibility. This admiration was inevitable. Fortunately, Uchiha had sent people over, allowing for a favor to be traded. With Elder Shun present, the few ninjas leading the charge could also be assured. Uchiha Yeh was surprised. He did not possess clairvoyance, but merely thought of this potential storyline. By chance, those dispatched coincided with the clan's demise. His arrival did not alter the course of events. Best to observe how things unfold. Elder Sei responded with an affirmative, stroking his beard, in high spirits as he stepped outside. Life itself is a cause for celebration, and the awakening of a Three-Tomoe genius is an even greater joy. Uchiha Yeh bowed his head, contemplating the future. The second great ninja war was not far off, and the third was looming as well, merely a matter of a decade or so, a blink of an eye. According to the system's evaluation, he was classified merely as a Genin. It was unclear whom this assessment was compared against, yet with his Three-Tomoe, he was still just a Genin. Of course, this was also tied to his lack of cultivation in chakra and physical techniques, as he pondered the development of various lifestyle-based jutsu. Am I truly so ineffectual? Starcy's voice pulled Uchiha Yeh from his reverie as he curiously inquired why he felt that way. Uchiha Starsky sighed, his long hair obscuring his melancholic eyes, expressing his frustration. We all grew up together. You awakened your eyes last, and now you possess Three-Tomoe for the sake of Sha and Chun. Why can't I attain the same? I care deeply for you all. Upon finishing, Starsky blushed and covered his mouth, attempting to refute. What I mean is, you care for me, and I wish to care for you in return. It's not that you regard me merely as a good brother. Uchiha Yeh raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of pride. I know you hold us dear. I do not. Uchiha Starsky exclaimed loudly, his face aflame. However, greatness often blooms late. Do not be troubled. Who claims you are without worth? You are an indispensable brother in our lives, a true comrade, regardless of strength or status. Uchiha Yeh knelt down, bowing his head, stretching his hands toward the ground. Uchiha Starsky, growing weary, lamented the repetition of this sentiment. Do you wish for us to face misfortune? Uchiha Yeh retorted, squatting before him. I do not. Are we not an irreplaceable part of your life? Just like your own kin, we cannot be absent. Uchiha Starsky clenched his teeth, exasperated. Please, Spare me from such sentimental declarations. I truly cannot endure it." He turned away, maintaining silence, for no one could withstand such probing questions. Uchiha Yeh beamed, his mood lifted by Starsky's disposition. Indeed, one must speak their mind. After all, he had another chance at life and was no longer concerned about appearances or restraint. "I am aware of the profound affection you hold for us and the deep concern you exhibit. In the past, when you inadvertently caused the teacher's demise, it was your quiet act of contrition that led to our forgiveness, undoubtedly at a considerable cost to yourself. I reminisce about our camping trip by the river behind the Uchiha clan grounds, where you secretly awakened to tuck us in with blankets. I recall the time my father suspended me as punishment, and you stealthily visited me in the night, though you dared not approach me directly. Yet your presence alone brought solace." Uchiha Saikai, with clenched fists and gritted teeth, trembled as he exclaimed, "Silence yourself, Uchiha Yeh." Uchiha Saikai's eyes burned crimson. His face flushed with embarrassment. How could he possibly know everything, even when I had taken such care to conceal it? I wished fervently for a chasm to swallow me whole. Why must you reiterate these matters time and again? Ah, do you love me too much? Affection is welcome, but perhaps direct that love towards your future wife instead. Uchiha Yeh jested with a playful grin, sensing the tension in the air. He intensified his teasing, reminding me of how, 2 years prior, you had shared a kiss with Uchiha Ko, suggesting you held greater affection for him. Tsunade had yet to assure us of survival. The specter of death loomed ever-present. Your misunderstanding regarding Uchiha Ko's demise had rendered my past embarrassments obsolete. Uchiha Saikai appeared to be momentarily frozen in time, his eyes shifting into the shape of a tomo as he swiftly subdued Uchiha Yeh, pinning him to the ground. One hand covering his mouth and the other supporting his head. "What are you doing, child?" They exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Uchiha Saikai regained his composure and released his grip, though the flush on his cheeks remained. "I have asked you not to bring this up, Uchiha Yeh. The 5 of us are gathered here because of you. Without your presence, I, Uchiha Ko, Uchiha Sha, and Uchiha Hana would never have come together. You are the linchpin of our bond, so please, do not suffer harm or face death. Without you, we cease to be us. Your significance to me is profound. Thus refrain from mentioning it again." Uchiha Saikai sighed, feeling defeated by Uchiha Yeh's persistence. He understood that if it were Uchiha Yeh lying in bed, he would be consumed by rage, determined to seek vengeance against the perpetrator, never to forgive. The very reason the group had formed was due to Uchiha Yeh. Our shared upbringing was a testament to his ability to unite us. The feelings we held for Uchiha Yeh were undoubtedly deeper than those for anyone else. Without him, we would not exist as we do. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Yeh, cradling his head in his hands as he lay on the ground, declared, "This is the first time I have heard you say I am important. Let us not speak of it any longer." Uchiha Saikai, growing impatient, found himself exasperated by this recurring conversation, feeling pressured to acknowledge their bond as brothers and friends. With a hint of amusement, Uchiha Saikai chuckled softly, realizing the humor in their banter. "Ha ha, my dear son." Uchiha Yeh affectionately ruffled his hair, eliciting a frown from Saikai as he covered his face, exclaiming, "Must you always call me son? Is that proper etiquette?" The sunlight streamed warmly through the window, illuminating the hospital room. The flowers on the windowsill cast gentle shadows, shielding Uchiha Yeh from the harsh glare. Tsunade, with her beige hair and clad in a white coat, had made her 6th round of visits. She had witnessed the deteriorating conditions of the 2 friends when their bandages were removed, yet each time, their recovery seemed to improve incrementally. I also extend my gratitude to Lady Tsunade for her miraculous healing, which has granted his 2 friends a second chance at life. Modern medicine could not achieve what she has. Even if they survived, they would be rendered mere shadows of their former selves. This world is truly wondrous. Medical ninjutsu is a marvel, showcasing the fragility and resilience of life. "Ah, I do not want this." Uchiha Orange protested vehemently, shaking his head in fervent denial. "Silence. Little one. I am not a little one," he retorted. Tsunade would not entertain his protests, addressing him as the young Uchiha. "Help. Save me." Uchiha Orange cast a desperate glance towards his companion, who offered no sympathy, compelling him to accept his fate. The child had already undergone such a transformation. From being charred and scorched, he now bore fresh skin as if he had shed his old self entirely. Small leeches crawled across his body, prompting Uchiha Orange to roll his eyes in exasperation. No, no, how disgusting. The healing chakra enveloped him, nurturing his skin and veins, rendering his new skin flawlessly white. His once singed hair began to regrow. So slimy. Be quiet. Tsunade snapped, her patience wearing thin as the leeches assisted in his skin regeneration amidst his protests. Ugh, how revolting. Uchiha Orange could only endure this ordeal, which would haunt him for a lifetime. Uchiha Leaf shared his disdain for the leeches. They were repulsive to him as well. Akin to Uchiha Orange's aversion to these crawling creatures, regardless of their potency. You may be discharged tomorrow. Really? Uchiha Orange perked up, having lain in bed for 2 to 3 days. Tsunade rolled her eyes, disinterested in the childish enthusiasm. Of course it is true. How could Lady Tsunade deceive you? Mikoto Akino smiled gently. You have been granted a second chance at life. Be grateful. Uchiha Orange sighed in relief, elated at the prospect of leaving. Tsunade then approached Uchiha Gaara's bedside. He lay quietly, staring at the ceiling without movement. She lifted the blanket to examine his arm. Considering the implications of regrowth for his future, you too shall be discharged tomorrow. The toxins have nearly dissipated. Just be careful with that hand, as it remains quite fragile. Uchiha Gaara remained silent, accepting Tsunade's treatment. Suddenly, a medical ninja rushed in. Lady Tsunade, emergency. Many from the Uzumaki clan are injured. Tsunade paused briefly, not looking up as she replied, just a moment, it will be handled shortly. Urgent. Lives are at stake. I said it will be ready shortly. Tsunade turned to Akino. The rest is up to you. Finish quickly and come assist. With that, Tsunade hastily exited, having heard whispers of the recent calamity affecting the Uzumaki clan. Likely survivors in need of aid. Understood, Lady Tsunade, Akino acknowledged, being one of Tsunade's trusted aides. She proceeded to apply medication to Uchiha Gaara and change his bandages. How does your hand feel now? Move it a bit. Hey, did you hear me? Move it a little, Akino urged, pouting as she poked at his left hand. Uchiha Gaara remained unmoved, his expression stoic. Uchiha Leaf approached the bedside, crouched down, and playfully scratched his palm. Hey, Gaara, are you no longer ticklish? Not at all. Uchiha Leaf chuckled, his fingers gradually making their way to Gaara's waist. Uchiha Gaara shifted slightly, speaking with a hint of resignation. Leaf, it hurts. Where does it hurt? My entire body aches, the discomfort so profound that I scarcely wish to speak. Uchiha Sas is hoarse as he utters these words, truly believing himself to be on the brink of death, utterly tormented by the poison coursing through him, numbness engulfing his arm. Uchiha Yeh casts a glance towards Chiyoya Mijio, questioning her, has he not improved? Mijio shakes her head in bewilderment, affirming, everything appears normal, he can be discharged and should rest at home. Thank you, Uchiha Yeh replies, grasping Saza's left hand. Can you move your left hand at all? Uchiha Sas, pouting in distress, responds, my left arm is broken, I brought it back cradled. It is not broken, it has been reattached and is healing. Please, try to move it, Uchiha Yeh encourages, his tone gentle yet firm. Saza's body twitches slightly as he tightly shuts his eyes, struggling to hold back tears. Mijio, please attend to your duties. I shall remain here. Very well. Encourage him to move his fingers. He may yet become a ninja, Mijio says, departing with her equipment. The trials faced by these two youths are harrowing. One nearly perished in a fire, charred black, while the other was kidnapped and poisoned, suffering the loss of a limb. Their mission was to participate in the conflict in the Land of Leaves, to save lives, a perilous endeavor. A small nation has provoked, and Konoha has retaliated. Skirmishes have already begun, with the true involvement of all 5 great ninja nations expected next year, as the specter of a second world war looms closer. Uchiha Yeh removes his shoes and shifts to lie beside Sas on the bed. I have been sleeping on the floor for days. I am utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, Uchiha Sas moves to the edge of the bed, allowing Uchiha Yeh to join him on the infirmary bed. He turns on his side, one hand supporting his head while the other clutches Saza's left hand. I wish to share the burden of your pain. In an instant, Hashikai activates his Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Seated beside Uchiha Chen's bed, sensing an ominous shift. Hearing these words, he recalls the anguish inflicted by Uchiha Yeh, pondering the sweet nothings that seem to be drawn from their own suffering. Chen, now immune to such sentiments, finds humor in the situation whenever conflicts arise. Uchiha Yeh's eloquence suffices to resolve them. My heart shatters at the sight of you like this. You are my left wing, Huan Na is my right. and Chun and Hashikai are my legs. Should I lose you, I would lose my very limbs. Without you, my life would be shrouded in darkness, my future devoid of light. O divine being, I beseech you, why must I endure this pain alone? If I could, I would bear your suffering tenfold. All to see my brother recover swiftly. Uchiha Yeh's voice resonates with heartfelt emotion, his sincerity evident. My dear left wing, you must recover, else your father will be heartbroken. I feel tears welling for you. O SAS, my dear SAS. What am I to do if you do not improve? Uchiha Yeh embraces his shoulders, drawing upon his extensive repertoire of poignant dramatics. Uchiha SAS, momentarily stifling his sorrow, gazes at Uchiha Yeh, wanting to smile. In moments of despair, Yeh always finds ways to lift his spirits. He glances at his left hand and gently moves it. I am not dead, my friends await me. I should not dwell in the shadows of the past, for the present is truly beautiful. Uchiha Chun, smiling brightly, would have others believe that Uchiha SAS has already passed. I am not dead, you bald-headed Chun. Uchiha Sasuke gently pushed away Uchiha Yeh, who was holding him, and reassured. I'm fine. Thank you, Yeh. That's great to hear. Uchiha Yeh held his left hand tightly, allowing him to feel that it was still intact. Life is vibrant. Suddenly, two doctors rushed in, pushing a stretcher with urgency, drawing everyone's attention. We need to stabilize the recently rescued Uchiha. The wards are critically overcrowded. The two medical ninjas swiftly maneuvered the stretcher to the side and dashed off, disappearing in an instant. The thought of Tsunade being so frantic struck a chord. After all, it was another Uchiha. It's Uchiha Hana, exclaimed someone, astonished. Uchiha Hana opened her eyes hazily. Her injuries were severe, yet she remained conscious, having managed to return despite the circumstances. What? You all look as if you've seen a ghost. How did you come to the hospital to wait for me? Perhaps it was fate that united this team of 5 in the infirmary after months of absence. Why not throw a party? Uchiha Yeh chuckled, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Well, at least it's a good thing. I knew sending Hana on this mission wouldn't pose too great a danger. Uchiha Shun is quite formidable and capable of protecting the team. Oh, come on. Focus on your recovery. Hey, what's the big deal? It's a rare gathering, Hana replied. You should be discharged tomorrow, and we can all leave together. Uchiha Yeh leaned towards her bedside, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Please, I just got rushed into this bed. I believe Hana is a deity, embodying an indomitable spirit, a true hero, akin to an unkillable cockroach. You call me a deity and a cockroach? What does that make me? Uchiha Hana covered her eyes, laughing despite the pain. You jokester, you really know how to lift spirits. We are the best of friends, our beloved comrades, and she is also my granddaughter. Uchiha Hana smiled broadly, feeling joyous in their company. With Yeh around, all her troubles seemed to fade away. She playfully pointed at them, proclaiming, let me show you the true strength of the Uchiha. From now on, call me Grandma, and I shall protect you. Yeh's lips twitched as he fought back a smile. You're just teasing me, aren't you? Uchiha Hana activated her Mangekyo Sharingan with pride. How do you like that? Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Orange applauded enthusiastically. Incredible. Hana, you are my goddess. Uchiha Saikai shyly smiled. You're amazing, Hana. Uchiha Sasuke joined in the applause, relieved that his left hand was functional once more. Hana, you are truly remarkable. Uchiha Hana nodded in agreement. Exactly. Only with you all do I feel most authentic. Yeh, call me Grandma, and I promise you will never perish. I will protect you for life. You can call me Mom. Your generation is above Yeh's. Suddenly, a ninja crow flew in through the window, its eyes adorned with Three-Tomoe, and landed on Uchiha Yeh's shoulder. The Three-Tomoe of Uchiha Yeh met the crow's gaze, receiving the message it conveyed. Oh, this time Sarutobi Hizashi wishes to gradually inform the public, fearing that the news of the victims from the Whirlpool country might be discovered. However, the truth cannot remain concealed for long. It requires a bit of time to be revealed. Uchiha Hana was momentarily at a loss for words. Her gaze fixed upon Uchiha Saikai. Am I trapped in an illusion? This coward, so fearful of death, even if labeled a genius, cannot awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. What illusion? Embrace reality, granddaughter. Uchiha Yeh playfully patted her cheek, saying, you may as well call me grandfather. Hana glared at him, feeling that he was bullying a patient. Are you both conspiring to play a prank on me? She thought, for that was the only explanation she could muster. I witnessed Uchiha Yeh awaken his Mangekyo firsthand. Saikai nodded gravely in agreement. Uchiha Kaori shrugged and raised her hands. I was unconscious at that time, but Saikai mentioned it, and I too have awakened my Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Hana felt as if she had misheard. You too have awakened your Three-Tomoe? I have awakened the Sharingan. Saikai weakly raised his hand, revealing his Three-Tomos. So, granddaughter, do you believe me now? Uchiha Yeh chuckled with pride. This Sharingan indeed determines the lineage. I still hold the upper hand over you. Uchiha Hana covered her face, smiling brightly. All right, I concede. Despite losing the lineage argument, her heart was filled with joy, knowing that her friends would never let her down. Among the Uchiha, all averaging around 10 years of age, having awakened their Three-Tomoe could indeed be considered geniuses. Everyone shared their recent experiences. Uchiha Saikai's grandfather, Elder Sato, planned to arrange for him to work in the security team, a task significantly easier than going on missions, with far less danger in Konoha, though it also required connections to secure a position. Uchiha Kaori and Kaori had gone out on a mission together, their experiences so harrowing that words failed to express it. Every companion present felt a pang of sympathy. Uchiha Hana, still recovering from her previous injuries, was assigned to escort a mission. Her indomitable spirit compelled her to accept the designated task, which unfortunately led her to encounter the massacre of the Uzumaki clan. The Whirlpool country had already been besieged. Konoha's arrival was futile, as the only outcome was to relieve the pressure on those ninjas, achieving their objective. We rescued 98 members of the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps there are other survivors I am unaware of, but these 98 individuals were protected by us. Thank you for your hard work, Hana, Uchiha Kaori said, his mood turning somber, perhaps empathizing with the Uzumaki clan's plight. It was nothing. You endured far worse, Hana replied, already satisfied with the outcome of the mission. Feeling a significant improvement, knowing that none of their own had perished was the greatest achievement. The hospital beds were joined together. To explain how 3 patients ended up with an extra bed was simple. One was for Saikai and Yo to sleep together, ensuring they remained united. I've been contemplating the role of elder lately. I desire a voice within the Uchiha clan. He lay on the bed, embracing Saikai, stating this with earnestness. An elder? That could work. You certainly exhibit ambition, Hana observed, noting how he had changed, having once thought him a coward. It was good to see ambition flourish. Yeah, what has prompted such thoughts recently? Did you not aspire to cultivate the land for a lifetime? Haha, are you implying that this is a means to safeguard us? Uchiha Orange, with an air of prescience, has begun to chuckle, foreseeing what Uchiha Yeh is about to articulate. Uchiha Yeh finds himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Indeed, Uchiha Orange knows him too well, having seen through his intentions. As you are all aware, I, Uchiha Yeh, do not speak falsehoods at this moment. My greatest concern lies with you. You are my soul companions. What, pray tell, is a soul companion? Especially considering the near demise of Orange and Sha. Having traversed a harrowing journey from the realm of spirits, I am increasingly resolute in my determination to care for you, to assume the roles of father and grandfather. It pains me to witness my descendants in such peril. I must take action. Uchiha Yeh radiates paternal affection, his warmth illuminating those around him, compelling their Sharingan to involuntarily close. You are my son. Shinghai playfully pokes Yeh in the side. Hush, son, such words are not befitting you. Uchiha Orange swiftly restrains Yeh, mounting him. Your recent remarks make it quite difficult to refrain from striking you, though your Three-Tomoe Sharingan may not necessarily rival ours. Yeah? Uchiha Sha folds his fingers, a smile gracing his lips as he rises. Grandfather? How about I arrange for you to meet my grandfather, whom we have yet to encounter? And then tell me what he looks like, Uchiha Yeh. Uchiha Huana throws aside the covers, demonstrating that Uchiha Yeh still possesses considerable strength, as his penchant for teasing remains unchanged. Ha ha ha, enough of this. Yamaku. Uchiha Yeh is playfully subdued, tickled by his companions, their youthful vitality exuberant. The Konoha Hospital, bolstered by the arrival of survivors from the Uzumaki clan, summoned numerous medical ninjas skilled in healing jutsu for treatment and rescue. They are assuredly capable of survival, though their injuries are severe. For the Uzumaki clan, known for their robust vitality, a period of recuperation is all that is required. Uchiha Yeh, having proposed the idea, refrains from involving himself in the arrangements for the Uzumaki clan, lest he appear self-serving. He trusts that elders Shun and Sei have their plans in place. The primary force behind the rescue of the Uzumaki clan is the Uchiha. Konoha's arrival merely adds to the efforts, assisting in the safe return and settlement of the rescued Uzumaki members in Konoha. The specifics will ultimately depend on Konoha's decisions. He does not concern himself with these matters. The following day, he returns home with Shi. When this courtyard was established, several guest rooms were prepared for friends to stay. They should recuperate well. Those who must return home to report their safety may do so, and they can visit again later. In the kitchen, Uchiha Shinhai is busy preparing a meal. Given that Uchiha Yeh primarily cooks vegetarian dishes, while the flavors are quite delightful, the all-vegetable fare leaves much to be desired by his friends. Dishes such as tomato scrambled eggs, braised beef, soy sauce beef, salmon soup, and shredded meat rice balls are counted by Uchiha Yeh, who gives Uchiha Shinhai a thumbs up. He can cook all these, but he prefers to prepare vegetables, relishing the fruits of his own cultivation, which brings him a profound sense of accomplishment and enhances the taste. Uchiha Shinhai, donned in an apron, diligently shapes rice balls, preparing meals for his companions. He has become quite adept at this, having learned much from Uchiha Yeh, and could easily assume the role of a chef. So virtuous. Whomever marries you shall live in comfort, Huana remarks, her smile bright. Could you perhaps make a dessert? Lord Shinhai? Uchiha Orange wore an expression brimming with anticipation. If only there were sake, it would be perfect. Caviar could be used to concoct a savory soup. Uchiha Sha gestured animatedly, while Shinhai paused, observing the orderly alignment of the Westerners against the wall, feeling an inexplicable dissonance. You all seem so free, why not join us? But we are patients, Lord Shinhai, replied Uchiha Yeh. You are not a patient. Uchiha Yeh countered. I far prefer the dishes made by Shinhai. The ones I prepare are hardly palatable, and you all seem to disdain them. How about I whip up a vegetable salad instead? Uchiha Yeh inquired, seeking their approval. Will you eat it? I assure you it is healthy and green. Ah, Shinhai waved his hand dismissively, sighing, never mind, just don't. Who can stomach your pure vegetables? Only you can. Please, indulge in a bit more meat. You're so thin. At the very least, you must consume some meat daily, you fool. Hee. Then I shall rely on you, Lord Shinhai. You are my dearest brother. Please prepare some meat for me each day. You are all shinobi, while I am not. Hence my poverty. Uchiha Yeh was remarkably brazen. It was not that he disliked meat, but he preferred what he cultivated himself, rarely indulging in store-bought fare. By the way, Yeh, I had intended to prepare a birthday gift for you, but due to recent events, I missed your birthday and could not present it to you. I shall bring it to you tomorrow as a supplement. Uchiha Orange suddenly recalled this matter, having earned enough money but needing to pay the final installment to retrieve the goods. Count me in. Uchiha Sha had also prepared a gift. Then I eagerly await it. The moonlight shone brightly upon the courtyard, where 5 friends knelt on soft cushions, a table laden with delectable food and refreshing beverages before them. Uchiha Yeh wore a smile. The mere act of gathering together held great significance. Here's to us still being alive. Yeh raised his glass of juice, cheering loudly. Why celebrate merely being alive? It's the strength gained through survival that deserves recognition. We ought to rejoice in our successful mission, Uchiha Hana replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile, clinking her cup with his. Thank goodness we are alive and can see each other again. Life is truly wonderful and worth celebrating. Uchiha Orange grinned widely as they clinked glasses, feeling fortunate to witness Uchiha Yeh's presence. Alive, so that we may continue to live on, Uchiha Sha smiled, raising his glass with his left hand. Having faced death once, he understood the value of life. Uchiha Yeh was remarkably ahead of his time, prioritizing his safety above all else. Missions were trivial compared to the safety of unfamiliar teammates, which was not worth sacrificing oneself for. It was only about oneself and the best of friends. Because of Uchiha Yeh's unwavering presence, he steadfastly clung to his life in the Uchiha clan. Feeling deeply intertwined with Uchiha Yeh, Shinhai raised his glass, a hint of sorrow in his brow. Gatherings in the past were filled with joy and devoid of worries. Having experienced life and death, they had become more composed. Among the Westerners, regardless of who perished, Uchiha Yeh would not accept it, nor would he. I cannot allow this. I must protect them well. What must I do to better safeguard them? Have you thought this through? Uchiha Sei asked, clenching his fist behind his back, inquiring seriously about his grandson's future. His path had been meticulously planned. Joining the Uchiha Guard meant remaining within the village. Uchiha Shinhai was resolute, his gaze unwavering, never having been so determined. Yes, Grandpa. I wish to join the Uchiha Medical Ninja Corps. The Uchiha clan may not excel in medical ninjutsu, yet they possess a medical ninja team that plays a pivotal role. Uchiha Sei, with his narrowed eyes, has watched his grandson grow up to be obedient, well-behaved, and filial, making him a source of affection. Whatever tasks he arranged, his grandson would dutifully undertake, in fulfillment of Uchiha Leaf's wishes. He had once engaged in endeavors that caused him considerable distress, yet he bore no grudge, for loyalty to friends is a cherished virtue, and he is indeed a good child. However, this time, his grandson chose not to heed his arrangements and instead opted to join the medical team for training. Was this truly Uchiha Leaf's intention? After all, both of his grandsons Tomo were granted by Uchiha Leaf, making his allegiance to Leaf rather justified. Sei now places significant emphasis on Uchiha Leaf. If it is his wish, then perhaps his grandson should comply. No. Uchiha Hashikai shook his head. Leaf did not instruct me. In fact, he supports my decision to join the guard. This is my own desire. Leaf will soon embark on missions, and we have agreed to work together as a team of 5 in the future. I do not wish for Leaf to be harmed, nor do I want to see Sha, Chung, or Hwana suffer. I am determined to master medical ninjutsu so that I may be of assistance in times of injury. I do not relish combat, much like Uchiha Leaf, yet I aspire to contribute in other ways. That is my conviction. Uchiha Sei chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, it appears your concern for Uchiha Leaf is quite profound. He cares for me as well, Hashikai replied, laughing heartily. Indeed, concern and affection are reciprocal. I am aware that Leaf holds you dear, Sei acknowledged. Hashikai nodded without hesitation, affirming, exactly. Very well then, if you wish to study medical ninjutsu, I shall arrange it for you, Sei offered. Thank you, grandfather, Hashikai responded, feeling a sense of relief as he clarified his future path, determined to assist Uchiha Leaf. He had expressed his desire to become an elder, and thus, he must aid Leaf in this regard. In Uchiha Sha's abode, he sat in the backyard, gazing at the sand fruit tree they had planted together at the age of 5, which had now begun to bear fruit. The tree grew slowly, its fruits sour and astringent, suitable only for brewing liquor. Uchiha Leaf had once remarked that this tree symbolized their friendship. Should he perish before Leaf, he would sever the tree, marking the end of their bond, and in the afterlife, Leaf would not acknowledge him. A notion that had once left him in tears during his childhood. A smile graced Uchiha Sha's lips as he pondered the truth behind those seemingly nonsensical words. One must truly experience death to appreciate the beauty of the world that one would no longer witness, nor would they be able to see their friends again. Such thoughts were suffocating, perhaps the reason he persevered. Rising, he plucked a sand fruit and placed it in his mouth, wrinkling his brow before relaxing it. Closing his eyes as he savored the fruit for a while before speaking with a bright, sweet smile, Sha, it's time for dinner. A white-haired grandmother stood at the entrance of the backyard, calling out kindly, Oh, you've been away on a mission for far too long. I was so worried about you. Do not fret, grandmother. I will return to Uchiha Leaf after the mission. Oh, Leaf, it has been ages since I last saw him. I hear he is quite the prodigy now. I feel reassured knowing you are with him, she replied. When Grandma Sha mentions Uchiha Sasuke, her spirits instantly lift. She can engage in endless conversations about him with the family. This child, I have watched him grow since he was little. Indeed, Grandma, I shall frequently train at Uchiha Sasuke's place. Go on, dear. I am perfectly fine. Uchiha Sha gently holds Grandma's hand, savoring the warmth of her palm, which brings him great comfort. At Uchiha Orange's pancake shop, Uncle Uchiha Hua is seen with a cigarette dangling from his lips while perusing a newspaper. Opposite him, Uchiha Orange devours his meal with great enthusiasm. Bring me 2 more pancakes. Son, how long have you been starving? Haven't you eaten well at Uchiha Sasuke's? Despite his complaints, Uchiha Bojian affectionately prepares pancakes for his son. It's still not enough. I want more. Meat, I want meat. Meat pancakes, dear mother. All right. Uchiha Orange pats his belly, beaming with joy. He can never tire of his family's pancakes, though it's a pity that Uchiha Sasuke does not share the same fondness. Hua hesitates. What is it, father? Speak up. He flicks the ash from his cigarette and places the newspaper on the table. Last time, Lady Tsunade mentioned that you are not suited to be a ninja anymore. She advised you to rest and stay at home to manage the shop. Uchiha Orange shakes his head vigorously. No way. I am determined to become a ninja. We have been practicing combined ninjutsu recently, Jinjutsu, Uchiha's Deadly Quintet, It's a new technique developed by Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Orange enthusiastically performs hand seals, an unstoppable smile on his face. The power they seek is immense. No Uchiha is without a yearning for strength. The combined might of the 5 of them is overwhelming, unrivaled in the world. What combined ninjutsu? I have never heard of it. Don't worry your father so much, honestly. You nearly lost your life. Think of how heartbroken your parents would be if you were gone. I understand, father. I will not perish. I must strengthen my body, which means I need to eat. A lot of meat. No one can take me down. Uchiha Orange exclaims with fervor, as long as I am strong, I can withstand any danger. All right. I shall prepare your favorite sweet and sour fish for dinner. Bojin brings out 2 freshly cooked pancakes. Uchiha Orange grins, joining his hands in gratitude. Thank you, mother. Now, I shall dig in. Listen to your father and don't pursue being a ninja anymore, okay? But I cannot do without Uchiha Sasuke. Honestly, he cannot manage without my care at all, even at this age. Uchiha Orange, with pancakes in his mouth, speaks indistinctly while laughing heartily, leaving the couple helpless to persuade him otherwise. Some time has passed since the fall of the Whirlpool Country. The orphans of the Uzumaki clan will be well looked after by Konoha, especially with Uzumaki Mito still present. As the host of the Nine Tails, the identity of Uzumaki Kyubi as the next host must be taken seriously. Uzumaki Shinfu is currently busy as the spokesperson. His thoughts focused on the restoration plan for the Uzumaki clan, which has gained Mito's approval, but it requires patience. For now, Konoha is the safest place. Due to the lack of fondness the Uzumaki Shinpu holds for Konoha, following recent events, his only trust lies with the Uchiha clan. Thus, he has insisted on residing at the village's periphery, a location under the watchful eyes of the Uchiha Guard. Sarutobi Hizashi could only acquiesce to this arrangement for the time being. As Uchiha Hanana stepped out from her clan's territory, she spotted Uzumaki Shinpu waiting at the entrance. In his hand, he held a vibrant flower, the most exquisite bloom from the flower shop, symbolizing his newfound sense of responsibility. This flower compliments you beautifully, the lovely Uchiha Hanana, he exclaimed with a smile, extending the blossom towards her. Hanana blinked in surprise before accepting the flower. Me, beautiful? You certainly have a silver tongue. She replied lightly, her mood surprisingly pleasant. She did not hold a grudge for being interrupted during her ninjutsu practice. After all, the Uchiha Ensemble's combined techniques required diligent training. Hanana, our Uzumaki clan is grateful to you, Elder Shun, and the others for your efforts. Because of you, we are alive. You are the brightest light in my life, the most beautiful flower that matches your beauty. Hanana gazed at Uzumaki Shinpu with an enigmatic expression, captivated by his words. So, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to the Uzumaki clan's new beginnings celebration. Before she could retract her invitation, she amended it with a smile. That sounds wonderful, Hanana. Uzumaki Shinpu grasped her hand, his gaze sincere and fervent. Let us embrace this new chapter together. Hanana lowered her gaze, her lips curling into a smile. You have a lovely smile, Hanana. She quickly composed herself, her expression turning serious. Humph, such flattery. On June 6th, the weather was splendid. Uchiha Yeh hummed a cheerful tune as his ninja crow perched firmly upon his shoulder, while several others soared through the sky, guardians of this land. Carrying a basket, he made his way to the vegetable garden, where the cucumbers had flourished and begun to blossom. Below, the spinach thrived, free from pests. Ninjutsu, harvest technique. He formed seals and clapped his palms against the ground, causing the spinach to tremble and rise from the earth, its roots shaking free of soil, each piece flying into his basket. When the basket overflowed, he placed a larger wicker container on his back to accommodate the bounty. He decided to leave this patch empty for now, as he lacked the time to tend to it. The plants had been sown too densely. This cheerful decision made, he tilted his head and pointed, "Go play." The little crow tilted its head and quickly took flight to find its companions. Uchiha Yeh returned to the courtyard, his wicker basket in tow. The small fish pond in the front yard was already home to fry, and he rinsed the harvested spinach, discarding the older leaves into the pond. Curious fish nibbled at the greens, testing their edibility. A few chicks gathered around, and he tossed some leaves on the ground for them to peck at, preparing for future meals. After washing, he bundled the spinach neatly with grass twine, ensuring a tidy presentation. With enough for 10 meals, he decided to store 10 bundles in his space. He still had 32 bundles remaining, ready to be submitted to the system. I am preparing for a transformation, seeking rewards that are truly useful. No more mundane supplies. Thank you for empowering me to safeguard my strength, ensuring a worry-free future in farming. Uchiha Yeh clasped his hands in prayer, communicating with the system. Naturally, he received a response. The system was exceedingly fond of Uchiha Yeh, rewarding him with whatever he lacked since childhood. Submission successful. 33 pounds of spinach in this world. Calculating. Ninja tool. Rui stick. Weight. 1,350 pounds. It can adjust in size at will, transforming seamlessly and harmonizing with the forces of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Ceiling. A single strike can confuse an enemy's chakra, rendering them unable to utilize chakra in battle. If it strikes a clone, the clone is forcibly returned to the body, and one type of chakra from the enemy is randomly sealed within the Rui stick. Water control. Utilizing the Rui stick nullifies all water-based ninjutsu of surrounding ninja. Divine power. Its weight is at the command of the wielder. It can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Forbidden circle. The Rui stick can be used to draw a circle, creating a barrier that cannot be breached by those outside it. Suppression. Unifying thought and will. It suppresses the soul and mind, rendering illusions ineffective against you. The Grim Reaper cannot claim your soul. Upon reading the description, Uchiha Yeh was left speechless. This was undoubtedly a replica of the Rui Jingu Bang, belonging to the great sage equal to heaven, an imitation of the treasured sea-calming pearl, or perhaps an enhanced version for the ninja world. How absurdly powerful. This was utterly disgusting. The legendary 6 Paths ninja tools paled in comparison, right? It could both attack and defend, and its capacity to inflict annoyance by transforming into needles was simply overwhelming. Upon reflection, it made sense. The 6 Paths ninja tools, such as the golden rope, 7-star sword, red gourd, banana leaf fan, and amber purifying bottle, were all derived from Journey to the West. It was entirely reasonable for him to possess the Rui stick, despite its nomenclature. It seemed that the 3rd Hokage also wielded a version of the Rui Jingu Bang, summoned from a spirit beast, an even lower quality imitation. The 6 Paths ninja tools could never compare to the Rui stick, which is tailor-made for you. The system's warm voice echoed within his heart. Oh my, everyone come and see this extraordinary system. It imposes no restrictions and simply bestows gifts upon me. What a divine system. Technique. Dog-beating stick method. Amazing. Uchiha Yeh's mind was flooded with a complete set of techniques for the dog-beating stick, clearly designed for that purpose. I shall become the old 6th, the shadowy figure specializing in dog-beating. Ninja tool. Lightning mirror. One side absorbs all lightning chakra, while the other can unleash thunder. Ninja tool. Wind-stopping pearl. Halts all wind chakra and enhances one's own wind chakra, enabling swift movement. Ninja tool. Fire cloud sword. Evades all fire chakra and employs a fire attack against fire, with numerous applications. Ninja tool. Diamond bracelet. Impenetrable to chakra attacks. Capable of forcibly absorbing all weapons from the 5 elements, such as kunai, shuriken, scrolls, and explosive tags commonly used in the ninja world. With a mischievous grin, Uchiha Yeh held the Rui stick in his hand, a slender object that could effortlessly change in size and weight, making it utterly irresistible. He playfully inserted the Rui stick into his ear, grinning like a fool. Watch as I perform my 72 transformations. Laughing as I retrieve the Rui stick from my ear. What delightful fun. The stick's ends were crafted from gold, adorned with intricate carvings of the divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The staff, crafted from obsidian, bore 2 delicate characters inscribed in its center, signifying auspiciousness. It would sometimes rise to his height and, at other times, shrink to a size imperceptible to the naked eye. The subsequent Western ninja tools were formidable, rendering the auspicious staff incomparable. They could arguably rival the legendary 6 Paths ninja tools. Could they be gifted? The auspicious staff is for you alone. The others may be given freely. Uchiha Yeh pondered, realizing that while a weapon may be exceptional, it merely embellishes one's arsenal. One person cannot wield an excess of ninja tools. It would be wiser to bestow the Western tools upon his young apprentice, enriching their collective prowess. The synergy would yield benefits far beyond mere addition. In addition to earth release and the bloodline limits of ice, dust, magnetism, and wood, which even the Sharingan could not replicate, together, they would be immune to the vast majority of chakra-based attacks. Remarkable. When the group reconvened, he would seek an opportunity to present his gifts. He tucked the auspicious staff into his ear and continued on his way with the basket. The peach trees bore succulent fruits, ripe for the picking. Some had even fallen and begun to rot. The ninja crows relished such fruits, often experiencing a delightful inebriation from them. Utilizing the harvest technique, he performed hand seals, causing the peach trees to sway as he collected the ripe fruits into his basket, transporting them home in ample quantities, leaving one tree untouched. Some fruits would be peeled and pitted, diced, and soaked in brine to create peach preserves, while others would be juiced. By employing his ninjutsu to its utmost potential, he could accomplish the work of 20 individuals, and in a mere moment, most of the tasks were completed, requiring only processing thereafter. The sugary syrup for the preserves simmered, and a hint of white sugar enhanced the flavor of the peach juice. A few peaches were set aside for fresh consumption, while the remainder was submitted. Submission successful. Canned fruit juice, a transformation indeed. He yearned for more utility. Calculating rewards. Simulation Training Room, Level 1. Capable of simulating various ecological environments for training. Repairs upon completion. Forbidden Technique. 8 Gates of Body Technique. Forbidden Technique. Space-Time Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique. Forbidden Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Rank Ninjutsu. Lightning Release. Lightning Cutter. Superhuman Strength Taijutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Medical Ninjutsu. Sage Arts B Rank Ninjutsu. Spirit. 100. Physique. 200. He immediately sensed the training room, akin to his own space. A realm apart, capable of simulating towering mountains, cascading waterfalls, the vastness of the deep sea, the searing heat of volcanoes, and the dust of deserts. Providing him the opportunity to hone his ninjutsu. Many of the ninjutsu rewards were understood conceptually, yet he had never utilized them, deeming them unnecessary. Receiving such rewards without employing them would be in vain. With this training room, he could secretly practice without fear of discovery. This time, the reward of the Flying Thunder God technique illuminated its principles, necessitating training to unleash its full potential. His mind grew increasingly clear, his eyes felt unusually at ease, and his body was infused with a warm current, imbuing him with boundless energy and strength. The spirit corresponded with the Yin chakra, primarily inclined towards illusion techniques. The physical body corresponds to the Yang chakra, primarily inclined towards physical techniques and medical ninjutsu. Uchiha and Senju represent a quintessential balance of Yin and Yang. Each reward from the system serves to harmonize the Yin and Yang within him. When Yang prevails, Yin wanes, and vice versa. Only through equilibrium can one unlock their true potential. He appeared to grasp this concept. In such a state, extracting chakra became remarkably effortless, as he distinctly felt the surging amplitude of chakra within him. After a considerable period, he regained his senses, and night had fallen. There remained some peach residue, which could be fashioned into peach cakes for submission. He prepared a simple dinner of ramen, while simultaneously crafting the peach cakes. However, this time, the submission bucket did not respond. The peach cakes remained intact on the table. Uchiha Yoru placed his chopsticks gently atop the bowl and set a plate of peach cakes into the kitchen cabinet. A failed submission could only imply one scenario, that he was not alone, or that someone was observing him. Shielding himself with the cabinet door, he attempted to submit once more, but to no avail. Uchiha Yoru seemed to deduce the reason. During this period, his exploits within the Uchiha clan had garnered attention, and the Three-Tomoe had already circulated. Excluding the protective arrangements made by Uchiha Kagami, who ensured the safety from a distance, the members of the Ninjutsu Crow clan stationed nearby could not discern his activities. Thus, there must be a vigilant individual present. The Three-Tomoe in his eyes spun as he closed the cabinet door, the crimson hue of his Sharingan granting him keen insight to scrutinize his surroundings. Had he been discovered? It seemed improbable. He had just awakened his Three-Tomoe. The only one capable of detecting his presence within the Uchiha clan would be Uchiha Kagami, who typically exercised caution and refrained from approaching the Uchiha household. This time, the news had spread that Uchiha Yoru was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, prompting a visit from Kagami to observe this talent. Upon witnessing Uchiha Yoru activate his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, Kurizetsu felt assured enough to summon the Ninjutsu Crow for practice. Truly impressive, he was not as feeble as rumors suggested. His body brimmed with power and an array of self-created techniques. Indeed, a genuine genius deserving of attention. When this friend eventually meets his demise, will you not awaken as a kaleidoscope Sharingan? How delightful it is to anticipate. Kurizetsu covertly observed Uchiha Yoru during his bath, and even while he attended to nature's call. As Uchiha Yoru donned his sleep robe and settled into bed, tranquility enveloped him, leading him into slumber. Kurizetsu, employing the technique of the mayfly, positioned himself beneath the bed, gradually merging his spirit with that of Uchiha Yoru. effortlessly infiltrating his psyche. If Kurizetsu could assimilate with Uchiha Madara, how much easier would it be with a mere Uchiha Yuru? The realm of the mind is an intricate and elusive environment, imperceptible to others. Kurizetsu successfully invaded this space, where Uchiha Yoru's most potent emotions and desires would materialize, allowing Kurizetsu to discern how to manipulate him. To control his desires is to control him. Even upon breaching the mental realm, Kurizetsu remained vigilant, a habit ingrained over many years. Subtle fluctuations of chakra rippled as he explored the mental landscape. Suddenly, the scene shifted, leaving Kurizetsu momentarily taken aback. A stone? Standing at an impressive height of roughly 6 meters and encircled by a diameter of approximately 4 meters. Standing at an impressive height of 3 zhong, 6 qi, and 5 cun, with a circumference of 2 zhong and an area of 3 qi, the entity is aligned with the celestial cycle of 365 degrees. Above it lie 9 orifices and 8 apertures, in accordance with the principles of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. To the west, no trees provide shade, while on either side, fragrant orchids stand in harmonious contrast. Heiju, having received this information, recognized the significance of an extraordinary stone. Was it truly the stone that ignited his desires? Surely not. Could it be that his true concern lay not with a mere stone, but with friendship? Desires and dreams are mere stones. This was the first instance in which Heiju encountered such a phenomenon. The first act heralded the emergence of Uchiha Yeh. Heiju, puzzled, wondered what Uchiha Yeh's emergence entailed. He leaned closer to the stone. How could Uchiha Yeh possibly reside within the stone? Did he yearn to transform into a stone, only to be reborn from it? Was this the aspiration of his lifetime? Upon descending into the world, what would he do? Who would he protect? Whom did he cherish most? What were his desires? What were his goals? Heiju's mental fortitude intensified as he realized the gravity of the situation. Caution was futile. He was confronted for the first time by a desire that transcended human or material bounds, an overwhelming yearning to become a stone and emerge from it. A desire more significant than life and death itself. The spiritual realm underwent a profound transformation. Eons had passed, and the spirit stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the wisdom of the heavens and earth, heralding its descent into the world. With a thunderous roar, a radiant youth, as pure as jade, erupted from the stone. His eyes, possessing the Sharingan, were not the ominous red typically associated, but rather a brilliant white. A gentle breeze swept through, draping him in a grass skirt for modesty, his abundant hair signifying his maturity. With a curious gaze, he surveyed the world, consuming flora, drinking from the streams, gathering mountain flowers, and foraging for fruits. One fateful day, Uchiha Yeh encountered a tribe of wild men in a great mountain, forming a bond with them and reveling in their company. On a particularly sweltering day, they sought refuge from the heat beneath the shade of pines, engaging in playful antics. After some time, the wild men decided to bathe in the nearby stream. Captivated by the rushing waters, a veritable cascade of splendor. With leisure on their minds, they proposed, "Shall we follow the water to its source?" Excellent idea. Uchiha Yeh grinned, navigating the woods with ease, the wild men trailing closely behind. Heiju, observing the complexity of Uchiha Yeh's spiritual realm, felt a sense of numbness. What was this? Even after living for a millennium, he struggled to comprehend the intricacies of Uchiha Yeh's psyche. Was it possible that his desire was to exist within a fabricated reality? What relevance did this have to the world of ninjas? The wild men had indeed been found, confirming that such beings existed in this realm. It felt less like a spiritual world and more like an absurd dream. Yet, Heiju remained resolute, unwilling to concede that Uchiha Yeh held no significance. He needed to report back to Uchiha Obito regarding Uchiha Yeh's situation. The spiritual world continued to transform. Uchiha Yeh traversed a waterfall cavern, where he was bestowed with the title of king by the wild men. What was this king of beauties? Did Uchiha Yeh aspire to conquer the world? The narrative unfolded further. As the seasons changed, the wild men aged and faced death. Heiju seemed to uncover a fatal flaw in Uchiha Yeh, a profound fear of death. "My lord, it is said that a temple of fire exists in the distant land of the Fire Nation, where one might seek the secret to eternal life. Oh, I must embark on a journey to learn from the masters. Children, await my return, for I shall bestow upon you the gift of immortality." The great Uchiha Yeh set sail, finally poised to engage with the world of shinobi. Heiju, rendered speechless, contemplates the absurdity. Where in the world could there be a method for eternal life within a mere temple? The only being capable of such a feat is his mother. Oh, the divine! Uchiha Yeh, having endured countless hardships, arrives at the Temple of Fire and begins his training under the monks. His intellect is unparalleled, and the temple imparts upon him the art of transformation. Heiju remains silent, perplexed. Has Uchiha Yeh ever truly visited the temple? What of Konoha? Are you not an Uchiha? Is your heart devoid of Konoha and the Uchiha legacy? The teachings of the temple augment his chakra significantly, yet he is ultimately expelled by the abbot. Word of Uchiha Yeh's exploits reaches the ears of the daimyo, who, recognizing his prowess, grants him the title of stable master, a position to tend to horses. Unaware of its true insignificance, Uchiha Yeh believes it to be a prestigious role. In a fit of rage, upon discovering the truth, he wreaks havoc in the daimyo's estate, even stealing water from the courtyard. Quickly, summon the Western Monkey King. The daimyo, trembling in fear, hides beneath his table. Sarutobi Hizashi arrives to assist, and after a fierce confrontation, Uchiha Yeh is sealed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Heiju has grown weary of this spectacle. The bald Sarutobi, clad in monk robes, effortlessly seals Uchiha Yeh. What a farce! In the tedium of the spiritual realm, Heiju resolves to return another day, contemplating the misalignment of his intrusion. However, as he attempts to escape, he finds himself unable to do so. His powers are inexorably drawn into the depths of Uchiha Yeh's spirit world, where he witnesses the rapid depletion of Yeh's immense chakra. To his astonishment, Heiju perceives the constant evolution of Uchiha Yeh's spiritual realm, filled with such formidable mental prowess that it could easily allow him to dominate Yeh's body. How could it be that he is unable to control this exploration? For 500 years, he has been confined beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, while Uchiha Yeh has thrived on dew and wild fruits, surviving for half a millennium. How can this be? Heiju finds himself unable to extricate from Uchiha Yeh's body. This is unfathomable. Even against Uchiha Madara, he could easily escape. Could Uchiha Yeh truly be more formidable than Madara? Uchiha Yeh, aided by a passing monk, tears away the talisman that binds him. In gratitude to this Xuanzang monk, he expresses his willingness to journey westward to seek enlightenment. Where is this western realm? Heiju's frustration mounts, for it bears little relevance to the world of shinobi, nor to Uchiha Yeh's desires or emotions. Cursed Uchiha Yeh, how long must he endure this? Bound to Uchiha Yeh's spiritual world, Heiju witnesses Yeh's trials and tribulations, traversing the arduous path to the Great Electric Sound Temple. The Great Electric Sound Temple? There, the master and disciple revel in jubilant festivities, lost in the rapture of the moment. Truly, this is the paradise of the West. As Heiju's strength continues to wane, at last, Uchiha Yeh prepares to return to Konoha, triumphant and exhilarated. Not entirely devoid of gains, his spiritual realm is intricate, yet it cannot detach from reality, can it? Upon arriving in Konoha, everything is as familiar to Kurizetsu as it could be. The fluctuations of the spirit abruptly ceased as Kurizetsu departed from Uchiha Yeh's body. Vanishing like a fleeting mayfly, he refrained from looking back, fearing that if he did, Uchiha Yeh would once again encounter the trials and tribulations, subdued by some formidable force, which would certainly be troublesome. Kurizetsu vowed never to meddle in Uchiha Yeh's spiritual domain again. How peculiar! Uchiha Yeh yawned, invigorated, a smile gracing his lips. What a delightful dream he had. He chuckled. The Monkey King Uchiha Yeh, the king of beauty from the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain. How amusing! Uchiha Yeh trembled with laughter. It was simply too hilarious, too enjoyable. Kurizetsu was indeed remarkable, allowing him to roam freely in this so-called spiritual world. He yearned for another encounter. Of course, the greatest gain remained the power of Kurizetsu's body, which invigorated his chakra to a nearly inexhaustible state. This immense power was sealed within his Rui Bang, while Kurizetsu, oblivious, was struck by the staff upon entering the spiritual realm. Opening the panel, Uchiha Yeh, age, 13, chakra, Zika, chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, lightning, yin-yang. Strength assessment, Jonin, bloodline, Uchiha Sharingan. Three-Tomoe, time-stopping storage space, 500 square meters, training room, level 1. Ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, 8 gates, impure world reincarnation, A rank fire release, great dragonfire technique. B rank Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. C rank Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Spatial Items. Wind Stabilizing Pearl. Diamond Bracelet. Fire Cloud Sword. Lightning Mirror. 3 buckets of pickled fish. 80 white socks, etc. The host has met the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan and must activate it themselves. Mangekyo, must I witness someone's death? If so, he was not very eager to awaken it. Absolutely not. Your chakra is sufficient for activation. You merely need a catalyst. Emotional excitement or desires will suffice. I will assist you during the activation. That will suffice. Kurizetsu had merely resided in his spiritual realm for a night. Yet it had already disturbed his yin and yang balance. Truly insidious. A precious gem indeed. No wonder it was a creation of Kagaya's consciousness, a body constructed from willpower, devoid of offensive capability, yet capable of wielding its overwhelming spiritual strength to control ninjas, completely merging with Uchiha Yeh's spirit. Had he lacked a golden finger, he would have been utterly subjugated, unable to conceal any secrets, revealing everything. It could even alter one's will. Terrifying, excessively sinister. Yet, Uchiha Yeh's lips curled upward. He even wished for Kurizetsu to return once more, to share more of its spiritual power for him to study. There will be ample opportunity. As Uchiha Madara is still alive, and that is indeed a challenge. He had no desire to confront Uchiha Madara directly. It was unnecessary, for he abhorred fighting. Food. Middle fingers together, hands crossed in a cross. Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding thud, 6 shadow clones of chakra emerged, each one splitting from the original. Upon their dissolution, they would return with memories and experiences to the core, for he was not a Jinchuriki, unable to conjure hundreds or thousands of clones at once. 6 practitioners were sufficient, as more would risk overwhelming him. A sudden fluctuation in space transported him and his 5 shadow clones to the training room, leaving 1 clone outside to tend to farming and maintain daily relations. Within the training chamber, majestic mountains and flowing waters converged, with waterfalls cascading down and splashing water everywhere, creating an atmosphere indistinguishable from reality. The water was drinkable, and the sensations of wind, sunrise, and sunset provided a genuine experience of nature's training. Uchiha Yeh shed his clothing, donning only his undergarments. With a mere thought, he diminished the height of the mountains, subsequently reducing the force of the waterfall's current. He cautiously allowed the water to strike his hand, feeling a slight sting, yet it was bearable, an acceptable level of pain and pressure. His primary focus was on strengthening his body and refining his chakra, while the clones honed various ninjutsu techniques, increasing the speed of hand seals to ensure he would not fall behind in combat. He yearned to train in secrecy, to grow stronger and astound everyone. A robust strength would make farming much more convenient. 1 clone stood atop the river, maintaining balance while wielding a staff, practicing the dog-beating stick technique. Occasionally tumbling into the water, the expended chakra returning to Uchiha Yeh's body, necessitating a reformation of the hand seals. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Even this simple act of treading water proved challenging, testing the coordination of his body and chakra. Another clone leaped among the trees, navigating through the forest, utilizing the body flicker technique, yet occasionally misstepping, a notable flaw. 1 more clone tirelessly performed hand seals, unleashing ninjutsu until chakra was wholly depleted, leading to its disappearance and return to the body. 2 clones engaged in a playful spar, honing their combat skills against one another. Fortunately, Uchiha Yeh's spirit could endure, allowing him to assimilate the experiences from multiple clones training simultaneously. Continuous training through clones returned to the core, where the original only needed to focus on physical conditioning. The cost of such endeavors was hunger. A diet of vegetables and scant meat left him unsatisfied. The military rations were not to be relied upon, and he had to prepare his own meals, lest he harm his body. In the graveyard of mountains, Black Zetsu clung to White Zetsu, 1 dark and 1 pale. Their heads seemingly ensnared like prey in a pitcher plant, silently appearing behind Uchiha Madara. Before Madara loomed a colossal outer path golem, continuously producing White Zetsu. Madara appeared aged and haggard, yet the pride of his lineage remained evident in his eyes, a scythe in hand serving as a makeshift cane. In the future, he would use White Zetsu to surveil Konoha and the Uchiha clan, confident that with Uchiha Kagame's death, no one would uncover his machinations. Madara was singularly focused on the power that would reshape the world, dismissing Kagami as inconsequential but wary of external factors that could disrupt his plans. The Eye of the Moon plan must not be interrupted. I understand, Lord Madara. Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan could detect anomalies with White Zetsu. Once Kagami perished, all secrets of Konoha would be laid bare to Uchiha Madara, with White Zetsu infiltrating every nook and cranny, undetected. What of that new prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yeh? What is his talent? The tale eventually reached his ears, prompting Kurizetsu to take a look. Whether this so-called genius was a mere pretender or a true prodigy remained uncertain. The thought of being forcibly confined within Uchiha Obito's mental realm, with its power drained, filled him with ire. How long would it take to restore his strength? Not a single shred of information had been gleaned. Instead, he was compelled to witness Uchiha Obito springing forth from a stone, causing chaos in the daimyo's palace, subduing the Five-Finger Mountain, enduring countless trials, and ultimately being proclaimed as the great sage equal to heaven by the new daimyo, and as the fighting Saint Buddha by Konoha. What absurdity! He harbored grave suspicions that Uchiha Obito was merely existing within his illusory mental world. Lord Madara, Uchiha Obito is a false genius. He is weak and ignorant, devoid of dreams or aspirations, akin to a dried fish hanging from a beam. Such thoughts were of little concern to Uchiha Madara. He felt disillusioned by the Uchiha clan. When he sought to lead them away, none were willing to follow, and the villagers isolated him out of fear. Hashirama Senju, with his murky eyes, seemed lost in memories of the many geniuses who once fought alongside him. The Uchiha clan had never lacked for talent. In the current Konoha, it was rare for a Uchiha genius to emerge. Uchiha Kagami was deemed a genius, but after him, the lineage of talent had faltered. Any emerging genius would be stifled by Konoha. Ironically, Uchiha Kagami was an unwavering supporter of Konoha, which only intensified Madara's disdain for him. He firmly believed that one day, the Uchiha clan would perish under Konoha's dominion. This conviction strengthened his resolve to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, with Kurizetsu assisting him in all endeavors. There was no need to worry about that. It was time to attend to the Three Tails. Yes, Lord Madara. In early July, the Uchiha clan assembly commenced anew. Uchiha Obito's shadow clone was present while his true self remained in training, never having made an appearance. Uchiha Kagami was thus unable to observe Uchiha Obito's recent state with his keen eyes. The clone was merely a fragment of chakra, revealing nothing substantial. Tensions with the Land of Grass were escalating, having reached a stalemate. They had hired rogue ninjas from other villages, who repeatedly provoked Konoha, leading to continuous skirmishes. Uchiha Kagami shared these developments, with further discussions yet to unfold. Clan leader, shall we send Uchiha ninjas for support? Uchiha Tamaki inquired, his hands resting on his thighs. Fully prepared. Those ninjas were indeed bothersome. If they remained unchecked, they would not comprehend the might of a great nation. Uchiha Kagami nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention was for the Uchiha clan to quell the conflict in the Land of Grass. The opposing forces were not particularly strong. Dispatching a few elite Jonin would suffice to resolve the issue, a plan arranged by Danzo that conveniently provided an opportunity for the Uchiha to earn merit. Indeed, this is a chance to prove our loyalty to Konoha. The Land of Grass is a neighboring country. If unrest erupts there, the enemy would be eager to support it. Therefore, we must act swiftly and decisively. Excellent. This time, the glory will surely belong to us. Ha ha ha. Let Konoha witness the prowess of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tamaki wore a beaming smile, relishing the attention bestowed upon his clan by the Hidden Leaf village. It was a source of great joy for him. After all, if they were not concerned for the Uchiha, why not direct other clans to quell the disturbances? The conservatives were particularly pleased with the opportunity to contribute to Konoha. Uchiha Kagami cast a glance towards the radicals, who surprisingly offered no rebuttal. It seemed as though they had reached a silent consensus. He was aware that the radicals had been in frequent communication with Uchiha Yeh, appearing quite invested in his opinions. Uchiha Shun felt a sense of vindication. For Uchiha Yeh had accurately predicted that the conflicts in the Land of Grass would inevitably involve the Uchiha clan. While it appeared to be an effortless endeavor, it was fraught with peril, risking their lives for intelligence that could very well be lethal. Observing the jubilant conservatives, he couldn't help but sneer. So, who among you is willing to go? He inquired. What? I am willing. Uchiha Tamaki volunteered, driven by a disdain for Uchiha Shun. Elder Sei spoke up. addressing the clan leader with a few probing questions. "You may ask," Uchiha Kagami replied, his demeanor already composed. As long as no mention was made of Sarutobi's name, he could maintain his equanimity. "Is it Konoha or Sarutobi Hizashi that owes us money? Why, after several months, has the debt not been repaid?" Uchiha Kagami's expression stiffened. Discussions of finances always brought him discomfort. Konoha was financially strained, and Sarutobi Hizashi lamented his impoverished state daily. He understood this as a brother. "Is it Konoha or Sarutobi Hizashi?" Elder Sei pressed further. "Why has Konoha not settled the debt?" Enough with this line of questioning, Uchiha Kagami thought. For such discussions could drag on aimlessly for an entire day. Elder Sei turned to Tamaki with a smile, proclaiming, "Konoha owes the Uchiha clan a total of 5 billion ryo. Should you engage in battle, do not expect a single coin from the Uchiha. Do not even think of purchasing ninja tools from Granny Cat. You cherish Konoha, and we cherish the Uchiha. Henceforth, the financial affairs of the Uchiha clan shall be managed by Uchiha Yeh. If the clan leader does not prioritize this, will you not?" Accustomed to the privileges of the clan, they seemed oblivious to the exorbitant costs of warfare. Is this something that can simply be resolved with a call to arms? You adore Konoha? Then pay for the war from your own pockets. Not a single ryo from the Uchiha shall be touched. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow, exasperated by the incessant focus on money. Why is it that the Uchiha clan seems so preoccupied with wealth? We do not lack for resources. Take what you will. As members of Konoha, it is our duty to serve. Do you not understand the concept of collective honor? The will of fire? Uchiha Nami is steadfastly committed to Konoha. Everything expended for its sake is worthwhile. Very well, such sentiments are commendable. However, clan leader, to prevent certain individuals from depleting the Uchiha's resources and thereby endangering the common folk, let Uchiha Yeh oversee the finances, for he excels in this domain. Receivables, disbursements, and all tasks pertaining to the village's finances shall fall under Uchiha Yeh's management. Otherwise, this clan will become akin to the Sarutobi family, where wealth flows abundantly. And yet, I have heard of elderly Uchiha starving within their homes. How is that possible? It is precisely because your finances are not in order that you would rather lend money unconditionally, showing little concern for your family, Sarutobi Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's crimson eyes glared at the assembly of elders, his teeth clenched in frustration. How could you even utter Sarutobi's name? Have you lost your senses, old bones? Why are you oblivious to the plight of those who perish from starvation? It is the loss of self-sufficiency and the meaning of existence that leads to such demise. How absurd it is, she mused. Why would she lose her ability to care for herself? She had risked her life for Uchiha, willing to sacrifice for Konoha, only to end up starving to death. Is this family disgrace not laughable? She lifted her gaze to Uchiha Kagami, questioning him about the 50 billion he had lent, and how he could retrieve a mere 1 billion to support the elderly at home, allowing them to enjoy their remaining days in comfort. You are increasingly disappointing the Uchiha clan. When we chose you as our leader, we expected you to prioritize Konoha over the starvation of your own kin. Do you even possess the essence of Uchiha? Whose clan leader are you? If you hold no regard for the Uchiha, then resign from your position and abandon our name. Go reside with the Sarutobi clan and cease bringing misfortune upon us. Uchiha Kagami fought to conceal his emotions. Death, which should have been a normal occurrence, was relentlessly thrust into the spotlight by her reproaches, each word rendering him more ashamed than the last. Does Konoha run away or something? Why are you so fixated on this money? Uchiha Tommy felt overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. Indeed, Konoha's failure to provide funding left him with no room for rebuttal. The staggering sum, calculated by the young Uchiha, amounted to 50 billion, excluding interest. Yes, if Konoha does not provide funds, I have my reservations. Generally, the Uchiha's finances are managed collectively. Whoever needs it can take it. You seem unaffected by the loss, as the money ultimately benefits others. Naturally, if you are indifferent, then all of Uchiha's medicinal resources, weaponry, and land rents are wasted. Who bears the burden of nurturing so many shinobi? Is it Uchiha who sacrifices for Konoha? Tell me, among you, who has been raised by Konoha's finances since childhood? Just name one, and I shall take my own life. Uchiha has not recovered substantial rental income year after year, and the funding provided by Konoha for the security team continues to dwindle. What is the rationale behind this? While Sei may appear radical, her concerns are genuine. Uchiha Yeh could, overnight, compile a detailed account of all Uchiha's past finances. With such endless waste and consumption, it is only a matter of time before all Uchiha's assets become the spoils of others. Speak up. Who among you has been raised at Konoha's expense? Uchiha followed suit. Kagami had calmed down entirely. His words were harsh, yet not devoid of reason. He had indeed been somewhat reckless with finances. Sarutobi had privately sought vast sums from him, lending without proper record, and clearly, a decision-maker was needed for the household finances. As for Uchiha Yeh, that astute youngling, with him around, Kagami would find it impossible to procure further funds without facing backlash. It would be better for a trusted person to handle the finances, yet when Sarutobi Hizashi sought money, he had readily lent it. No, Uchiha Yeh is still too young. I fear he may not be able to shoulder the responsibility. I shall vouch for him, Sei insisted, emphasizing that money is no trivial matter, but a significant one. Without money, nothing can be accomplished. Kagami pondered deeply, ultimately nodding in agreement. Uchiha Yeh shall manage the funds for now. It is settled. Who shall lead the expedition to pacify the land of grass? As Uchiha Kagami spoke, Uchiha Sai raised his hand, expressing the need to stretch his old bones. Uchiha Yeh, having faced death numerous times, could not bear to send the Uchiha clan members to their doom. Kagami was unlikely to heed any counsel, so it was better for him to venture out and protect them if he could. I will lead Uchiha Yeh, Uchiha Saikai, Uchiha Hana, Uchiha Sha, and Uchiha Orin. Kagami glanced at Uchiha Yeh, surprised that the young one, who seldom left home, had agreed to go out. Uchiha Yeh, puzzled, responded, Grandpa Sai? Who told you that I was going on a mission to fight? My training is merely for preparation. You should have consulted me first. You are quite mischievous for an old man. Regarding the financial matters, I merely mentioned it casually. To manage the Uchiha finances is a significant responsibility, especially since the current funds are overseen by the Elder Council and the clan leader, rather than being under the control of any single individual. The Uchiha clan is affluent and does not lack for resources, which causes funds to flow out rather freely. A plot of land in the center of the Uchiha territory, once occupied by another branch's elder, now lay vacant due to the decline of that lineage. After inspecting it, Uchiha Yeh deemed it suitable for a financial building. Coincidentally, managing finances was also his forte in his previous life, and he was confident in his ability to oversee the Uchiha finances. Treating the clan as a corporation where all Uchihas would be employees, receiving dividends and salaries based on their positions, along with benefits and welfare arrangements. You must manage all financial matters diligently. Do not betray the trust one have in you, Uchiha Sai reiterated. While he trusted Uchiha Yeh, the repeated emphasis on financial matters indicated their significance. Rest assured, Grandpa Sai, I am confident in this. It is indeed my strong suit. The clan leader's words, however, did not sit well with some, who believed that Uchiha Yeh had contributed nothing to merit the management of the clan's finances. This sentiment was natural, as rumors had begun to circulate outside, suggesting that he was a genius with the Three-Tomoe Sharingan and mastery over 5 chakra natures. It seemed as though someone was deliberately promoting him. Elder Sai stroked his beard, voicing his concerns. In the short term, it may not be an issue, but over time, it will lead the supposed geniuses of the Uchiha clan to harbor resentment, seeking to challenge you. If you avoid them, they will look down upon you. The ninjas of Konoha will also desire to witness this so-called genius, which will only invite trouble. Uchiha Yeh nodded silently. Aside from a few friends, the clan leader and Elder Sai were aware of his abilities, but no further word had spread. Yet one day, it seemed as though the entire nation knew of his Three-Tomoe Sharingan and mastery over 5 chakra natures. The curiosity surrounding this unfamiliar Uchiha was profound. The clan leader would never publicly proclaim such matters. The only plausible culprit was Danzo. No wonder Kagaya had sought him out. It felt as if his head were being offered as a bounty. Many refused to allow the Uchiha to produce a genius. I will accompany you on this journey. Not only will I protect you, but it will also enhance your standing within the Uchiha clan and silence those who speak ill of you. Yes, I understand Elder Sai's intentions, and I am willing to go. This time, it is imperative to go. In the evening, we shall gather and set forth to the land of grass. Prior to our expedition, it is essential to meticulously plan the financial building and ensure that all crops at home are harvested. Elder Sei, despite his advanced age, is willing to accompany him, which is truly heartwarming. It is difficult to locate your true self within the clan grounds. You must be training, right? Sei quickly deduces that it has been quite some time since he last saw Uchiha Yeh's true form. Do not fear death. Let the shadow clone take over. Your chakra is not that substantial. Uchiha Yeh chuckles, reassured. For tonight, it will be his true self that takes action, as he is currently engaged in secret training. Elder Sei is satisfied. I shall attend to other matters. You, as the squad leader, take good care of the Westerner. Understood. As Elder Sei departs, a long-haired, beautiful woman with a sweet voice arrives alongside Uchiha Yeh's ninja crow. Oh, brother, you called for me? Sister Nanami. Nanami gently tousles Uchiha Yeh's hair, her touch akin to that of wild grass, and with a sweet smile, she inquires, why do you call for your sister? Sister Nanami, you know that within the Uchiha clan, I trust only you. Uchiha Yeh's eyes brim with sincerity, devoid of any deceit, resembling a forlorn child who feels he might perish without Nanami. Nanami raises her head and snorts, really? Then I shall speak with Hana about this. You do not trust her? Hey, wait, I was wrong. Now, brother, what is it? Do not keep me in suspense. Sister Nanami, it is like this. I, Hana, and Changsha Xinghai intend to join the battle in the land of grass. The clan has arranged for me to gradually take over Uchiha finances, and I wish to establish a finance department independently. I need your assistance in arranging the construction. I can draw the blueprints for you now. Nanami's eyes reveal concern. You want Hana to participate in the battle? Who arranged this? Did you not refuse to take part? It was arranged by the elders, and I will be going as well. Sister, do not worry about your sister. With me around, Hana will not be harmed. It is best that way, Nanami concedes. For the family has made such arrangements, leaving her no choice but to accept. Moreover, since Uchiha Yeh, known for his aversion to danger, is going, it must indicate a lack of peril. My sister has been practicing some bizarre fusion ninjutsu lately. Sister Nanami, you need not take on missions anymore from now on. Assist me at the financial building. Uchiha Yeh produces paper and pen, insisting on assigning tasks to Nanami. She chuckles inexplicably, thinking of her arrogant little brother. Very well. I shall help you. It could be seen as taking a side, and rather than aligning with other elders, I would prefer to support Uchiha Yeh, whom I know well. The financial building must consist of 5 stories, with a large basement. The first floor will be a consultation area, the second an office, the third a negotiation space, and the west wing for document storage. The 5th floor will be my office. Uchiha Yeh gestures toward an open area. Here, we shall create a spacious square, to be named Uchiha Square, awaiting my return for arrangements. This entire area will serve as a cultural exchange room. Upon my return, I will finalize the plans. Uchiha Yeh meticulously outlines his vision, aiming to foster unity within the Uchiha clan, not merely for the sake of unity, but for everyday interactions devoid of factional divides, promoting harmonious coexistence. Entrusting him with financial matters, he aims to ensure that expenditures are meaningful. After spending over an hour discussing his plans with Nanami, Uchiha Leaf departed. Aware of the urgency of time, Nanami remained engrossed in the plans, struggling to regain her focus. It was indeed remarkable that a 13-year-old could manage such tasks. One could truly call him a genius, as there were not many with such brilliant ideas. It was imperative that the assigned tasks were completed diligently. Submitting 300 pounds of sweet potatoes, rewards are being calculated. Sealing techniques: 5 elements sealing, water release, water prison technique, water release, great waterfall technique, wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, pressure, earth release, mudslide, lightning release, ground walk. Physical strength: 5,000, mental strength: 8. Submitting 36 pounds of cucumbers. Rewards are being calculated. Sealing techniques: west seal, water release, water mist technique, fire release, black mist technique. Physical strength: 10, mental strength: 10. 10,000 taels of gold, 10 sets of Uchiha-style kimonos. Submitting 3 jars of peach wine. Rewards are being calculated. Earth release, earth flowing river. Earth release, cracking earth palm, earth release, earth clone technique. Physical strength: 20, mental strength: 20. 10 million silver taels, 10 pairs of boots, 10 scarves. Submitting 987 pounds of apples. Rewards are being calculated. Water release, water clone, lightning release, lightning spear, lightning release, lightning clone. S-class ninjutsu, lightning release. Heavenly punishment, S-class illusion technique. Ferris wheel, S-class illusion technique. Mirror flower, sensory technique. Investigation technique, concealment technique. Physical strength: 500, mental strength: 500. 30,000 taels of gold, Laboratory space. Under the cascading waterfall, Uchiha Leaf slowly opened his eyes, and all his clones dissipated. It was sufficient. The system seemed to anticipate his need for combat, providing an array of rewards, including various ninjutsu techniques and the title of Ninjutsu Doctor, which was well suited for Uchiha Leaf. He swung a fist, breaking through a section of the waterfall's flow, and the droplets evaporated from his body due to chakra, leaving him feeling invigorated. With a white scarf adorning his head, his hair stood tall like wild grass. He donned a set of gold-trimmed Uchiha attire and fitted boots. The clothing was perfectly tailored, as the system had always provided him with suitable garments throughout his growth. Even during his rapid growth spurts, the system ensured he received well-fitting replacements. Regardless of whether he submitted crops, the abundance of wealth offered to him elicited little interest. He felt no inclination towards money. Uchiha Leaf perceived himself as extraordinarily powerful. It would be quite challenging for anyone of his age to surpass him, unless they were a reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths or possessed the chakra of Ashura or Indra, which would indeed be formidable. Age: 13. Level: 10. Elite Jonin. This truly felt like a cheat code, and Uchiha Leaf laughed heartily, reveling in the joy of his immense strength. The laboratory rewarded by the system remained unexplored, presumably intended for cultivating seeds, as acquiring seeds in this world was rather inconvenient. As night fell, the radical elder Uchiha Sei led a team consisting of Uchiha Leaf, Uchiha Star C, Uchiha Sha, Uchiha Hana, and Uchiha Orange. Meanwhile, the conservative elder Uchiha Tangming led another group comprising Uchiha Taro, Uchiha Savon, Uchiha Shining, Uchiha Jinmei, and Uchiha Imaku. The conservative Uchiha team, led by the esteemed Uchiha Kozai, includes Uchiha Ziming, Uchiha Bahua, Uchiha Chitsai, Uchiha Guang, and Uchiha Changlu, along with 12 Uchiha Genin and 20 Uchiha Chunin, totaling 50 Uchiha ninjas dispatched to quell the unrest in the Land of Grass. The assembly point is a designated location within the Konoha Uchiha Guard. Uchiha Kyo, the leader, stepped forward to address the group. This year alone, the Uchiha clan has sacrificed over 100 ninjas to protect Konoha, their bodies serving as shields for the village. The Land of Grass is a minor nation that relies on Konoha and has always been tumultuous, incited by recent events. They have dared to strike against the Land of Fire. Uchiha Kyo's keen Mangekyo Sharingan fixated on Uchiha Yeh, effortlessly perceiving him. No matter how well he concealed his presence, his prowess, whether in physical combat, chakra control, or mental fortitude, surpassed that of anyone present. He had noted Uchiha Yeh's prolonged absence, surprised to discover that he had secretly grown so formidable. If he could deceive others, how could he possibly elude Kyo's scrutiny? Hey, do you feel that? The clan leader has been watching you intently, Uchiha Orange teased from behind, playfully poking the fan emblem on Uchiha Yeh's attire. This garment is truly splendid. Perhaps it's because of my handsome appearance? Uchiha Yeh replied with self-importance. Could it be that the clan leader has fallen for me and desires a forced romance? How terrifying. How could the clan leader possibly love me? I am not fond of men. Silence. Do not speak ill of the clan leader, Starry C interjected, playfully twisting his arm, which proved to be quite resilient. Uchiha Kyo was not deaf. He heard every word clearly. The other Uchihas present turned their gazes toward Uchiha Yeh, equally attentive. You spoke so loudly, in this tranquil night. Anyone could hear. Is this the infamous Uchiha Yeh that the outside world has been buzzing about? The crimson eyes of his peers scrutinized the youth, questioning whether his strength truly warranted the title of genius. Why is everyone staring at me? I might become shy. Uchiha Yeh said playfully, winking, while the Three-Tomoe in his eyes recorded the faces of those present. It appeared that those sent by Konoha to serve as cannon fodder were quite eager. They were all Uchihas who would not feature in the future narrative, destined to be mere pawns, while only those close to Uchiha Fugaku would survive to the end. Young man, do not come crying for help later. Uchiha Tangming assessed the talented individual, lamenting his radical tendencies. His Three-Tomoe eyes brimmed with power, undeniably formidable. Uchiha Yeh covered his mouth in disbelief, gazing incredulously at him. Why can't I seek help? Do you wish to see me perish? Am I not even entitled to ask for assistance? I never imagined you could be so callous. You, bearing the Uchiha name, must have secretly changed your surname to Uchiha. If a request for help were to come from you, would you not assist? Oh, how cold the world has become. Elders say, perhaps we should withdraw. There is no need to continue this fight. Elder Tangming is sowing division among our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yeh stifled a laugh and nodded in agreement. Indeed, clan leader. Perhaps we should refrain from this battle. Elder Tangming and we are not on the same side, and there may be conflicts in the future. Uchiha Tangming felt a surge of anger rise within him, finally comprehending why the clan leader was so infuriated when never referred to as Sarutobi Kagami. It was utterly humiliating. That was not my intention. Very well, I forgive you, Uchiha Yeh shrugged, displaying remarkable magnanimity. Within a clan, internal strife and factionalism may arise. Yet when faced with an external threat, the bonds of shared blood and ancestry can galvanize unity, creating a formidable force. What we currently lack is such an external threat. With wide eyes, Tangming protested, "What do you mean you forgive me? I hardly disrespected you at all." Uchiha Kagami waved his hand, effectively dismissing the meaningless bickering. As long as it wasn't directed at him, he remained unaffected. You must take care of the Uchiha ninjas who are entering the battlefield for the first time. Stand united, and remember to act swiftly to avoid catastrophic consequences. The battlefield is no child's play. It is exceedingly perilous. Take care of yourselves. Understood, clan leader. Let us depart. Kagami etched these faces into his memory, hoping they would all return safely. The 50-member Uchiha team silently traversed the barrier, advancing towards the hidden leaf forest, which provided a route to the land of grass. Their collective movement was remarkably quiet under the veil of night. The cautious ninjas, well-mannered, focused solely on their journey without making a sound. Uchiha Yeh, feeling utterly fatigued, lagged behind the group, battling the urge to sleep, having not enjoyed a single restful night throughout the rigorous training days. "Hana, that flower atop your head, it wasn't he plucked from my garden, was it?" Uchiha Yeh inquired, curiously observing Hana's hair. She did not turn around, her cheeks flushing. Someone had once told her that withered flowers signify longing, while blooming flowers herald the return of beauty. "I believe it was given by Uzumaki Zenfuku. I've seen you together with him several times," Uchiha Yeh remarked. The shop of the Uchiha Orange family was conveniently located at the clan's entrance, where he had witnessed their cheerful interactions numerous times. It seemed to be a case of mutual affection. In the future, should they marry, her grandfather would surely host a grand celebration. Uchiha Yeh felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of Hana experiencing such budding feelings. Zenfuku truly was a radiant Uzumaki, capable of warming her heart. "Silence, grandson." Hana pursed her lips, grinding her teeth. To keep this from Uchiha Yeh, she knew his tendency to speak on such matters in the future would be relentless. "Don't be so fierce. We are merely traveling." Uchiha Yeh's voice trailed off as one leg landed on a branch, rendering him suddenly immobile. Yisha turned back to see Uchiha Yeh frozen in place as a ninja emerged from the trees. The group halted, their pupils constricting, and immediately retreated. "Oh no, I'm going to die." Uchiha Yeh grinned, bidding a seemingly final farewell to his friends. The grass ninja, wielding a kunai, swiftly severed Uchiha Yeh's head, blood splattering. His head falling to the ground with a smile still etched upon his face. What are Uchiha ninjas but this? If I can trade one for one, I've gained. The grass ninja, undeterred by the several Uchiha with crimson eyes fixated upon him, stood his ground. Uchiha Shinghai cradled the still warm body of Uchiha Yeh, tears streaming down his face. No, Hana, her expression darkening, charged at the grass ninja, declaring, "You killed my brother. I will not let you die easily." "Why? Oh, why must Uchiha Yeh perish? Did he not vow that 5 individuals would remain together, living until their natural end, never to meet an untimely demise?" Yaya Shinghai felt utterly helpless. His ninjutsu was futile, unable to save Uchiha Yeh, whose head lay severed. In an instant, the two tomo in his eyes spiraled into 3, death. Yah is gone, and you, the land of grass, shall not have any ninjas left alive. Sha's mind was a blank canvas, the 3 tomo fixated on that ninja, unable to believe that Uchiha Yeh had fallen so suddenly. Uchiha Chung, silent, joined Hana in confronting the grass ninja, his heart aching painfully. "Why did you choose to venture out with us, Yeh? You could have tended to the fields at home. I shall never speak ill of you again. Do not leave us." Chung and Hana simultaneously activated their 3 tomo. Just moments before, they had been sharing laughter, and now, Uchiha Yeh lay dead. The shock was overwhelming. The small team halted, not daring to approach. Uchiha Tangming felt no desire to speak. Today, he had witnessed the awakening of the Western 3 tomo. Was this reasonable? How could the 3 tomo be so easily activated? Just a short while ago, it was 2 tomo. How could it change so swiftly? Were they all prodigies? Say look towards Uchiha Yeh perched in a tree. What are you doing? How utterly despicable to ambush a 13-year-old comrade, lacking any martial virtue. Uchiha Yeh leaped down, rushing to stomp on the face of the ninja who had ambushed him, relentlessly crushing the ninja's visage beneath his foot. The Western Three-Tomoe gazed at Uchiha Yeh, questioning, "You are Uchiha Yeh, but whose corpse and head are we holding?" Shinghai cradled the still warm body, transforming it into a flowing puddle that seeped into the ground. Water clone. Sha's expression darkened as he beckoned you over, wishing to share a heartfelt message. "Hey, I don't want to. I have something to share with you as well, my dear brother," Hannah said, her gaze lowered, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, there is something I've longed to express," Chung added, placing his hand on the other shoulder. "Yeah, I've developed a poison. Would you consider becoming mute?" Shinghai stepped forward, his mind already envisioning countless futures where Uchiha Yeh would undoubtedly utter a phrase each day, and the few of them, for the sake of his water clone, would activate the Three-Tomoe, clearly loving him and unwilling to part with him. Perhaps it would be better to remain mute, ensuring that we all remain good friends forever. "Oh dear, I am frightened. Please, do not bully a mere child. My beloved brothers. I never imagined you loved me so much, just as I love you. To shed tears for my water clone leaves me utterly embarrassed. What am I to do? I dare not clone myself." Uchiha Yeh tightly embraced Hannah and Chung, kissing their foreheads, declaring, "I adore you both dearly, my treasures. Come now, Shinghai. Give me a kiss, come on. Get lost." Hannah, blushing, executed a shoulder throw, slamming Uchiha Yeh harshly to the ground. "Damn, I will certainly bring this up frequently. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Yeah, forgive me. As long as you remain mute, it will be for the best for everyone." Shinghai knelt before Uchiha Yeh, his gaze devoid of warmth. "This time, I support your silence. We shall serve as your voice from now on." Rest assured, Sha wholeheartedly backed Shinghai. "Help. Murder. I do not wish to remain mute. I still want to express my love for you all. Perhaps it is best you remain silent." Dame. Uchiha Yeh's water clone bore an uncanny resemblance to the real person, even to the extent of bleeding. The companions were unaware of his ability to create water clones, believing instead that the genuine Uchiha Yeh had perished. This caused quite the uproar, leaving several friends understandably irate. From whom did he steal the water clone technique without informing them? How frustrating. The incident led to the awakening of Three Sharingan. It would be a source of ridicule for eternity if this were to be known. No one will mock you. It merely proves your affection for me, and I reciprocate. We Uchiha are a clan of love. You seem to see through their thoughts. It is best you remain silent. Shinghai pressed poison to his lips. "My apologies, brother. Even if you are mute, we shall care for you eternally. Now, let us hasten our journey." Elder Chao, beaming with joy, noted that his grandson had also awakened Three Sharingan. How unexpected. Uchiha Yeh must have orchestrated this, underestimating the depth of their feelings. "How do you all feel?" "Very strong." Huana awkwardly released her grip, still unable to calm her tumultuous emotions. Uchiha Yeh truly mattered to her. This could not be denied. In her heart, his significance surpassed even that of her elder sister and newfound happiness. This is not good. Shinghai still harbored resentment towards Uchiha Yeh's actions. Sha kept his head low, uncertain whether Yeh's actions were deliberate or mere accidents. He did not mind being awakened in this manner. His greatest concern lay with his grandmother and Uchiha Yeh, followed closely by a few friends. Chung had ceased to smile, having just contemplated what would happen if Uchiha Yeh were to die. The joy of living would diminish by 90%. "I am fine. They love me dearly." Uchiha Yeh proudly lifted his head, reveling in the warmth of love. "How delightful. How exhilarating. It is better if you remain mute, Shinghai." "Oh, come now." Uchiha Yeh took his hand, grinning mischievously. "Did you not say I am the one you cherish most?" "Ah, be quiet, Uchiha Yeh." Shinghai's face flushed as he covered Yeh's mouth. "Oh my. Why must I discuss such matters with Uchiha Yeh? Ha ha ha. How blissful it is to have you all by my side." At the junction between the land of grass and the land of fire, the Konoha camp lay. The leader of the Konoha contingent was Hyuga, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, devoid of the caged bird mark, a member of the main family, who welcomed the newly arrived 50 Uchiha reinforcements with a weary expression. This number was far from sufficient. Hyuga had repeatedly requested assistance. 50 Uchiha could only address the most pressing needs. "Are you not aware that the situation is dire? Speak, what is the situation?" Uchiha Tangming settled down, weary from travel. At this moment, pleasantries were unnecessary. Hyuga pointed to the map displayed. The land of grass has long been scheming, laying disgusting traps everywhere. Those unfamiliar with the terrain are prone to ambushes, some set by the land of grass itself, while others were secretly arranged by rogue ninjas from other villages. In the land of grass, apart from the native ninjas, there exists a multitude of rogue ninjas who recklessly exchange lives, depleting our numbers with their relentless pursuits. Their creed is simple: one life for another. The feudal lord of the land of fire has dispatched guardians, intent on assassinating the lord. Uchiha Yeh blinked, contemplating the assassination of the lord, a peculiar notion indeed. What significance does the death of a feudal lord hold? The lord possesses the authority to appoint a Hokage, and any candidate must secure the lord's consent. Major decisions require the lord's approval, and waging war necessitates the lord's authorization. The lord is responsible for mediating between the commoners of the land of fire and the ninja villages, overseeing resource allocation and providing funding to the villages. However, in this distorted reality, the world continues to turn seamlessly without the lord. The populace could carelessly eliminate the lord. Ultimately, the people yearn for a feudal lord, a source of security. For Yi, it bears little consequence, but for the locals, it is of grave importance. The assassination of the lord would disrupt the very heart of the land of fire, plunging it into chaos. The town of Baichao in the land of fire has fallen under the brutal control of the land of grass, where merciless slaughter reigns. Our leaf ninjas, who infiltrated in small teams, have also met their demise. This realm is perilous. We must remain vigilant against a particular poison, colorless and odorless. It could lurk anywhere, rendering our efforts excruciatingly difficult. The opposing side boasts 21 elite Jonin, 5 of whom have unclear identities and motives. The land of grass is notoriously unscrupulous, having pilfered techniques from other nations. Hence, one must exercise utmost caution and not underestimate them. This route is besieged by grass ninjas, and any leaf ninja attempting to traverse it will meet with their end. 2 elite Jonin pose a significant threat here. Thus, Uchiha has arranged for a contingent to eliminate the danger along this path. The forest conceals ambushes, so we must tread carefully. Uchiha's Jinjutsu will also require a team to venture to Baichao town, to rescue the trapped civilians and confront the ninjas of the land of grass. This locale serves as a snare for our leaf ninjas, as the land of grass seeks to barter benefits, demanding territory in exchange for our ninjas. Hinata Muma raised a multitude of challenging issues, asserting that the 30 individuals dispatched by Uchiha cannot easily resolve them. It is not a matter to be taken lightly. Shimura Danzo's arrangements undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. Time is of the essence. We should take a brief respite and organize our tasks. Tomei primarily harbors concerns for the younger generation, who may struggle to adapt. A short period of rest is essential. Uchiha Sei remained silent, casting a glance at Uchiha Yeh. What is your perspective? The group turned their attention toward Uchiha Yeh. Why stand idly by? Am I to observe while kneeling? On what grounds? Let us refrain from such banter at this juncture, came the retort. Uchiha Yeh shrugged and approached Hinata Muma's desk. What ninjas do we currently have? The Hinata clan boasts over 20, the Inuzuka clan more than 30, the Yuhi clan 5, and the Leaf has over 50 ninjas. Let us examine the list of Leaf ninjas. Hinata Muma, though perplexed, procured the list for him. Uchiha Yeh scanned the document with his Sharingan. Not a single Shimura, Sarutobi, Mito, or Uchiha appeared. He then inscribed a few names onto the parchment. Sarutobi Robaiming, Shimizu Mamatani. Sarutobi Sima, Sarutobi Shiba, Shimizu Laohai, Sarutobi Meijia, Mito Juachin, and Zhuangqin Jiangue. These 8 individuals are to be urgently summoned for assistance. Should they fail to arrive, the Uchiha clan shall remain passive. Immediate arrangements must be made. If even one is absent, the Uchiha will not take action. These 8 are tasked with infiltrating Baichao town to execute the mission. Time is on our side, as the Uchiha have ample patience. Hinata Muma's piercing gaze was fixed intently on Uchiha Yeh, seemingly attempting to penetrate his very essence. A smile graced his lips, and his demeanor appeared less weary. Indeed, I was foolish. Uchiha, you may rest. This group possesses the strength to undertake the mission and is the ideal choice for the task. However, I implore you not to act impulsively in the rescue of the captured Leaf ninjas. I assure you, arrangements will be made for these 8 individuals. Hinata Muma's voice was gentle, and his gaze towards Uchiha Yeh had transformed. Surely you, like me, Recognize that these 8 are the most suitable candidates for this endeavor. Their prestige will facilitate the liberation of Baichao Town. Uchiha Yeh chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Indeed, I am not omnipotent. How could I possibly manage to accomplish so many tasks without support? If no assistance is forthcoming, I shall simply falter. Leaf Village shows no urgency, so why should I? Ha! Hinata Muma affectionately ruffled his hair, recognizing the keen intellect of Uchiha. It seemed they both perceived the same reality. Those who first arrived were mere cannon fodder. Unless they are sent forth to serve as such, let us call upon these individuals to the battlefield to fulfill the mission. Uchiha Yeh turned to the elders, a beaming smile illuminating his face. The task is overly complex. The Uchiha require reinforcement. Until such support arrives, our sole mission remains to rescue the captured leaf ninjas. We shall act in unison. 50 individuals. All of them. No division. What say you, elders? Hinata Muma, in a letter, tacitly agreed with Uchiha Yeh's arrangements. The turning point hinges upon these 8. If they do not come, then the Uchiha clan will languish, and he fully supports this without a hint of complaint. Uchiha Tangming, you appear to lack the authority to make such decisions. His urgency to complete the mission was palpable, not comprehending why others should come to claim credit. You too lack the right to represent the Uchiha. But you do. Your stature allows you to represent the Uchiha. You are the sky, the earth, and the very heart of the Uchiha. Satisfied? Uchiha Yeh rolled his eyes, even more exaggerated than Hinata Muma's. Elder Sai could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into audible mirth. Uchiha Tangming's face flushed crimson from the jest. You little rascal, your tongue is sharper than I anticipated. Ah, old Tangming, do not squabble with the youth. Reflect on whether you had awakened your Three-Tomoe at the age of 13. Uchiha has always been formidable. Thus, you possess a voice in this matter. Elder Sai patted his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Uchiha Shinghai, having activated his Three-Tomoe, stood quietly in formation, clearly aligning with Uchiha Yeh's direction. His tongue still useful. His companions unanimously stood in solidarity. 5 young geniuses with Three-Tomoe formed a formidable coalition, a voice that even the elders could not easily undermine. Tangming resigned himself to the reality. These individuals were not conservative, but rather radical, yet they all rallied behind Uchiha Yeh. With Three-Tomoe, they were now worthy of sharing a table, a requisite for becoming influential figures. Uchiha Kase spoke in a deep voice, asserting that such an arrangement requires an explanation from us. What kind of rescue operation necessitates the joint action of 50 Uchiha? Very well. I appreciate those who are reasonable. Regardless of their faction, I hope they heed my words. Firstly, we were ambushed by ninjas on our way here. The ambushers were aware that our Uchiha clan would come to assist, and they sought to deplete our strength through an exchange of lives. Each one was reckless, believing that for every Uchiha they took down, their chances of victory would increase, giving them more leverage in negotiations. This indicates that our route must have been compromised. A traitor may be lurking among our 50, betraying Konoha and the Uchiha clan. This statement is fabricated. The information most likely originated from Konoha or was divulged by a spy informed by Konoha. I firmly believe the Uchiha have no reason to betray Konoha or themselves. Only infighting exists, not an alliance with external forces. Elder Sei glanced around the gathered Uchiha, pondering the notion of a traitor. The idea of betrayal from within the Uchiha is absurd. How could there be traitors among us? I suspect there is indeed a traitor among the Uchiha. Otherwise, how could such information have leaked? And who would seek to separate us? Whoever advocates for division is undoubtedly the traitor, for they would wish to see the Uchiha crumble from within, uniting with outside enemies. Uchiha Tamaki, known for his rare silence, found the implications daunting and refrained from speaking. The accusation was not without merit. Whoever proposed separation is indeed a suspect. Uchiha Yeh felt as though the finger of suspicion was pointed at him, and frustration welled within him. The mission arranged by Lord Hyuga. Does the enemy not know the Uchiha will be approaching from these directions? Knowledge of oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Thus, they would set numerous traps to deal with us. Separating ourselves would only serve the enemy's desires. Unity is the true path to overcoming our foes. Who is so eager to rush through this task? Is there such an urgency to pacify the land of grass that Konoha should dispatch further reinforcements? It is entirely reasonable for me to call for support. If the Uchiha have already succumbed to infighting, then I hold the authority to apprehend the traitor among us. no one shall act independently. This traitor is cunning indeed. Uchiha Yeh raised his voice, locking eyes with the Uchiha present. Some were intimidated and averted their gaze, while others protested, declaring their innocence. Is it you, Elder Uchiha Tamaki, who so fervently advocates for division? Uchiha Yeh shouted, pointing dramatically at Tamaki. Tamaki, startled, trembled slightly. Why are you shouting? When have I ever called for division? You cannot speak so recklessly. Who has claimed I wish to fracture the Uchiha clan? I did not hear such a claim. Uchiha Shining shook his head, asserting that the elder could not be a traitor. If there were a traitor, it would not be from among them. Then it must be you, Uchiha Zimming. You cannot meet my gaze. You speak nonsense. How could I be a traitor? Like you, I believe we are strongest together. Zimming, his face flushed, uttered insincere words, secretly wishing for separation in task execution, hoping for recognition and importance from Konoha. It must be you, Uchiha Hama, another voice chimed in. Hama replied nonchalantly, go to hell. Then it is undoubtedly you, Uchiha Aimu. I have seen your smile. Is there something wrong with my laughter? Uchiha Aimu was utterly defeated, unable to even muster a smile. It must be you, Uchiha Changlulu, she declared. Changlulu, incredulous, pointed to herself in disbelief. Me? I thought it was you. It is undoubtedly you. Those who doubt me are traitors, Uchiha Yeh asserted, confident that no one would dare question her. Are you out of your mind? Changlulu frowned, exasperated. How could you suspect me of not loving the Uchiha? Uchiha Yeh, you are insufferable. Uchiha Yeh gestured around. See, there are no traitors. Yet no one dares admit to being one. We are not traitors in the first place. How can we confess? Changlulu retorted. In such a situation, may I inquire? If a team falls, who bears the responsibility? Sei pondered, nodding in agreement. There were indeed no traitors. Uchiha Yeh simply desired everyone to act in unison. What do you think? Shall we join forces to rescue the captured Leaf ninjas? Precisely. If Leaf's support does not arrive, after the rescue, the Uchiha shall return home. Each to their own, without being swayed by any traitors, Uchiha Yeh remarked, raising an eyebrow at Hinata Muma. Do you understand, handsome? Hinata Muma nodded seriously. I will report every detail. This matter is too grave. The Uchiha have even found traitors among them. To safeguard against your being harmed by these traitors, after this mission, if support has not arrived, we shall all return. My clan, the Hyuga, may also have traitors. We must report this and ensure a thorough investigation. Indeed. How agreeable is Hinata Muma, a wise individual. Hinata Muma also regarded Uchiha Yeh with admiration, acknowledging the clever strategy. With both clans having traitors, it is imperative we return for a thorough investigation. Whether we uncover anything is inconsequential. We must delay. The Leaf must provide support. If they do not, I shall return for the greater good. If they do, all the better. Let's specify names and ensure these individuals are summoned. If they refuse, it will incite chaos. Nani? Shimizu Danzo was left astounded upon hearing this news from Sarutobi Hizashi. Sarutobi, enveloped in smoke, intended for the Uchiha and Hyuga to take the lead, signaling to the other cunning ninja villages that the strength of the Leaf was not to be underestimated. Shimizu Danzo aimed to seize this opportunity to weaken both clans. He was aware of the intricate dynamics within the Land of Grass, a conflict that could not be resolved swiftly, and tensions were escalating. With both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans seemingly harboring traitors, if the Leaf did not offer support, all would be sent back to investigate the traitors. This would allow the Land of Grass to seize more territories, advancing into the Land of Fire. It was merely a matter of time. Support was indeed forthcoming, but curiously, the list included his cousin, uncle, and relatives, all specifically named for support. Sarutobi Hizashi faced a similar situation, with explicit arrangements made. As the third Hokage, he could dismiss one or two on the pretext of a mission, but he could not control the perceptions of others. The hat was large, and Hinata had named several family members, protecting them from battle, drawing the whispers of gossip towards him. Urgency prevailed. If you do not dispatch someone immediately, the Uchiha shall all return to investigate the traitors. Sarutobi Hizashi understood well that the Uchiha could not possibly have traitors. He knew them too intimately. This was a ploy, and though he wished to avoid involvement, he had no choice but to engage. As long as he fails to arrange personnel, it will not be long before the village accuses him of shielding his family, sending individuals to their demise, and granting comfort to his kin. It is utterly vexing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I have already told you that the Uchiha clan is exceedingly cunning. Apart from Uchiha Kagami, there is none worthy of trust among them. To assert the existence of a traitor without evidence is to set a dangerous precedent. If every ninja on the battlefield were to make such claims, they could simply retreat at will. In my opinion, we must not coddle that group of Uchihas. The more lenient we are with them, the more audacious they will become. Disregarding the village of Konohagakure. Listen well, monkey. If the Uchiha dare to retreat, they shall be branded as traitors. Danzo's voice was cold. He had arranged for these Uchihas to serve as cannon fodder, and if they returned, it would be unacceptable. Danzo, you are being overly severe. Perhaps there truly is a traitor among the Uchiha? This is a matter that jeopardizes Konohagakure and must be taken seriously. Besides the few named ninjas, we will need to dispatch more personnel for support. The third Hokage had a broader perspective. If we do not act now, it will be more challenging for the Uchiha to make arrangements in the future, as they are gradually evading his control. It was utterly incomprehensible. Why resort to such conspiracy? No, I oppose this. Danzo firmly disagreed. These were his vital relatives and subordinates, and he could not allow them to be sent to their deaths. He was acutely aware of how treacherous the situation was. You have no choice but to comply, Danzo. If the Uchiha truly return, you will label them as deserters. And the radicals among them will seize upon this to assert that the Uchiha have no allegiance to Konohagakure. Danzo scoffed, Monkey, you are too weak. You ought to be more resolute. The Uchiha are a formidable adversary, difficult to assimilate. Why force their integration? Danzo, you are excessively radical. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned in displeasure. If others were to overhear his words, it would spell disaster. Do not arrange for the Shimura clan either. They will be arranged as well. Danzo's cold gaze met Sarutobi Hiruzen's, his heart heavy. Monkey, there will come a day when you will regret this. I am the Hokage. Danzo forcefully swung his sleeve to push open the door. Very well, this position of Hokage should rightfully be mine. You are wholly unworthy of such a title. The rescue operation, which needed to be conducted in secrecy, involved the trapped ninjas of Konohagakure who were confined in a basement within the valley, heavily guarded and requiring a gradual rescue. The plans of the Land of Grass were similarly devised. The Uchiha clan would not send more than 20 individuals at most. Their few elite Jonin, alongside 30 or so Jonin stationed here, were tasked specifically with countering the Uchiha clan, employing methods that effectively neutralized the Sharingan. The valley was shrouded in dense fog, laden with toxic mists. Inhalation could lead to poisoning, and one's vision could be compromised, resulting in blindness. Uchiha Itachi, wearing a mask and glasses, led a substantial force to this location. 50 individuals were fully equipped and donned masks and glasses gifted by Uchiha Itachi. Looking both dashing and cool, regardless of their willingness, they wore them, as the glasses were custom-made for the Uchiha, ensuring no interference with their Sharingan. Suddenly, 20 individuals departed from the formation to prevent the ninjas from the Land of Grass from escaping, while the support remained outside, ready to join the encirclement. In the Land of Grass, the art of earth evasion is mastered, and it is imperative to prevent any adversary from slipping away. At this moment, the barrier springs into action. 30 individuals are divided into 6 teams, dispersing in various directions. Uchiha Yeh adjusts his glasses. The Three-Tomoe beneath his dark sunglasses spinning as he perceives everything. After stepping on a broken branch, a ninja emerges from the ground. Uchiha Yeh immediately leaps and forms hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. He releases a torrent of blazing flames, incinerating the intruder back into the earth. Uchiha Yeh forms seals and slams his hands onto the ground. Earth release, mudslide. With a thunderous roar, the earth shifts like water, destabilizing the few remaining ninjas, preventing their escape. One among them throws shurikens toward the group. Reacting swiftly, they evade the assault. The shurikens are embedded with explosive tags, detonating in a sequence that ignites a flurry of activity, as various grass ninjas emerge from the fog, coordinating seamlessly as if rehearsed countless times, ensnaring the 6 within their grasp. Initially expecting more Uchiha to join, it is surprising that only these few remain, perhaps having divided into smaller units. It is indeed a possibility, one remarks. Lightning release, ground. Yeh swiftly forms seals, unleashing a storm of lightning that spreads throughout the western region. The ground is littered with the charred remains of insects and snakes. However, his gaze falls upon a summoned serpent, igniting a flicker of doubt within him. He had believed that only Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke had contracts with the myriad snakes, yet it seems there are quite a few who share such bonds. Your lightning technique is impressive. Hana cannot help but commend Uchiha Yeh, who is now truly showcasing his prowess. Call me Grandpa. I shall teach you, she quips, rolling her eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy for the grass ninjas they face. Among 50 individuals, only 10 possess the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, and within their small team, there are 6 pairs. In the Uchiha clan, those with the Three-Tomoe Sharingan are often recognized as elite Jonin. It is time to test our fervent combination technique. Uchiha Yeh grins, effortlessly kicking away an oncoming grass ninja. Ha ha, I look forward to it, Hana laughs, positioning herself to the right of Uchiha Yeh, while Sha stands to his left. Chung and Xinghai take their places at the back. Here we go. Uchiha Yeh prepares to form seals. The others join in unison. Combined ninja technique. Jinjutsu, Uchiha Lullaby Quintet. As the seals are completed, 5 streams of spiritual energy converge miraculously. Uchiha Sei pauses to observe this harmonious technique. Vividly conveyed by Xinghai, the 5 gather their mental energies into a singular force, their mouths open as they vocalize from different points. Uchiha Yeh emits a mental sound, broadcasting through brainwaves that penetrate a radius of 2 kilometers, ensnaring those who succumb to the illusion. Uchiha Hana resonates with inner sound, her jinjutsu reaching the very core of the mind. Uchiha Sha produces a resonant tone, its deep frequency causing the hairs on the body to prick with the sense of entrancement. Uchiha Chung generates a chest resonance, the vibrations from his core entrapping those who hear them in a web of illusion. Uchiha Saikai possesses the unique ability to transmit auditory sensations, ensnaring adversaries in a web of illusions. Initially, Uchiha Saki remained oblivious to the peculiarities around him. His heart raced, and he could hear the very rhythm of his own breath, the rustle of his clothing against his skin, and the voices of those nearby, all contributing to the heaviness of his eyelids. The more he struggled to escape the jinjutsu, the more intense his heartbeat became. In a frantic attempt, he interrupted the flow of chakra within his body, yearning to break free from the illusion's grasp. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, his eyes grew heavier, reminiscent of the warm embrace within his mother's womb, lulled to sleep by the sound of a heartbeat. Grandfather, do not sleep, a voice called, awakening him. Moments ago, he had been lying peacefully on the ground, enveloped in tranquility, devoid of any sensation. A hearty laugh erupted from Yeh, who remarked on the cunning nature of their combined jinjutsu, akin to the sage techniques of Mount Miyaboku's Toad Song, ensnaring all who heard it in a hallucinatory state. The 5 of them truly wielded an omnipresent sound, plunging foes into delusion. Who could decipher the brainwaves emitted by Yeh? As long as one's heart continued to beat and one remained conscious, capable of perceiving the outside world, there was no escape from the illusion. Their combined skill also included the ability to extinguish the 5 senses, still undergoing training. Saikai, bewildered, observed the scene. All the grass shinobi had succumbed to a peaceful slumber, an eternal repose. Those who had struggled fiercely met an untimely demise, their hearts shattering under the strain. A sense of dread washed over him. He could not escape the illusion. Meanwhile, another team of Uchiha ninjas infiltrated from all directions, launching a coordinated assault that rendered the grass shinobi's plans utterly ineffective. Wind release, violent stream. Uchiha timing unleashed a powerful gust, clearing the dense fog that lingered in the valley. The fog was poisonous, capable of infiltrating pores, eyes, and respiratory tracts. Yet, after a brief moment, the toxic mist coalesced, seemingly unaffected. Uchiha Yeh's glasses and mask proved invaluable. The glasses not only enhanced vision but also obscured the number of tomo in one's Sharingan, rendering judgments futile, while the mask prevented toxins from entering the respiratory system. Timing acknowledged his perceptive prowess. Boom. Explosive tags buried within the mountains detonated in succession, meticulously prepared for the Uchiha. Swarms of minuscule insects filled the air, reminiscent of the insects associated with the oil-wielding clan, yet no less formidable than the grass ninjas who wielded insects and snakes. Huh. You few Uchiha think you can take us on. From a tree branch, grass shinobi Goto Ryu formed hand seals for the summoning technique, 10,000 insects. A surge of chakra rippled through the air as a swarm of man-eating hornets descended. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Sharingan erupted with flames, incinerating the insects. Wind release, tornado. Goto Ryu smirked, exclaiming, explode. The uncontrolled swarm collided with everything in their path, resulting in gruesome explosions, leaving a foul stench in the air. Elder Timing squinted, employing body flicker technique to close in on Goto Ryu, preparing his Three-Tomoe Sharingan to ensnare him in a Jinjutsu. I shall not allow you to prevail. Uchiha. Goto Ryu spat forth a myriad of insects, his form dissipating into swarms, releasing a black toxic mist from the shattered bodies of the insects. You shall be poisoned. Uchiha. Not good. Hold your breath and find higher ground. Elder Timing promptly ordered a retreat. A flurry of minute venomous serpents and insects was unleashed, their poison truly lethal. Once they burrow into the body, one would be bitten and succumb to the toxin, rendering one defenseless. A perilous situation indeed. Lightning release. The crackling sound of electricity surged forth, incinerating all the venomous creatures, reducing them to charred remnants of toxic mist, a malevolent residue that clung stubbornly, akin to a lingering curse. Elder. It is Elder Sai and the others who have arrived. Uchiha Shining exhaled a sigh of relief. Dealing with these insect-wielding ninjas was quite formidable, and lightning release proved most convenient. It was Uchiha Hana's lightning, a master of both fire and lightning techniques among the Uchiha elite. Insect Shuriken. A tenacious insect transformed into a razor-sharp shuriken. Hana, with her Three-Tomoe Sharingan, coldly detected it and swiftly dispatched a shuriken to shatter it. Impressive. Uchiha Leaf praised, acknowledging Hana's real-world experience. Damn it, Wudinglang finally realized that the reinforcements were far more numerous than his initial estimate of a mere 10 to 20. According to the information relayed by the insects, several more batches of Uchiha were en route. One of the insect kings he had left behind was ensnared by the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Leaf and his companions, resulting in its heart shattering, thus losing a formidable ally. He bit his thumb, drawing blood. Help me, Divine Emperor. Summoning technique. A purple-scaled venomous serpent was conjured, capable of human speech. Boy, do you seek my assistance for your sacrifices? Once those Uchiha perish, they shall all be your offerings. Yamashita, Takaja, Michiharu, and the 6 atomic ninjas hasten forth. The Uchiha are exceedingly troublesome. Wudinglang hurriedly relayed the message, for it was inconceivable that only he, an elite Jonin, would be present to guard the imprisoned Konoha ninjas. In order to eliminate them, he needed to capture a group of Uchiha ninjas as leverage, while several elite Jonin awaited this very opportunity. A powerful surge of chakra approached from the western valley. He chuckled with excitement and trepidation. If all the Uchiha could be ensnared, he would strike it rich. The Uchiha were already constrained by his presence. The toxins made them hesitant to act, especially with some already afflicted. That purple serpent continued to expel a novel toxin into the miasma, rendering one's vision impaired. Uchiha Hachima was already covered in the purple toxin, his skin visibly darkening as it rapidly spread throughout his body. Supporting him, Uchiha Savon found that mere contact with Hachima's skin allowed the toxin to invade his hand. Uchiha Shining and Uchiha Aimu, too, were unknowingly succumbing to the poison. Enduring the corrosive effects of the toxin, Uchiha Savon remarked nonchalantly, "This poison is contagious. There's no need for you to save us. Once we perish, please return our ashes to the Uchiha. We appreciate your trouble." Savon, unafraid of sacrifice, accepted the reality of being a Uchiha ninja. Even Uchiha Sha, observing him, shook his head. He had never encountered such urgency or complexity when previously poisoned. This toxin was fundamentally unsolvable, beyond any remedy. Savon, Shining, Aimu, and Uchiha Tome extended their hands, only to realize that the purple toxin had already begun to manifest on their skin, visibly spreading at an alarming rate. Elder Sai, you and your team must complete the mission swiftly. I shall pave the way for you with my body, Uchiha Tome declared, having already devised a strategy in a mere instant. You have not yet succumbed to the poison. The longer one lingers in this toxic environment, the more susceptible one becomes. This colorless, odorless poison, accompanied by sounds and movements, has ensnared even a seasoned shinobi. The peril is too great, and salvation appears elusive. They likely possess no antidote. Fighting against fate, I shall pave the way for you with my own body. You must hurry. With clenched fists, the two could no longer afford to bicker. There was no room for discord in the face of such gravity. In matters of great significance, all decisions made by the Uchiha clan resonate with unity. The poisoned Uchihas gritted their teeth and resolved to forge a path for you. They rose with support, choosing to fight for the hope of the living rather than await death. Hold on. Return to Konoha and seek Lady Tsunade. There may yet be salvation. Uchiha Orange's heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. Do not sacrifice yourselves upon your emergence. Even if these individuals are not my friends, we are all Uchiha. Uchiha Tangming, however, smiled and shook his head, fully aware of their grim fate. You youngsters are commendable. Though our stances differ, you are indeed the pride of the Uchiha clan. To protect you with my flesh and blood is worth it. I, Uchiha, shall prosper. As the saying goes, when one nears death, their words become sincere. He spoke from the heart, his gaze directed towards Uchiha Yeh, who was engrossed in research. Will you be able to safeguard the Uchiha in the future? What concern is it of yours? If you wish to die, then do so swiftly. Your demise will unleash a massacre upon all Uchiha, and you shall remain oblivious. Ask your grandmother if I will protect the Uchiha, replied Uchiha Yeh, his impatience evident. Do you not see that I am busy? Uchiha Yeh meticulously dabbed a piece of white paper in the mist, which was moist yet laden with minuscule particles, akin to bacteria, lingering without dispersing. It became apparent to him that poison was also present on his hands, gradually spreading across his skin rather than immediately infiltrating his body. It would react with the toxins already within, compounding the threat. The wind could not disperse it. Only he could weave seals. Water release. Rain technique. He formed a sphere of water in his hands and hurled it skyward. The water sphere, emanating a chakra of moisture, gradually vanished into the heavens. Soon, droplets began to fall, cascading upon the entire forest and cleansing every individual. As the torrential rain descended, the toxins clinging to their bodies were washed away. Surrounded by a chakra shield, minor toxins felt merely like an itch, nothing of concern. The insidious poison, akin to a bone-deep toxin, remained unscathed by the wind's gusts or the flame's fervor. Yet, the heavy rain carried the poison into the earth, for it is common knowledge that dust should be extinguished by rain. No matter how much poison you exhale, a downpour shall obliterate it. Uchiha Tangming remained bewildered. Was it truly that simple? One rainstorm, and the noxious mist vanished? Uchiha Bayuing, too, found himself with poisoned dust in his eyes, and upon removing his glasses, the rainwater washed away the toxic particles. The uncomfortable toxins upon their skin were also cleansed by the downpour. Let us all bathe. We wore masks and inhaled little. The primary toxins are those clinging to our skin. We are not beyond hope, he assured. We shall divide into 2 groups. 3 minutes for bathing, and after 6 minutes, we will search the holding area for the antidote. Uchiha Yeh's Three-Tomoe Sharingan scanned a particular section of the forest, for his chakra had already sensed a presence, 1 person and a serpent. Truly remarkable. You have devised a way to annihilate the entire Uchiha squad that arrived today. Your methods are indeed appalling. The torrential rain washes away the toxic mist, allowing it to seep into the ground. While the poison may be detrimental to humans, it could simply serve as nourishment for nature. Everyone sheds their clothing and footwear without reservation, thoroughly cleansing themselves from head to toe, utilizing the downpour to wash their garments. The battlefield offers little time for tidiness. A group of over 20 individuals washes their clothes and bodies in turns, without concern for gender distinctions. The females simply wash behind the trees, as the timing remains the same. After the cleansing, the weariness dissipates, and the toxic powder clinging to their bodies is washed away. There are remedies for those deeply poisoned, ensuring that no Uchiha shall perish. Uchiha Leaf finishes his cleansing and departs from the group, wielding a long staff with astonishing speed. Barely perceptible to the naked eye, Leaf, Star C, undeterred by the possibility of falling behind, promptly follows suit. Henna frowns, dismayed that they do not wait for her to change. Yorin's disregard is truly disheartening. Once dressed, several others follow him. Had they not agreed to stay together? Wuding Lang trembles in disbelief. How could it suddenly rain? His meticulously crafted plan did not account for this. The Uchiha clan arrived well prepared, equipped with masks and glasses, as the poison could only infiltrate through the skin and slowly erode their defenses. However, the greatest threat was the rain washing it away. The toxic mist is most vulnerable to a downpour, which would wash away the toxins, rendering the creation of more poison futile. The torrential rain inundates the entire forest, nullifying the ambush plan, leaving them no choice but to confront their adversaries. With so many ninjas awaiting, should they fear the Uchiha? They had long since devised countermeasures. Drenched by the rain, treading on fallen leaves and the carcasses of insects, Uchiha Leaf's rain-sensing technique has identified the mastermind behind this scheme. Those who toy with insects, snakes, and poison are individuals' leaf holds in disdain. To manipulate insects is to cultivate pests. Thus, their masters are inherently malevolent. Swish, swish, swish. A few shuriken fly through the air, and Wuding Lang performs a backflip to evade them, leaping atop the head of the divine monarch. The serpent-like gaze of the divine monarch meets that of this Uchiha brat, who appears formidable. The Three-Tomoe of the Uchiha marks signify great strength. This young one is exceptionally powerful. The instincts of the beast compel it to flee. Divine monarch, if you wish to engage, do so at your own peril. I shall take my leave. What? Wuding Lang chuckles awkwardly. Has he fled in the face of danger? The divine monarch is reluctant to confront the Uchiha clan, a legacy passed down through generations. Not wishing to become a puppet of the Uchiha, it decides to depart. Depart? Have I permitted you to leave? Uchiha Leaf, staff in hand, gazes down upon the colossal serpent with disdain, his Three-Tomoe eyes penetrating its mind. The divine monarch senses impending doom as the two mental forces clash. It quickly finds itself at a disadvantage, as if its consciousness were being commandeered, ruthlessly attacking Wuding Lang. Wuding Lang attempts to dissolve the summoning technique, but finds himself powerless to do so. Gritting his teeth, he expels several maggots from his mouth, manipulating the bizarre chakra to transform the insects into clones, an insect clone technique. Uchiha Leaf feels a wave of revulsion. Such clones are utterly distasteful, extinguishing any desire to engage in combat. He yearns for a fair match, yet finds this unsatisfactory. In the realm of illusions, Uchiha Yeh unleashed his Jinjutsu, ensnaring Wuding Lang, who found himself utterly incapable of resisting the mesmerizing technique. Surrounding him were mirrors, an endless array reflecting myriad versions of himself. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he remained entrapped within the illusion, fully aware of its deceptive nature. Uchiha, I concede. I surrender. I am willing to join Konoha and serve as your loyal hound. Spare my life. As Wuding Lang uttered these words, every mirrored version of himself echoed the plea, leaving him isolated in the vast illusion. Clad in a forest green attire that once blended harmoniously with nature, he now felt disoriented, confronted by the countless reflections that distorted his image. His mind was clouded, and gazing into the mirror revealed a visage marred by years of toxic experimentation, his face riddled with grotesque lesions. With a shattering sound, the mirror before him fractured, revealing a gruesome spectacle of himself, bloodied and torn like a vibrant flower. Startled, Wuding Lang trembled, realizing he remained ensnared in the illusion. He cautiously examined his body, finding himself alive, albeit with a gaping wound in his abdomen. Each mirrored version of him bore the same injury, a searing pain coursing through him. Clutching his belly, he sank to the ground, chakra rendered useless. When he glanced again at the mirror, he saw himself embroiled in a fierce battle with Uchiha Yeh. Reality soon merged with the illusion, and he was sent sprawling by a powerful kick, his eyes locking in terror with the ominous Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Forgive me, Lord Uchiha. I was wrong. Please grant me mercy. Don't you desire the antidote for the poisoned Uchiha? I possess the means to save them. If only you would spare my life. Die, Uchiha Yeh retorted, striking his head fiercely with his staff, fracturing his skull. Wuding Lang's despairing cries echoed as he awaited his demise. Yet, he remained alive. Aside from the pain, his body was unscathed, trapped within the mirror's embrace. He glimpsed his shattered self outside the mirror, split asunder, while the exterior version of him writhed in panic, clutching the wound in his belly. This endless cycle of mirrored illusions blurred the line between his true self and the reflections, leading him into a spiral of despair from which he could not escape. Although it felt like an eternity, in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Uchiha Yeh observed as Wuding Lang succumbed to slumber within the illusion, hesitating to deliver the final blow. He could not bring himself to execute him. That task would be left to his clan. Without Ye's consent, Wuding Lang would remain eternally trapped in the illusion, where it could manifest as reality, leading to his immediate death. Disdainfully, Uchiha Yeh used his staff to peel away Wuding Lang's clothing, revealing a hidden pocket containing the antidote. Those who dabble in toxins often find themselves ensnared by their own craft. This vial of antidote could restore the poisoned Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Yeh turned his gaze towards a small snake in the distance, unperturbed. At that moment, Hoshikai finally caught up, his face etched with displeasure at having been left behind. What are you doing, Yeh? Uchiha Chung exclaimed, his mouth agape. The fallen ninja before them was not the one detailed in the intelligence reports. He had battled alongside Elder Tangming and was indeed a formidable elite shinobi, notorious for his devious use of poison. Uchiha Sha accepted the antidote from Uchiha Yeh, inquiring, "Can this truly cure them?" "Certainly. Without further ado, Sha, you must return swiftly to deliver the medicine." Uchiha Sha accepted the antidote without hesitation and sprinted back. "Chun, carry him home. He is not yet deceased." Within the illusion, "We shall deliberate on how to proceed. It is unequivocal that he cannot remain. We must extract any value he possesses." To harbor someone who harbors ill intentions against the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly sow seeds of peril for the future. Should he wield his staff to seal my chakra, I would be ensnared within the illusion, unable to escape. "Oh, yeah, you are indeed formidable, capable of dispatching an elite Jonin single-handedly." "Haha, Uchiha-chun." With a bald head, hoisted Wuding Lang onto his shoulder. "Without prowess, how could one assume the role of your progenitor? The starry sea is intricate. Spare us your words. What shall be done with this summoning beast?" Uchiha Hua Na gazed at the colossal summoning serpent, likely originating from the same realm as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Subdued by Yeh, whose Jinjutsu far surpassed hers, she often praised her as a genius in illusion. "Yet it is you who is truly exceptional." "What manner of gaze is this, Hua Na?" Uchiha Yeh smiled with pride, relishing the rare sight of Hua Na's complex expression. "Silence. I have no desire to converse with you. Such potent Jinjutsu, whilst flattering me, only makes me feel as though you mock me." Hua Na, vexed, once believed she could match Uchiha Yeh's innate talent, yet found herself wanting. "Haha, Hua Na, do not envy me too much. In time, you too shall become as formidable as grandfather, provided you exert yourself a bit more." Hua Na turned her head away with a huff. "We are all striving harder than you know." Uchiha Yeh, hands on hips, regarded the serpent, named Shun Huang, quite a majestic title indeed, and undeniably powerful. With mental fortitude many times greater than Wuding Lang's. Truly, it embodies the prowess of the Dragon Cave's summoning beasts. As for this little serpent, how dare it challenge the divine might of the Uchiha? Such arrogance. Assisting others to harm the Uchiha signifies a declaration of war against us. I have resolved to lead you all to the Dragon Cave for a massacre and vengeance. Uchiha Yeh was undaunted. Once he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would traverse the Dragon Cave with ease. Who would dare oppose him? "Are you insane?" Hua Na was incredulous. Hearing such words for the first time, did he truly wish to engage in battle? "I am not insane. The Dragon Cave instigated this confrontation, it matters not. One day, I shall awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan, and I will spearhead its annihilation. For every one Uchiha they slay, I shall eradicate 100,000 venomous serpents." Uchiha Yeh raised an eyebrow, exuding a sense of grandeur. "At merely 13 years of age, I can subdue it with my Three-Tomoe. Once I awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan, it shall lose any confidence in my presence. This serpent, kill. The Dragon Cave, destroy." "Hua Na, do you doubt that I will awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan?" How could Hua Na doubt it? Uchiha Yeh was an acknowledged genius. The rain soaked her hair, despite her relentless efforts. She still could not keep pace with Yorin's strides. I believe you will awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan. Haha, I also believe you all will awaken yours. When the time comes, with 5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, what is the Dragon Cave to us?" Uchiha Yeh raised his middle finger at Shen Huang, understanding the divine power bestowed by his bloodline. "As for this serpent, let us first eliminate it to vent our frustrations." Uchiha Yeh formed hand seals, the sound of thunder crackling in his hands, and as he pressed down upon the serpent named Shun Huang, the air crackled with energy. A small white snake slithered forth, transforming into a woman clad in flowing white garments, her silken attire billowing gracefully as she grasped the hand of Uchiha Yeh. Uchiha Yeh's eyes burned crimson, his chakra surging violently, the headband on his forehead illuminated by flashes of lightning. The corners of Tatsuji Haime's eyes revealed divinity and compassion. The sage chakra she harbored within clashed against Uchiha Yeh's, for the divine emperor must not perish. She had come in response to the emperor's plea for help, compelled to intervene as Uchiha's refusal to relinquish the serpent had provoked her. Uchiha's wrath was a tempest she could neither bear nor wish to endure, especially from one capable of controlling the divine emperor with mere Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Raikiri, Uchiha Yeh pierced towards her heart, but Tatsuji Haime deftly waved her sleeve, sending him flying. Why had this sudden woman engaged with Uchiha Yeh? My lord Uchiha, may I have a word? Tatsuji Haim spoke gently, suggesting that a grand matter could be diminished to triviality, that disputes need not arise. Uchiha Yeh formed seals anew, his gaze cold and blood boiling fiercely. I do not relish fighting, nor do I engage in unnecessary conflict, but today I desire to strike you. His words were a summons for her to endure his wrath. What gives you the right to command me? Uchiha Yeh retorted, his wrist entwined with the wind release technique, wind wave. Tatsuji Haim anxiously shielded the divine emperor, bracing herself against the onslaught. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Orange unleashed a punch. Regardless of her identity, Uchiha Yeh had initiated combat, and thus all would join the fray. 3 shadow clones of Hana joined, and Uchiha hurled shurikens towards her. The Starry Sea technique utilized the torrential downpour, ensnaring Tatsuji Haim within a watery prison. She furrowed her brow, waving her sleeve to summon a deluge that repelled her opponents. So powerful, this woman harbored no intelligence whatsoever. Tatsuji Haim's gaze, illuminated by the Three-Tomoe, faintly perceived a voice. Genjutsu, Ferris wheel. A tremendous mental force erupted within her mind, as the illusory Ferris wheel spun, weaving myriad illusions that Uchiha Yeh summoned forth. Such formidable genjutsu. Tatsuji Haim had not encountered a Uchiha this youthful and potent in many years, one who could ensnare her within a realm of illusion. Could his eye power rival that of the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope Sharingan? Yet, he did not even possess the kaleidoscope. However, Tatsuji Haim swiftly extricated herself from the illusion. Though powerful, she remained unyielding. Gripped by the throat, she was forced to meet Uchiha Yeh's gaze. How could my sage chakra? It seemed to be sealed. She too attempted to counter with genjutsu, but her efforts were utterly futile. Uchiha Yeh was immune to illusions. Do you wish to stand against the Uchiha? He tightened his grip further, choking Tatsuji Haim, her face flushed crimson, struggling for breath. In truth, he grasped the serpent's head. Her vital heart was held tightly under Uchiha Yeh's right hand, pressing against the divine emperor. You will die. I am not jesting. Uchiha Yeh truly intends for us to perish. The individuals in the Starry Sea stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. Throughout their lives, they had never encountered such an indifferent Uchiha Yeh, who had always been warm-hearted and amiable, occasionally prone to loose talk. Now, his murderous intent was utterly alien to them. Slowly releasing his grip, Uchiha Yeh declared, "To challenge me is one thing, but to lay hands on my friends is another. Are you tired of living? Having successfully captured you once, I shall not hesitate to do so again. Do not attempt any tricks." The fleeting expression of compassion on Tanjin Ki's face transformed into sheer terror as she realized Uchiha Yeh truly possessed the capability to end her life. The sage chakra within her had vanished without a trace, leaving her unable to wield even the most basic chakra. Truly, he is a descendant of the sage of 6 paths, a member of the divine lineage. With fear lacing her voice, she introduced herself, Lord Uchiha. Allow me to present myself. I am Tanjin Ki, one of the 3 great goddesses of the Dragon Cave. The divine emperor is my descendant. Please, show us mercy. There must be some misunderstanding. We never intended to oppose the Uchiha clan. A few of her companions were unclear about the identity of this goddess. While they were somewhat familiar with the Dragon Cave, having heard whispers of its terrifying pursuit of power, they remained skeptical. Oh, are you declaring war on the Uchiha? Not a declaration of war. Tanjin Ki exclaimed loudly, still bewildered by the sudden disappearance of her sage chakra. Maintaining her transformation technique was already proving arduous. Encountering such an Uchiha in the Dragon Cave was unprecedented. She had never heard of the Uchiha declaring war on a sacred land, and her heart raced with anxiety. Are you provoking the Uchiha? Not provoking. Are you seeking trouble? Absolutely not. Are you nitpicking? Certainly not. Are you attempting assassination? Not at all. Are you plotting murder? Definitely not. Excellent. The familiar Uchiha Yeh had returned. This line of questioning was quintessentially his style. He would pursue the matter to its roots, pressing for clarity and leading her down the path of his inquiries. Uchiha Yeh crouched down to meet her gaze, his expression resolute as he stated, "Then you are implying that the Dragon Cave has long sought the power of the Uchiha, and that which you cannot obtain, you wish to destroy. You have intentionally sent your people to harm the Uchiha, deriving pleasure from the slaughter of my clan, seeking to extinguish the Uchiha lineage. Is that correct? You little worm dare to claim to be a dragon, inflicting harm upon my Uchiha clan? You are nothing but creatures that can be easily eradicated. Regardless of whether you claim to be dragons or snakes. Do you understand? The oppressive aura emanating from Uchiha Yeh chilled Tanjin-ki to her core. How could he be so unreasonable? After forming a contract with a summoning beast, it would naturally choose to assist its master, regardless of the adversary being an Uchiha. This led to Uchiha Yeh's unfounded accusations, a label so immense that even the White Snake Sage would not dare to accept it. I will kill you, and then inform your sage about the declaration of war from your worm cave. I, Uchiha Yeh, accept the challenge. In the future, there shall be no worm's sacred land. Uchiha Yeh pressed his staff firmly against Tanjin-ki's forehead. With just a bit of pressure, he could crush her serpent-like head. Killing me is permissible, but please do not unleash your wrath upon the Dragon Cave. Lord Uchiha, we truly have no intention of opposing the Uchiha clan. Tears welled in Tanjin-ki's eyes. She was not adept at defending herself in matters between humans, and the more she tried to explain, the more Uchiha misunderstood her. When do you plan to conspire against the Uchiha clan? Never. Tanjin-ji's forehead bled a vivid green, and Uchiha Yeh, dissatisfied with the lack of answers, demanded, when shall the Uchiha be annihilated? His eyes glowed with an unnaturally enchanting crimson, the power within surging forth. Tears streamed down Tanjin-ji's face, as she lamented. What sin have I committed to deserve this? Yeh. Hwana stepped forward, grasping his hand. The current state of Uchiha Yeh was so terrifying that it instilled fear in her heart. The once gentle Uchiha Yeh, who would never harm even a chicken or fish, now harbored a desire to kill Tanjin-ji. Yeh, do not lose your sanity. Xinghai grasped his hand tightly, pulling out the Rui stick, revealing the outline of Tanjin-ji's skull. She cried more fiercely, feeling the indignity and peril that a divine maiden should never endure. What has come over you, Uchiha Yeh? Your every utterance revolves around the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Chung embraced Ye's shoulders, attempting to soothe his troubling emotions. This is too strange, Uchiha Yeh murmured. His eyes tightly shut, his hands trembling slightly. It was as if adrenaline surged through him, igniting his emotions and pushing him to an extreme state. His ocular power had reached its limit. The influence of Kurojitsu propelled his mental strength to unprecedented heights, and he could no longer contain the Three-Tomoe. The potential to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan lay within him, yet it required stimulation. When external stimuli proved insufficient, he sought to provoke himself. The system suggested he awaken his eyes on his own. The so-called reward of the Sharingan was merely a means to meet the requirements and activate the bloodline's power. With no external rewards or stimulation available, he resorted to self-provocation. What divine power! The gazes of Uchiha Xinghai, Uchiha Sha, and Uchiha Hwana fixated on his face. Trembling, Uchiha Yeh felt the unique chakra generated by his bloodline invigorating his eyes. The Three-Tomoe whirled incessantly, ultimately transforming into a new pattern. 3 overlapping fish, united in harmony. This pair of eyes symbolized beauty, auspiciousness, inclusiveness, and infinity. The eye of the soul reflected one's deepest aspirations. Within him, a tempestuous transformation occurred. This set of eyes could encompass all powers and balance them. As his mental strength grew, it propelled his physical constitution along with it, eliminating the need for the system's assistance in achieving equilibrium. The Mangekyo Sharingan, distinct from the Three-Tomoe, rendered him like a different person altogether. As his emotions gradually settled, he realized that rather than despising the Dragon Cave, it was more fitting to loathe the true culprits, the grass ninjas. He had no interest in associating with such troublemakers, regardless of their ability to practice sage techniques. Uchiha Yeh held no affection for serpents, nor would he be swayed by the allure of their power. Yeh, the Mangekyo, he mused. This bloodline suppressive force was akin to that of the clan leader. It could not be mistaken. The Mangekyo Sharingan had not cost him anything. Rather, it was Uchiha Yeh's own fury that enabled him to awaken it. Is the Mangekyo Sharingan truly that easy to activate? Then why, aside from Uchiha Q, has no one else awakened their eyes? Uchiha Sasuke performed a flourish with his staff, unleashing the sealed sage chakra back to Takit Tsukihime. The immense sage chakra returned to her, instantly restoring her forehead, yet the psychological scars it left behind remained indelible. Takit Tsukihime's eyes were filled with profound terror as she gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, whose eyes bore the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Eye of God. Why do you open it so casually? Come, let us engage in a fair confrontation. I shall not seal your chakra. Uchiha Sasuke was genuinely curious to ascertain whether his Mangekyo Sharingan could rival the divine strength of the deity residing in the Ryukido cave. The Mangekyo Sharingan is unique in its manifestation. No two eyes are identical, and thus their abilities inherently differ. His eyes were maximized for survival. The three fish with head's eye, with its left eye's ability named Three Void, encompassed the realms of past, present, and future. When injured, activating this power would revert his body to a state 5 minutes prior, or allow him to rewind another's time to 5 minutes before. Furthermore, it could foresee events within the next 5 minutes without depleting significant ocular energy, enabling him to anticipate and avert unfavorable occurrences, rendering him a prophet of sorts for that brief duration, albeit at a cost of substantial ocular energy and chakra post 5 minutes. However, this presents a paradox of time. Knowing one would not be harmed in the next 5 minutes, and being able to revert to a prior state creates a loophole. Thus, the present time serves as a balancing force, harmonizing the past and future, placing him in a state of temporal equilibrium, allowing free manipulation of time within that 5-minute frame, an invincible state. When one fights against his past or future selves, they cannot harm his present self. And thus he emerges unscathed, fully revitalized, a temporal paradox indeed. Even if his hand were severed or poisoned, he could revert to his state 5 minutes prior rather than the world's timeline, a truly overpowered ability. In addition to accelerating or rewinding his own time, he could also manipulate the time of others. While many extol the virtues of Kimui, it possesses its own vulnerabilities. His eyes, however, have none, granting him the power to control the past, present, and future within 5 minutes at will. Without a vast reservoir of chakra and a resilient mental constitution, one would be incapable of wielding such eyes. These eyes are a reflection of the soul, aware of my fear of death. With these eyes, I am impervious to demise, navigating through past and future in a continuous oscillation, evading the clutches of death itself, and able to resurrect to a state 5 minutes prior. Such myriad applications stem from this singular eye. The second eye is tied to the realm of space. Taki Tsukihime cleaned the bloodstains, reluctant to engage in battle, for she understood that any confrontation with Uchiha Sasuke would lead to unforeseen repercussions. He was notorious for casting blame upon others. Now, the Ryukido cave had become synonymous with the plot to annihilate the Uchiha clan. In his words, what defense could she possibly mount? With the sage chakra returned to her body, her confidence had waned, especially knowing that the staff in Uchiha Sasuke's hand could seal chakra. She felt utterly dazed. Whether to kill or to maim, I harbor no grievances. Just do not misplace your wrath upon the Ryukido cave. Lord Uchiha, I implore you. Tsubaki knelt on the ground, ceasing her struggles. Having lived to this age, she felt it was sufficient. As long as she could safeguard the safety of the dragon cave and avoid conflict with the deranged Uchiha Yeh. Honestly, it was quite disheartening, especially considering she had once assisted him in unlocking his eyes. Yeh, that is enough. Hana stood resolutely before Tsubaki, asserting that those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan often underwent drastic personality changes. Your transformation frightens us. As a brother, I cannot condone your folly. This marked Hana's first open opposition to Uchiha Yeh. She was not mistaken. Why pursue relentless accountability? The fault lies with you, Uchiha Yeh. Your current state is exceedingly peculiar. I implore you to calm your inner turmoil. Uchiha Yeh regarded her with a cold expression, seemingly disappointed. Are you certain you wish to align with her? You must understand that Uchiha Chonglu was indeed bitten by a serpent in the dragon cave and is now poisoned. Chonglu had been bitten, yet the venom was treatable, and the situation was not dire. Tsubaki, aghast, realized a rift had formed. This Uchiha Hana was fiercely protecting her. Aside from the white serpent sage, she had never considered that a mere human would risk their power to shield her in times of peril, especially when no mutual benefit existed. This does not imply I am siding with her. It is true that a summoning beast must heed its master. You would not wish for a crow to assist another while betraying you. It is the same principle. You are the true problem here. How can you blame the dragon cave for this matter? Hana's stance was unwavering. This unnecessary conflict must not occur, and one must not resort to force to intimidate others. Uchiha Yeh sneered. So, must I ensure Tsubaki's demise today? Without a trace of fear, Hana met his gaze. Then let me perish alongside her. Tsubaki gasped. What? She gazed at Hana's silhouette, feeling as though a divine entity had descended to protect her, illuminating her in the darkness and warming her heart. Her emotions surged. Was this the sensation of being loved? Finally, she understood why, in the past, Celestial serpents had recklessly fallen for humans. There was indeed a reason. Hannah, please do not act this way. Are you truly willing to quarrel with your childhood brothers for the sake of someone you wish to avoid? Uchiha Orange gestured dramatically, his demeanor suggesting urgency. His bald head appearing quite comical. The starlet C remained silent, bowing his head. Hannah felt a twinge of embarrassment. You need not speak. It was precisely because they had grown up together that she sought to halt his malevolence. If you believe yourself sufficiently powerful to eliminate me as well, Uchiha Yeh. Hannah pronounced his name with weight, as if wagering that he would not dare to kill her. Uchiha Yeh's face fell in disappointment, shaking his head. Our bond is priceless. And yet you threaten me for the sake of this wretch. Speak more respectfully. Uchiha Yeh choked on his words, turning away in disillusionment. If Uchiha Changlu succumbs to her poison, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan will be confirmed, and I shall not spare the Dragon Cave. Tsunekami now finds herself at a loss for words. The notion that we possess the capability to perpetrate genocide against the Uchiha clan is entirely your own fabrication. As the heavy rain subsides, Uchiha Yeh departs without a backward glance. Uchiha Xinghai and Uchiha Chung also wish to convey something to Hwana, but ultimately follow suit and leave, steadfastly aligning themselves with Uchiha Yeh. You're fine now, Hwana murmurs, her head bowed, as if all strength and means have fled her. She genuinely hopes Uchiha Yeh does not lose his sense of self. The consequence of this is the inevitable discord that will arise between Uchiha Yeh and herself. The controlled deity awakens from its stupor. The divine lord's head spins, having endured relentless torment within the illusion, various forms of suffering that make it yearn for death. Unable to break free from Uchiha Yeh's dreamscape. It's all right now. You may return, Tsunekami gently reassures, stroking its head. In a puff of white smoke, the divine lord is summoned back for recuperation. Tsunekami hovers beside Uchiha Hwana, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you for speaking on my behalf, Uchiha-sama. You shall forever be my dearest friend. Hwana, feeling exasperated, waves her hand dismissively. It's not for you. Tsunekami, unconvinced, insists, it is indeed for you. For your sake and that of your dear friend, the formidable Uchiha Yeh. Everything is for the sake of sacrifice. With a gaze filled with warmth, Tsunekami implores. I humbly offer my gratitude on behalf of the Dragon Cave, and hope you can dissuade Uchiha Yeh from his intentions towards it. Hwana lowers her eyes, responding softly. I will do my utmost. His stubborn nature is deeply ingrained since childhood, and it is challenging to alter such convictions, requiring considerable time. Uchiha Changlulu interjects, I understand. Tsunekami produces a small snake from her sleeve, as white as jade, with lively eyes. This is a jade serpent. It can absorb all toxins. Lady Hwana, should you need to restore your chakra, you may harness its power. May I propose a summoning contract with you for the Dragon Cave? Blushing, Tsunekami hurriedly clarifies. It is not for the sake of wanting to be closer to you, but rather to repay your kindness. Her voice is soft and melodious, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a deity. Utilizing it for detoxification is acceptable, but there's no need for a summoning contract. Hwana states as she accepts the jade serpent from her hands. The serpent is warm to the touch, completely devoid of venom. Oh, Tsunekami is flustered, regardless of the circumstances. I must establish a contract with Hwana. This message was conveyed to me by the white serpent sage, who suspects that Uchiha Yeh is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. His vengeance is something the Dragon Cave cannot withstand. I implore you, Lady Hwana, please sign the contract with me. Do you desire immense power? Comparable to that of Uchiha Yeh? The Dragon Cave can assist you. Have you heard of sage arts? Uchiha Hwana pauses momentarily, contemplating the notion of power equal to that of Uchiha Yeh. Please, continue. She gestures for Tsunekami to elaborate. Throughout the ages, countless ninjas seeking strength have journeyed to the Dragon Cave. Tsunekami proudly recounts to Hwana. If Uchiha Hwana were to train there, no trials would await you. I would personally ensure your passage is smooth and unimpeded. Uchiha Hwana has already entered into a contract. Her summoning beast is the divine princess of the Dragon Cave, Tsunekami, whose true form is also a white serpent, one of the descendants of the white serpent sage. Tsunekami urged her to visit the dragon's abyss in the future and to frequently summon her presence, which sounded quite enchanting. However, all of this was orchestrated by Uchiha Yeh. Hwana retraced her steps, finding a familiar silhouette awaiting her. Oh, you've struck it rich. Such good fortune has truly been claimed by you, Uchiha Chung. How unfortunate. Why hasn't he arranged for him to meet Lady Shinji? Xinghai smiled, congratulating Uchiha Huana, recalling the tales Uchiha Yeh had shared, particularly the legend of the White Snake, who, having been saved, was willing to offer herself in return. Huana embodied the male protagonist of that tale, a slayer of both men and women. In high spirits, Huana smiled at Uchiha Yeh and proposed a pact, asking to learn the art of immortality. Ha ha ha, Yeh beamed, wrapping his arm around her shoulder with a mischievous grin. Your acting skills are commendable. You nearly frightened me. With a playful jab of her elbow, Huana retorted, you're one to talk. Your demeanor startled me as well. You truly don't follow the script, you improvise on a whim. If I hadn't played along with your act, you might have actually harmed someone. Laughter echoed among them. Yeh was oblivious to the gravity of threatening Shinji. If he did not engage in the practice of immortality or commune with the three sacred lands, it did not mean he would not arrange matters for his friends. I wasn't frightened, but I never imagined so much would happen in my absence. Had I known, I would have stayed, Uchiha Sha lamented, having neither witnessed Shinji nor his brother manifest the exalted Mangekyo Sharingan, missing out on the excitement. Oh, it's of no consequence. In time, everyone will awaken their eyes, trust me. Oh, we don't believe you, came the skeptical replies. The Mangekyo Sharingan was not easily attained. Those who had awakened it were written into the clan's annals. Particularly in recent decades, only Uchiha Jing had achieved the Mangekyo, and now Uchiha Yeh joined him. A power coveted by all, as if inscribed in their very blood, urging them to strive for the same. They harbored many questions. It was rumored that the Mangekyo Sharingan reflected the soul's essence, each pair of eyes possessing unique divine powers. Yeh, what is your power? Uchiha Yeh had no intention of concealing it from his friends, and could even make it public knowledge. My left eye, Senkong, allows you to comprehend that within a span of 5 minutes encompassing the past, present, and future, I am immune to all harm, able to revert my body to a previous state. Uchiha Yeh drew a kunai, making a deliberate incision on his arm, causing blood to flow. Xinghai gasped in shock as the three fish with one head eye began to swirl slightly. The wound regressed to its unbroken state, and the trickling blood was drawn back into his arm. Injuries could return to an uninjured state, as long as it was within 5 minutes. Longer durations would be exhausting. A brief glimpse into the past, a fleeting glance at the future. Indeed, it also allowed for predictions of what was to come. You can foresee the future, they exclaimed in unison, their curiosity piqued. Uchiha Yeh had never attempted to predict. His eyes could indeed observe the past and future, yet it required immense chakra. And he had no desire to make such predictions at present, believing the outcome would be largely accurate. Yeh, what have you seen? Uchiha Sha comprehended the significance of these eyes. The power within a single eye was sufficient for Uchiha Yeh to securely occupy the position of elder. A peculiar smile graced Ye's lips as he spoke of the future, asserting that even fanciful fabrications could materialize as reality. The future perceived may not necessarily come to fruition, nor does it guarantee the essence of what is to come. Every action holds the potential to alter the course of that future. Upon awakening my Mangekyo Sharingan, I glimpsed fragments of the future surrounding me, as well as visions concerning you all, fleeting and indistinct, leaving me uncertain of how far ahead these glimpses extended. Thus, several individuals knelt in the forest, attentively listening. Uchiha Huana, let us begin with you. Uchiha Yeh appeared to reminisce about a future that did not exist. Go on, he urged. Huana clenched her fists, anxiety coursing through her. What would my future entail? I witnessed you, after the war's conclusion, pursuing strength in the Dragon Cave. Yet, I also sensed that conflict in the ninja world had emerged once more. You activated Sage Mode and summoned a colossal white serpent. Though I could not discern the patterns in your eyes, I knew it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Huang trembled slightly. This was indeed my future. The Mangekyo Sharingan. I too can awaken it. Impressive, Huana. Chung expressed with admiration, eagerly pressing. What about me? I foresaw you and Uchiha Sha encountering Huana as she ventured to the Dragon Cave for training. You were equally determined, discovering Myobo Kuzin and training under the Toad Sage in the art of sage techniques. Chung and Sha were utterly oblivious to the true nature of sage arts, let alone the location of Myobo Kuzin. Is there a Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Yeh pondered before replying in the negative. Chung could not fathom why she lacked a Mangekyo. Huana chuckled. Sha, why does Huana possess what we do not? It must be that you are not striving hard enough. Diligence will yield results. Huana will undoubtedly exert herself to surpass me. You lack the drive and ambition. Yet your strength is formidable. no less than that of the Mangekyo. Is that so? This revelation eased their hearts somewhat. The future remains uncertain. What you perceive may not be the truth. Both Chung and I shall certainly awaken our Mangekyo Sharingans. Sha was filled with determination, asserting that Huana would awaken hers in due time, and they too must achieve it. And what of me? Xinghai too yearned to discern the trajectory of the future. Uchiha Yeh's voice turned grave, seemingly reluctant to engage in this discourse. With Yeh's silence, the companions began to speculate. Did Xinghai possess no future? From now on, simply follow me as a companion. Do not wander, promise me, Xinghai. Uchiha Yeh grasped his hand, tears welling in his eyes, filled with deep reluctance. Xinghai, in his innocence, nodded. Yi, you have seen my future. I have already perished, have I not? Tears fell from Uchiha Yeh's eyes, and Huana could not find joy in this moment. Pondering that Yeh's mention of her awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan might signify Xinghai's demise. How did he meet his end? Sha too grasped Xinghai's hand, solemnly questioning. The future can be altered, do not accept it as truth. Indeed, Xinghai, we shall always remain the best of friends, Yi assured. Sha and I will journey to Myobokuzen for training, and you shall accompany us. With us by your side, you shall come to no harm. Let us train together in the Dragon Cave, Xinghai proposed. Uchiha Yeh felt a sense of relief. Thus, his intentions were fulfilled. Uchiha Saikai was tragically slain by an unknown assailant, and even I could not discern the identity of this murderer. His intent was to extinguish Saikai's life as a means to torment and threaten me. Uchiha Yeh harbored a deep disdain for the fictitious villain he had conjured, while Saikai himself remained incredulous at the notion of his own demise. Surely, Uchiha Yeh would not jest nor deceive me at such a dire moment, would he? The concern of friends brought a blush to his cheeks, filling his heart with joy. My significance in their lives remained paramount, and their affection reassured me. I had no desire for death, for in its wake, Uchiha Yeh would cease to exist, leaving a void that would sorrow all. With unwavering determination, Saikai declared in a resounding voice, I will not perish. I refuse to die, to evade death, and to continue basking in the love of those around him. He resolved to survive. Yes, you shall not perish, Saikai. Uchiha Huana embraced him, the bonds of their childhood friendship evident. Saikai was cherished, deserving of such affection. We, your brothers, shall protect you, Sha and Chung affirmed, grasping his arms, silently vowing to grow stronger to ensure their brother's safety. In the future, Saikai aspired to train in the Wetbone Forest, a location where the first Hokage honed his sage techniques, though he lamented not having visited it yet. I shall make it there. I will. Saikai had never felt such resolute conviction. No matter the obstacles, he was determined to venture to the Wetbone Forest for training. Although he was unaware of its exact location, it mattered not. He trusted in Ye's guidance. This solidified various futures, each diverging down distinct paths. With multiple training directions now established, sage techniques were crucial, and sage chakra could compensate for the Uchiha clan's deficiencies in physique and chakra, augmenting their strength immensely. His companions needed to learn, while Ye, possessing his own unique advantages, would not falter in either physique or spirit, for both were formidable, and his chakra would keep pace. Huana, this is your ninja tool, the lightning mirror. Chung, here is your tool, the wind charm. Sha, this is your fire cloud sword. Saikai, this is your tool, the diamond bracelet. Ye distributed the various ninja tools awarded by the system, as if tailor-made for his friends. Just after receiving the rewards, he had already matched them with the appropriate tools. As you can see, my weapon is the Rui stick, striking the original can seal chakra, and hitting a shadow clone can randomly seal a type of chakra, which is why I can easily counter Tanjinheim. Uchiha Yeh elaborated on the purpose of these ninja tools, each comparable to those of the Sage of Six Paths, with his Rui stick being an extraordinary weapon that surpassed even those of the Sage. Where did these come from? Huana inquired, recalling that the clan leader, Uchiha Madara, once possessed a Six Paths level ninja tool, the Uchiha Fan, which Madara took with him, its whereabouts still a mystery. The existence of these tools was indeed remarkable. Now, Uchiha Yeh shall begin his tale. You have all heard of the Sage of Six Paths, have you not? I shall reveal to you that these are, in fact, the ninja tools once wielded by him. Do not ask me how I acquired them. When you grow powerful enough, I will disclose the truth. For now, this knowledge is beyond your grasp. Withholding information, you will not harm them. This tool should be kept. True strength lies in personal empowerment. The illusion technique of the Uchiha's Quintet Lullaby. A powerful wave of illusion sweeps across the battlefield. The grass ninjas are already stationed at the location where they have captured the Konoha ninjas, having prepared numerous personnel and devised tactics specifically against the Uchiha clan. Anticipating their arrival, the Konoha ninjas serve as bargaining chips for negotiations and must be well guarded. What does it matter if many Uchihas come? They can simply increase their ranks. Yeh's speed gradually waned, his breathing becoming labored, as countless sounds amplified around him. Was it an illusion? He felt drowsy. No, I must break free. Uchiha Yeh gasped, glancing at the 5 reinforcements. He was momentarily stunned by the sight of Uchiha Yeh's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. How exaggerated is this? Awakening the eyes this year. And already achieving Mangekyo Sharingan? The 5 were unscathed, yet Uchiha Yeh had awakened. The tides of battle shifted. The grass ninjas, regardless of their rank, could not withstand the pressure. No matter where they crouched, they could clearly hear various sounds, each one luring them into a realm of illusions, causing them to collapse. Yeh persisted, but upon seeing a pair of Sharingan, he could no longer endure, succumbing to the boundless illusions. Elder Tangming bore several severe wounds. And even after consuming detoxifying pills, relief did not come swiftly. When he beheld the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was rendered speechless. All the Uchiha on the battlefield were astonished at witnessing yet another pair of Mangekyo, aside from their clan leader. This was the power every Uchiha yearned for. As the battlefield was cleared, injured Uchiha were tended to by the logistics team. Xinghai, Sha, and Chung, you will assist the logistics team in finishing up. Leave no grass ninja unaccounted for. Understood. The 3 obediently departed. Hwana, have Yusha cleanse all toxins from the Uchiha. There will inevitably be some poison within, so ensure thorough cleansing. Very well. Hwana complied, summoning Yusha for detoxification. Uchiha Yeh gazed towards the mountain valley. Having eradicated all grass ninjas, none could escape his watchful eyes. Elders Tangming and Sei, Uchiha Shining, Uchiha Imuki, let us proceed to the place of confinement together. The 2 elders followed the young man without a hint of complaint. The emergence of the Mangekyo Sharingan had taken everyone by surprise. After they departed, Uchiha Bama hesitantly spoke. Uchiha Yeh has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, hasn't he? Uchiha Savon nodded heavily, arms crossed. Indeed, awakening the Mangekyo at 13 is quite extraordinary. Wow, Uchiha Yeh is incredible to have unlocked the legendary Mangekyo. Uchiha Ningwei was super excited. This was the power he had always dreamed of. Uchiha Teru remained silent, relieved that he did not have to face Uchiha Yeh's wrath. The look in Yeh's eyes back then was enough to instill fear of being killed in a fit of rage. Yeh's Mangekyo Sharingan uplifted the spirits of all. Fighting alongside such a person brought immense security. The basement was foul and reeked of decay. As Uchiha Leaf entered, he deftly grasped a needle and, with a swift motion, hurled it towards the deafened, disabled Jonin lurking in the shadows, piercing the center of his brow. This was the last guardian of the land of grass. The unique application of Sankong, beyond its influence on his own past and future 5 minutes, could also be utilized on others or objects, thereby imbuing this needle with a destined future, assuredly finding its mark in the ninja's brow. There was no escape. It was inevitable. Leaf, you are truly a genius. Elder Sei remarked after a prolonged silence, his astonishment palpable. Leaf chuckled modestly. No need for flattery. Too much praise might lead me to forget my place in the cosmos. My current strength is not solely my own, but a gift from the system, he acknowledged with clarity. Tangming nodded in agreement, recognizing Leaf's brilliance and silently respecting him. With a kaleidoscope of Sharingan eyes and 5 followers possessing Three-Tomoe, they had access to formidable combined ninjutsu and wide-ranging genjutsu. A truly daunting force. Descending into the depths of the basement, they encountered several cages housing Leaf Village ninjas, all suffering from debilitating poison, Hyuga, Uchiha, and the distinctive hair of the Senju clan. Even though the Senju clan had long since waned, the bloodline was still evident in one of the captives. Over 50 ninjas were imprisoned, which explained the substantial manpower deployed for their protection. The Uchiha ninja trapped in the cage appeared to have been held for an extended period. Uchiha Tenju, his eyesight nearly gone, still managed to glimpse his kaleidoscope eyes. Could it be that my sight has failed me? Is it Konoha come to save us? How wonderful. Haruno was in tears, knowing not how long they had endured captivity, some for as long as a year. Uchiha Tenju had indeed been captured a year prior. Not recently. Uchiha Leaf spoke solemnly, It is not Konoha that comes to rescue you. It is Uchiha who comes to save Uchiha." Tang Ming wished to interject, but was silenced by Leaf's fierce gaze, which seemed to convey an unspoken reproach. With a decisive kick, Leaf shattered the cage, disregarding the grime, and approached Uchiha Tenju, placing his hands upon him, channeling his healing jutsu. "Tenju, is it? The clan leader?" he inquired gently. "I am Uchiha Leaf, not the clan leader," he clarified. After a year of imprisonment, Tenju was unfamiliar with Leaf's identity. Leaf employed his warm, healing energy to help restore some strength, pulling him from the abyss of despair. "What is your name?" Leaf asked kindly. "I am Uchiha Tenju, a Genin with one tomo," he replied, his face etched with weariness. At 16, he bore the appearance of a man in his 30s. The excessive use of his Sharingan had taken a toll on his life force, rendering his eyes nearly blind, his pupils dilated. Leaf unshackled the chains binding him, noting the chakra seal and the poison coursing through his veins, leaving him emaciated and resembling a mere shadow of a person. "Fear not. Uchiha has come to rescue you. We are going home, back to Uchiha," Leaf assured him gently, using his healing powers to alleviate Tenju's suffering. As blood tears streamed from his left eye, he coaxed Tenju's body back to its state from a year ago, visibly restoring the luster of his hair and flesh. Uchiha Tenju felt his strength gradually returning, and his eyes became increasingly clear. He saw the bloodstains flowing from Uchiha Yeh's eyes. Returning home, Uchiha Tenju opened his mouth, rendered speechless. His eyes were already brimming with tears, silently weeping. Home. All his family had perished. No, they were not dead. As long as there were Uchiha, there was family. He choked on his words, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Uchiha Yeh. At that moment, the power of time and space enveloped him, restoring his physical condition to what it had been a year prior. He was acutely aware of this change. Yi released his grip, covering his left eye. Indeed, surpassing 5 minutes of traversing past and future was exhausting. The power of time and space was not easily wielded, and regressing his body by a year was the utmost limit achievable by Uchiha Yeh at this moment. With a wave of his right hand, space rippled, allowing him to openly extract items from the void. No need to inquire. It was all a manifestation of the kaleidoscopic power. Spitting out water, he cleansed himself and dried off, retrieving clothing from the space to change into. "Can you change by yourself?" "I can, Lord Yi." "Good." Alongside Uchiha Tenju, there were several other ninjas imprisoned, their identities unknown to him. He cared only for Uchiha ninjas. This was the divine power of the Uchiha clan, and it would solely be employed for their kin. Others need not expect such favor. The bond of blood tied their clan together. Outsiders had no such ties. No sentiments to speak of. Uchiha Shining and Uchiha Aimu were rescuing those trapped. "Thank you, Konoha. Thank you for the rescue." Someone lamented, yearning to return to Konoha, repeatedly chanting its name as if driven to madness, having lost hope in their confinement, believing Konoha would come to their aid. "Thank you, Konoha. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage." Uchiha Yeh found it amusing. How could one be so foolish? Those who expressed gratitude to Konoha and the Third Hokage were not rescuing anyone, nor were they permitted to do so. They were to await reinforcements from Konoha. Uchiha Aimu halted his actions and cast a puzzled glance at Elder Tangming. Tangming sighed. Why must we be so radical? Why must Uchiha Yeh adopt such an extreme stance? Upon further reflection, it seemed we, the Uchiha, were the ones rescuing you. Yet you offered no gratitude, choosing instead to thank Konoha and the Hokage. This appeared quite unreasonable. The Hokage merely arranged the mission without direct intervention. Uchiha Yeh was not in the wrong. What shall we do if we do not rescue them? Self-sufficiency was essential. The ninjas enamored with Konoha brought him joy. Their love for Konoha was profound, and the Uchiha clan would naturally assist them in realizing their dreams. They awaited Konoha's rescue, and those dispatched by Konoha should have already arrived at Baichao Town. After completing their tasks, they would return. To all the ninjas who expressed gratitude to Konoha and the Third Hokage, you should remain calm and await Konoha's assistance. Without my command, no one is permitted to move these individuals. I, Uchiha Yeh, delight in helping others realize their dreams. Ha ha. Uchiha Yeh laughed maniacally, his voice echoing harshly within the underground confinement chamber. Thank you for the Uchiha's rescue. Please help us. I wish to return to Konoha. Thank you, Uchiha. Some, sensing the wind's shift, altered their attitudes. In silence, some may find salvation. My gratitude lies with Konoha, with a select few from the Hokage. If I were to reconsider, Uchiha Yeh would not permit any rescue. It is best to remain here and express my gratitude to Konoha and its Hokage. Let those who wish to save do so. The Uchiha shall not allow any rescue. What of the mission? Go and eat your fill. After the final assault and clean up by the grass shinobi. This mission has reached its conclusion. The stronghold in the land of grass, where Konoha ninjas were imprisoned, has been utterly eradicated. Whether or not there are Konoha ninjas in the dungeons of the grass village is of no concern to the Uchiha clan. The logistics team is tasked with tending to the rescued ninjas, while the temporary interrogation squad extracts information from the surviving ninjas. Subsequently, all that remains is to clear the area. Over 150 grass ninjas were gathered and buried together. Whether they fought for the land of grass or as hired mercenaries, they were granted a dignified end. Witnessing this, Uchiha Yeh felt a wave of nausea. Yet this is a cruel world governed by harsh survival laws. All one can do is survive in this game, protect friends nearby, and strive to uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan, a clan of love, not of malevolence. The power of love is etched in our very blood. Child, do you seem to disapprove of this method of handling matters? Sei was unfazed. He had participated in the First World War, where their approach was one of apathy. With corpses strewn across the mountains, the decision to bury them in this manner was Uchiha Yeh's own, on the battlefield. It is indeed an irrational act to collect the enemy's dead. Yet, he felt a sense of solace knowing that Uchiha Yeh harbored such a kind heart. Such a fate is the most dignified death imaginable, sufficiently so. To end one's life without pain in an illusion is far preferable to a painful demise. Whose children were these souls? Who were their parents? Uchiha Yeh could not ascertain. It is commendable to possess such compassion. Yeh's fellow ninjas, Uchiha Tangming, wished to plead for the few Konoha ninjas. If they did not rescue them together, it would likely spell danger for their lives here. How would Konoha perceive us Uchiha if we left them behind? To bring them back would be the best course, earning gratitude from Konoha. Uchiha Yeh turned around, and the trio departed from that place. Elder Tangming was not entirely at fault. Each held different perspectives. Konoha would surely exploit the opportunity should the Uchiha leave behind several ninjas. They would conclude that the Uchiha and Konoha were at odds, especially since the Uchiha had faced exclusion in recent years across various regions. Elder Tangming wished to avoid further conflicts with the higher-ups. It was difficult for their conservative faction. What of Uchiha Tianju? Uchiha Yeh inquired, and he did not seek further details. He vanished while undertaking a mission. He is among the missing Uchiha. How many Uchiha are on the missing list? Elder Tangming blinked. He did not concern himself with such matters and was unsure. From now on, you shall withdraw from the Uchiha clan, adopting the name Sarutobi. Upon your return, change your name immediately and relinquish your eyes back to the Uchiha clan. I shall personally deliver 50 million ryo to the Sarutobi clan to ensure your successful integration. With a sudden flush of crimson across his face, Uchiha Tamaki comprehended why the clan leader would be incensed each time those words were uttered. It was indeed difficult not to be angry. That is not what I meant, he protested, his face suffused with genuine ire. The radical faction's tactics were exceedingly ruthless, capable of being wielded in any context. Uchiha Yeh let out a resigned sigh, reflecting on the stubbornness of the old man who, despite his reluctance to join the Sarutobi clan, often spoke in their favor. How perplexing. Was not the present state of Konoha essentially a dominion of the Sarutobi clan? Loving Konoha equated to loving Sarutobi. What was amiss with that? My eyes can foresee the future. Tamaki Elder fell silent, as did Elder Sei. Uchiha Yeh's seemingly casual remark dropped like a bombshell in their hearts. They harbored no doubts about the potency of the Uchiha Sharingan. He had once spoken of the three voids of vision, past, present, and future, capable of reversing his own time and that of others. The body of Uchiha Tenju had regressed to a year prior. Yet, the ability to observe the future had not been spoken of. They would not inquire further. The future foretold the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Tamaki and Sei halted in their tracks, their Sharingan reflecting their suppressed fury. I must confide in you. This revelation weighs heavily on my heart. Do not disclose it to the Uchiha, for it would incite panic. He rubbed his temples, weariness etched across his visage. The next clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, a prodigy among the conservatives, would be supported by them upon awakening his Sharingan. He would draw closer to Konoha, yet at that time, Konoha would still ostracize the Uchiha, more severely than the present. Currently, the Uchiha still held some positions within Konoha, but in the future, they would find themselves relegated to the outskirts of the village. Despised by all, few conservatives remained steadfast. Most had grown radical, yearning to defect from Konoha. The conservative leader, Uchiha Fugaku, would also begin to plot a coup, assigning his son, Uchiha Itachi, a genius who awakened his Sharingan at 13, to infiltrate the Umbu. Yet, Itachi's loyalty lay with Konoha. Another prodigious youth with a Sharingan, Fugaku's grandson, would unite with him, using his eyes to control my very mind. Those eyes, named Kotoeme Tsukumi, would forcibly bend my will, altering it beyond my resistance, deeming me too radical and ultimately leading to my demise. The two remained silent, absorbing Yeh's grim vision of the future. The current internal strife seemed trivial in comparison to the prospect of a conspiracy against Uchiha Yeh. Deep sorrow enveloped Yeh as he wove this vivid tapestry of fate. Fugaku supported his son Itachi Uchiha in the massacre of our clan. Following this tragedy, the Uchiha clan found itself defenseless. Itachi, harboring a deep connection with Konoha, sought to prevent any potential betrayal from the Uchiha. He allied with Konoha and external forces to eradicate every individual bearing the Uchiha bloodline, resulting in a swift and brutal slaughter that occurred under the very eyes of Konoha, leaving only Fugaku's second son, Sasuke Uchiha, as the last remnant of their lineage. After Uchiha Yeh concluded his narrative, he turned to elder Uchiha Tamaki, stating, "I am saving you. If you were to sacrifice your eyes and join Sarutobi, perhaps Konoha would spare you." Elder Tamaki remained silent, feeling his beliefs crumbling. "Yeh, is what you say truly the future?" Uchiha Sei questioned, still unable to believe that the Uchiha clan would face annihilation. Yeh placed his hand upon the shoulders of the two elders, affirming, "The future is ever-changing. I reiterate, do not disclose this to anyone. I shall show you a glimpse of what lies ahead through my Jinjutsu. You must discern for yourselves." He explained that he had glimpsed a fragment of the future when he first awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, but would find it challenging to see more in the future. The two elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of secrecy, allowing Uchiha Yeh's Jinjutsu to infiltrate their minds. Yet, he had not truly seen the future. He merely crafted a tale, deceiving the two elders without any knowledge of the true outcome, relying instead on his understanding of the narrative. The elders, through Uchiha Yeh's perspective, entered the illusion. The Second Great Ninja War commenced, with Uchiha Kagami and Shimura Danzo heading to the battlefield. However, Uchiha Kagami perished, and Danzo was left blind. Konoha decided to hold a grand funeral, to which he vehemently opposed, insisting that the clan leader's body be returned to the Uchiha. Elder Tamaki felt somewhat relieved within the illusion, rejecting Yeh's proposition, claiming it was Konoha showing respect to the Uchiha. Yeh's viewpoint faced staunch opposition, as they were unable to see Kagami's remains. The war dragged on for 3 years before concluding, leaving Konoha and the Uchiha heavily diminished. With the war's end, the elders of the clan recommended Fugaku, who had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, to assume leadership, a choice that aligned with Uchiha Kagami's wishes during his lifetime. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yeh faced ostracism from his family. Years later, in the 10th year of the West, Fugaku's eldest son, Itachi Uchiha, was born. In the 17th year, during the Third Great Ninja War, Fugaku maintained a close relationship with Konoha, personally engaging in battle alongside his son. Meanwhile, those led by Uchiha Yeh were reluctant to join the war, earning the disdain of both Fugaku and Konoha. The scene shifted to Kushina giving birth, her eyes bearing the Mangekyo Sharingan, controlling the Nine Tails and Chaos. The higher-ups of Konoha designated Uchiha Yeh as the culprit, falsely accusing him of the turmoil, leading Fugaku to demand Yeh's self-termination to prove the Uchiha's innocence. In defiance, Uchiha Yeh proposed a plan to defect, garnering support from many of his kin. As the calls for defection grew louder, the leading dissident, Uchiha Yeh, was ultimately subdued and killed by Itachi and Shursui Uchiha, who united to control the situation. After the demise of Yeh, the Konoha village extended its assistance, uniting to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, Itachi Uchiha fled, bearing the accusation of the clan's extermination, while Shursui Uchiha met his end at the hands of Danzo. Thus, only Sasuke Uchiha remained, 2 solitary Uchihas, one branded as a pariah for the clan's obliteration, and the other as a mere survivor. This illusion came to an end. Regardless of its veracity, both elders were convinced. They initially contemplated how it could be possible for the Uchiha to face such a fate, reasoning that as long as Uchiha Yeh existed, No one could bring about their downfall. Yet, that terrifying Tsukuyomi rendered even Uchiha Yeh powerless, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for the Uchiha lineage. With a grim expression, Tangming mused, "So the Konoha I strive to protect ultimately united to obliterate my Uchiha clan? Therefore, my suggestion to change your name was an act of salvation. Was it not? There is no need for a name change. I am Uchiha." Tangming clenched his fists tightly, filled with such indignation that, had he been younger and in better physical condition, he might have activated his Manjikyu Sharingan in fury. The second son of Fugaku, witnessing the annihilation of his entire clan, awakened a single Tomo in his Sharingan, intensifying his rage. Truly, the depth of his passion for Konoha bordered on madness. The anger was palpable, stemming from the coalition that led to their demise. It was a question that would infuriate any conservative. Such exclusion, coupled with a love for Konoha, was the mark of a madman, which explained why the more radical factions ultimately sought to sever ties with Konoha. Had Uchiha Yeh not been slain, he could have instilled hope within the Uchiha. "Upon my return, I shall eliminate Fugaku." The elder had grown weary of words, his heart consumed by wrath. Tangming did not dispute. It was indeed necessary to eliminate him to prevent any future clan extermination. Patience is key. The future will shift. The moment you witness that future, it will alter. Killing Fugaku would bear no fruit. Who knows if there may be descendants of the foolish Fugaku to threaten us later? The Uchiha need more formidable warriors. Fortifying our stance. There is no rush. I will devise a plan. Uchiha Yeh waved dismissively, unperturbed by his current strength, confident that even when faced with Madara Uchiha, he could hold his own for a few exchanges. The future was still long, several decades awaited. Remember, do not speak of this to others, lest anxiety ensue. Externally, maintain the facade that I can only glimpse 5 minutes into the future. Tangming's expression darkened. Within the illusion, he observed himself thriving, yet ultimately meeting his demise. Perhaps not even surviving long enough to see the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Yet, knowing that the Uchiha faced such a grim future, he was resolute in his desire to take action for their sake. Suddenly, he found the words of the radical Uchiha Yeh from the past to be profoundly resonant. With the mission concluded, there was no haste to return. The base of the grass ninja offered fresh provisions. The famished Uchiha clan naturally decided to indulge. For why not seize the opportunity? Tangming would never touch those unpalatable soldier pills. He heartlessly savored the grilled meat from the starry sea, relishing the flavors. "Delicious," Uchiha Yeh exclaimed, patting his belly with a beaming smile, enjoying the delightful taste of roasted corn and sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Sei and Tangming found the food tasteless. Their reaction starkly different from Yeh's. With their white hair, the two elders were still digesting their pent-up ire, leaving little room for further sustenance. "When shall we return? Why the rush? Are we in such a hurry to be reborn? We have only just completed this task. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, naturally, it is time for rest. After 3 days of exhausting travel without respite, a good night's sleep is in order." Uchiha Sasuke, disregarding everything else, placed his hands behind his head and fell asleep on the ground. Serving Konoha? Such foolishness. I still need to grow. A good sleep and proper nourishment are essential for my growth. Leaving a few shadow clones in the training space to practice ninjutsu suffices. The current clones are durable enough and do not require constant replacement. Before long, soft snores began to escape his lips. He slept deeply and peacefully, surrounded by several young Uchiha, a large number of whom made it easy for him to drift into slumber without worry. Hana scoffed, astonished at how comfortably they could sleep even in enemy territory. Meanwhile, we were out on missions, sometimes for 10 days or even half a month, without the luxury of sleep. I remarked to Hana, Chung, Sha, and Xinghai, who were also dozing off beside Uchiha Sasuke, how they seemed utterly devoid of vigilance. "You truly can sleep soundly," she chided, though soon enough, she too lay down on the ground, quickly succumbing to sleep within 3 minutes. Exhaustion had set in, and it was indeed pleasant to share this moment of post-battle leisure with Uchiha Sasuke. Surrounded by family, they could wake if anything arose. The group slept peacefully. As the night deepened, the Uchiha clan members took turns resting and keeping watch, ensuring they were well rested for the journey home. Everyone was somewhat fatigued from the poison. Rest was essential. After all, what was the point of exhausting oneself? Uchiha Sei and Uchiha Tome, one an extremist and the other a conservative, sat quietly by the campfire. Conspiring in hushed tones, their earlier opposition now obscured by a shared purpose in the face of the Uchiha clan's precarious existence. Even though Uchiha Sasuke foresaw the clan's potential annihilation decades away, both elders were troubled by their own mortality, knowing they might not live to see it. Was Uchiha Fugaku to be killed? Tomei wrestled with this thought for quite some time. Fugaku could not remain alive, having raised such a calamity. His own son had killed Uchiha Sasuke. Despite Sasuke's somewhat radical approach to matters, he loved the Uchiha clan and was a good child. Fugaku's actions were undeniably wrong. Killing him would not suffice. The problem needed a fundamental solution, rooted in the historical grievances between Konoha and the Uchiha. Various clans harbored jealousy toward the Uchiha's prowess and feared the clan that the higher-ups in Konoha could not control. The firelight illuminated Sei's face. He had once been radical, never contemplating or supporting a departure from Konoha. The Uchiha had already established their roots there, seeking benefits, positions of authority, and a fair treatment for their clan. This time, however, his perspective shifted. If Uchiha Sasuke were to defect from Konoha, he would lead the charge, leaving some behind in Konoha while others wandered the world. The Uchiha could not be exterminated. Remaining entirely in Konoha would be akin to waiting for slaughter. Indeed, simply killing Uchiha Fugaku would lead to the scenario Sasuke described. With more fools emerging, it was certainly not a viable solution. Tang Ming gazed at the slumbering Uchiha Sasuke, merely 13 years of age, and felt a profound sense of despair at the sight of his own future. Devoted entirely to the Uchiha clan, he faced opposition and ultimately fell victim to the conservative faction. With Sasuke present, no one dared to annihilate his lineage. The terrifying gaze of Shursui was capable of wielding control over him. This critical-minded youth had subtly altered his standing in Tang Ming's heart. He believed that with those eyes, Sasuke would scrutinize the future of the Uchiha clan. His actions, likely to garner widespread support, reflected his intelligence. The allowance for intermarriage and the orchestration of a rescue for the Uzumaki clan were all his initiatives. Tang Ming, the elder, suddenly comprehended the radical faction's unexpected agreement to intermarriage. Uchiha Shun had been tasked with aiding Sasuke in Yuzushio village, inadvertently rescuing many members of the Uzumaki clan. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a manifestation of Sasuke's intricate ambitions. Henceforth, he would lend more support to Sasuke's endeavors. A single battle could not extinguish the vitality of the forest. The night's insects serenaded a lullaby in dreams, inviting restful slumber. Similarly, a conflict could not disrupt the natural order. The morning sun bathed the world in light. The aroma of food wafted through the air, and the bustling voices of people provided the finest means to awaken a living soul. Awakening from his deep slumber, Uchiha Sasuke slowly opened his eyes to greet the sunlight, stifled a yawn, and felt slightly uncomfortable, resolving to wash his face and brush his teeth with ninja techniques shortly. He had truly been in a deep sleep, oblivious to the commotion outside. "Wake up," Sasuke urged, nudging Uchiha Orange, who was resting his head on Sasuke's arm. "You've made my arm numb. How fortunate you are to use my arm as a pillow." Sasuke playfully pinched Orange's cheek with a smile. "Ouch." Uchiha Orange sat up abruptly, having been roused from a delightful slumber. "Can I sleep just a little longer?" he complained, still groggy. "I can't use the sea of stars as a pillow when my grandfather is nearby, and Hana is a girl. Only you, Uchiha Sasuke, with your healthy limbs, are fit to be a pillow. I used to rest on Sha, but that's no longer an option. Let us go home to sleep," Sasuke remarked indifferently, patting Orange's face lightly. "It's safer to sleep at home. I'll support your return." Orange frowned. Who could possibly go home to sleep now? Early in the morning, the logistics team was already up, preparing to cook breakfast. Today's meal consisted of pan-fried meat patties, eggs, rice, and vegetables. Sasuke found it rather unpleasant, as it comprised foods he despised, preferring his own culinary creations. He transferred the meat patties from his bowl to Sha's. Not out of distaste for meat, but rather due to a lingering queasiness from yesterday's solemn burial. "Eat more. It'll help you grow taller," he encouraged. Sha nodded, seemingly understanding Sasuke's aversion to eating. He placed the meat patties back in Sha's bowl, who looked momentarily confused. "I won't eat either," he declared, transferring everything to Orange's bowl. Consequently, Uchiha Orange happily indulged in 5 meat patties all by himself. Hinata urged them to hasten their return, as urgent matters awaited. The Leaf Village had sent reinforcements to Baichao Town, only to meet with complete annihilation. Elder Tang Ming held a note in his hand. A message conveyed by the Oil Girl-esque clan. He refrained from voicing any opinions, instead observing how Uchiha Sasuke would respond, for his faith in Sasuke was unwavering. Only he could salvage the Uchiha clan. As the food lingered in his mouth, Yue drew in a sharp breath. Overwhelmed by the grim reality, all the reinforcements from Konoha had perished. How could they possibly prevail? Uchiha Yeh's gaze hardened as he urged everyone to hasten their preparations. Let us return to Konoha to request further assistance and escort the imprisoned ninjas back. We cannot afford to have them captured again, lest they become a burden. We shall ensure their safe passage back alongside the rescue team to the battlefield. Tao Ming and Elder Sai were taken aback. Return? The battlefield is not a home. One cannot simply leave. The declaration of war against the land of grass had already been made, and retreating halfway would only dampen morale. What are you waiting for? We must protect these individuals back to Konoha. If they are caught again, it will only complicate matters further. Register their ranks, whether they are Jonin, Chunin, or Genin, and their respective clans. We will need to settle this account with Konoha. There is no such thing as a free rescue in this world. We shall return to Konoha in a grand manner, ensuring everyone knows that it was the Uchiha who rescued these troublesome souls. Uchiha Yeh hurriedly finished his meal, passing his bowl and chopsticks to Huana for cleaning. Be quick, he urged Elder Tao Ming impatiently. Wait, are you charging for the rescue? Came the retort. Of course. We risk our lives to save Konoha's ninjas, and we do it for free? Are we mere philanthropists? Are we to embody the virtues of saints? Not only must we be compensated for rescuing others, but in the future, anyone who wishes to rescue an Uchiha ninja can come to us for a ransom. That's a rather intriguing notion, but what if they specifically target the Uchiha for ransom? If they capture one, they capture another. The ransom I could offer would surpass the bounty, Elder Sai observed sagely, cautioning against such a course. A realization dawned on Uchiha Yeh. My apologies, I hadn't considered that. Perhaps we can offer rewards to those who rescue Uchiha in the future instead. We can also seek benefits from Konoha. That should be permissible, right? Elder Sai had no objections, as long as the benefits remained vague and were not explicitly priced. We shall provide rewards for those who rescue the Uchiha. Don't let greed cloud your judgment, Tao Ming advised, just follow along. Rest assured, I do not place excessive value on my own wealth, Yi replied. The system frequently rewarded him with funds, which he could hardly spend, as there was little use for it. Meanwhile, Hinata was anxiously awaiting the return of the Uchiha. While the 50 Uchiha ninjas, along with the rescued Konoha ninjas, cleared their path through the ambushes set by the grass ninjas. After 3 days, they triumphantly arrived at the gates of Konoha. Uchiha Yeh, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, was met with solemn respect from the Uchiha members of Konoha's guard. Having received news of their return, you are free to depart now. We are grateful for the Uchiha's rescue, they expressed. Yi remained indifferent. For it was only through this grand entrance that it became evident to all that it was the Uchiha who had saved the Konoha ninjas and brought them back safely. As they stood at the gates for scarcely a minute, Uchiha Kagami appeared. The two Mangekyo Sharingan locked in a silent exchange, a testament to their family's unique heritage. He regarded the Uchiha ninjas sent to the battlefield less than a month prior, while Sarutobi Hizashi complained about their disobedience, lamenting that although many had departed, even more had returned. Congratulations, he said. This statement was directed at Uchiha Sasuke, who expressed great joy upon awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Uchiha Sasuke's perspective diverged from his, inevitably leading to differences in their opinions. Within a year, he transformed from a single Tomo to the Mangekyo, a first for the Uchiha clan. Congratulations were in order. What was the situation? Uchiha Kagami averted his gaze towards Takumi, questioning why he had returned so soon. Clearing his throat, Takumi sheepishly admitted, apologies, clan leader. But I have now allied with Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata Muma had assigned us the task of rescuing the trapped ninjas of Konoha, followed by clearing the ambush routes set by the grass country against Konoha ninjas. Thanks to Sasuke's awakening of the Mangekyo in the place of confinement, we were able to accomplish the mission successfully. Initially, we were supposed to return to the Konoha base after completing the task. However, fearing that the ninjas might fall into ambush upon returning, we decided to escort them back while also clearing the ambush routes in the grass country. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Takumi felt a flush of shame. The guilt of being a coward dissipated. As everything was done for the sake of the mission, a perfectly reasonable justification that none could refute, Uchiha Kagami was momentarily rendered speechless. If one were to call it reasonable, It truly was. Completing one task only to embark on another, escorting individuals back while clearing ambush routes, all amounted to 3 accomplishments. Conversely, if one deemed it unreasonable, how could one expect to return home from the battlefield at will? Such conduct was strictly forbidden. "Oh, clan leader," Sasuke exclaimed dramatically. "You have no idea how terrifying the grass country is. There was a mission in Baichao town, and Konoha had sent people there. But they all perished, every single one of them." Uchiha Sasuke reiterated with a visage of dread. "Lord Hinata even wanted to assign us Uchiha to operate separately. If it weren't for my timely awakening of these eyes, the separated Uchiha clan would have faced total annihilation." You claim this mission was easy? Where was the ease in it? The essence of it was merely to lead our Uchiha clan to death. Even before we set out, news had been leaked. The routes were known, and every location had its set of special tactics aimed at our Uchiha clan. I can comprehend the clan leader's intent to use us as the vanguard of a suicide squad, but must we return only to be met with stern faces? Can we not even request support? What is with the morose demeanor? Is it displeasing to see that those who returned from the battlefield are still alive? Uchiha Sasuke raised his head defiantly, scoffing. "I have yet to see you smile. I am now inclined to confront you. What an absurd notion. You speak so lightly of having the Uchiha pacify the grass country, as if the land itself were mere fertilizer." Uchiha Kagami twitched his mouth at the biting retort, contemplating whether he should laugh. Was this not an act of cowardice? My restraint in not losing my temper is an act of mercy. Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo spun, and he immediately summoned Uchiha Tenju from the back of the ranks. Tenju appeared anxious, his eyes filled with unease. He had been trapped for over a year, and the horrors of rescue were unfathomable. Takumi lowered his head, his face flushing with shame. A year prior, during the celebration for Sarutobi Hiruzen, this child had been captured. The clan leader had spent millions to celebrate the 3rd Hokage's birthday. Had those resources been utilized to rescue this child, perhaps his suffering could have been alleviated. Cough. Uchiha Yeh's eyes gleamed with delight. "Ah, the old man is finally speaking for me, understanding my unvoiced thoughts, isn't he? Henceforth, Tianju shall be the instrument by which I ensnare the clan leader." Poor Tianju. The leader harbors an undying affection for Konoha, and your capture brings him joy. Reveling in the misfortunes you endure, as if celebrating Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebirth, it is evident he finds genuine happiness, unlike his current stern demeanor. Perhaps because we remain alive? Should we perish, a grand celebration would ensue, lavishly bestowing gifts upon Sarutobi Hiruzen and rejoicing in song and dance. Tianju hastily waved his hands, insisting, No, it is not so. The leader surely acts for the sake of the Uchiha. I am the one who has wronged our clan." "What do you mean by wronged? We share the same ancestor. We are family. It would be no trouble to offer a hefty bounty to save you. However, we must also learn from the leader. Next time someone is captured, we shall celebrate alongside Konoha's upper echelons. If anyone dies, we shall summon a performance troupe to entertain us." Uchiha Yeh gently grasped his hand, affirming, "We are all kin. Why speak of wrongs? We should aspire to emulate our leader." Uchiha Jing felt a few strands of anxiety emerge on his forehead. He dared not contradict Uchiha Yeh's words, for they were undeniably true. The discomfort they stirred within him was profound. Sei, with eyes wide, found himself speechless. Realizing the venom in her tongue was indeed potent. Tang Ming, beneath his head, dared not raise his gaze, fully aware of the sting of Uchiha Yeh's words. "Who among you would willingly perish now to bring joy to the clan leader?" No one responded, and he felt a pang of disappointment. "Who among you is brave enough to sacrifice themselves?" "I shall," Uchiha Huana declared calmly, drawing a kunai and swiftly slashing her throat, blood gushing forth as she offered her life to the clan leader. Xinghai could hardly believe it. His healing arts pressed against Huana's neck. "Have you lost your mind?" "Uchiha Yeh." Uchiha Jing clenched his fists, exasperated, rushing to Huana's side, for his medical ninjutsu was slightly more adept. Sei took a small step back. Taken aback by the exaggerated situation, Uchiha Yeh's friends were indeed willing to die for her words. "Why must you do this?" Uchiha Jing inquired gently of Huana, who bore the Three-Tomoe, a testament to her extraordinary talent, resolute in her decision to die without affording anyone the chance to react. Huan felt the blood flowing from her, unafraid of death. As long as Uchiha Yeh was present, she believed her demise was impossible. The moment had come, and to not sacrifice one would be a disservice to Uchiha Yeh's grand gesture. "For the clan leader wishes for my death, my demise would surely bring him joy. Thus, it is worth it, Huana spoke with calm assurance, indifferent to the blood that continued to flow. Nonsense. I do not wish for your deaths. You are all Uchiha's prodigies. I was merely contemplating a few matters. Do not let your imaginations run wild. Is it only those who are prodigies that the leader cherishes? While those deemed less, so are expendable. Huana gazed into the leader's eyes, seeking to unravel his true intentions. With a swift motion, Uchiha Shinghai plunged the kunai into his own heart, gasping in pain. Let us experience the sensation of death. Sei was horrified, his spirit nearly escaping him. My dear grandson, how could you? Let the leader find joy in our sacrifice. Our deaths were already anticipated. Cough. Our survival surpasses expectations, hence his displeasure. With a furrowed brow and labored breaths, Shinghai found himself in a dire predicament. Uchiha Sha drew forth a long sword, plunging it into his abdomen. A smile tinged with blood gracing his lips as he spoke. Are you satisfied, clan leader? Are you pleased with our demise? Go and celebrate with Sarutobi Hizashi. Fearing that we might return alive, are you? The fire cloud sword continued to blaze, consuming his flesh. No. Uchiha Kagami cried out, I never wished for your deaths. I hope for your safe return. Please do not act so foolishly. Is that so? Uchiha Kagami's pupils dilated in shock as Uchiha Chung forcefully shattered his own internal organs, spewing a mixture of entrails and blood upon him. Chung scoffed. Why does the clan leader not smile? Why the grim countenance towards us? Is it not our survival that matters? Surely, if a Konoha ninja were to return safely, you would rejoice. When the Sarutobi clan returns, you might even kiss their feet in gratitude. Is it our fate to perish as Uchiha? Would you not be pleased to exchange 100 Uchiha ninjas for a single Konoha ninja? As the clan leader, treating one's family with coldness while warmly embracing outsiders is indeed a fine example to set. How admirable. Yi remained silent, biting his lip, overwhelmed by the fervor of his comrades. Their audacity left him breathless. Sui seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, no longer concerned for his grandson. If that is the case, dear leader, when you meet your end, bury me far from you. You cherish Konoha so much. Then let us perish for your sake. I shall die before you now. Sui drew a short sword, piercing his own heart, his eyes cold and unyielding as they met Uchiha Kagami's gaze, declaring him a worthy leader, one who loved Konoha more than the Uchiha. I never anticipated that you would desire our demise, leader. I cannot face our ancestors in shame. Why not die on the battlefield? Tangming brandished a kunai, swiftly slashing his throat, having already accepted his fate. His survival was merely a boon for Uchiha Yeh. If Uchiha Yeh could foresee the future of the Uchiha, then he would follow. If my death could ensure the lineage of the Uchiha, then I shall embrace it. Tongming's death sparked a reaction. At the village entrance, countless eyes were fixated on the unfolding scene. Uchiha Kagami observed as the Uchiha clan members who had saved Konoha returned safely, feeling a swell of dissatisfaction. The Uchiha clan members chose suicide to appease the clan leader. One by one, 10, and then 20, they took their lives. Uchiha Kagami's mind went blank, his mouth agape, overwhelmed by the gravity of Uchiha Yeh's words, which compelled so many clan members to end their lives before him, each silently condemning him. The clan leader's indifference towards him signified that even the Uchiha did not care for him. Thank you, Lord Yi, for saving my life. I should have died. You may continue to celebrate the third's birthday. Tianju exhibited no fear, his eyes already opened to the double tomo. Hearing the words of his kin urging him to return home, which was sufficient. I can die among the Uchiha, and that is a happiness in itself. I have a family. I am not alone. The kunai pierced his heart, and he fell before Uchiha Kagami. With tears in his eyes, Uchiha Kagami stood frozen. His mind a whirlwind of confusion, countless furious eyes fixed upon him. Was he satisfied merely because he did not smile, did not greet these fleeing warriors with joy? They had chosen to sacrifice their lives in atonement. Did he find satisfaction in that? He could not comprehend. Tobarama had assured him that this mission would be effortless. Yet, why does everyone lay the blame at my feet? Where have I faltered? The Uchiha clan stands as a part of Konoha, fighting not only for the village but for the honor of the Uchiha as well. Step aside. Uchiha Yeh pushed aside Kagami, declaring, do not impede my path. He pressed his hands upon Hana, channeling his ocular power, do not perish. The forces of time and space enveloped Uchiha Hana, reversing the clock by 5 minutes. Hana was revitalized, suppressing her emotions, a hint of laughter threatening to escape her lips. Do not perish. Uchiha Yeh swiftly approached Saikai, extracting the dagger lodged in his heart. The temporal energy rewound, and soon Saikai awakened, seemingly unscathed. Do not perish. Sha opened his eyes to find Ye before him, a comforting sight. He had known all along that Ye would be there. No one would die, for he could sense the very essence of death nearby. Do not perish. Orange awakened, her garments miraculously restored. Do not perish. She was aware, huffing, that Uchiha Yeh, who regarded life with utmost reverence, would not allow them to die. The atmosphere was merely for show, a performance for the clan leader. Tang Ming sighed, having believed he was truly on the brink of death. Blood trickled from Ye's left eye. His vision slightly obscured. It was far less taxing to draw upon his own power than to utilize that of others. Do not die, my eyes ache. Should you perish again, I shall not save you. Oh, Uchiha Hachima was also preparing to embrace death. These individuals were well aware of Ye's capabilities. Thus, the notion of dying became an experience, a brush with the edge of mortality. Several who awoke erupted in laughter, activating their Three-Tomoe Sharingan, while those with Two-Tomoe expressed immense gratitude towards Uchiha Yeh. The self-sacrificial evolution of the eyes proves remarkably effective. Uchiha Kagami became the key to unlocking emotions, instigating a surge of feelings, who claimed that the Uchiha clan was wholly radical. These individuals were indeed brilliant. With Ye reviving them, they had successfully awakened their eyes. Uchiha Yeh glanced at the bloodstains and remnants of internal organs scattered on the ground, a gruesome and revolting sight. Astonishingly, they had not returned to their bodies. Ye seemed to grasp an alternative application of time and space, if he were to excise his own eyes. Reversing time by 5 minutes would imply that those very eyes would remain. He pondered slowly, contemplating the experiments yet to come, for he possessed a laboratory space. How terrifying this ocular power was. Perhaps one day, he could indeed exchange eyes with himself, thus unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a lineage shared with his closest blood relatives, including himself. On July 16th, the weather was clear, and the air was refreshing. The Uchiha district buzzed with activity, mirroring the lively atmosphere of Konoha. The previous day, the Uchiha clan had rescued the Konoha ninjas, returning them to safety. Uchiha Kagami condemned the Uchiha ninjas as cowards, claiming their actions had led to the deaths of many clan warriors, all in a bid to win the favor of their leader. This placed immense pressure on the clan leader. Kagami was branded by the masses as a mere lapdog of Hiruzen Sarutobi, accused of loving Konoha more than his own clan, willing to sacrifice 100 Uchiha lives for a single Konoha ninja. He secretly conspired with Danzo to dispatch Uchiha members as a suicide squad for their survival, incensed Kagami, thwarting both his own goals and Danzo's ambitions. The 20-odd individuals dispatched by Konoha to Baichao town met with utter annihilation within a single day. Uchiha Kagami would willingly exchange the lives of 50 members of his clan for the lives of these fallen comrades. Whispers circulated outside, suggesting that Uchiha Kagami was on the verge of betraying his clan, intending to adopt the name Sarutobi Kagami. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the members of the Uchiha clan pointed fingers at Kagami, with figures such as Tsunade, Mito, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Uchiha Kagami gathered in a single office. Such nonsense, Danzo exclaimed in frustration, acutely aware of his own complicity in the matter, as it indeed pertained to his ulterior motives. The first group sent by the Uchiha was meant to meet their demise. He had certainly disseminated information with the intent to weaken the Uchiha strength. However, contrary to his expectations, not only did the Uchiha not suffer a setback, but 50 members returned triumphantly, pressuring Kagami at the village gates, accusing him vehemently. Among them was Uchiha Obito, a prodigious talent of the kaleidoscope, merely 13 years of age and the second wielder of the Sharingan after Kagami. Little did Danzo know the lengths he would go to extinguish Obito, but the young Uchiha's bizarre ability to reverse time by 5 minutes was alarming. Those who were gravely injured but not entirely deceased could be restored to their state from 5 minutes prior. Terrifying. The mere thought of such a person harboring no affinity for Konoha exacerbated the headaches of Sarutobi Hizashi and his associates. The words attributed to Kagami were indeed a product of the more radical faction. Kagami found himself at a loss for words, as if something had lodged itself within him. Having gone an entire night without rest, he dared not return to the Uchiha compound, as even the staunchest conservatives, like Tomei, had succumbed to despair. Influenced by a single utterance from Obito, he recognized his mistakes, but remained oblivious to their nature. Was it wrong to love Konoha, perhaps even more than the Uchiha clan? No, the Uchiha were an integral part of Konoha. Was it erroneous to assist Sarutobi Hisashi in procuring custom ninja tools for his birthday? Should matters between friends be scrutinized so harshly? Faced with the collective defection of the Uchiha clan, he wondered if he was truly at fault for maintaining a stern demeanor. Was he wrong for being threatened with death by those who had turned their backs on him? Kagami found himself ensnared in a cycle of doubt. He was wrong yet not wrong. The error lay in his inability to balance his affections between his clan and Konoha. The imposition of the Sarutobi name upon him ignited his fury. Why should Uchiha be associated with Sarutobi? Yet, Tomei had suggested that he might as well embrace the name Sarutobi moving forward. The wavering loyalty of those around him filled him with trepidation and helplessness. In a single night, Kagami had turned entirely gray, his youthful vigor stripped away as he appeared older than Sarutobi Hisashi himself. Sighing, Hisashi closed his eyes. Grappling with the painful reality of witnessing the turmoil of a bond forged in childhood, one he had never wished to see unravel. Shimura Danzo pretended not to notice the subtle maneuvers at play, yet the ramifications were far too significant to overlook. No one anticipated that Uchiha Sasuke would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Such extraordinary eyes could render even the most formidable ninja utterly powerless. The radical Uchiha Sasuke often referred to himself as a conservative, a guardian of the Uchiha clan, yet everyone acknowledged him as the most extreme faction. Mirroring the whispers of the past, they shall inevitably fade. Your presence in Konoha brings solace. Do you recall what our teacher once said? You, Kagami, are the one who cherishes the Uchiha and Konoha the most. You are the most unique ninja of the Uchiha clan. You have weighed the significance of clan and family. Have you not? By leading with love for Konoha, those around you will naturally be influenced by your passion. Do not allow a moment of crisis to engulf you in guilt. Konoha too bears responsibility. They recklessly ventured into the unknown, sending forth ninja who met their demise. Sarutobi Hiruzen was pained, as several among them were his kin. In that moment, Kagami pondered deeply. Had the fallen been Uchiha, he would not have mourned. He would willingly trade the lives of Uchiha for the survival of Konoha's ninja. A shiver coursed through him as tears of blood welled in his eyes. Is this how my clan perceives me? Is this the judgment of my people? As the Uchiha clan leader, I have allowed my brethren to perish for Konoha. Is this not the ultimate betrayal? Why do I feel this way? The last words of each fallen clan member haunt him like shadows. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed too perilous. Perhaps it is best to assign him to the Umbu, where he can be properly mentored. This child is sorely lacking in guidance. Danzo seethed with anger. If Uchiha Sasuke could not be utilized for the benefit of Konoha, then he was doomed to destruction. His presence brought misfortune, as his family members were sent to the battlefield at his behest, now all gone. I'm so weary. Please, stop, sighed Hiruzen, as Kagami held his head in distress. Sasuke's reckless tongue could poison all the Umbu even before joining. His love lies not with Konoha but with the Uchiha. The Uchiha supersedes Konoha in his heart. Kagami seemed to embody the belief that Konoha surpassed the Uchiha, and thus, their discord was inevitable. Though the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan among his kin should be a cause for celebration, he found no joy in it. Such powerful eyes, devoid of love for Konoha, stirred a deep turmoil within him. The shadow of Hiruzen's conical hat obscured his gaze as he spoke gravely. Kagami, you have grown weak. The fearless spirit you once possessed now trembles in fear. Kagami lowered his head, cradling it in his hands, overwhelmed with discomfort. Hiruzen would undoubtedly view those who fell as cowards, yet he was still forced to accept missions. You owe me, Hiruzen, Kagami insisted. Hiruzen's eyes cleared momentarily. What debts? What money? Konoha is quite impoverished. We have no funds. If you do not repay the debt, that child will alter the family tree, and I shall be inscribed into the Sarutobi lineage. The child referred to was Sasuke, who now possessed the power to manage the family's finances, with no opposition present. The financial elder voiced no dissent. His youth was not an issue, for his Mangekyo Sharingan and strength had proven sufficient to converse on equal terms with Kagami. Kagami retrieved a letter from his robes and cast it toward Hiruzen, who caught it deftly. A letter from Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen opened the envelope, and soon, Tsunade joined him to read along. The essence of the matter is this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, when shall you repay the debts owed to the Uchiha? In the absence of funds. By what authority do you expect the Uchiha to fight for Konoha? Is it due to your aged visage or your status as Hokage? I kindly request that you settle the debts forthwith. Otherwise, the war may unfold as it pleases, and do not call upon the Uchiha. You have 7 days to repay. Interest-free as a courtesy to the Hokage. After that, a daily interest of 1% will be imposed. You may delay, but I shall determine whether to pursue repayment. Moreover, please ensure that the remuneration for the ninjas who have fought for Konoha is settled collectively with us. The valiant ninjas who have endeavored to save Konoha deserve their due. How can one expect assistance without the means to compensate? Should the funds not materialize, the Uchiha shall refrain from battle, and I shall proclaim Konoha as a debtor far and wide. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the esteemed Tsunade exchanged glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Uchiha Itachi took charge of the Uchiha clan's finances, a veritable calamity for Konoha, which is currently beset by financial demands. Where, then, shall the funds to repay the Uchiha be sourced? The battlefield, too, is in dire need of the Uchiha. Their eyes are indispensable, illusions of grandeur. What do you perceive as the Uchiha's path forward? Unable to suppress his inner turmoil, Tomei felt compelled to inquire, for the weight of uncertainty was unbearable. My perspective is rather conservative. The Uchiha should establish their own nation, the Uchiha Kingdom, and withdraw from Konoha entirely. Itachi spoke calmly. Bolstered by the strength of the Uchiha lineage, yet he harbored doubts about the potential for the clan's annihilation. It is the machinations of Konoha that have incessantly weakened the Uchiha. This course is unfeasible. The land of whirlpools serves as a cautionary tale. No matter how formidable the Uchiha may be, they cannot withstand the collective onslaught of the ninja world, nor can they escape extinction, perhaps facing an even grimmer fate. Can one individual truly contend against the entirety of the ninja realm? Elder Sei is lucid. Now is not the time for such rigidity, as the clan leader remains allied with Konoha, thus preventing any drastic measures. Let us consider alternatives. Tomei, too, did not endorse this notion. To entertain such thoughts would render them akin to Uchiha Madara, who, despite his might, could not single-handedly oppose the entire ninja world. This radical faction is excessively extreme, instilling fear in their hearts. Itachi sipped his tea, grimacing, finding them quite difficult to appease. Thus, the Uchiha shall seek no positions within Konoha. Instead, we ought to assume the role of daimyo in the land of fire, controlling the entirety of the nation and suppressing Konoha, no matter how powerful the Hokage may be. Many matters require the approval of the daimyo, a position the Uchiha is capable of attaining. By altering the dynamics, the Uchiha clan will gain a voice in the world, unifying the 6 nations, establishing a common language and standard of transportation. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan world. The vision sounded thrilling. Elder Sei furrowed his brow and sighed, urging a change of subject. The daimyo is merely an ordinary person. Ninjas cannot assume such roles, as they serve as a bridge between ninjas and commoners, and placing a ninja in such a position would be untrustworthy. Moreover, the daimyo has historically provided financial support to both the Uchiha and Senju clans, an agreement established at the inception of the village. This funding was to be used for the maintenance of Konoha, yet we have not received these funds for many years. Uchiha Itachi, vigilant, remarked, "Ah, how cunning Konoha is, hoarding these funds. Dear daimyo, I am writing to inquire about the repayment of the debt owed to us, which has been long overdue. The Uchiha clan has not seen this amount for many years. If this payment is not received within 10 days, I shall be compelled to take action and seek an explanation, including the accrued interest." Uchiha Sasuke possesses exceptional mathematical skills and will promptly calculate the exact amount owed. Regardless of whom you have given the funds, if the Uchiha clan has not received payment, it is you who owes us. The affairs of Konohagakure do not concern me. I shall pursue the matter directly with you, daimyo. If this debt remains unsettled, I will frequently correspond with you and visit your residence for tea and conversation. The position of daimyo can easily be passed to another. The world, and the ninja realm, shall continue to function as always. I, Uchiha, can certainly exert influence to ensure the daimyo remains aligned with our interests. There is a distinct tone of threat in my words, as I have never looked kindly upon those who default on their debts. In my previous life as a finance officer, I despised such individuals, as they only serve to burden the responsibilities of others. The letter is swiftly composed. I have been unable to reclaim a considerable sum, which accumulates over time. Is there any alternative plan? This approach seems futile. As I dry the ink, I express my impatience. As a conservative member of the Uchiha, I propose that the clan disperse and dissolve, allowing us to thrive independently across the world, thus averting the threat of annihilation. Are you not too conservative? Unsatisfied? Both elders nod in agreement. Indeed, they are dissatisfied. It is challenging to please you. I muse, biting my pen as I contemplate. I am merely a time traveler with some knowledge of the narrative surrounding the Uchiha. The catastrophic events leading to our clan's downfall shall not transpire as long as I am present. Yet who can predict the future? While the Uchiha might escape annihilation, internal strife or conflicts with Konohagakure could still arise. The wisdom of my elders is evident, united in purpose for the future of the Uchiha. They arrive at my home before dawn for discussions, preventing me from enjoying my rest or tending to the fields. Leaving Konohagakure is not an option. The Uchiha clan rarely engages in agriculture, relying heavily on the village for food, medical supplies, and clothing. How could we sustain ourselves if we were to establish a new nation away from Konohagakure? I ponder deeply, recognizing the validity of Grandpa Say's words. My thoughts seem somewhat naive. Departing from a place I have called home for decades, where would the Uchiha find refuge? The departure of our clan would be a long-held dream for many nations, significantly diminishing the strength of Konohagakure. While other nations may accept the Uchiha, it would primarily be for exploitation. If only more had chosen to follow Uchiha Madara in the past, we might have fostered greater unity. After a prolonged silence, I finally speak. To appease the difficult members, I propose a lighter approach. Say inquires, puzzled. Konohagakure remains our home. Therefore, we shall establish a Uchiha community within the village, a Uchiha village, complete with hospitals, schools, offices, and a mission hall. We must also form the Uchiha Anbu. Have you not noticed that most Uchiha rarely interact with one another? The internal issues are evident. We can manage the Uchiha clan as if it were a corporation, a conglomerate, or even a community. Within the Uchiha framework, we reside in Konoha but do not need to rely heavily on it. Everyone within the Uchiha community can cultivate their own careers with all aspects of life, food, shelter, transportation, interlinked with our clan. We must not allow Konoha's divisive policies to separate us. The two elders seem oblivious to the concept of a corporation or conglomerate. The term conglomerate might resonate with them. The Uchiha conglomerate is presided over by Chairman Uchiha Kagami, with Uchiha Yeh managing finances and Uchiha Haryuin overseeing human resources. The elders would act as core shareholders, while the captains would supervise each department. Every member of the Uchiha family would be a part of this conglomerate, enjoying its benefits, such as dividends, pensions, and welfare support. The Uchiha community could be envisioned as an internal network, establishing parks, community service centers, shops, and eateries. We would provide free healthcare and education, with the community service center specifically catering to disabled Uchihas, the elderly, and orphans. Inadequate welfare would be supplemented by regular outreach and support, including pension distributions starting at age 60, with amounts varying according to ninja rank. Uchiha Yeh elaborated extensively, emphasizing the establishment of a self-sufficient city within Uchiha territory, enabling everyone to engage with one another without leaving their homes, fostering familiarity and connection among members. Each individual's welfare would be prioritized, whether through genuine concern or job requirements, the very least being that care is adequately provided. The Uchiha clan possesses wealth, and even if resources are scarce, Uchiha Yeh is willing to invest his own funds to ensure a comfortable life for everyone. A modest expenditure is of little consequence if it secures peace of mind. This plan is ambitious and entails significant changes. Financial support would be provided to Uchiha parents upon the birth of their children, covering education and healthcare expenses until the age of 18, with annual financial increments according to age. Some appear skeptical, questioning whether such measures would truly foster cohesion within the Uchiha clan. Upon reaching 60, both ninjas and ordinary citizens would receive pensions, affording them the choice to retire and enjoy life at home, perhaps finding work within the Uchiha community. Tomei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Just hearing this notion brought a smile to his face. Can money genuinely influence the Uchiha clan? The two elders remained doubtful, pondering whether such ideas were overly naive. Progress will take time. Immediate results are unlikely, yet it is certainly superior to the current fragmented state. For instance, Uchiha Tenju, upon being told to return home, was reduced to tears, still unaware that he has a family within the Uchiha clan. Such individuals are numerous, each an essential part of our clan. They deserve more care and attention. Uchiha Yeh shrugged, waiting for the funds to materialize, as his financial building would soon be completed. There is no rush to reclaim the financial authority held by other elders. Once debts are settled, there will be sufficient resources for every Uchiha to live comfortably at home without undertaking missions. Nurtured from childhood to adulthood, even if rendered incapable, one would face no pressure of existence, thus fostering the continuation of progeny. He had previously perused a paper suggesting that as long as the environment is conducive and comfortable, individuals are inclined to procreate. With a thriving populace, a steady stream of geniuses will emerge. Currently, we can only select 1 in 100, but in the future, we may find ourselves choosing 1 in 1,000. As intermarriage opens new avenues, the birth rate will surely soar. Such fanciful notions, he found, were less absurd than the idea of defecting from Konoha to establish the Uchiha kingdom. Moreover, why defect from Konoha, when it was originally founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans? To betray would be a peculiar act, and such a label would jeopardize the Uchiha clan's standing in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. Danzo slammed the door in anger. Having quarreled with Hiruzen early that morning, the Uchiha family had indeed become accustomed to indulgence, leading to their reckless behavior. I, too, find myself in a position of helplessness. No one comprehends my plight. Yesterday, Hiruzen visited the Land of Fire's daimyo alongside the Hokage Guard, primarily to negotiate matters concerning the conflict in the Land of Grass, and to secure funding, an urgent request from the Uchiha clan, which had been incessantly sending reminders for debt repayment. Unless the debts owed to the Uchiha were cleared, Uchiha Itachi would obstruct any participation of Uchiha ninjas in missions, permitting involvement only upon the payment of 5 million ryo to the Uchiha clan, alongside additional mission fees to be paid by Konoha. Itachi was effectively collecting money twice. What a shameless act. The previous debts owed to the Uchiha had compounded into astronomical figures, with some scattered amounts unrecorded, necessitating repayment within a week, an interest rate of 1% that was unbearable. The Uchiha clan is wealthier than all other clans in Konoha, including the Senju, largely due to the first Hokage's efforts to compensate for Madara Uchiha by allocating vast tracts of land to the Uchiha clan, allowing them to thrive on rental income. In the past, some of this wealth could be concealed, transforming Uchiha assets into Konoha's, but now, Uchiha Itachi has swiftly reconciled the accounts, leaving no room for the misappropriation of funds. This includes money allocated to both the Uchiha and Senju by the daimyo. Yesterday, Hiruzen was reprimanded by the daimyo, who had received several letters from the Uchiha urging immediate payment. There were suspicions of embezzlement against him. Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke. How could I possibly embezzle such a sum? It is merely a consequence of Konoha's extensive expenditures, with the daimyo withholding funds. One must devise a solution. Nearly 1 billion ryo had been diverted, while the village's annual expenditures were modest, yet the Uchiha clan accounted for such a significant portion. Uchiha Itachi's financial acumen was a source of frustration, revealing a level of shrewdness that belied his tender age. Hiruzen picked up the documents on the table, his eyes fixed intently on the detailed profile of Uchiha Itachi. From birth until now, the occasions he had left the Uchiha compound could be counted on one hand. With his parents deceased and only a few friends injured, he had ventured to the battlefield once, achieving the Mangekyo Sharingan. In just a few short months, a kaleidoscope of events unfolded, showcasing the 5 elemental chakras and an astonishing mastery of illusionary techniques. The elite Uchiha Jonin, despite their lack of combat experience, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the shadow. Among them, Uchiha Hana has forged a contract with the Dragon Cave, binding herself to a divine entity, a formidable presence indeed. This divine being, a high-ranking figure within the Dragon Cave, possesses the power to sever the contract between Orochimaru and his myriad snakes with a mere utterance. Uchiha Hana shares a close relationship with Uzumaki Shinfu, frequently meeting in private. The Uzumaki clan, led by Shinfu, resides near the Uchiha, fostering a strong bond. This vulnerability remains elusive. Uchiha Yeh, unassailable in his prowess, wields the formidable power of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, equipped with means of self-preservation, willing to sacrifice themselves at a single word from him. The intensity of Uchiha Yeh's gaze is utterly terrifying. Even Mirror, his counterpart, has confessed that his eyes pale in comparison. Based on the abilities disclosed thus far, It is challenging to find anyone who can rival Yeh. His three-dimensional eyes encompass past, present, and future. It is currently known that he possesses the ability to reverse the time of his own body or that of another, restoring conditions from 5 minutes prior. Even after sustaining grievous injuries, he can forcibly pierce a shuriken into you 5 minutes into the future, an unavoidable fate. This is utterly horrifying. The power of the future allows him to foresee the circumstances of the next 5 minutes, rendering him a prophet amidst the chaos of ninja combat, where even a second's miscalculation can dictate life or death, let alone 5 minutes. As for the present, according to Uchiha Yeh's own revelations and practical tests conducted by Uchiha Mirror, Yeh maintains a state that oscillates between past and future. No matter how one may attempt to slay him, he cannot be vanquished. In this invincible state, if he perishes now, he still exists in the past and future. The past and future converge into the present, allowing for immediate resurrection. Should he fall in the future, the present can alter that fate, an ability that instills dread in Uchiha Mirror. This singular pair of eyes astonishingly possesses 3 distinct powers, a terrifying ocular capability unprecedented in the annals of Uchiha history. Should Uchiha Mirror ever meet his demise, there would be no one left to restrain Uchiha Yeh. Mirror must not die. It is absolutely imperative that Uchiha Mirror survives, unless another capable of contending with Uchiha Yeh arises from within the Uchiha clan in Konoha. His death would be intolerable. Mirror is essential to balance the radical inclinations of Uchiha Yeh. Otherwise, Yeh's extremist tendencies will pose significant challenges for Konoha. Fortunately, Uchiha Yeh currently seeks only monetary gain. As long as the funds are adequate, he remains compliant, showing no interest in any position of power. Sarutobi Hiruzen experiences a pang of anguish. Financial issues are indeed substantial problems. The Uchiha clan has already appropriated 60% of the allocated funds, leaving Konoha and the other clans with a mere fraction. This is exceedingly vexing. Hiruzen has been so troubled that he has begun to lose his hair during this period. Has the money arrived? Hiruzen is at a loss as to whom to address his inquiries when suddenly, a figure clad in black appears within his quarters. Returning to the Hokage, the funds have been duly settled and delivered into Uchiha Yeh's hands, verified without error. Hiruzen exhales deeply as he sets down the intelligence on Uchiha Yeh, pondering why, at this juncture, Uchiha Yeh has emerged. The shadow of Uchiha Madara still lingers in the hearts of the older generation, an indelible mark that can never be erased. The deeper the love, the quicker the descent into darkness. I hope that child does not follow the path of self-destruction as the second generation suggests. In the Uchiha financial building, be gentle. Tread carefully. Uchiha Sasuke, brimming with pride and a radiant smile, watches as box after box of banknotes and silver coins is delivered to the basement of the financial building, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. It is indeed a joyous occasion. Who understands the burden of a company's bad debts, especially when owed by a defaulter, and the sheer happiness of reclaiming every last penny? This is the money returned to him by Uchiha Itachi, rightfully his to manage, enabling him to secure 800 million as startup capital to gradually execute his plans. The funds previously overseen by the elders, whether they choose to relinquish control or not, are of little consequence to him. For now, this amount suffices, and more will undoubtedly come in the future. Why are you handling my money with such force? Uchiha Sasuke pointed at Teru, recalling how he had exerted himself while unloading the boxes. Teru, with lifeless eyes, refrained from speaking. He had already moved countless boxes of money and resented being tasked with such labor as a Jonin. He suspected this was Sasuke's form of retribution for nearly causing the demise of one of Sasuke's friends during a mission. Yamato, why are you slacking off? Hurry up. Sasuke struck the wall with his Rui stick, the sound echoing. Teru cast a sympathetic glance at Yamato, suspecting he was summoned for vengeance after repeatedly wishing for Sasuke's demise. Yamato pursed his lips, choosing silence. Who could have anticipated that Sasuke would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Anyone would want to curse him for that, wouldn't they? Cursing him might even be profitable. Then I shall take my own life, and you can revive me. Yamato stubbornly contemplated suicide. He had witnessed many awaken their Sharingan after such acts, yet he was prevented from doing so last time. This was a lingering regret, as he too wished to unlock the Three-Tomoe. How twisted. Sasuke frowned, but reluctantly nodded. Once you've moved all the money into the vault, we shall approach the clan leader together. You can take your life before him, and I will assist you in reversing time. It's exhausting. Please do not burden me with this matter too often. Can I also take my own life then? Teru felt a spark of interest. Although he possessed the Three-Tomoe, he yearned to experience the sensation of death and rebirth, perhaps discovering something new in the process. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Is there not a single sane person in the Uchiha clan besides me? How could there be a trend of suicide? If you wish to take your life before the clan leader, then so be it. I will not intervene. If you wish to die, then die. Understood. It's merely about blaming the clan leader, venting emotions. Once the emotions are expressed, then take your life in a fit of rage. The likelihood of awakening the Sharingan is significantly higher. Transforming from 1 Tomo to 2, from 2 to 3, and from 3 to the Mangekyo is not so simple. Yet Teru yearns to experience the sensation of death for a while. What gives you the right to believe that your love for the Uchiha surpasses mine? Simply because you are the clan leader? I absolutely cannot tolerate the betrayal of the Uchiha name. Even in death, I shall curse you. I will keep a watchful eye on your every move. Yamato pierced his heart with a kunai, collapsing in agony. Teru observed the clan leader in silence, harboring no resentment towards him. What is death truly like? Uchiha Shining scratched his head and said, allow me to express a few words as well. Given the gravity of the atmosphere, I implore you to extend your concern toward the Uchiha clan, for your previous demeanor has left many hearts disheartened. Shining lamented the pain of his heart piercing before Uchiha mirror. It is now my turn, Uchiha Haruin chimed in, raising his chin and pointing a finger at Uchiha mirror. There are sentiments I have long wished to articulate. Before I meet my demise, I must hold you accountable. How long has it been since you have shown concern for the other ninjas of our clan and the ordinary folk? Do you comprehend the joy I felt when others referred to you as Sarutobi Mirror? I even believe that name suits you more fittingly. You are no longer the original clan leader, as your focus has shifted from the interests of the Uchiha to those of the village, leaving many clan members disheartened. Your actions, if continued, will surely lead to the ruin of the Uchiha. Your decisions as clan leader have eroded the trust of many, and your conduct threatens the future of the Uchiha. I shall express my thoughts even if it costs me my life. In any case, my demise will not bring you sorrow. When Sarutobi Hizashi perished, you donned mourning attire and acted as if you were his grandson. With a piercing heart, Haruin vehemently reproached Uchiha Mirror. Yeh raised an eyebrow, impressed. What a sharp remark. I admire your courage, Uncle Haruin. At that moment, Chong Lulu, dressed in a white gown, pushed open the door and, upon discovering the 3 lifeless bodies, exclaimed with excitement, now it's my turn. Clan leader, if you wish for our demise, simply say so. There is no need to assign tasks that lead us to our end. I was born in Uchiha and shall die in Uchiha spirit. I wish to perish among my kin, not in desolate wilderness where I cannot rest in peace. I see you understand, she continued, producing a kunai to pierce her own heart. Watching her blood stain her white gown, her eyes shimmered with an enchanting thrill as she reminisced about her life. My life has yet to be extraordinary. Perhaps dying to reproach the clan leader will be the most remarkable chapter of my existence. Even as a mere shadow within the Uchiha, I can now garner attention, care, and acknowledgement from my family. Ah, it hurts. Blood flowed uncontrollably. Do I wish for death? I do not want to die yet. Please, save me. I implore you, do not perish. The 8th horse revived, within 5 minutes of dying. Those who had not fully succumbed could be brought back by Uchiha Yeh's abilities. Beyond 5 minutes, it became challenging. The 8th horse's 2 Tomo transformed into 3, awakened by the stimulus of his own death. This cycle of dying and rebirth instills a sense of urgency in the brain, making one believe they have truly passed, thus activating the unique chakra upon revival. This is the guardianship of bloodline power. I hope you do not perish, but instead, acquire the strength to protect and love yourself. This insight was gleaned from Uchiha Yeh's experience in reviving so many, revealing that the latent power within the bloodline can indeed be activated through self-sacrifice and rebirth. Congratulations. Taro congratulated the 8th horse, who had now attained 3 Tomo. It seemed he had grasped how to unlock the kaleidoscope without the passing of a beloved. The 8th horse exhaled, the terror of death still lingering, akin to encountering the Grim Reaper come to claim him, only to be pulled back by Uchiha Yeh. Tonight, I shall treat you to barbecued meat. Very well. The Taro smiles radiantly. Such affection blooms. Let us indulge in roasted meat. Chong Lulu, with a flick of her wrist, transforms a jade into a second, The bloodstained skirt serves as proof of her prior demise. I shall cherish this skirt eternally and henceforth don only crimson garments. Uchiha Itachi nodded, perplexed by the convoluted reasoning of these individuals. He felt numb. Is Chang Lulu joining for roasted meat? 8 horses is treating. Splendid, let us go together. Is Lord Itachi coming? No. Konoha is too distant. I have no desire to walk. Where's the distance? This is Konoha, is it not? The group departed the office amidst laughter and banter, wholly indifferent to Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami cradled his head in his hands, his face darkened with despair, lost in thought. Chun Yuan, the elder he had nurtured, approached to stir the pot, committing an act of self-destruction before him, reproaching him. The sight of clan members taking their own lives before him filled his heart with sorrow. How disheartened must they be to seek death to voice their grievances against him. His heart had been pierced countless times. Itachi, where do you think I went wrong? It is inconceivable that you could err. You are the most righteous person in the world. How could you be at fault? Should the clan leader speak, we, the Uchiha clan, would instantly change our name to Sarutobi, obedient to your counsel. The sarcastic remarks had become tiresome for Uchiha Kagami. Honestly, you bring them to me for self-destruction merely to express dissatisfaction. Point out my faults, and I shall amend them. Where have I let the Uchiha clan down so gravely? Uchiha Itachi scoffed. While the lives of others may be swayed by future prospects, it was not so simple for Uchiha Kagami. He genuinely adored Konoha, devoted to it to the extent of sacrificing his life. You have no fault. The error lies with those Uchiha who dare to voice discontent with the clan. Such audacity. We merely need to silence them, denying them the opportunity to speak. Thus the clan leader shall forever remain blameless. Those who perceive fault in the leader can be sent to sacrifice themselves for Konoha. Would that not be a win-win situation? It aligns perfectly with the leader's intentions. Henceforth, no dissent shall arise within the clan, and we can offer Uchiha lives to Konoha. Truly splendid. Uchiha Kagami clasped his hands on the desk, scrutinizing the youth before him. Every utterance affirmed his innocence, yet every word implied his guilt. To silence the clan members, preventing them from voicing their thoughts, does that absolve him? The fault lies with me. Having activated the Mangekyo, I emboldened many to counter your authority, no longer allowing you to reign unchallenged. Perhaps the clan leader ought to eliminate me, surrender me to Konoha Zumbu, or to Shimura Danzo, allowing him to devise ways to torment me. Should he take my life, would that not satisfy him? If I am not mistaken, you have requested me multiple times, haven't you? Uchiha Itachi could surmise that Danzo would never permit another formidable Uchiha to arise, particularly one so distant from Konoha. Uchiha Kagami refrained from responding. It was indeed true that Danzo often sought Uchiha Itachi, but the crux was that Uchiha Itachi did not align with Konoha, declaring himself instead an Uchiha ninja. With a casual smile, Uchiha Sasuke raised his hands in a gesture of acceptance, acknowledging that the funds from Konoha were in order. The clan leader had arranged for individuals to be sent to the battlefield, rather a distasteful necessity. However, there was no objection from Sasuke. He understood that the relationship was one of collaboration, where the interests of his clan must remain unscathed. Not a single coin could be withheld from Uchiha's coffers. In the future, any loans taken must receive his consent, and both the lender and the borrower would be required to pay interest. After all, he was the guarantor. As for those who would venture onto the battlefield, it was imperative to ensure that the funds were allocated judiciously, 1/10 to Uchiha, with the remaining 90% directed to those in the field. It was crucial to maintain morale. Uchiha Kagami exhaled deeply. Sasuke's handling of finances was without reproach, as it was all for the benefit of the Uchiha clan. What is your ultimate aim? He inquired. Are you not more radical than the extremists? Aim, Sasuke replied. The aim is simply to survive, to live comfortably and meaningfully. As for factions, I consider myself a conservative, yet you perceive me as an extremist. Henceforth, I shall identify as a protector of the Uchiha, with the clan's interests at the core. With a wave of his hand, Sasuke signaled that it was time for him to return home. Farewell, esteemed clan leader. Protector of the Uchiha, Kagami felt a sense of exasperation. Such a faction, more extreme than the radicals, could hardly find a place within Konoha. It sounded as if they sought independence for the Uchiha. For roughly 10 days, a multitude of Sasuke's shadow clones tirelessly worked to reconcile all financial records of the Uchiha clan. They meticulously organized every aspect, from land rents to mission payments, funding from the Konoha Guard, and tributes from minor feudal lords. The income and expenditure were clearly delineated. A significant portion of the expenses was attributed to procuring ninja tools from the elderly cat lady, a long-standing partnership between the Uchiha clan and her. In addition, the Uchiha possessed unique medicinal concoctions for health and vitality, which accounted for substantial expenditures. However, little of this wealth trickled down to the ordinary Uchiha members and ninjas, as the Elder Council controlled the distribution of medicines, doling them out as rewards to the clan. Everyone was exceedingly busy, leaving little time to concern themselves with rewards. Sasuke, the clan leader requests your presence, called Nanami, bursting into the office while clutching a stack of financial documents from the clan that required review and approval. Dozens of Sasuke's clones were engrossed in their tasks, heads bent over their work. Upon hearing Nanami's call, the original Sasuke rose from his desk. What is it? I am quite occupied. Nanami, I entrust you with recruitment. Gather those Uchiha who are not ninjas, those engaged in commerce, or the young willing to serve the clan. Sasuke opened the window, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. With a reluctant expression, Nanami muttered, "How have I become your subordinate? Really? Why must all the chaotic tasks fall to me?" Turning to the clones, she added, "I am a ninja. I have missions to attend to," informed the original. The Uchiha clones remained unfazed, focusing solely on their work, ensuring that the data remained flawless and undisturbed. In the Uchiha clan meeting room, all the elders had gathered for a brief meeting. Sasuke, now a true elder in his own right, was tasked with managing the clan's finances. No longer merely a spokesperson, Yi sat in the rightmost seat of the front row, the only position allotted to him. Beside him was Uchiha Sei, and opposite him sat an elder from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taoxiang, a conservative and a member of the clan leader's guard. At last, Uchiha Kagami spoke gravely. It had been over 10 days since they returned from the battlefield, and all pressing conflicts had been addressed. Now, it was time to discuss matters concerning the Land of Grass. The war between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire had erupted in full force. Previously, I had been arrogant, believing that the Uchiha clan could single-handedly resolve these issues, which nearly led to the demise of many clan members. This was my grave miscalculation, and I sincerely apologized to all present. In recent days, he had come to understand this, despite Sarutobi Hizashi's incessant persuasion. He could not erase the haunting words of his clan members who had taken their own lives before him. Those piercing phrases lingered in his mind, both when awake and asleep, causing him great distress. No, Uchiha Taoxiang interjected gently. There is no need for the clan leader to apologize. The situation in the Land of Grass is exceedingly difficult. We are all wise to have returned. No lives were lost in vain. None of us are at fault. How can that be? I was in the wrong. I caused the clan leader displeasure. Tomorrow, I shall attend to Sarutobi Hizashi's needs to make amends, Uchiha Yeh declared. It is all my fault. How could the clan leader be at fault? No, you are not at fault either. You are a clever child. Returning was indeed a prudent choice. To lose such talented individuals would be a significant loss for the Uchiha clan. In fact, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha. Uchiha Taoxiang said with a benevolent smile. Unlike any other Uchiha, he radiated warmth without a trace of malice. Uchiha Yeh scoffed. That is your flaw? You should have dissuaded the clan leader in a timely manner. The blame lies with you. It is all my fault. If it pleases you, then let the blame rest upon my shoulders. Uchiha Taoxiang maintained his amiable demeanor. Do not strike a smiling face, Uchiha Yeh thought, wishing to gauge whether this elder truly possessed such a gentle temperament. Cough, cough. Now, Konoha is mobilizing ninjas to act alongside the Uchiha, striving to resolve the conflict swiftly. I plan to send 300 clan members to the battlefield, Kagami stated, casting a furtive glance at Uchiha Yeh, eager for a quick resolution. Let the entire clan head to the battlefield. Bring Uchiha Zimming, who has lost his legs, in a wheelchair. Ordinary people can also be sent to the battlefield. Let the whole clan join in, seek a swift conclusion. If we must perish, let us all perish together, leaving no remnant of the Uchiha clan. Protect the clan leader. In the future, when we are gone, let the clan leader adopt the name Sarutobi, he exclaimed. Also, let us take the hard of hearing auntie and the blind grandfather to the battlefield. Furthermore, we must excavate all ancestral graves. We need to check for any who may be feigning death. If any corpses have not yet turned to dust, let them be sent to the battlefield, paving the way for the Uchiha with their bones. I also have a few chickens at home. Let us bring them to the battlefield as well, Uchiha Yeh suggested earnestly. I think that is a splendid idea, Elder Sei concurred. Uchiha Shun also agreed. Let us all go together, arrange for 300 people. The clan leader seems to have a peculiar mindset. Uchiha Kagami found it challenging. The returning Uchiha clan members faced constant accusations of betrayal from Shimura Danzo. If they did not intensify their contributions this time, life in the village would become unbearable. There was no room for negotiation. In our clan, your word holds weight, so do arrange it. The pricing differs for Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, and so forth. Kindly provide me with the list of individuals destined for battle along with their ranks. I shall calculate the funds and submit them to Konoha for verification. Expedite this process, for I shall be joining the fray as well. My cost for participation is 20 million, accompanied by my Mangekyo Sharingan. Should I meet my demise, Konoha is to compensate the Uchiha clan 50 billion. Uchiha Yeh produced a blank sheet of paper, inscribing his name at the top of the list. A participation fee of 20 million is indeed substantial, akin to an exceptionally classified S-rank mission. Uchiha Toka inhaled sharply, astonished by this audacity. 20 million for participating in war? And a compensation of 50 billion in the event of Yeh's death? Such exorbitant reparations. Could any clan, alongside Konoha, truly afford to compensate 50 billion? Since I am involved, Uchiha Hana must also partake. With her Three-Tomoe Sharingan and her prowess as a summoning master of the Dragon's Cave, she is indeed a prodigy, commanding a fee of 500,000. Similarly, Ao, Sha, and Xinghai shall accompany me, albeit at a slightly reduced rate of 550,000, as a bundled price that does not allow for separate arrangements. Uchiha Yeh gestured for Uchiha Kagami to continue with the report of the ninja list. 300 will suffice. As long as the payment is settled appropriately. The funds allocated for the war will see 10% retained by the clan for daily expenses and maintenance of resources, with the remainder distributed among the participating ninjas. Uchiha Kagami was rendered speechless, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded Uchiha Yeh. Never before had any Uchiha been so meticulously calculative, particularly regarding monetary matters, as if they had never encountered wealth in a prior existence. To demand such a sum at the outset is audacious. A standard S-rank mission barely commands 500,000, and that is typically divided amongst a team. Uchiha Kagami had previously been indifferent to such financial considerations, believing in the nobility of fighting for Konoha, accepting whatever was offered. Now, however, the challenge of dispatching personnel looms large. Uchiha Yeh's initial demand of 20 million per individual equates to the compensation for the last battlefield, an amount designated for an S-rank mission. Uchiha Kagami closed his eyes deeply, feeling helpless as the clan leader grappled with the incessant focus on money. Yet, surprisingly, neither the conservatives nor the radicals dared to refute the matter of finances, for Uchiha Yeh had proposed a shareholder dividend plan, promising monetary returns at the year's end. Should there be losses, there would be no dividends. Each member of the Uchiha clan would receive an additional sum annually. Who would not be enticed by such prospects? Uchiha Toka appeared to grasp the clan leader's sentiments, offering a gentle smile towards Yeh. The household is busy. You need not go. On the contrary, I must go. Yeh insisted. As the steward of finances, grant me a few more days to organize the family's funds. A shadow clone will suffice. Money is equally crucial on the battlefield, and I fear the clan leader may unilaterally decide on Uchiha's involvement without my consent. I have stated that all participants must have their fees approved by me. Once the Hokage signs and seals the agreement, the price is set, and then they may proceed. If not, it shall be disregarded. Should the clan leader wish for Konoha to prevail, it is simple enough. Arrange for an additional person. That individual will not only receive no compensation from the Uchiha clan for participating, but will also be required to pay a 500,000 fine to the Uchiha clan. The clan leader will incur a penalty of 500,000 for each participant. I maintain meticulous records. An Elder Haruin's personnel office will document everything. No tricks shall be tolerated. A multitude of eyes gazed upon Uchiha Yeh, and the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. It was evident that Uchiha Yeh was genuinely considering the interests of the Uchiha clan. After all, there can be no order without rules. This was precisely how one should treat the venerable clan leader, Uchiha Jing. Jing clenched his teeth, pondering how Sarutobi Hiruzen would respond to this arrangement. He agreed to the stipulation but aimed to secure at least 20 free slots for his clansmen to participate in the war on behalf of Konoha. At that moment, Uchiha Jing humbly made this request for the 20 individuals to partake in the conflict without financial burden. Uchiha Yeh leaned back in his chair, rocking slightly, and then remarked, "Very well, a clan leader cannot impose decisions arbitrarily. You must clarify whether those 20 individuals will require compensation or not, lest you incite resentment among your kin." Jing understood this well, as he observed his conservative companions, who had stood by him for decades, and wondered who would willingly fight for Konoha without remuneration. Tangming coughed, casting his eyes toward the ceiling as if wandering in a realm beyond. Free? Isn't that akin to undertaking missions at a loss, risking life and limb for no reward? I am no fool in my old age. Uncle Chun Yuan dozed with his eyes closed, oblivious to the disparity between the millions offered on Uchiha Yeh's side and the prospect of dying for free on this end. Everyone grappled with their choices. While they cherished Konoha, they could not afford to be foolishly devoted. Uchiha Suisei played with his fingers, feigning busyness. What? To fight for Konoha for free? Initially, I did not grasp the significance of money. It didn't matter to me. Now, with hefty sums involved alongside the idea of fighting for free, only a fool would choose the latter. Draft the list, Uchiha Jing said, disappointment evident in his tone as he ceased his inquiries, observing that everyone seemed to waver. Uchiha Taoxiang sighed, I will fight for free. Uchiha Jing regarded the elderly Uchiha Taoxiang, ultimately unable to turn him down. Uchiha Yeh's plan stipulated that every Uchiha ninja reaching the age of 60 would receive a monthly allowance of 5,000 ryo as a subsidy for household expenses, with an annual increment of 50 ryo thereafter. Ordinary citizens turning 60 would also receive a monthly stipend of 1,000 ryo, amounting to the equivalent of 2 to 3 D-rank mission rewards annually. At 73 years of age, would Uchiha Taoxiang be eligible to receive this? Uchiha Jing was too weary to calculate. After all, the yearly sum approximated the remuneration for 1 D-rank mission. This plan was set to be implemented next year, and Uchiha Jing agreed, recognizing it as a genuine consideration for the clan's welfare. This compensation is indeed substantial. I shall ensure my descendants benefit from it. With Uchiha Yeh around, there is no reason to fear. As long as we remain alive to encounter Uchiha Yeh, there is hope. I will arrange it on my end. The elders said excitedly, whispering amongst themselves. Let us not limit it to 300. You should arrange 500, and the elders have no objections, as long as the funds are available. With Uchiha Yeh personally leading on the battlefield, we feel a sense of security. Soon, the list was filled with over 300 names, with 0 free slots. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless, akin to an impotent husband gazing at Uchiha Jing, the perceived traitor. You have changed, Jing. The Uchiha clan requires such a high price to enter the battlefield. Does this equate to the tasks of my Sarutobi clan? Is this reasonable? Some even demanded a rate higher than that of the Sarutobi clan. With eyes closed, Uchiha Jing wore a troubled expression. Sign here, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is Uchiha Yeh's demand. I can only request 20 free slots for the Uchiha clan from him, and I shall bear the cost. As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon Uchiha Obito's demand of 20 million to enter the battlefield, he could only utter in disbelief. How dare you? Even I would not require such a sum for my own involvement. When averaged, it amounted to roughly 3 million per individual. With so many from the Uchiha clan participating, the total would nearly deplete 100 million. Should Uchiha Obito perish, Konoha would be liable for a staggering 50 billion. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched as he hesitated to sign. The price far too exorbitant. 50 billion was a sum that could not be borne. 50 billion? He will not die. You can sign with confidence. Uchiha Kagami firmly believed in Obito's prowess, recalling a time he had been commanded to end Obito's life, only for Obito to resurrect before him, unscathed. Hiruzen's hand trembled slightly as he vowed that this would be the one occasion he would grant the Uchiha clan a favor. In the future, he would not call upon them again, eager to see how they would muster such funds. Once Hiruzen acquiesced to the Uchiha clan's terms, Uchiha Kagami promptly returned to assemble a team, urging the Uchiha members to hasten to the battlefield. Tobirama refrained from any underhanded tactics. Konoha cannot afford the repercussions. Tobirama scoffed. While I cannot harm Uchiha Obito, does that mean I cannot target the other ninjas of your clan? Even with your peculiar abilities, should you be dead for 5 minutes, Uchiha Obito will remain beyond salvation. The Uchiha contingent, alongside Konoha's other ninja forces, made their way towards the battlegrounds of the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire. Had they foreseen this, Why had they initially dispatched only the Uchiha? Uchiha Obito strode confidently at the forefront of the ranks, wielding a staff as if orchestrating a well-planned strategy, while the younger members struggled to keep pace. Are you suggesting this arrangement was deliberate, to lead the Uchiha to their demise? Uchiha Shina began to unravel the underlying motives, piecing together intelligence that suggested a long-standing scheme aimed at depleting the Uchiha's combat strength. Indeed, Uchiha Obito felt an overwhelming fatigue as they approached the battlefield. This time, he would have to exert himself to the fullest, eager to resolve matters swiftly and return home. His younger companions would need to conserve their strength, allowing for recovery before next year's battles, as it was better to stand united than to worry for each other's safety. With Obito present, they would remain unscathed. What of Hana? Asked a perceptive Choji, revealing the new leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Shinbuku, who was also embroiled in the conflict while reminiscing with Hana. A burgeoning romantic connection, perhaps? Nanny, how brazen. Obito cursed silently. Whoever finds love first is a fool. I shall never be one. The next morning, they arrived at the Konoha encampment, where injured shinobi moved about, and Tsunade was actively participating, underscoring the gravity of the situation. It was now clear that Uchiha Obito would not lead hundreds from his clan into action. Instead, they would coordinate with the Konoha ninjas to form reconnaissance teams, logistical support, medical units, and intelligence squads, dividing tasks among the ranks. Uchiha Saikai was assigned to the medical escort team, tasked with safeguarding the healers and the injured while assisting in urgent care. Uchiha Hana, alongside Uzumaki Shinbuku, spearheaded the vanguard team for enemy reconnaissance. Uchiha Sha has been assigned to the intelligence team, tasked with gathering and organizing the information provided by others. Uchiha Orange has been designated to the trap dismantling team, responsible for locating and disarming traps set by the enemy, such as explosive tags and poison formations. Uchiha Yeh has no objections to the arrangement of several young members. He believes that having been nurtured in his sheltered environment has rendered them ineffectual. In truth, Yorin's innate strength is considerable. One by one, the Uchiha clan members promptly set about their assigned tasks. In the office now remain only Kato Dan, Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Yeh, and the war commander, Hyuga. Kato Dan, gentle and handsome, possesses a charming smile that radiates warmth. He is Tsunade's first love. Uchiha Yeh, feeling slightly bashful, touches his nose, thinking to himself how remarkably attractive this individual is, nearly surpassing the Uchiha's distinguished lineage of beauty. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo exudes a calm and astute demeanor, embodying the role of an elder brother. Uchiha Yeh is the youngest among them. Hyuga expresses gratitude towards Uchiha Yeh, acknowledging that despite the discomfort his plans have caused him in the past, the support and attention garnered for Konoha during this time of need is largely due to Yeh's efforts. Uchiha Yeh, Hatake Tsukumo, and Kato Dan, you three have been assigned an important mission. Uchiha Yeh leans against the wall, nonchalantly replying, go ahead and assign it. As long as you pay me, I shall fulfill my duties. It is only fair. Kato Dan winks at Uchiha Yeh, his radiant face momentarily dazzling Yeh's eyes. Those eyes seem to convey a message. From now on, we shall be comrades. Their mission involves an undercover infiltration into the land of grass to assassinate its daimyo. Uchiha Yeh is astonished at the thrill of such an assignment. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha has typically been compliant. Thus, being given such a challenging task is indeed remarkable. The death of the daimyo would plunge the land of grass into further chaos. Rather than targeting the shadow of the grass, Hatake Tsukumo picks up the dossier, which contains information about the daimyo's bodyguards and their defensive capabilities, as well as the daimyo's daily schedule and plans. Once war is declared, the daimyo cannot afford to remain hidden. He must pacify the emotions of ordinary citizens, thus providing the optimal opportunity for assassination. Indeed, you three must coordinate effectively. Uchiha Yeh's exceptional Sharingan Jinjutsu, Kato Dan's transformation techniques, whether for offense or reconnaissance, are formidable. Hatake Tsukumo, you possess remarkable close combat abilities. I have intentionally arranged for you three to work together to ensure the completion of the mission. Hyuga, wary that you might decline, has placed his friends in relatively manageable yet significant positions. With the three of them together, the task of assassinating the daimyo becomes more feasible. Let us work together, Kato Dan says with a smile, his hair tousled, extending his hand towards Yeh, referring to him as the genius younger brother of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Uchiha Yeh replies, shaking his hand. Tsunade's brother has been miraculously revived, and Uchiha Yeh vows to protect this, her first love, with utmost dedication. A drop of kindness warrants a fountain of gratitude. The other individual is none other than the future father of Kakashi, who is widely regarded as the benchmark for ninja chakra. At this point, Kakashi has yet to be born, ensuring that Hatake Tsukumo will not meet his demise. Review the materials and prepare for departure. Kakashi Hatake, resembling an elder brother, handed over the pertinent information to the two. The intelligence from the department left Yuki speechless. Once again, there were those who toyed with insects, a notion he found utterly distasteful. The insect-using ninjas of the Land of Grass were strikingly different from the oil-wielding Yamanaka clan of Konoha. Some ninjas from the Land of Grass had more elaborate and toxic methods of insect manipulation. Last time, the Uchiha clan nearly fell victim to a ninja skilled in such arts. With a swift and cautious gait, Uchiha Yeh traversed the treetops, his Sharingan vigilant and alert. Yet he felt no fear of death. Should it come, he would merely be reborn in an instant. Kakashi turned back, a shuriken whirling through the air towards Uchiha Yeh. However, the target was not him, but rather the several mosquitoes flying behind him. The technique employed was remarkable. Even the minuscule mosquitoes could be struck down with precision. Intelligence indicated that these insects were even utilized as messengers. Kato, with a gentle smile, reassured Yeh, fearing he might misunderstand the situation. Yeh nodded in comprehension, albeit with a lingering discontent. The treachery surrounding him was irksome. War, he thought, was truly dreadful. How splendid it would be if everyone could cultivate peace together. I'm hungry, he declared. Kakashi retrieved a bottle of military rations from his pocket and tossed it to Yeh. No, I desire fresh food, Yeh retorted, turning towards a nearby stream, dismissing the unpalatable rations in favor of foraging for ingredients. Kato chuckled, understanding the plight of a hungry child, while Kakashi could only concede. All right. If it doesn't interfere with our mission, I suppose it's acceptable. However, the situation quickly evolved into a scene where Yeh observed with amusement as Kakashi and Kato busied themselves preparing food. Despite being the one refusing the military rations, they insisted on cooking for him. Hee, please grill my fish a bit longer, Yeh requested, his lips curving into a seemingly shy smile. Though he accepted their kindness with delight. After all, the role of teammates was to provide sustenance and ensure safety during slumber. Kakashi shook his head in exasperation. How did it come to this, that I am serving you? As he turned the stick over the fire, the seasoning Yeh had brought added a delightful flavor. After all, as the captain, it is essential to ensure my teammates do not go hungry, Kakashi remarked. Kato approached, cradling edible wild vegetables. These will enhance the flavor even further. Ah, quite splendid, Yeh exclaimed, giving Kato a thumbs up. This was the essence of enjoyment. Well, I must become the next Hokage, so naturally, I must be adept at everything. Kato replied, washing the vegetables clean by the river and adding some honey that Yeh had brought along. By the way, how do you manage to be so well prepared? You aspire to be the next Hokage? Yeh inquired. Indeed, Kato affirmed, his dream of becoming Hokage was well known, a desire nestled within the hearts of every Konoha ninja, though it did not reside in Yeh's own heart. Everyone knew that this new Sharingan was unlike any other. Yeh was devoted solely to the Uchiha clan, prioritizing their interests above all. Kato, my brother, your aspirations are somewhat perilous. Perilous? The role of Hokage is fraught with danger. Yet I shall possess that capability in the future, Kato replied, unperturbed by the thought of danger. In the whimsical discourse of becoming the man of the sixth Hokage, one must ponder whether the esteemed Hokage would indeed favor such a union. Tsunade, the venerable lady, would she consent to a monogamous arrangement? Uchiha Yeh chuckled, finding the notion quite amusing. A gentle breeze tousled the hair of the trio, lending a sense of lightness to the moment. Kato Duan tilted his head in confusion, exclaiming, Nanny! The revelation shattered his previous perceptions. He had never encountered such dialogue, which, upon reflection, seemed utterly devoid of flaws, becoming the man of the Hokage. Ha ha ha, Duan. Let Tsunade become Hokage, and you simply be her man, quipped Hatake Tsukumo, reveling in the absurdity of the conversation. This was indeed an entertaining prospect, one that could be revisited in future banter. Is that truly permissible? Duan chuckled helplessly, at a loss for words. Duan Nizan, strive to become the man of the Hokage. Tsukumo teased, The grilled fish you prepare is truly delectable. The culinary prowess of the grilled fish sage was duly acknowledged by Uchiha Yeh, who offered a thumbs up in appreciation. Tsukumo wore a smile, recognizing that Uchiha Yeh was not as difficult to engage with as rumors suggested. His words were often sweet. Casting a glance at the sky, they anticipated reaching the capital of the land of grass by dawn. Yet, Uchiha Yeh found the fish in his mouth suddenly unappetizing, lamenting the notion of assassination. How bothersome. I'm tired and wish to sleep, he declared, his smile vanishing, his tone brooking no argument. Completing the mission was paramount. Urgency was unwarranted. Tsukumo appeared momentarily taken aback. Having just deemed Yeh easygoing. We can sleep once we reach the land of grass, he suggested. Resting now is equally beneficial. One must conserve energy to face the enemy. Surely, you don't wish for me to lethargically carry out an assassination? Kato Duan scanned between the two, leaning towards supporting Tsukumo's perspective. Now is not the time for slumber. Tsukumo sighed, reflecting on their first collaboration. This is a one-time allowance. If that's the case, I shall sleep here. Regardless of your wishes. I am not a ninja of Konoha. I am merely contracted by them to fulfill a task. If I am not permitted to rest, then what purpose is there in my involvement? Uchiha Yeh reclined on the ground, hands cradling his head, utterly unconcerned with the awkward tension around him. The mission to swiftly eliminate the daimyo was becoming increasingly pressing. Tsukumo patiently continued to explain the necessity of seizing the opportune moment, emphasizing that tomorrow would be ideal for locating the daimyo's residence. Is the mission more important than our comrades? Uchiha Yeh pondered aloud, prompting a reaction from Tsukumo. Tsukumo saw no issue with the query, asserting that comrades were undoubtedly more significant than the mission. What say you, Duan? Kato Duan appeared to be contemplating the nature of missions, acknowledging that certain tasks were imperative for the sake of Konoha, even if it meant sacrificing oneself for confidentiality. Such dedication must be the fault of Danzo, he mused, bemused by the notion of a well-formed individual harboring such a twisted zeal for Konoha. Of course, comrades hold greater importance. A failed mission can be revisited, restructured, and one has the support of allies to navigate the aftermath. Without such solidarity, trust in the organization falters. No mission can outweigh the value of a person, unless your task is to sacrifice yourself for the safety of thousands. One must also consider whether people remember your kindness and cherish your memory. Tasks will never supersede the value of human life. Once a person is lost, they cannot be revived, whereas if a task fails, there will always be another opportunity. If I were to suffer from lack of sleep and consequently falter in a fight, leading to my demise, could you bear the cost? My death would require Konoha to compensate the Uchiha clan 50 billion. Do not incessantly speak of tasks. Let us rest before resuming our duties. One must live for oneself, not for others. That is the essence of life. Uchiha Yeh yawned, closed his eyes, and soon the sound of his slumber filled the air. Let them depart if they wish. I refuse to run through the night only to face high-intensity tasks the following day. I must admit, this younger brother exhibits some understanding. Kato Dan sighed and reclined on the ground. Given the gravity of their discussion, it would be inappropriate to neglect rest and leave Uchiha Yeh behind. Hatake Tsukumo added more firewood to the campfire, its glow illuminating his face as thoughts surged through his mind. Uchiha Yeh shared his sentiment. Comrades are paramount. Yet for a ninja, a sleepless night is hardly unusual. Such a childlike disposition is amusing. So let us continue our journey after a restful sleep. The nocturnal chorus of insects sang a lullaby, lulling Uchiha Yeh into dreams, accompanied by the gentle flow of a stream and the rustling of leaves. As the melody swelled, Uchiha Yeh abruptly opened his eyes, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan swirling as he sat upright. Kato Dan and Hatake Tsukumo remained vigilant in their slumber, existing in a state of half-wakefulness. Unlike Uchiha Yeh, who had succumbed to deep sleep. You startled me, Uchiha Yeh exclaimed, patting his chest, initially fearing an enemy ambush, only to discover a small girl. His two teammates gazed at him in confusion. What is it, Uchiha Yeh? Uchiha Yeh turned toward a direction, declaring, I see you. If you wish to live, come out. The jungle remained eerily still. Hurry up, or I will truly kill you. The subtle rustle revealed a caterpillar, the size of a thumb, which began to swell and transform into the shape of a young girl, a technique of metamorphosis capable of turning oneself into an insect, a particularly grotesque ability. The girl bore no headband of the grass ninja, as this technique was indeed a skill of theirs. Her eyes were cold and unfeeling, adorned with a B-shaped hairpin. Uchiha Leaf observed the girl, her gaze fixated upon him, unmistakably harboring malice. What do you want? Did I offend you? Return my father's life. Uchiha Leaf suddenly recalled a face, Goto Nami, her daughter, the one who had ensnared all the Uchihas in a dire predicament. If it were not for his activation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, several Uchihas would have perished in their last encounter, had they not acted together. They would have faced total annihilation. At merely 10 years of age, she sought vengeance for her father, having tracked his movements. Uchiha Leaf narrowed his eyes, his emotions tangled. What a distasteful world this is. I wish to remain untainted by bloodshed, yet the circumstances compel me otherwise. He was reluctant to allow the emergence of a future powerhouse driven by the desire for revenge. Failing to eradicate the root of the problem would only lead to endless troubles. Wudo Ryer, under the control of her insects, soon lost consciousness, rendering her commands ineffective. Ye, Uchiha Yeh, I loathe you. You have destroyed my family. You murdered my father. I shall curse you eternally. You shall never bear offspring. No woman will ever love you, and you will never possess a normal home. You and your kin shall know no happiness. For countless lifetimes, I shall condemn you, wretched beast. Ah, are you truly going to harm me? I am but 10 years old. Do you dare to kill me? No. The girl's twisted and obsessive curse pierced his heart like a thorn, echoing in his ears. Uchiha Yeh furrowed his brow. Wudo Ryer lost consciousness amidst her hatred, meeting a fate akin to her father's demise within the realm of illusion. Since you have declared war upon me, regardless of your age, you are my adversary. And I shall not show mercy due to your youth, nor will I show leniency because of your gender or beauty. I am no gentleman. I shall not spare you merely for being a woman. Wudo Ryer fell from the tree, crashing heavily to the ground, her vitality waning. And those insects sustained by her chakra perished alongside her. A pit emerged where she lay, burying her, a measure of dignity bestowed upon foes by Uchiha Yeh. Rest in peace. I despise war. No one relishes war. It is merciless. Let us bring this conflict to a swift conclusion. Kato, with a severed hand resting on Uchiha Yeh's shoulder, smiled warmly, believing that Uchiha Yeh would soften his heart towards the little girl. One must never judge the threat posed by an individual based solely on age or appearance. Those who show compassion on the battlefield are the ones who perish. Fortunately, Uchiha Yeh was not swayed by such sentiments. Do not take to heart the curses of that little girl. You are quite dashing, and surely, in time, a girl will come to adore you, and you shall have a beautiful family. He dismissed these notions, content in his own happiness. Let us depart. Kakashi extinguished the fire. Noting how adeptly the little girl concealed herself, their own information was likely compromised. Now was the opportune moment to journey onward. Kakashi had already come to accept Uchiha Yeh as a teammate, oblivious to the illusions Yeh had cast. Let us go, Yeh, he said, no longer wishing to linger. For the first time, he encountered a child who harbored such hatred for him. All of this was Konoha's fault. Why could they not be stronger, deterring outsiders from challenging them? Furthermore, why must the fierce internal strife among the higher-ups lead to the suffering of innocents like us? Danzo, alas, it is all my fault. The trio traveled at great speed, Uchiha Yeh no longer holding back. As the sun rose high in the sky, they transformed into refugees seeking shelter within the city. It had barely been a moment since the conflict began, and already groups of refugees congregated at the city gates, their stomachs unfilled, their clothes tattered, emanating an acrid stench. Each face gaunt and sallow. Uchiha Yeh transformed into a child, Kato into a woman, and Kakashi into a robust man, presenting a peculiar family of three. Their transformations bore no flaws, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Woo woo woo, dear Lord, please do not engage in conflict with the land of fire. We beseech you. We do not desire battle. The woman, clutching her child, cried out in despair. It is the Fire Nation that has seized our land in the land of grass, rendering us homeless, devoid of arable fields and mineral resources. Naturally, we must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Not an inch of land should be relinquished. The Fire Nation oppresses smaller nations, and they must be vanquished. Indeed, vanquished. The high taxes levied by the Lord leave every household with barely enough sustenance. We beseech the Lord to provide food to alleviate our hunger. Among the masses, some are fervent, eager to take arms against the Fire Nation and offer their support, while others merely wish to live their tranquil lives, content with a morsel to eat. Some have already succumbed to hunger, lying on the ground, their faces ashen. The turmoil within the land of grass has persisted for far too long. Taxes are exorbitant, leaving families with just enough to survive, with the remainder surrendered to the state. Should war ensue, it would spell disaster. Fields left barren, families displaced, leading to nothing but starvation as people flock to the Lord's estate. With the Lord present, there is a semblance of safety. Although the Lord has yet to show himself in this time of crisis, he must surely appear to address the swelling crowd of refugees. The trio's mission is to expedite the resolution with the Lord, blending in among the displaced. They waited from dawn until dusk, yet the Lord remained absent. And the throng continued to swell. Uchiha Yeh crossed his arms, his expression radiating disdain. This world is insufferable. What is there to fight over in this minuscule patch of land? One should focus on safeguarding one's own territory for sustenance. Why must there be an invasion of foreign lands, fixating on others' domains? Kato Daku playfully tousled Uchiha Yeh's hair, urging him not to display such sentiments, lest they attract unwanted attention. Uchiha Yeh felt a profound discomfort, yearning to return to the comforts of his home. Leaving the Uchiha clan's territory had already begun to weigh heavily upon him. For the sake of a meager sum of money and so-called glory, one must witness the world's ugliness. If the Uchiha do not succumb to darkness, then who shall? Kakashi suspected that they might not witness the Lord's emergence. Under the cover of night, the trio approached the city gates, where a sensing array lay in wait. A hasty intrusion would surely be detected. Please wait. Kato Daku closed his eyes, invoking the spirit transformation technique. His soul, detached from his body, instantaneously arrived beside a guard. In this ethereal state, he was impervious to any physical assault or detection. Astonishingly, Uchiha Yeh's Sharingan could not perceive Kato Daku's spirit. How terrifying it is that a soul can fixate upon you without your awareness, even capable of attaching itself to your being. Moments later, a guard from the grass ninja approached the trio, willingly escorting them into the city, only to lose consciousness as Kato Daku's clone assumed the guise of the grass ninja. Let us proceed. The efficacy of Daku's spirit transformation technique is indeed formidable. With a cheerful demeanor, Kato Daku remarked that it was Kakashi's swordsmanship that truly deserved admiration. No. Uchiha Yeh insisted, the spirit transformation technique is genuinely alarming. How does one combat a soul with these eyes? Unless one learns to jump rope? To defeat magic with magic. I wonder if the Rui Jingu Bang could strike at his soul? Yet one must first perceive it to land a blow, right? The white Fang's blade still holds promise. Spirits are indeed elusive. The capital of the land of grass glowed with radiant lights, soldiers standing vigilant, guarding the revelries of the city's elite, indulging in earthly pleasures. Beneath the crimson gates, the stench of wine and meat fills the air, while the streets bear witness to the frozen remains of the unfortunate. The bustling red light district was a spectacle of ceaseless activity. The grandeur of the city conceals the ongoing conflict within the land of grass, creating an illusion of tranquility reminiscent of a peaceful era. After regaining consciousness, Kato Dan was engulfed in panic. The daimyo was an imposter, and the true daimyo's whereabouts remained a mystery. Eliminating the false daimyo would serve no purpose but to expose their position. He nearly faltered, but his vigilance saved him. The spirit transformation technique located the daimyo. Yet this individual bore subtle differences from the photograph, including a distinctive mole on his neck. Is Uchiha Yeh truly so perceptive? The three of them were concealed within a hastily dug hole, a precarious situation exacerbated by the presence of insects on reconnaissance. The challenge of locating the daimyo without alerting other ninjas loomed large. Assassinating the daimyo was no simple task. Even if they identified the true daimyo, he would be surrounded by an elite ninja guard, akin to that of the Leaf Village. Thus, I question the benefit of arriving early, only to assassinate an imposter. We possess intelligence, but surely the enemy is aware of our motives. He would be on high alert against any assassination attempt. Uchiha Yeh found himself cramped alongside the other two in the narrow confines of the hole. In a flash, Hatake Tsukumo devised a plan. He would infiltrate the daimyo's estate and discreetly seek out the true daimyo, employing a secret technique to communicate with them. Kato Dan turned to Uchiha Yeh, instructing him to guard his body while he used the spirit transformation technique to scout. Uchiha Yeh shook his head, forming hand seals and pressing his palms against the ground, causing the earth to collapse further as the three fell downward, the surface above having been buried. They were once again huddled together. Kumo stood at the entrance of the hole, watching as the worms in his sleeve burrowed deeper underground. After a while, those worms began to crawl back into his sleeve. The three had just vanished. The scent would not dissipate, and amidst the chaos, the allure of three men, ninja. Indeed, Kumo's masked face concealed a determined smile. Was it truly not so? Soon, a group of Western ninjas arrived, forming hand seals. The earth release technique was employed, allowing them to descend underground in search of the three infiltrators at the daimyo's estate. After over an hour of searching, they found no trace of anyone having been there. Kumo's expression darkened as he gazed up at the moon. Level 1 alert, he declared. It must be those Leaf Village pests. Yes, a level 1 alert was necessary, as the grass ninjas needed to monitor every rustle of the grass, leaving no detail overlooked. They were aware that the leaf would send someone, but remained ignorant of who that might be. The leaf possessed information on ninjas skilled in earth release. They would soon discover who it was. In the princess's residence, where the daughter of the daimyo resided, opulence reigned. Servants were abundant, and the table was laden with uneaten delicacies. Each dish far too extravagant for the average person's table, some of which Uchiha Yeh had never even heard of. The princess, with her emerald green eyes and delicate skin, was exceedingly beautiful, yet her expression was one of terror, her mouth stuffed with a pair of white stockings. Uchiha Yeh, wearing only one shoe, squatted beside her, grinning mischievously. Do not fear, this will be over shortly. Princess Biji's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head frantically, her terror reaching its zenith. As she locked eyes with Uchiha Yeh's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, her vision blurred, plunging her into an endless illusion. From a young age, she was the cherished jewel of the noble family, accustomed to a life of opulence and indulgence, wanting for nothing. A simple meal could even rival the bounty earned through the perilous tasks undertaken by seasoned ninjas. Unacquainted with the tribulations of the world, she reveled only in celestial pleasures. Moments later, Princess Biji's essence faded, succumbing to anguish within the illusion. Uchiha Yeh acquired the information he sought. He removed his shoes and tossed a sock upon her head. Regrettably, such a character was beyond Uchiha Yeh's capacity for forgiveness. How could one descend to the grotesque depths of fratricide, satiating one's hunger through such means? Observing her pure beauty, he found her essence utterly repulsive. He procured a fresh pair of socks to don. Kato Dato, resting his chin in his hand, scrutinized Uchiha Yeh's every move, pondering what manner of individual could provoke such petulance. The lord resided within the confines of the estate. In the secret chamber of the noble's abode, all matters were relayed to the false lord for execution. The princess was privy to certain truths, yet remained discreet, playing her part in the charade alongside the impostor. Uchiha Yeh had donned his footwear, sharing the intelligence with his two comrades. The vigilance was formidable. They must have noticed us by now. Would the lord relocate? Unlikely. The greatest peril often harbors the utmost safety. Though the lord's estate appeared treacherous, it was indeed secure under the protection of the false lord. Uchiha Yeh regarded Kato Dato, contemplating that if he could traverse through objects as a spirit, he might locate the secret chamber and eliminate the true noble. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that he could not remain disembodied for too long, or else Kato Dato would become an unstoppable force, wreaking havoc as a spirit. Let us depart. This place is no longer suitable for our stay, commanded Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Yeh remained motionless. Depart? I am a valiant hero, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Pray tell, what role does this princess play in the land of grass? If not for mere aesthetic purposes, what grants her such affluence? Uchiha Yeh grumbled as he approached the bed, pressing down forcefully to reveal a hidden passage. Upon opening it, he was momentarily blinded by the glimmer of gold and jewels, dazzling his Sharingan. Such wealth! Kato Dato and Hatake Kakashi gasped in astonishment. Is this the extent of a princess's wealth? Uchiha Yeh smirked. Although indifferent to paper currency, he held a keen interest in gold, for it was universally recognized as hard currency, while paper notes held value solely in this world. Hatake Kakashi, momentarily dazed, felt a flicker of embarrassment under Uchiha Yeh's gaze and blushed as he reluctantly suggested, "We cannot carry away such treasures, for it would entangle us in our mission." Every individual possesses emotions and desires, including a yearning for wealth. It is only natural for ninjas to pursue financial gain, as many undertake missions to earn a living. The absence of funds is simply untenable. What you say is true, Kakashi. Such riches would indeed complicate our tasks. Kato Dato maintained his smile. Recognizing that this little treasury surpassed the current wealth of the Kato clan, the entirety of his family combined could not match the fortune of a noble's daughter. Ultimately, the focus must remain on the mission. To delay it for the sake of riches would be a grave transgression. Uchiha Yeh licked his lips, squinting his eyes with a smile as he spoke. Indeed, the mission is paramount, yet I revel in the act of redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. The Uchiha clan is in dire straits, and such ill-gotten gains rightfully ought to assist our beleaguered family. Come now, does the Uchiha clan truly lack for funds? Recently, Konoha bestowed a considerable sum upon you, making you quite prosperous. Each of you could easily receive 10 million without issue. Brother Kakashi, Brother Duan. Uchiha Yeh said as he retrieved gold bricks from the underground vault, arranging them into 3 neat rows. This pile is for Brother Kakashi, this one for Brother Duan, and this one is mine. At this moment, Uchiha Yeh was fairly distributing gold bricks and jewels. To speak truthfully, those gold bricks were indeed heavy, and the jewels sparkled with exquisite beauty, truly precious. In no time, 3 towering piles of gold and jewels were completely allocated. The 2 men swallowed hard as Uchiha Yeh, with unwavering fairness, divided the ill-gotten wealth. Even a profound love for Konoha could not withstand the allure of riches. Fortunately, Uchiha Yeh was not an outsider. His fervent loyalty to the Uchiha clan was tempered by his identity as a member of Konoha. After some self-persuasion, he found it quite acceptable. In his youth, Uchiha Yeh further divided his own pile into 2 smaller portions, offering them to Kakashi and Kato Duan. Thus, I shall take a little less, allowing my 2 elder brothers to take a bit more. Kakashi remained silent, unaccustomed to such experiences and lacking in expertise. Uchiha Yeh's heart was genuinely kind. However, the sudden influx of wealth could pose complications. If Konoha were to discover this, they might suspect bribery, leading to distrust towards the 2 of them. Uchiha Yeh stroked his chin, acknowledging the possibility. However, the Uchiha clan was different. No matter how far Konoha's reach extended, it could not delve into Uchiha's coffers. The wealth of my family is of no concern to you, Konoha. Yet, the 2 elite Jonin from Konoha were another matter entirely. Such a sudden windfall would surely attract scrutiny. Kato Duan nodded in agreement, his earlier greed dissipating in an instant. Realizing this could jeopardize his aspirations of becoming Hokage. Therefore, let us liquidate the assets. I shall provide each of you with 100 million in silver notes, distributed over 10 years, at 10 million per year. The gold is easier to manage, while the jewels are cumbersome. A discerning eye can easily identify certain styles, and possessing these golden jewels could bring you harm. As for me, being an Uchiha affords me the ability to safely launder these jewels and convert them into cash. I can also provide you with funds. What do you think, esteemed brothers? With a smile, Uchiha Yeh proposed. 100 million each amounts to 300 million. The jewels alone exceed this sum. But I must consume my share while also ensuring you benefit. This would create an opportunity to gain leverage. There was nothing amiss in this arrangement, with Uchiha Yeh's assistance. These 2 would undoubtedly ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha, ideally surpassing even those led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After spending these past few days together, he had come to recognize their commendable character. Is this truly appropriate, Yeh? Quite the contrary. No, I cannot accept this money. I must refuse. Kato Duan managed to resist the temptation, unwilling to risk a tarnished reputation or a compromising handle on his life. In this world, one cannot afford to be without money. 10 million a year is hardly excessive. How many explosive tags could that purchase? Thus, Uchiha Yeh, with a beaming smile, clasped the hands of both individuals and declared their arrangement. Let us not put my younger brother in an awkward position. I can take care of this. Please do not let my heart grow cold. Can we agree to this for my sake? With that, Uchiha Yeh joined their hands together, solidifying their pact. Hurry now to fulfill your mission. Delay could bring unforeseen changes. As Uchiha Yeh's pupils shifted, the gold and silver jewels on the ground vanished without a trace. He led the 2 through the back door. It was previously hinted that Uchiha Yeh possessed the ability to transfer items, conjuring various ingredients from thin air. Goodness! Kato exclaimed, exasperation evident on his face as he looked at Uchiha Yeh. Are you not placing me in a difficult position? You bestow upon me such wealth? Uchiha Yeh, how benevolent and loving you are toward Konoha. Truly considerate. Your words are so sweet. Report. My lord, the princess has perished. The ninja knelt, unable to meet the daimyo's gaze, his knees trembling, showing utmost respect to the daimyo. who was devoid of any power. The daimyo of the land of grass responded, his voice quaking, "I understand," revealing a semblance of sorrow, helplessness, and despair. The daimyo's estate was heavily guarded, vigilant in protecting against any threats, leaving no opportunity for enemies. "Mobilize the 12 elite guards. They shall all come to the daimyo's residence." Yes, the faux grass ninja clenched his fists, having cherished the princess as his own. Even if she was the genuine daughter of the daimyo, this forbidden relationship had consumed him. "Should I discover who has slain the princess, I will ensure your demise, regardless of the bounty of millions." The death of the daimyo is inconsequential, but the loss of his daughter bears grave consequences. "She was my cherished beauty, my woman." His fury was palpable as he gazed at the approaching ninja. "Come on," he said, the aura still formidable. "Shall we inform the daimyo?" The false daimyo retorted, "I am the daimyo. I am already aware." Kumo's smile was somber, seemingly mocking the ignorance of the false daimyo. "You must protect me well, and I shall offer you more than that individual." Kumo's eyes sparkled with interest. "It is my honor, my lord daimyo." The false daimyo, valuing monetary gain over personal ties, found such individuals to be most trustworthy. "My lord daimyo," Kumo called, tilting his head slightly. The false daimyo of the land of grass inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he was already in a fit of rage. "Is it truly so? The false has become true, hence both the authentic and the counterfeit daimyo must perish." Kumo, with his Sharingan eyes, locked gazes with the daimyo, who was unguarded, slipping into an endless illusion. Upon reopening his eyes, the false daimyo was rendered a mere puppet, manipulated at will. Uchiha Yeh, too, did not wish for his demise to come swiftly. This hero must remain, at least until the false daimyo could serve him in accumulating wealth. Once the riches were secured, then he could meet his end. Uchiha Yeh executed the flying thunder god technique, suddenly appearing outside the daimyo's estate. "Who goes there?" As Uchiha Yeh's figure vanished, a kunai pierced the neck of the ninja who had detected him. The bloodied kunai was carelessly discarded upon the ground, crafted in the land of grass. Ensuring no suspicion would fall upon Konoha, one must overcome the threshold of taking a life. Kakashi Sakumo and Kato soon received the news and gathered by his side. "I have already subdued the false lord, who, for the moment, clings to life. The true lord resides beneath a colossal tree, far in the distance, where Uchiha Yeh observes." Kato Duan has comprehended Uchiha Yeh's intentions. He sits down, allowing his spirit to transcend, employing the technique of spiritual transformation to penetrate the barriers surrounding the tree, revealing layers of profound intricacy. The Lord, in the embrace of beauty, revels in carefree leisure. Kato Duan, through spiritual transformation, shatters the Lord's heart and swiftly returns to his body. "Let us pursue." Kumo's countenance darkens. These 3 foreign ninjas have indeed followed them here. It is evident they are from Konoha, yet lacking any tangible evidence to prove it. "Split up." "Understood." Kato Duan obediently darts in another direction, only to be grasped by Uchiha Yeh. "If you wish to flee, let us flee together." "Brother Duan, do not be foolish. Acting alone is the most perilous choice. Do not heed the arrangements of Brother Kiba." Kiba exclaims, "Then let us run together, as being together makes it easier to be captured." It is challenging to apprehend individuals acting independently. Even the strongest cannot withstand an overwhelming force. Uchiha Yeh is elated. Accumulating wealth is far more enjoyable than completing missions, and he begins to comprehend the joy of being a master of wealth in the shinobi world. Running towards Konoha is out of the question, as it would expose their positions. Thus, they must head towards the land of waterfall, at the junction of Konoha and the land of grass. Binding technique, fire prison. Suddenly, a formation appears beneath their feet, and the chakra within their bodies becomes erratic. It burns like gunpowder. If they attempt to forcibly gather chakra, their bodies will ignite like explosives. "Yi, did you not foresee the future?" Kato Duan inquires, bewildered. "How can we be ensnared?" Uchiha Yeh's dark pupils reflect innocence, and he plaintively states, "I have not slept for nearly 2 days. How could I maintain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? But do not worry, Brother Duan. I will not perish." This is dire. The chakra within their bodies feels as though it is ablaze. The trio gazes at the man before them, adorned with the headband of the land of grass, his eyes exuding a disdainful superiority, his hair slicked back, handsome and stylish. Uchiha Yeh immediately recognizes this individual from his memories. Like Konoha, the land of grass possesses both covert and overt ninjas, as well as root factions. The land of grass is similarly divided into two factions, the grass of reality and the grass of blossom, each with differing pursuits, often leading to conflicts. This man cannot be from the grass ninja village. How could he have pursued them here? He belongs to the grass of reality faction. His sealing method differs from Uchiha Yeh's. While he employs a mallet to strike seals and absorb, this man's binding technique transforms chakra into explosive fire. To condense chakra is to invite flames that will consume it. How amusing. I thought you were formidable, he sneers, having already subdued all three. Pathetic grass shadow. 3 Konoha ninjas fail to capture me. Kiba unsheaths his sharp blade from his waist, and in a flash, even though he exits the formation, his chakra remains bound. Yet he fears nothing, employing both physical and sword techniques. With dazzling swordplay, Kiba's speed is remarkable, engaging in combat with the man, who finds himself on the defensive against Kiba's relentless sword techniques. Impressive, brother Kiba. Uchiha Yeh chuckles, retrieving a stick from his ear. A century of astonishment. To extract such a lengthy stick from one's ear? A manifestation of Wu Wei appeared beside the two, questioning their prowess in combat. If I cannot handle him, can I not manage both of you? The kunai clashed with Uchiha's Rui's stick, producing sparks, yet the Rui's stick remained unscathed. Wu Wei hurled the kunai, instantly forming a fiery pillar. The flames erupted from the ground as Uchiha held on to Kato Duan, hastily retreating. Kato Duan's physical skills were inferior. His talents concentrated solely on the soul. Uchiha, hexagonal in form, struggled without the ability to utilize chakra, realizing his narrow perspective. He had presumed that the land of grass lacked formidable warriors, believing Konoha to be unparalleled. Yet, the insect-like shinobi and the masters of binding techniques shattered his understanding of the ninja world. Do not concern yourself with me, Leaf. I am unharmed, Kato Duan urged, pushing Uchiha away. In this predicament, he could not even utilize soul transformation. In a binding state, such transformation would sear his very essence. Uchiha then drew a circle on the ground with his Rui stick, instructing, do not step outside this circle. Kato Duan instantly comprehended that this, too, served as a form of confinement, a protective barrier. In this critical moment, Uchiha displayed remarkable maturity, moving beyond childish whims, eliciting admiration. Uchiha remained capable of activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, undeterred by the burning of chakra, merely a trace of scorch marks. I can retreat to evade the binding and experience it momentarily, he mused. The Shunshin technique surged towards him, employing the dog-breaking staff style. Wu Wei was merely conducting an experiment. The defeated clone transformed into leaves, chakra returning to his body, a nostalgic ninja tool. As Wu Wei battled against Hatake Tsukumo, his expression shifted. Another clone returned to his body, chakra ensnared, not a mere price to pay, but an eternal confinement, rendering chakra usage impossible. A blade pressed against his neck as Hatake threatened, release it. Uncertain of Uchiha's actions, Wu Wei felt a considerable burden lifted. He cast a deep glance at Uchiha, stating, you must also free me, otherwise I cannot assist you. Uchiha scoffed, you're merely a defeated foe. The Rui stick expelled 2 orbs of chakra back into Wu Wei, restoring his energy. Do you trust me so readily? I am your enemy, Wu Wei retorted. At worst, I shall seal you again. Let us see who prevails. Even in death, the binding will be undone. Laughter erupted from Wu Wei as the bindings on the others dissipated, awakening Uchiha's consciousness. His form transformed into leaves and vanished. Let us depart, Hatake suggested, equally fatigued, prioritizing escape. Oh, Uchiha responded, onward. In the land of waterfalls. The climate boasted towering waterfalls and fertile earth, rivaling Konoha, and the ninja village housed the formidable Seven Tails, marking it as a significant power. The trio concealed themselves behind a waterfall for 3 days of relentless pursuit. Uchiha yawned, having slept a full day yet still feeling fatigued. It was no wonder that ninjas often met early demise. The lack of restful sleep and proper nourishment, coupled with arduous missions, consumed chakra and drained their very cells. Who could survive such a strain? Only those who indulge in the pleasures of life, carefree and unburdened, tend to live long lives. Don't you agree? In the future, Sarutobi will certainly face challenges. Uchiha Leaf waved his hand, stating his need to relieve himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of them. Shikaku was at a loss for words, remarking that they were all men, so what was there to fear? Uchiha Leaf, however, expressed his reluctance. exclaiming that they were all grown men while he was still young, unable to resolve matters so casually before the waterfall. It seemed they were merely flaunting their bravado, yet he could only retort that there was little to boast about, as they were quite endearing in their own way. With a dismissive gesture, Uchiha Leaf took his leave. What? Uchiha Leaf utilized his chakra to shield himself as he traversed the waterfall. Below the cascading water, a beautiful rainbow appeared, lifting his spirits slightly. If not for his overwhelming fatigue, he certainly would not have chosen to sleep in that damp cave beneath the waterfall. Sleeping outside was hardly preferable either, as the land of water was perpetually wet, leaving him covered in dew upon awakening. In a flash, Uchiha Leaf arrived at the river beneath the waterfall and unfastened his trousers. Feeling a pleasant tingling sensation throughout his body, he realized he had been in a deep slumber, a state he only encountered during intense training sessions. His stomach protested, yearning for sustenance. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Uchiha Leaf to shake himself awake and wash his hands in the river. The enticing scent drew him in, regardless of whether it belonged to foes or allies. As he followed it to its source, not far into the woods, he discovered two ninjas cooking. They suddenly turned to him with caution, startled by his silent approach. "Hello there." Uchiha Leaf greeted them with a radiant smile. The two ninjas bore headbands emblazoned with the character for commerce, identifying them as merchants from a small nation primarily engaged in gathering medicinal herbs for sale across various lands. How intriguing. I've only heard tales of the wild merchant ninjas, but this is my first encounter. Uchiha Leaf introduced himself. I am Uchiha Leaf, a ninja of the Uchiha clan. I was recently pursued by ninjas from another country and was drawn here by the delightful aroma of your cooking. He smiled brightly, licking his lips, intrigued by the unfamiliar scent. It seemed that the elderly woman among them, Granny Chunli, recalled something. Could it be the legendary Uchiha Madara? Her student, Luwain, timidly tugged at Chunli's hand, asking if they should be afraid. Granny Chunli reassured her with a gentle smile, stating, "There's no need for fear. The Uchiha clan does not stoop to preying upon the weak for their herbs. They are steadfast individuals, and aside from their missions, they do not harm the innocent." Luwain dared not meet Uchiha Leaf's gaze, aware of the power in his eyes that could manipulate one's spirit. However, she couldn't help but admire the striking appearance of the Uchiha. Uchiha Leaf gave a thumbs up to the elderly woman, complimenting her understanding of the Uchiha clan. With a hint of pride, Granny Chunli added chopped mushrooms to the pot, reminiscing about her encounters with Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju in their youth. Once, while gathering herbs in the Land of Fire, I was accosted by ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, who claimed that it was their territory and forbade me from taking the herbs. I was powerless against them until Uchiha Madara came to my aid. The elderly Chunli smiled more profoundly, resembling a hero as he spoke. "Nani-yo, what skill is there in bullying a weakling when so many of you are here? If you have the courage, dance with me, Uchiha Madara." Alas, Lord Senju Hashirama gently urged me to depart, and out of fear, I fled back to the merchant ninja village, taking up the role of a teacher. Later, I heard that Konoha had been established, and I had wished to present a gift to Uchiha Madara. However, upon my arrival in Konoha, I learned that Uchiha Madara had already been rumored to have perished. How unfortunate it was, such a powerful figure. How could he have met his end? I shall never have the opportunity to repay the kindness he once bestowed upon me. A gentle breeze caressed the white hair of the elderly Chunli. That day mirrored today's weather. Uchiha Madara, radiating an aura akin to that of a deity, had uttered a single phrase that would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. The chance to encounter that youth again had long since vanished. Uchiha Yeh slurped the hearty vegetable stew from his bowl, his gaze fixated on Grandma Chunli as he inquired, "And then, Grandma, who did you ultimately give the medicine to?" Seeing the pot gradually empty, Chunli realized she had yet to take a single bite, while Uchiha Yeh had consumed the meticulously prepared lunch meant for both of them. One might deem him impolite, yet he warmly greeted her with sweet words, calling her grandma. If one were to argue he was courteous, it was rather disingenuous. He had brought his own utensils, and, while she was engaged in conversation, emptied the pot. Was that reasonable? Lu Huayin puffed her cheeks. "You finished it all. What shall we eat?" "The medicine. I took it back with me," Uchiha Yeh replied, licking the remnants of the broth from his lips before setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "Thank you for the hospitality. Who invited you to dine?" She retorted. "You brought your own utensils to eat, didn't you?" Uchiha Yeh, still unsatisfied, gazed at the remnants in his bowl and leaned toward Lu Huayin, whispering, "Let us cook another pot." Huh? Lu Huayin gazed at Uchiha Yeh in disbelief. "What do you think we are? You finished one pot and expect us to prepare another? It was so delicious. I want to take 2 bowls back for my friends. Your culinary skills are exceptional. This is the first time I've tasted such a delightful vegetable stew. It is truly exquisite and fresh. Please." Lu Huayin's face flushed with embarrassment. "Honestly, even if you compliment us, it won't bring us joy." With that, Lu Huayin departed to gather more ingredients. Grandma Chunli seemed lost in her thoughts. Uchiha Yeh squinted and smiled, as if struck by a sudden realization. He clapped his hands, pulling Grandma Chunli from her reverie. According to the clan's ancient records, Uchiha Madara remained unmarried, with no children or romantic entanglements, due to a cherished individual from his youth. Grandma Chunli perked up. Uchiha Madara has never married? He had someone he admired? Nanny, why is that? Her curiosity piqued, for the elderly loved to indulge in gossip. It appeared the woman he favored had ultimately married another, and he had relinquished his affections. The identity of the girl, who had captivated the clan leader's heart, remains a mystery, a source of regret. It is said that she once gifted him a mountain flower, symbolizing her longing for him, echoing the sentiment, "In the mountains I dwell. Thoughts of you linger amidst the clouds." Grandma Chunli covered her mouth, recalling this precious memory. She had bestowed her most treasured medicinal herb to a ninja of the Uchiha clan, intending for him to deliver it to Madara. Simply wishing to express her gratitude in person. Did she once harbor feelings of longing for Madara? Time has stretched into an eternity, rendering her memories somewhat hazy. The striking visage of Uchiha Madara, a figure of admiration, evokes a blush upon the young girl's cheeks. Was it for him? When shall I behold you again? Absence lingers. As Uchiha Sasuke furrows his brow, seemingly lost in the annals of history, the origin of these tales matters little, as long as they possess an air of wildness. Seated on her knees, Chun-Li clutched her sleeves tightly, her aged face flushing with warmth, the white strands of her hair testament to the passage of time, etched with the imprints of years. It was her youthful infatuation with Uchiha Madara that lingered, yearning to witness once more the valor of that young lad who had captivated her heart. The notion of not seeing Madara again was perplexing. Why did the chronicles of the Uchiha remain so vivid? Uchiha Madara, engaged in battles across great nations, found himself unable to extricate from his duties. By the time he could reflect on their pact, the beloved woman he cherished had married another and borne children, leading Madara to a vow of lifelong solitude. Chun-Li's eyes sparkled with disbelief, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. The disappointment of not having awaited Uchiha Madara's return compelled her back to the hidden stone village, where, under her teacher's guidance, she wed and bore children, yet her heart remained tethered to news of Madara, fearful that he might be too occupied to acknowledge her. Chun-Li wrestled with her emotions for years following the establishment of Konoha, longing to preserve the indelible mark of youthful justice within his heart. Upon her arrival in Konoha, she learned of Madara's demise, the final vestige of hope extinguished. In the tapestry of her future, it felt as though a piece was missing, an absence of either the man or the spirit of that hope. With silver hair cascading down, Chun-Li smiled radiantly, for in her twilight years, she had received news of Uchiha Madara's affection for her, and that lingering sentiment remained intact. Like a withered tree blossoming in spring, her heart brimmed with anticipation. She pondered whether one could return to youth after death, to encounter Uchiha Madara once more. Had she known of his feelings in that distant past, she would have never consented to wed her husband. Uchiha Sasuke, amused, dug at his nose, sprawled on the grass, gazing skyward, exclaiming with laughter at the whimsical prospect of foreseeing the future. "My apologies, dear ancestor Uchiha Madara. I have begun to weave tales of you while you still draw breath, knowing well you cannot emerge to converse with me. Are you all right, Chun-Li?" Chun-Li smiled and lifted her head, her silver tresses swaying, making her appear a decade younger, as if nothing troubled her. "You give the impression that you believe Uchiha Madara's heart once belonged to you." Chun-Li chuckled softly. "For how could the youth comprehend the love of our generation? When two souls connect, it is for a lifetime." Uchiha Madara's affection for her was genuine. She held steadfast to this belief. The decades that had passed only enhanced her contentment with the long-awaited confirmation. "Is there nothing amiss? Uchiha Sasuke, pray, share with me tales of your clan, particularly regarding Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Sasuke nodded. Noticing that Lu Hua was preparing a delicious dish elsewhere, his spirits lifted. eager to recount stories, his forte, often captivating his circle of friends with his narratives. Uchiha Madara lay restlessly, gazing at the moon above, his handsome visage occasionally revealing a hint of tenderness as he murmured, "May we endure through the ages, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. This moon illuminates my heart, conveying my yearning affection." Uchiha Izumi sighed softly, pondering, "Oh, my lovesick ancestor, why do you obsess so fiercely over a woman?" He removed the armor of a warrior, his scarred and calloused hands gently planting a flower, as if this act would evoke memories of her presence. Once a valiant fighter, wholly devoted to his dreams and the creation of his desired world, he faltered upon hearing news of her, allowing an enemy to seize the moment on the battlefield. The blood staining his arm paled in comparison to the pain in his heart. For her, he vowed to establish a haven of peace, Konoha. It was there that he could pursue his beloved. Grandmother Chunli felt a profound concern. "Uchiha Madara, why must you do this for me?" Lu Huayan's voice sounded peculiar. Why did the teacher suddenly seem so vibrant and full of life, showing such concern for Uchiha Madara? "A fragrant pot of food is ready," Uchiha Izumi said. "Packing it up, of course, good food must be shared, and this tale shall serve as my payment." Did Uchiha Madara leave any last words? Uchiha Izumi pondered. "I am uncertain. I only heard the elders mention one of his last wishes, that the Uchiha clan remains as enduring and powerful as a river. Yet now, the Sarutobi clan holds sway, and the Uchiha clan suffers greatly. We cannot fulfill the clan leader's final wish. Life has become exceedingly challenging for the Uchiha in Konoha. We have endured much hardship, often left unpaid, and even Madara's cousin perished from starvation." Uchiha Izumi shook his head, displaying a troubled expression. "Grandmother Chunli, please do not speak of this widely. It's a matter known only to us. My Uchiha clan may be poor, but we shall remain proud." "What? Isn't it said that your Uchiha clan is incredibly wealthy?" Who claims such a thing? I refuse to acknowledge it. This must be mere gossip. A slander against the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi whispered to Grandmother Chunli. Now the Sarutobi clan is in power. Would they allow the Uchiha to prosper? Indeed. The Sarutobi are cunning and miserly. Grandmother Chunli nodded gravely. It must have been Uchiha Madara's offense to a weaker clan in his pursuit of me that led to this downfall. Now that Madara is gone, the Uchiha clan has declined, and the Sarutobi seek revenge by oppressing them. My child, you must be enduring great hardship. Uchiha Izumi nodded, feeling wronged. Yes, I am wretched. I even have to grow my own vegetables instead of buying them. Grandmother Chunli grasped Uchiha Izumi's hand, seeking to glimpse Madara's reflection in his face. Her heart swelling with compassion and affection. "This is my apprentice, Lu Huayan. In the future, our merchant clan can supply your Uchiha with medicinal herbs, sparing you from dealing with middlemen, and I shall ensure you receive a favorable price." Is that so? I feel quite embarrassed. I, Uchiha Yeh, am deeply grateful to my impoverished Uchiha clan, which greatly needs your benevolence. Granny Chunli is unfazed. She is happy now and is willing to generously offer medicinal herbs to the Uchiha clan, as merchants are never short of such resources. Of course, it is true. If I were to possess a remedy beneficial to your Uchiha eyes, would you believe me? Granny Chunli, reminiscing about her youth and the tale she had heard regarding Uchiha Madara's eyes, recalled that the greatest flaw of the Uchiha clan's eyes is that excessive use can lead to blindness. Madara went blind. Would he eventually fail to recognize me? She had pondered this notion in her youth and even conducted some research on the matter. Really? Uchiha Yeh was curious. His family also possessed secret medicines, yet they proved ineffective, as excessive use would still lead to blindness. Have you heard of the divine wood mushroom? It is a mushroom that sprouts from a piece of wood from the divine tree. The juice from this mushroom is said to care for the eyes and would surely benefit your Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yeh listened intently as Granny Chunli explained that there exists a type of wood known as divine wood, although she was unaware of its origins. A segment of this wood, which had decayed in the marshlands, had retained its form even after a millennium. This piece of wood would sprout mushrooms, which, according to their merchant records, is indeed the divine wood mushroom. The scent of these mushrooms induces hallucinations, and if ingested, one might transform entirely into a mushroom. Thus, they should neither be smelled nor consumed. It is best used externally, in conjunction with other herbs, to restore some vision to eyes blinded by poison. Although there are superior alternatives, if processed with other medicinal herbs for internal use, it could treat mental ailments caused by illusions. There have been instances of individuals mistakenly consuming it, first experiencing hallucinations and then their bodies morphing into mushrooms. Mushrooms are classified as plants, bearing a striking resemblance to the wood chakra of the divine wood. Hence, when Granny Chunli deemed this remedy useful for the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yeh felt no objection. The Uchiha needed Senju's healing, as the sage's eyes cannot function optimally without the sage's presence. Granny, where is it located? It lies within a marsh in the land of waterfalls. Granny Chunli was aware of its location, yet the value of harvesting it was minimal. That decayed state of the divine would held little merit, and no one sought it. Then I beseech you to take me there. I shall conduct my research. At least wait until we finish eating. Lu Huayin protested, her stomach growling audibly, feeling neglected. Uchiha Yeh scratched his head and decided to form a hand seal for a shadow clone to accompany him, deeming it sufficient for unforeseen circumstances. Once he procured the divine wood mushroom, he planned to study it in his laboratory, collaborating with the faction within the Uchiha clan that specialized in crafting secret medicines. She considered inviting Granny Chunli's apprentice to assist the Uchiha clan with the medicinal preparations, thus making a delightful decision. Lu Huayin. An uneasy premonition lingered in the air. Uchiha Yeh, holding the packed food, traversed the waterfall, accompanied by two teammates who were still eagerly awaiting nourishment. Kato Danki, in high spirits, jested with Hatake Tsukumo, "You've lost." Hatake Tsukumo shrugged. "What do you mean lost?" Uchiha Yeh was perplexed. "I bet you weren't constipated. You just went out to fetch food." "Nonsense. Who experiences constipation for 2 hours?" Uchiha Yeh could only roll his eyes in exasperation, forcibly activating his Sharingan with the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. How delightful. Hatake Tsukumo was already beginning to anticipate the feast. "What I just expelled after 2 hours of constipation is merely this much warmth. You may indulge while it's still hot. Should it be insufficient, I shall produce more." I shouldn't have made a wager. My appetite has instantly vanished. Well, warm and delectable food is far superior to the unpalatable soldier pills, is it not? Although soldier pills do replenish chakra, nothing compares to the allure of actual food. After another night's rest, we shall return. Very well, big brother Tsukumo. Uchiha Yeh wholeheartedly endorsed this decision with both hands and feet, having just assassinated a feudal lord and being pursued for quite some time. What harm is there in taking a breather? Uchiha Yeh gazed at the heaps of silver notes and gold. How many ninjas could be hired with such wealth? Assassinating a feudal lord truly is the most lucrative endeavor. Currently, he found himself in the treasury of the Land of Grass, outside of which were the formidable ninja enforcers trained by the feudal lord, exceedingly brutal, with techniques such as the binding technique and similar to the corpse sealing technique. Even Uchiha Yeh dared not confront the enforcers head-on. They were indeed willing to exchange their lives. The false feudal lord had previously visited the treasury, leaving behind kunai marked with the flying thunder god technique. After completing their task, the false feudal lord was also slain. Now, the Land of Grass was genuinely engulfed in internal strife. The treasury would undoubtedly attract more than just him. This immense wealth, with a princess possessing billions in pocket money, represents a sum that many ninjas would never earn in their lifetime, revealing the dubious origins of this fortune, as his hand brushed against the golden and silver walls. While other ninjas might be unable to carry away such riches, Uchiha Yeh had spatial abilities at his disposal. With a mere thought, he stored all the gold within his space, claiming it as his private property. He only took a small amount of silver. He seized 3 billion in banknotes. The least valuable of all, when not acknowledged, they are worth less than scrap paper. 500 square units of space still felt somewhat insufficient. Uchiha Yeh sensed the confines of his space, already cluttered with various items, and with the golden and silver walls and ninja tools, there was little room left. Next time, I'll enhance it for you. Uchiha Yeh smiled, thanking Tanzi. Upon returning to Konoha, he would also tidy up the space, getting rid of unwanted clothes and pants that no longer fit him. With a flying thunder god technique, he vanished without leaving a trace. One must not be absolute in their actions. A substantial portion of that wealth must be allocated, 900 million to those two, while the remainder shall wholly benefit the Uchiha clan. After all, we Uchiha are impoverished. The ninjas of Konoha continued their advance towards the Grass Ninja Village, without establishing any further encampments. With the feudal lord deceased from the conflict between the two nations, the morale of the ninjas waned. Combined with the existing internal strife within the Grass Ninja Village and the presence of a guide ensuring they avoided treacherous paths, Uchiha Yeh, Tsunade Senju, Kato Dan, Hataki Sakumo, and Hinata Muma gathered together, their table laden with all the gathered intelligence pertaining to the grass ninja village. Uchiha Yeh felt a wave of lethargy wash over him. It had been over 2 months of continuous skirmishes, and the death toll among the Uchiha had already reached 5. If they continued without Uchiha Yeh's rescue, would this not spell the extinction of the Uchiha clan? In the midst of the tasks assigned to Uchiha Leaf, the efforts to rescue numerous members of the Uchiha clan have proven futile, with casualty rates continuing to rise. The ninjas of the grass village have become formidable in this era. Hey, Uchiha Leaf, cease the use of your eyes, Tsunade remarked, leaning back in her chair. She had already saved Leaf's eyes once. His reckless use of them to save the wounded Uchiha has led to the deterioration of his pupils, a trend that suggests that if he continues to use them this year, he may lose his vision altogether. Kato Dan extended his hand to cover Uchiha Leaf's vacant gaze. He understood the exhaustion Leaf was experiencing. Although he stated he only cared for the Uchiha clan's ninjas, he could not help but utilize the extraordinary power of his Mangekyo Sharingan when Konoha's ninjas fell before him, reverting the dead to their state 5 minutes prior. However, once 5 minutes had passed, it became exceedingly difficult for Uchiha Leaf to revive the deceased, as their souls would have vanished. The process of reversal merely restored the body, leaving the soul absent. If fortune smiled upon him and the soul remained, revival was possible. Thus, the staggering number of 5 deaths from the Uchiha clan were all salvaged by Leaf's eyes, instilling in him a fear of closing them. Truly, you are formidable. I acknowledge your strength. Even without those eyes, you are powerful. Losing your sight would be a tragedy, Tsunade stated, her impatience evident as she gently tapped Leaf's forehead, forcing his Mangekyo Sharingan to close. We will tend to the wounded, you need not worry. Tsunade spoke in as gentle a tone as possible, reminding him that death is a natural occurrence and that he should not recklessly use his eyes to defy fate. As Leaf's Sharingan forcibly closed, tears of blood streamed down his face, and he began to resent the world anew, questioning why the war persisted. Those who have not experienced war cannot truly comprehend the value of peace. Every rustle of grass requires vigilance, and the tension is palpable. His vision was already clouded. Closing his Sharingan felt akin to severe myopia, a common affliction among the Uchiha bloodline. The more it was used, be it Mangekyo or the regular Sharingan, the more it deteriorated, the price of divine vision. Uchiha Leaf replied sullenly. Kato Dan released his hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade, their silent understanding inadvertently filling the sorrowful Leaf with envy as they displayed their affection for one another. The Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed powerful, but Leaf had overexerted its use. Hinata Muma passed along information regarding the higher-ups of the grass village, revealing that months of vigilance had aged him considerably, his hair now streaked with white. We have an informant within the grass village. Their high-ranking officials are formidable, and both Orochimaru and Jiraiya will join the battle in the coming days. With the support of our informant, we shall launch a decisive assault on the grass village and eradicate them once and for all. Hinata Muma spoke with authority, asserting that despite Konoha's losses of several hundred ninjas against the grass village, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. After victory, the land of the Fire Country would reclaim its territory from the grass country. Therefore, ensure you are in optimal condition. Each of you will lead your subordinates in accordance with the plan. Do not act impulsively, Hinata Muma directed, casting a particular glance at Uchiha Leaf, who was the most prone to impulsive actions, often seeking to exploit situations for personal gain. Do not look at me like that. I might just end you, Leaf muttered, struggling to contain the surging anger within him, finding it all rather exasperating. In moments of tranquility, one can easily coexist with anyone, yet in times of ire, no regard is granted to anyone's dignity. Uchiha Yeh leaned back wearily in his chair, while his shadow clone persisted in rigorous training within the spatial realm, diligently augmenting his knowledge of chemistry. Utilizing his unique ocular prowess, he conducted experiments beneficial not solely for the Uchiha clan, but also for his own advancement. He harbored a desire to refrain from excessively relying on his bloodline's power, which could lead to various bodily ailments. Despite the fact that he had already begun to manifest some issues, including blood lineage disease. Would Natsum, the blade-wielding warrior, also join? Indeed, he possessed formidable strength, comparable to that of a hidden-level ninja. The binding technique employed by the grass ninja was perilous, and one must be cautious not to fall victim to it. As discussions unfolded among the group, Uchiha Yeh felt overwhelmed. The scale of this impending conflict was immense, with even the legendary Sannin and the disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen mobilizing. Initially, Uchiha Kagami had hoped to rely on 50 Uchiha to resolve the conflict between the two nations, yet those numbers would merely serve as cannon fodder. Had history unfolded without Uchiha Yeh, those 50 would undoubtedly have faced annihilation, perhaps along with many more. I must compose a letter to the clan leader upon my return. He shall owe me a sincere bow for his folly. Over 1,000 Konoha ninjas besieged the village of the Grass Ninja. The summoning technique unveiled a colossal trio, a toad, a snake, and a slug. Instantly recognizable, these were the 3 legendary disciples of the third Hokage. Clans such as Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Uchiha, Shimura, and Sarutobi converged to assault the village. Upon witnessing such a vast assembly, Uchiha Yeh inwardly cursed the clan leader. Could a mere handful quell this conflict? Are we all to be as formidable as Uchiha Madara? Clutching his Rui Bang, Uchiha Shao wielded the Fire Cloud Sword. Uchiha Orange donned the wind stabilizing pearl around his neck, while Uchiha Huana embraced the Thunder Mirror, and Uchiha Shinghai adorned his wrist with a Vajra bracelet. A tempest of shuriken, silver needles, and kunai surged forth in indiscriminate assault. Uchiha Shinghai discarded the bracelet into the sky. Gather. In an instant, the projectiles, as if enchanted, were drawn into the Vajra bracelet. A smirk graced Uchiha Yeh's lips. This was wealth personified, enough to amass a fortune upon sale. Clearly, neither the Uchiha clan nor Konoha and the Grass Ninja anticipated such an occurrence. Shinghai's Vajra bracelet had never been revealed to others, and during the past 2 months, he had primarily acted as a medical ninja, making his information difficult to ascertain. Well done, Uchiha clan. Jiraiya chuckled charmingly. This will certainly alleviate some of our burdens. The explosive tags on the kunai have all been retrieved. However, Orochimaru's gaze was fixated upon Uchiha Huana, the divine maiden of the summoning dragon cave, a figure rarely encountered. Should the divine maiden disallow it, his myriad snakes would remain uncalled. The might of the Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. The Grass Ninja, appearing no older than in his teens, radiated an aura of immense power, a shadow-level warrior not easily defeated by the legendary Sannin of the future. The adversary of the Grass Ninja was Hyuga Momo, a formidable member of the Hyuga clan, whose prowess rivaled that of a shadow. Let us proceed. Uchiha Yeh adjusted his collar, and his next task was to locate the position of the second Tsuchikage from the Grass Village and eliminate him. Very well. Leading a team of 5, Uchiha Yeh sprinted ahead of the others. The 5 of them simultaneously formed hand seals. The illusion technique, Uchiha's Lullaby Quintet, was unleashed. With a pair of kaleidoscopic Mangekyo Sharingan and Three-Tomoe, they executed a combined Genjutsu that enveloped the entire territory, overwhelming all but the elite ninja and a select few individuals who could withstand such formidable illusions. Charge! Hyuga Muma shouted, urging them onward. Uchiha Yeh swiftly infiltrated the Grass Village, which was remarkably more splendid and luxurious than Konoha, emphasizing not only warfare, but also the well-being of its citizens. Everywhere, new buildings and modern streetlights were visible, showcasing the advancements of the era. This world was indeed distorted. Some places thrived with technology, while others resembled primitive feudal societies. The ninja obstructing their path posed no threat. Uchiha Yeh need not engage. Sleep. Uchiha Huana's Three-Tomoe spun, her ocular technique far surpassing that of the 3 ninjas, leaving them powerless against her gaze. Be cautious, Uchiha Yeh warned as he halted a few individuals, his eyes glimpsing into the future. In the opposite direction of the Tsuchikage's office building stood a mountain, lush and green, an anomaly in December, where no wild grass should flourish in such winter. This mountain was the lair of the second Tsuchikage, and as the name Grass Ninja suggests, the very grass could be a weapon. Uchiha Shinghai seemed to grasp this instinctively. Without Uchiha Yeh needing to speak, the powerful Vajra bracelet activated, absorbing all the grass and concealed weaponry across the mountain. The clattering of jade and iron echoed. A spectacular scene as even chakra-infused weapons were drawn into the Vajra bracelet, completely disregarding their original master's commands. Such was the might of the Vajra bracelet. Like hidden silver needles lurking underground, they were merciless, yet before the capabilities of the Vajra bracelet, they remained invisible and unescapable. Zzz. Uchiha Huana's Thunder Mirror unleashed its electric might, floating in the air as she stood upon it, flying gracefully. How impressive, Huana! Uchiha Chung exclaimed with envy. This was a skill Huana had developed herself, using the thunder mirror as a medium to soar through the skies with the power of thunder, effortlessly. Uchiha Yeh smirked. Let me teach you a new technique I've developed, a non-Hansai ninjutsu. With his hands shaped in a hollow grip, he concentrated the crackling force of lightning. The sound intensified, emanating an ominous power. The blue lightning resembled a spear, its contained force astonishing. Lightning spear. Uchiha Yeh grasped the spear tightly and hurled it with great force. In an instant, the spear flew towards its target. Boom! Smoke enveloped the area as the explosion reverberated, drawing the attention of nearby ninjas. How audacious! Daring to disturb Lord Second. A green-haired man with a headband rushed from a distance, throwing shuriken. They were swiftly absorbed by Shanghai. No metal, be it gold, silver, or iron, could escape the grasp of the Vajra bracelet. Yeh, teach me this non-Hansai ninjutsu next time. It's absolutely stunning. You must teach me. Uchiha Cho's starry eyes. My friend is simply too handsome. It must be so. Oh, Uchiha Cho wishes to shed this childish demeanor. In an instant, he delivered a powerful kick to Ryuki. His immense chakra surging forth. The speed of the wind cutter technique was astonishingly swift, leaving Ryuki no chance to react. Uchiha Cho seized the opportunity and swiftly formed hand seals for a wind-slicing attack. Ryuki countered with the body replacement technique, but Uchiha Cho's Three-Tomoe Sharingan spun, and he reappeared right beside Ryuki. Ever since the last mission nearly cost him his life, Uchiha Cho has been in deep reflection, determined to avoid a repeat of such tragedy. He had once relied too heavily on the Sharingan. Now, he strives to hone his physical prowess and combat skills, melding physical strength with ninjutsu to forge an indomitable physique. Uchiha Sha was entangled with a man wielding a short sword, dancing gracefully with his own blade, attempting to forget the agony of his severed arm. Though Uchiha Yeh could revert his body to a state free of injury, the cost was exorbitant. The short sword slipped from his grasp, uncontrollably flying into the hands of Shanghai's adamantine bracelet. The ninja's head emerged with a question mark. This was the forbidden blade forged from my blood, and it was taken so easily? He could only grasp Uchiha Sha's fire cloud sword. Uchiha Sha chuckled lightly, declaring, "You are finished." The flames clung to the ninja's hand as if devouring his very bones, inflicting unbearable pain. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he severed his own left arm. "I shall have your life, Uchiha Ninja," he proclaimed, biting through another finger to draw forth crimson blood. "With my blood and life as the price, grant me power, O malevolent deity." His strength transformed into something bizarre and extraordinary. His pupils shattered, and a new arm sprouted from the severed stump. Uchiha Sha could not afford to be complacent. What an odd power. A cavern was blasted into the mountain, or perhaps it had always existed, serving not only as a cave but also as a grave prepared by the second Hokage of the Grass Village. Why must the Uchiha clan resort to blades against one another? The second Hokage, with her silver hair, though aged, had long proclaimed herself dead to the outside world, yet retained control over the Grass Village. She had encountered Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, recognizing their formidable strength. However, those two had perished long ago, and the grievances of yesteryear must be avenged. She could not rest in peace otherwise, having instigated the war against Konoha herself. The Grass Village undoubtedly harbored spies from Konoha, a fact she was acutely aware of. Should the Grass Village falter, her exposure would be inevitable. Decades of intricate schemes lay in ruins in a mere moment. This young man is Uchiha Yeh, wielding a Mangekyo Sharingan akin to Uchiha Madara's. She had contemplated numerous methods to deal with the Uchiha clan over the years. Yet this Uchiha Yeh eluded her grasp. With his uncanny ability to reverse time, she pleaded, "Do not perish, let the dead rise again." The Rui staff in his hand could seal a ninja's chakra, even against shadow clones. Mastering all 5 elemental ninjutsu, surpassing even the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen. His Mangekyo Sharingan was unparalleled. After months of grueling combat training, the youthful innocence had vanished from his visage. "You have come to claim my life, have you not?" Uchiha Yeh twirled his staff, his most trusted allies engaged in battle behind him, while he focused solely on the formidable second Tsuchikage before him. This was a task Uchiha Yeh was more than willing to undertake, for the second Tsuchikage had repeatedly targeted the Uchiha clan with insidious schemes. "Are you prepared to face my judgment, Dragon Matriarch?" Uchiha Yeh sneered, declaring that your genocidal plans against my clan are inhumane and utterly vile. Such a wretch as you deserves to be buried sooner rather than later. You are unworthy of a grave. I shall shatter your very soul, ensuring you do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. The second Tsuchikage, Princess Longji, also wore a grim smile, retorting with mockery, genocide against the Uchiha clan? Huh. What absurd accusations. Huan Nan nearly rolled her eyes. It was a familiar refrain. Whenever anyone harmed the Uchiha, Yeh would drape them with the mantle of genocide, leaving them speechless in the face of such heavy accusations. Her serpent queen now trembled at the mere mention of Uchiha Yeh, who insisted vehemently that the Dragon Cave had never contemplated genocide against the Uchiha. Yet, Uchiha Yeh would hear none of it, insistent that you are indeed the architect of our clan's annihilation, and thus, you shall bear this burden. A crimson chakra enveloped the second Tsuchikage, her skin seemingly liquefying. Her eyes, on the verge of melting, gazed coldly at Uchiha Yeh. I shall not allow your kind to thrive any longer. That is beyond your control. Uchiha Yeh's eyes bled tears of crimson, and with a roar his colossal chakra erupted, coalescing into a white, ethereal skeleton that shielded him. Sasuke's first stage. Fear the power of my Uchiha clan, the might of Kami. Uchiha Yeh clenched his fists, observing the ghastly expression on the second Tsuchikage's face, which provoked a chuckle from him. To dare enact genocide against my kind is to prepare for the consequences of enmity. The terror reflected in the second Tsuchikage's eyes evoked memories of the formidable Uchiha Madara, a being of divine strength capable of summoning meteors from the heavens, wielding chakra that was otherworldly. To combat the Senju clan, she had devised techniques to counter Hashirama Senju's wood release, investing heavily in her research. To oppose the Uchiha clan's enigmatic Eye of God, she had racked her brain, for vengeance had become her sole purpose, as her master, lover, and child perished at the hands of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. Without retribution, she could not find peace. You are not Uchiha Madara, the second Tsuchikage roared, her crimson aura surging forth. So what? Uchiha Madara is Madara, and I am certainly not he. Uchiha Yeh gazed coolly at this dying adversary, questioning why such ancient ninjas could not refrain from wreaking havoc upon the ninja world. Your village of Tsushigakure has flourished, becoming a formidable force, standing in stark contrast to the capital of the land of grass. Yet, you cling to hatred so fervently. If your vengeance were directed at a few individuals, it might be justifiable, and I would regard you with greater esteem. However, to seek revenge upon the innocent is a grave sin. Thus, you are not Uchiha Madara. What do you think you are doing? The second-generation grass ninja fixated her murky gaze upon Uchiha Yeh, resolutely intent on dragging him into the underworld. Without me, the grass ninja would still have opportunities to contend against Konoha. I shall not perish. My will shall be inherited by others. With a series of hand seals, she invoked the forbidden technique of black blood resurrection. Her pupils dissolved into an abyss of darkness, emanating an ominous crimson aura filled with malevolent power. A noxious black mist surrounded her, potent enough to obscure even the sensory perception of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. She lurked within the murky veil like a specter, driven by a singular purpose, to slay Uchiha Yeh. With a thunderous impact, Uchiha Yeh felt a surge of alarm. Her speed was astonishing. The force of her strike cracked his Susanu's shell, a realization dawning upon him that he was not yet accustomed to this level of combat. Locking eyes with her abyss-like gaze, he pondered, was she truly employing a secret technique that fused her soul with her blood to evade the Uchiha clan's ocular jutsu? A technique that could be used only once in a lifetime, and for what purpose? To eliminate the Uchiha? It was indeed an arduous endeavor for her, laboring tirelessly to extinguish my clan. In this state, her senses were sealed, her soul absent, her combat driven solely by instinct, unbound by the concepts of life and death. The second-generation grass ninja had become a mere puppet, fixated on her singular goal, to kill Uchiha Yeh. Illusions typically require sensory perception and direct eye contact as a medium. But in her current condition, she lacked the necessary conduit for such techniques to function. Yet, the hexagonal warrior, Uchiha Yeh, was not limited to illusions alone. The second-generation grass ninja expelled repugnant, minuscule black insects that began to devour Uchiha Yeh's Susanu, gradually eroding its chakra. The blood that dripped from her body was laced with potent toxins. With unwavering determination, she sought to end Uchiha Yeh's life. As a person on the brink of death herself, taking Uchiha Yeh with her would be a bittersweet victory. In his hand, Uchiha Yeh clutched 5 special shurikens. Capable of harnessing chakra, they spun gracefully within his grasp. One transformed into a swirling sun, another into a steel-like droplet of water, a third into a sharp wind, a fourth into a tempestuous thunder, and the last into a heavy stone. Uchiha Yeh formed a hand seal with one hand, the 5 elemental ninjutsu, manifestation shuriken. The shurikens, akin to ferocious beasts, surged forward with astonishing speed, destined to strike. Instinctively, the second-generation grass ninja utilized a substitution technique. But Uchiha Yeh's eyes welled with blood tears as he activated his ability, declaring that she could not evade his shuriken. They were destined to hit their mark. The water shuriken struck first, embedding itself deeply into the heart of the second-generation grass ninja. Gentle streams of water ensnared her body, followed by relentless torrents that shattered her form, leaving her riddled with wounds. The water washed away her blood, and the abyss-like depth of her pupils faded, engulfed by endless torment. The second strike, a bolt of lightning, coursed through her body with cataclysmic force, sizzling as her insides were seared. The third shuriken followed swiftly, striking her forehead, the fierce wind relentlessly slicing through her flesh in that fleeting moment. The fourth shuriken pierced her liver, igniting a ferocious blaze from within. The fifth shuriken buried her, reduced to mere muck beneath the earth. The second-generation grass ninja left no trace of her existence. Uchiha Yeh exhaled, dispersing the toxic mist. As Sasuke's protective shell dissipated, after a prolonged wait, he stood upon the land where the second-generation grass ninja had perished, surrounded solely by remnants of battle and a pile of ashes. This old man is truly formidable. Uchiha Yeh had waited for quite some time. Otherwise, within the next 5 minutes, he would have inspected whether he was truly dead. A single drop of blood remained, astonishingly, unvanished, prompting him to employ a technique akin to the corpse reaper seal, intending to drag the man's soul into the underworld alongside him. To preclude any further tricks, Uchiha Yeh unleashed another torrent of flames, cleansing the land once more. His gaze shifted toward the cave, and without hesitation, he ventured inside. The cave was narrow and concealed, yet surprisingly clean and orderly within. A stone chamber housed a coffin and a dining table. Within the coffin lay a portrait of the second-generation grass ninja in his youth, radiantly beautiful and exuding gentleness, holding hands with another man and a child, appearing blissfully happy. Ye had grown numb in this world, had it not been for his desire to be with Uran and hold sway within the Uchiha clan. He would have never left the clan's grounds. This had always been the case, and it remained so. It was excruciatingly cruel. He, who had never wished to harm even a chicken or fish, could now take lives with abandon. Uchiha Yeh pushed open another stone door, and the sight that met his eyes left him astounded. On the stone walls were portraits of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, their images seemingly aged, marked by numerous scratches as if they had been used to vent frustrations. His ancestors truly had polarized reputations. Some loathed them to the core, while others adored them to the marrow. The ones who understood you best would always be your enemies. Even in death, they could not quell my anger. Uchiha Yeh crouched on a stone bed, where lay the remains of a child, not yet 10, and an adult woman, both long deceased, as inferred from their skeletal structures. One had perished before Uchiha Madara's portrait, while the other succumbed before Senju Hashirama's, at least 2 decades prior. Thus, it could be deduced that the child belonged to the Uchiha clan, while the woman was of the Senju clan. Uchiha Yeh shifted his gaze to a collection of bamboo tubes within the wall recess. Sitting on the ground, he opened a tube to inspect its contents. One by one, he swiftly opened and examined each bamboo tube. Some contained records of forbidden techniques researched by the second-generation grass ninja, explicitly prohibited for anyone to learn. Another set detailed studies on the Uchiha and Senju clans, analyzing their weaknesses and physiques. It was truly malicious to conduct such research without the means to follow through. Ultimately, nothing substantial had been unearthed, a mere outlet for frustration. After perusing the contents, Uchiha Yeh closed his eyes. The death of 1 or 2 ninjas from a prominent clan seemed trivial. The grass ninja were surely aware of this. 20 years prior, they had conducted experiments on the Uchiha and Senju clans without arousing suspicion. Perhaps there had been a disturbance back then, a disappearance noted, but with 2 decades having passed, who would still remember those individuals? It was likely that Konoha remained oblivious. Otherwise, How could the second Hokage remain indifferent? He could conduct experiments, but he would never permit others to use his Senju family as subjects. After the conclusion, I incinerated all related records, and once the flames subsided, I washed away the ashes with water, fearing that someone might possess the skill to resurrect the information from the remnants. Returning home, Uchiha Yeh placed the remains belonging to the Uchiha clan into a spatial dimension. He also thought of Tsunade Senju, whom he held in considerable affection, and included her remains in the retrieval, intending to return them to the Senju family. Emerging from the cave, he found Shige Yuran already busy preparing a fire and cooking. Hurry, it will be ready soon. Of course, Xinghai was hastily completing the task under their supervision. With your presence, I am fortified, said Xinghai. Wonderful. Yi responded with a smile, confident that his friends would surely resolve the issues posed by the ninjas, just as they believed in their own ability to confront the second Hokage of the Grass Village, despite his advanced age. Undeniably, Uchiha Yeh possessed at least the strength of a Kage. On December 27th, the land was blanketed in white, as heavy snow fell upon the Grass Ninja Village. The village lay in ruins. The once mighty Grass Ninja Village had perished completely, leaving a few individuals to flee westward. The new daimyo of the Land of Grass ascended to power, announcing surrender and signing a defeat agreement with the Land of Fire. This war lasted nearly 6 months from inception to conclusion. The Uchiha clan dispatched over 600 members, with a staggering death toll of 8. These 8 were beyond Uchiha Yeh's ability to save. Various tasks had hindered his return, and the bodies had gone cold after a day. Even if he could trace back, the souls had already departed. Among the Uchiha, over 300 had been saved by Yi, which amounted to a significant portion of the clan. Many had suffered severe injuries, but were brought back to safety. His Sharingan had become increasingly difficult to utilize, and his physical condition deteriorated rapidly. Nevertheless, every sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. In contrast, the total casualties among the ninja of Konoha amounted to only 5,000 to 6,000, with countless injuries sustained due to the Grass Ninjas' treacherous techniques. The Konoha ninjas were engaged in the final assessment of the aftermath of the battle. The Uchiha clan, numbering over 600, gathered under Uchiha Yeh's command, his words carrying considerable weight. Despite differing factions, the Uchiha clan united against external threats. Some clan members had already been cremated and placed in urns, with arrangements made for proper handling. This was a decree established by Yi long ago. Orange was leading a team to execute Uchiha Yeh's orders, alongside Xinghai, Sha, and Huana, each commanding their own squads. Upon hearing that it was Yeh's arrangement, Uchiha Tianju immediately displayed respect. In the temporary encampment, there were 3 sections for males and 1 for females, as the ratio of female Uchiha ninjas on the battlefield was notably lower than that of their male counterparts. The previous night, the area was hastily converted into a bathing facility. The sudden snowfall prompted Uchiha Yeh to ensure that everyone remained clean to prevent illness, addressing any potential remnants that could complicate matters. Bathing also served as an opportunity for health checks. In the center of the tent was a large bathing pool filled with precious medicinal herbs, with steam wafting through the air. The ground beneath had been excavated to heat the water, creating a comfortable temperature, with the male bathing area being quite spacious. Uchiha Tianju, Uchiha Shining, Uchiha Taro, and an additional 50 individuals were assigned to this area. Uchiha Orange gestured towards the small bathing pool beside the medicinal spring. Undress and wash yourselves there first. Cleanse your bodies before entering the spring. Check for any unnoticed wounds. If any are found, promptly inform the medical ninja team and do not conceal them. Leaf mentioned that some of you are wearing thin clothing, and with your shoes and socks damp, your bodies are covered in sweat, stains, and unpleasant odors, which can cause discomfort. He has prepared footwear and clothing for everyone, all in the same style, so please do not take offense. They will be warmer than what you currently wear, freshly made in haste for the winter. Uchiha Taro's face flushed slightly from the steam. Such meticulous care was a stark contrast to the murderous gaze of Uchiha Leaf he had encountered earlier, revealing 2 entirely different personas. However, Uchiha Leaf was famously known for his sharp tongue, yet tender heart, a truth that had become apparent through their time together. Uchiha Tenju looked at his already tattered shoes. Devoid of socks, after being trapped for a year, he had rushed back to training without considering purchasing new footwear. These shoes were part of the spare supplies Uchiha Leaf had prepared for everyone. Lord Leaf is so gentle, he thought, as his toes nearly froze. I shall vow to follow Uchiha Leaf faithfully from now on. Tenju glanced at his newfound friend, Uchiha Wuzuro, whose tears brimmed as he resolutely declared, "So will I." Tenju smiled, affirming his commitment to follow Uchiha Leaf, whose simple words of home had made him realize he was not alone. The entire Uchiha clan was his family. Good brother, Wuzuro embraced his shoulder, having seldom experienced such care. After the loss of his parents, he had learned to make do with inadequate clothing and meager meals. Uchiha Leaf had no reason to be so attentive. His concern stemmed purely from genuine care for them. They stripped down, placing their garments on a rack. Proceeding in an orderly fashion, they rinsed their bodies in the clear water, which soon turned murky. Someone would later clean this and replenish the water. Afterward, they soaked in the medicinal hot spring, whose warmth enveloped not only the body but also the heart. Bathing was done in batches, limited to half an hour each. After soaking in the medicinal bath, they rinsed off with freshly heated water, dried themselves with towels, and donned the pure cotton undergarments adorned with the Uchiha fan emblem, along with thermal woolen base layers and matching cotton overcoats that reached their ankles, allowing for ease of movement. They wore woolen socks and warm leather boots, complemented by Uchiha fan-patterned scarves, hats, and fingerless gloves. Once clad in this attire, they felt invulnerable to the chill. Even though they were soon to return to Konoha, Uchiha Leaf had preemptively ordered a batch from another country, utilizing his financial resources to expedite the procurement, and with the Flying Thunder God technique. He ensured each person was equipped with a set of winter gear suitable for post-war conditions, which could also be worn casually. His discerning taste was unmistakable. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's height was relatively uniform, seldom exceeding 6 feet, making it easy to customize shoes, socks, and clothing. Uchiha Leaf sat in the Uchiha cafeteria, simultaneously working and sipping tea. The tent was lifted, and the first batch of those who had bathed emerged, clad in the garments prepared by Uchiha. They greeted him with various titles: Lord Yeh, Elder Yeh, each infused with utmost respect. An array of fruits, desserts, stir-fried dishes, broths, rice, ramen, and sushi was laid out in a self-serve manner. They could take whatever they desired. This was the newly established logistics department's dining service of Uchiha Yeh. "Wow, how splendid!" exclaimed one. "It has been ages since I've enjoyed such a lavish meal." "You are truly considerate, Lord Yeh." Uchiha Changlu could no longer perceive Uchiha Yeh as a difficult person. This version of him was simply delightful. "Go on, help yourselves and eat to your heart's content." Uchiha Yeh beamed, his smile radiant. Indeed, the peace of days without war was a cherished luxury, and the staff of the Uchiha group felt satisfaction, which in turn brought him joy as their accountant. Uchiha Yeh was still calculating the compensation Konoha owed for casualties and the silver to be distributed among each ninja. The clan would take 1/10 from this, while the remainder would be allocated to the ninjas as their wages. This included deductions for clothing, food, and medicine from that 1/10. While he was immersed in these calculations, he was suddenly enveloped in an embrace, followed by a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Uchiha Yeh," said Uchiha Zenilf, holding him tightly, a warmth of affection enveloping him, a feeling he greatly cherished. Uchiha Yeh's eyes widened in surprise. "What? You, a handsome fellow, kissing me on the cheek? We are not childhood friends. I am unaccustomed to such displays. I am only used to hugging and cuddling with Xinghai and the others." "Lord Yeh, I love you dearly," Uchiha Changlu said, approaching with a bowl of ramen, squatting down to plant a kiss on Uchiha Yeh's right cheek. Zenil's smile bore a hint of bittersweetness as he tightened his embrace. "I am at a loss for how to express my feelings. Please do not despise me, Uchiha Yeh." "Ah, no worries. I know your affection is that of friendship, right?" Uchiha Zenilf. Remembering the names and appearances of everyone in the company was a fundamental task for Uchiha Yeh. "Indeed." Zenilf nodded earnestly. "I have a girlfriend. But my love for you isn't that kind. It's familial love. I love you, Uchiha Yeh." Yeh inhaled deeply. "I do not support monogamy. I belong to the pure love faction." "Me too. I cherish each and every one of you," Uchiha Yeh affirmed, a master of maintaining balance among everyone. With each kiss, it seemed to activate some kind of switch, prompting the handsome Uchihas to come forward and offer their kisses. "What are you doing, Faik?" Uchiha Yeh pushed Uchiha Faik away. Faik coughed awkwardly. "They are all kissing you. The mood is such that I should too." "Not a chance. You must be exceptionally handsome to kiss me. Otherwise, I would have nightmares if you approached me with that stern expression. A hug will suffice." "All right." Uchiha Faik blushed as they embraced. "Thank you for your hard work, Faik." Faik felt deeply moved. Indeed, everyone had quickly shifted from finding Uchiha Yeh's declaration of establishing a protective faction awkward and annoying to now wholeheartedly embracing him with affection. Uchiha Fugaku considers himself a radical born from conservatism, troubled deep within by the Uchiha clan's inability to attain power. He now believes that Uchiha Sasuke's protective stance aligns more closely with his ideals, emphasizing the paramount importance of Uchiha interests, mutual benefit, and shared prosperity. The prerequisite for this, however, is the strength embodied by Uchiha Sasuke, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke genuinely cares for each member of the Uchiha clan and acts for their welfare. And Uchiha Fugaku aspires to follow Sasuke's example. Uchiha Sasuke playfully patted his shoulder and smiled. All right, Fugaku, there are others waiting for a hug from me. Exactly. Uchiha Anshin pouted, pulling Uchiha Fugaku aside. I've been waiting in line for ages. It's my turn to hug you, Lord Sasuke. Thank you for bringing me back to life and reminding me to return home. I will miss home. The Uchiha is my family, and you are my deity. Ha ha. You're quite formidable, Anshin. I hope you will cherish the Uchiha as much as I do. Absolutely. Anshin nuzzled against Uchiha Sasuke's cheek, dismissing any shyness. For once one person takes the initiative, many will follow suit. How delightful, Lord Sasuke. Soon after, the second group emerged, freshly cleaned and dressed. The shampoo and body wash they used bore a fragrance beloved by the entire Uchiha clan. The dining hall was filled with warmth, laughter, and stories of humorous misadventures during battle, fostering camaraderie. Here, there were neither conservatives nor radicals. All were united in their struggle, facing life and death together as victorious Uchihas, bound by blood and shared ancestry. Some ninjas had found clothes in the hidden grass village, while others received garments sent by their families. However, none matched the unity of the Uchiha clan, whose distinctive attire made it immediately clear who belonged to their lineage. Amidst the heavy snowfall, they tread lightly, striving to leave minimal traces, observing many ninjas in the winter wearing wooden clogs, indistinguishable from bare feet. One could not help but envy the warmth enjoyed by the Uchiha clan, who remained cozy even during long runs. After a night of travel, they finally returned to the gates of Konoha on the last night of their journey. Many awaited their loved ones in the dim light, and tears flowed when they failed to spot familiar faces. Welcome home, greeted Uchiha Ko, a member of the guard, with a smile as the returning Uchihas approached. Ah, Sasuke. He responded cheerily. Indeed, it's nice to be welcomed. The Uchiha clan veered left towards their familial grounds. Go home and rest. No need for formalities or reports. Uchiha Sasuke's courtyard was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Returning to his bedroom, he felt a slight chill. After retrieving a warm quilt and changing the sheets and pillows, he fell into a deep slumber, awakening only at dawn. Early the next morning, Uchiha Sasuke arrived at the Uchiha Finance Building. The clan had hung white lanterns, and as per tradition, on the first day of the new year, January 1st, while others celebrated the arrival of a new year, the Uchiha clan mournfully paid homage to their ancestors. The finance building housed over 20 staff members, arranged by Uchiha Sasuke's shadow clones to handle procurement, accounting, and payroll duties. Naname stood before her desk, observing Uchiha Yeh diligently stamping a series of documents. These files had been drafted the previous year, and to ensure accurate accounting, they were set to take effect this year. The Uchiha clan's financial seal was specifically designated by Uchiha Yeh. This meant that the project had his endorsement, his approval sufficed, and he was solely responsible for the family's finances, with even the clan leader unable to intervene. All children of the Uchiha clan, from birth to 18 years, regardless of whose progeny they were, enjoyed identical welfare benefits, receiving a monthly stipend of 10,000 ryo. In essence, the Uchiha clan would expend approximately 1 million ryo to nurture each child from birth to adulthood. Notably, Uchiha Yeh himself was included on the welfare list, as he had yet to reach 18, along with several younger siblings who were also underage. The new provisions took effect today, and the benefits could be collected at the Uchiha Service Center. Uchiha Yeh firmly stamped the documents, which would be affixed to the service center's bulletin board. The Uchiha Service Center was adjacent to the financial building. After salaries were calculated, they could be collected on the 15th of each month, with welfare benefits also dispersed there. All eligible family members were duly registered for the subsidies. Naname beamed with delight, as many within the clan had begun to question the veracity of this decision and whether the Uchiha clan could indeed dispense such substantial funds. The financial building was acutely aware of the current state of the Uchiha clan, and with Yi in charge, much of the money had been reclaimed. Salaries were distributed on the 15th for the previous month, and welfare benefits could be claimed on the 1st. Uchiha Yeh then turned his attention to the second document and its stipulations. For ordinary clan members who turned 10, a monthly welfare allowance of 1,000 ryo would be granted, incrementing by 500 ryo each subsequent year. Genin would receive 5,000 ryo monthly, Chunin 10,000, Jonin 15,000, and elite Jonin, including special elders and the clan leader, would receive 20,000 ryo, with an annual increase of 1,000 ryo. As Uchiha Yeh perused the list, he recognized that the disbursement of these two allowances would amount to a significant sum annually. However, he was not overly concerned. For money must circulate. Money that lies stagnant at home serves little purpose. Only circulating funds are truly alive. With that thought, Uchiha Yeh stamped the document, which would take effect today. The Uchiha clan's families would receive a one-time household subsidy of 1 million ryo, along with complimentary furniture, redeemable only once in a lifetime. He was cautious to avoid any loopholes for second marriages. He stamped the document, which would also take effect today. All clan members were notified to gather, whether residing within or outside the clan territory, to come to the service center to claim their New Year's benefits and monthly stipends. Naname blinked, feigning ignorance about what benefits were being issued. She had been eagerly anticipating this moment, as Uchiha Yeh's grand promises were incredibly enticing. Uchiha Yeh smiled mysteriously, clutching several documents, and leaped from the window, making his way to the service center. Lord Yeh called a group of a dozen uncles and aunts, representing various factions, not all being ninjas, who had been summoned by Uchiha Yeh as employees of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yeh affixed the documents to the bulletin board. The staff was already well acquainted with the contents, so further review was unnecessary. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Yeh conjured several large cardboard boxes within the otherwise empty service center. Naname, unfazed, glanced into the cardboard box. Inside lay a scarf, a winter hat, a cotton coat, a monetary gift of 10,000 taels, a 50-pound bag of rice, a 10-pound jar of oil, 2 pounds of tea, 10 pounds of salt, a pair of long boots, and 50 eggs. Please remember to distribute according to the bags. I have purchased 5,000 sets, ensuring everyone receives a share. Even if the children do not have suitable sizes, they may pass them on to their families. I did not prepare these items meticulously. Time was of the essence. The items procured by Uchiha Yeh were undoubtedly of high quality. The rice was a tribute enjoyed by the feudal lords of the land of grass, and the tea oil was equally exquisite. The total value of these benefits amounted to 60 million taels. You may collect your shares now, Yeh said with a smile to the employees. Do we also receive something? Uchiha Mexico, originally a commoner of the Uchiha clan, lacking any particular skills, could only assist with unloading goods in the family merchant convoy, rendering her a marginalized figure within the clan, reliant on family aid for sustenance. Many were in similar circumstances. Over 20 individuals worked in the financial building, and a dozen in the service center, all ordinary people, not ninjas, save for one ninja, Uchiha Naname. Naname was kind-hearted and held great respect for these marginalized elders, inviting them to assist with tasks and compensating them monthly. The benefits provided by Uchiha Yeh extended to all of them. Isn't it obvious? You are also of the Uchiha clan. We are all family, belonging to the same Uchiha lineage. Are you not called Uchiha? No, that's not what I meant. Mexico waved her hands, flustered. All right then. Remember to treat every Uchiha with kindness and care. Should anyone become arrogant and refuse to serve the Uchiha, I kindly ask you to leave my service center. Yes, Lord Yeh. Uchiha Yeh collected his share and loaded the items onto his back to take home. Upon arriving, he discovered a basket wrapped in cotton cloth at his doorstep. Curiously, he opened the basket to find sweets and broth within. Who could it be? It smells delightful. Noticing no one around, he smiled, accepting the unknown kindness, as he had yet to eat. The service center was bustling with Uchiha, as Elder Uchiha Yeh had summoned all those bearing the Uchiha name, regardless of their status as ninjas or commoners. Even a few ninjas residing in Konoha without family estates were called back. For those two marginalized bore the Uchiha name without being acknowledged at clan gatherings. What? We can receive 20,000 taels each month? Uchiha Husey, his hair grayed with age, sat with his wife on a bench by the window, others queuing behind them. Indeed, grandfather and grandmother, you may each receive 20,000 taels monthly. responded the cheerful staff at the service center, delighted to serve the Uchiha clan. Every Uchiha is entitled to this. You both have reached 80 years of age, qualifying for the monthly subsidy of 20,000 each, totaling 40,000 for the couple. Mihiko prepared an Uchiha envelope, inscribing their names, allotting 20,000 each, and making the necessary records. Is this truly for us? Grandfather Husey could not help but inquire once more. Yes, please accept it. Mihiko replied with a smile as she handed it over. Upon receiving the package, the couple only then realized its significance. Grandpa Husey was momentarily at a loss for words. This Uchiha Yeh was indeed an exceptional member of the Uchiha clan. Was he not concerned about depleting the family's resources by distributing money so generously? How could this be resolved? Please proceed over there to collect your New Year's benefits. New Year's benefits? The elderly couple, hand in hand, queued up, and were spotted by Uchiha Shinhai, who waved them over. Elders take precedence. Shinhai was also here assisting. Numerous items were being packed into baskets. Far too heavy for these elderly individuals to carry. Who would be willing to help these two elders bring their belongings home? Just this once is enough. We can arrange for someone to deliver their items next time. With a radiant smile, Shinhai, influenced by Yi, believed that caring for the Uchiha family was a duty of every member of the Uchiha faction. I shall assist. Allow me. Uchiha Bama and Uchiha Taro, who were also in line, volunteered to take the items back for the two elders before returning themselves. Everyone would receive their share. Thank you so much. Grandpa Husey was touched. How had he suddenly come to feel that the Uchiha clan was so full of warmth and humanity? Rice, oil, salt, tea, clothing, eggs, and even New Year's red envelopes. How could we, who have contributed nothing to the Uchiha clan, deserve such kindness? The two elderly individuals were thoughtfully escorted home by Uchiha ninjas, their hearts filled with gratitude for the current state of the Uchiha clan. Bama felt elated. Uchiha Yeh truly was remarkable. As everyone became familiar with the process, the pace quickened considerably. Uchiha Jing discreetly positioned himself at the back of the crowd. He had heard Yi discuss this plan, but had not expected it to be implemented without informing him. He refrained from asking, knowing all too well how Uchiha Yeh had previously criticized him in letters, berating him and cursing his ancestors whenever he was displeased. Yet, it was precisely this individual who now brought such excitement to the entire Uchiha clan. Though the gifts were modest, the clan's concern for them, their remembrance, and the affirmation that they remained valued members of the family filled all Uchiha with warmth. This embodies the essence of family. Those with limited mobility were proactively assisted by ninjas, who escorted them home. Uchiha Yeh was truly a genius with a kind heart. Indeed, he understands what we Uchiha desire. My husband works in the financial building and says Uchiha Yeh is wholly devoted to the Uchiha clan, while the clan leader, who loves Sarutobi, has shown little affection for his previous wife, leading to his despondency. Privately, the clan leader and Sarutobi seem inseparable, oblivious to the world around them, entangled together whenever there is a moment to spare. In public, they appear affectionate, while privately, their antics are quite scandalous. Isn't the clan leader repulsive? Indeed. He even seems to cater to Sarutobi like a devoted partner. Such travesty. The clan leader believes that Uchiha's wealth is Sarutobi's wealth. As they are united in marriage, he would willingly sacrifice himself for Sarutobi. How grotesque. The imagery is too exquisite to fathom. The woman behind, listening with disdain to this news, found the mere thought of such scenes utterly revolting. The clan leader remarked that the Uchiha clan's 50 members annihilated the land of grass, which was quite amusing, yet ultimately, over 10,000 from Konoha participated, suffering grievous losses. It was evidently a death sentence for the Uchiha shinobi. Upon their return, the clan leader's face was darkened, compelling those warriors to take their own lives. He has since transformed, showing little regard for the Uchiha. And if it were not for Uchiha Sasuke, the clan might have been forced to adopt the Sarutobi name. Two women, hand in hand, quickly became good friends, finding common ground for light-hearted banter. The clan leader had ample topics to critique, and many joined in the jesting. Throughout his decades in leadership, he had never shown such concern for the Uchiha. His sole focus was on Konoha, neglecting his own kin while expecting them to integrate into the village. It seems he should be the one to adapt, for would Konoha treat the Uchiha with such kindness? From birth to death, the current welfare policies are explicitly outlined, caring for each individual. The benefits for shinobi and civilians are largely the same, with distinctions warranted. as the latter are the brave souls who shed blood and sweat for the Uchiha. If Lord Sasuke were to run for clan leader, I would undoubtedly support him. The conservative and radical faction's love for the Uchiha pales in comparison to Sasuke's protective stance, centering the clan's interests and uniting its members to contribute solely to its advancement. Uchiha Kagami, impersonating one of his subordinates to collect benefits, listened to the murmurs around him, and the scales of his heart grew unbalanced. He once believed he loved the Uchiha sufficiently and cared for Konoha, striving for the clan's complete integration into the village. His intentions seemed just, as his presence kept the higher-ups from troubling the Uchiha. However, when all the Uchiha began to reproach him, he realized his egregious error. Had he considered arranging benefits for all clan members, especially those on the fringes? Burdened with an abundance of love from the Uchiha family, Kagami inhaled the cold air deeply. Acknowledging his mistake, his affection for Konoha overshadowed his concern for the Uchiha. He paused, reflecting on his mentor, the second Hokage, and the various friendships with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. He was reluctant to sever those ties, as the clan members implied. Was he truly not a worthy Uchiha? A plan began to take shape in his mind. Why must the Uchiha integrate into Konoha? What did he envision this integration to be? What could the Uchiha achieve post-integration? Suddenly, a slight smile graced Kagami's lips. The name Sarutobi Kagami was not entirely distasteful. Hiruzen was not malevolent, but the Sarutobi surname felt inappropriate. Tomorrow, let us convene the clan meeting. Sasuke nodded with a smile, taking his place in the front row of the conference room, where he had arranged for a charcoal stove to warm the entire space. Elder Sai, have you been feeling any better? Elder Sai, pale, shook his head. I am fine. There's no need to worry about me. Sasuke's eyes reflected worry. Elder Sai had exerted himself too much on the battlefield and was now 60 years old. As ninjas age, their physical condition deteriorates, and even using a shadow clone technique requires considerable caution. Please take good care of your health. Yi gazed at Tang Ming, whose health was equally poor. Both had reached the age of retirement. Having been able to step onto the battlefield once more, perhaps there were no regrets left. Uchiha Kagami and the others gradually arrived. The meeting today convened all members of the clan possessing the Sharingan, totaling 198 individuals. A significant increase of 50% compared to last year, necessitating the use of the Grand Conference Hall within the clan's territory. Thus commenced a new era for the Uchiha clan, signaling the twilight of the elder generation. Clan leader, came the call. Indeed, Kagami nodded with palpable reluctance. Today's assembly was to discuss but a single matter. Uchiha Yeh curled his lip in skepticism. What could be so pressing? Surely, it was not a battle arrangement. Especially with the second Great Ninja War on the horizon, which would inevitably require sending men to the front lines. It was a momentous decision made after deep contemplation by Uchiha Kagami. I hereby resign from the position of Uchiha clan leader. What? The Uchiha ninjas were incredulous. Though Kagami held a profound love for Konoha and cared for the Uchiha clan, he undeniably played a pivotal role within it. Nanny? Uchiha Sei hadn't yet processed the shocking news. Tang Ming and the other followers of Kagami were equally unaware. He had never confided in anyone about his intention to relinquish the leadership of the Uchiha. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami bore an expression of ease, a gentle smile gracing his features, as if the heavy burden he had carried for so long had been lifted. Indeed, I will no longer serve as clan leader, nor will I oversee clan affairs. From this point forward, I will solely act as a war advisor in Konoha, refraining from involvement in Uchiha matters. Kagami's decision was not made lightly. For decades, he had been unable to find a successor within Konoha's upper echelons, unable to gain their recognition. He was the most trusted by the village, tasked with maintaining the delicate relationship between the Uchiha and the village. He had gradually come to realize that he had been neglecting the Uchiha clan in favor of Konoha. He could not sever his ties with Konoha, yet he could not equally love both. Thus, his departure to Konoha was not an abandonment of the Uchiha, but rather an endeavor to secure for them a voice and status through his influence among the higher-ups. Uchiha Yeh appeared to grasp the reasoning behind Kagami's actions, and Kagami, in turn, regarded Yeh. The child, with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, was beloved by the clan. Should the elder generation cling to power, they would find themselves embroiled in internal strife akin to that of Konoha. At such a critical juncture, clan leader, you cannot resign from your position, came the protests. Everyone was aware that the second Great Ninja War was imminent. With Konoha poised to engage in battle against the land of waterfalls and embroiled in conflicts with other great nations. Without you, how shall the clan navigate its affairs? I oppose this decision. I cannot agree. Tang Ming vehemently opposed Kagami's resignation, even though he now placed his trust in Uchiha Yeh. Kagami's abdication was simply unacceptable. I also disagree. Should you resign as Uchiha clan leader, you will be removed from the clan's lineage, akin to betraying the Uchiha. Uchiha Yeh deemed Kagami's perspective naive. The Uchiha clan lacked a kaleidoscope, and departing to Konoha would only serve to empower certain individuals. Yeh's stance echoed the sentiments of many with the Sharingan. As a faction indeed favored Uchiha Kagami's resignation in support of Uchiha Yeh's ascension. I have grown old, and the younger generation is filled with prodigies, more than capable of supporting the Uchiha clan. I shall not abdicate, nor will you. So let us bestow opportunities upon the new generation of Uchihas. It is quite evident what Kakashi has articulated. The older generation should step aside, allowing formidable individuals like Uchiha Itachi to rise. Tomei reflected deeply. Often the clan leader has devoted immense effort for the Uchiha, yet his unwavering trust in Konoha is rather detrimental. No, I cannot agree. I have made it abundantly clear that if you are not the clan leader, you shall be disavowed from the Uchiha. I shall rename you Sarutobi. Uchiha Itachi vehemently opposed this, uncertain of Konoha's intentions. He could not permit Uchiha Kakashi to leave, nor could he allow him to perish. For lacking two Mangekyo to suppress would incite constant unrest from Konoha. Moreover, there remains Uchiha Madara in the outside world, who undoubtedly hopes for discord within the Uchiha clan and dissonance with Konoha. After all, Uchiha Madara is not yet deceased. Uchiha Kakashi took a deep breath. Seemingly immune to the turmoil, his smile unwavering. Perhaps he had come to a realization, with everyone murmuring, what reason did he have to disobey, for Konoha or Sarutobi Hisashi? Apart from him, Uchiha Itachi's voice held equal weight, capable of executing a series of orders without his consent. Uchiha Itachi, please share your perspective. You oppose the clan leader's resignation, so present your reasoning. Uchiha Mihai steadfastly supported the clan leader's faction, adhering to the leader's dictates. The strength of the elder generation has become insufficient to suppress the new generation led by Uchiha Itachi, who have already been granted ample respect. The clan leader's resignation would merely ignite a struggle for power. My reasoning is quite simple. I suspect the leader is a traitor within Konoha, divulging the information of all Uchiha members, seeking to provide Konoha with the means to suppress our clan and execute a genocidal plan against the Uchiha. Such a traitor must have achieved a certain objective, preparing for our annihilation. Uchiha Kakashi's attempts to slaughter the Uchiha clan, in collaboration with Konoha, have made his intentions abundantly clear. Uchiha Itachi was utterly convinced of this. An awkward silence enveloped the room. A few young Uchihas found this assertion eerily familiar. Previously, it was said that outsiders sought the Uchiha's extermination, and now the clan leader is accused of the same. Such eloquence. Clan leader, you need not hastily deny. Did you not disclose my abilities to Konoha? Uchiha Kakashi's mouth twitched. Am I to believe that I would stoop so low as to invite Konoha to annihilate my own clan? Huh, how foolish would that be? Bang. Uchiha So and Uchiha Tomei felt increasingly agitated at the thought of the future. Speak. Clan leader, did you or did you not? Uchiha Itachi, and the information of the other Uchiha members. Did you reveal it to Konoha? Do you wish for the Uchiha clan's extermination? Are you a traitor to Konoha? Kakashi did not deny this, which served as an implicit acknowledgement. Is that so? You have committed a series of offenses against the Uchiha clan, seeking an easy escape from the Uchiha. Subsequently, you wish to sever all ties with us, becoming a dagger thrust by Konoha into our backs. Itachi reclined wearily in his chair. Nonetheless, I shall first place this label upon you. I have never intended to harm the Uchiha. Is there harm, direct harm, indirect harm? You are undoubtedly aware. I will remember your decision to send the Uchiha clan to the front lines as cannon fodder for the rest of my life. You remain the clan leader, the head of the Uchiha, and I shall not permit your resignation. You must atone for your past actions. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were unfolding in a manner he had not anticipated. He had intended to relinquish his position as clan leader in favor of Uchiha Sasuke. Yet Sasuke's actions made this exceedingly challenging for him. Although this predicament was not new, it had persisted for some time. Setting aside the arrangements regarding the clan leader, the foremost priority is the well-being of the Uchiha clan. Previously, The elders each fulfilled their duties, often in isolation from one another, with some roles overlapping. It is time for a reorganization. Uchiha Sasuke patted Elder Saito beside him, acknowledging that the Elder Council had toiled for the better part of their lives and now faced the burden of managing the Uchiha in battle, which was indeed exhausting. Uchiha Saito, Uchiha Jun, Uchiha Tamaki, and Uchiha Mikjin, are you willing to step down? Will you leave your positions and opportunities for the younger generation to manage? How do you wish to proceed? Uchiha Saito coughed slightly. Did this imply the relinquishment of his authority? However, given Uchiha Sasuke's request, he naturally felt compelled to support it. Very well, I agree. Uchiha Jun was also inclined to reduce his responsibilities. Tamaki, leading the conservative faction, opted to step down and follow Uchiha Sasuke's directives. Excellent. Uchiha Sasuke was now engaging in genuine governance, rather than merely theoretical discussions. I am the Minister of Finance for the Uchiha clan, a position akin to that of the elders, enjoying the benefits thereof, responsible for managing the clan's finances, including income and expenditure, salary disbursement, procurement, and welfare arrangements. Those in agreement, please raise your hands. Over 100 Sharingan eyes were raised in unison, unanimously approving. My subordinates include team leaders, procurement leaders, auditing leaders, and group leaders, who may be either shinobi or civilians, providing an opportunity for the latter. Team leaders enjoy certain benefits, as do group leaders, and I serve as the head of the finance department, an elder. The leadership structure within the Uchiha consists of the clan leader overseeing the elders managing the team leaders, and the team leaders supervising the group leaders, contrasting with the previous ad hoc assignments. With the Uchiha family numbering in the thousands, Sasuke's direct staff comprises just over 10 individuals. Uchiha Haruyuki is tasked with managing personnel matters within the Uchiha clan. Any Uchiha advancing to Chunin, Jonin, or Elite Jonin is to be recorded under your supervision, and the monthly assessments of employees from various departments must be submitted to the finance department for salary calculations. Employees refer to those with fixed positions across the various departments. Elder Haruyuki smiled warmly. He was not among those stepping down and felt quite pleased. Henceforth, Haruyuki will serve as the Minister of Personnel. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Excellent. It is unanimously approved. It is acceptable if some of the older generation chose not to raise their hands. Elder Haruyuki will arrange for the construction of a personnel building near the finance building, eliminating the need for individuals to run back and forth. Good. Haruyuki agreed, and, upon the conclusion of the meeting, will proceed to make the arrangements and organize the staff. Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Yeh gazed at the seemingly cunning Uchiha, a fervent admirer of Madara and a hawkish elder, who harbored deep dissatisfaction towards the second Hokage's allocation of the Konoha Guard to the Uchiha clan, fervently wishing to alter this status quo. I shall not relinquish power. It is out of the question. Shana, a formidable Uchiha, was unlike some hawkish individuals. He harbored a strong desire to seize authority in Konoha. With his Mangekyo Sharingan fixed upon him, Uchiha Yeh remarked, "You are discontent with the Konoha Guard, as am I. Therefore, should you refuse to heed my directives, I shall have no further discourse with you." "Oh, you two are dissatisfied?" Shana responded. Uchiha Yeh was unperturbed by Jing's intentions to inform Konoha, as it was far from a concealed secret. "From now on, you shall serve as the head of the Uchiha Anbu." Shana was momentarily taken aback. The Uchiha Anbu? How intriguing. He accepted the position with enthusiasm, recognizing that he was not aligned with those who loved Konoha, but rather solely with the Uchiha clan. He bore no resentment, and was indeed relishing the benefits of Uchiha Yeh's coup. "The specifics of your duties will remain undisclosed for now. The clan leader will provide the necessary arrangements." Jing interjected, "Why was I not informed that I would oversee any Anbu? Isn't that obviously in opposition to Konoha?" Uchiha Taro. "You will henceforth be the head of the administrative department, primarily responsible for liaising with Konoha's directives and implementing the Uchiha clan's policies." What? Uchiha Taro did not anticipate being appointed as a minister in the Elder Council by Uchiha Yeh, with his first thought being whether Uchiha Yeh was seeking personal vengeance. "Uchiha Hachi, you shall take on the role of security minister, overseeing the safety of the Uchiha clan. The captain of the Konoha Guard will also be under your command. And henceforth, Uchiha Fugaku will assume leadership of the guard." Hachi was taken aback by this arrangement. Could he truly fulfill this role? Fugaku was equally surprised that the coveted position of captain of the Konoha Guard was bestowed upon him so readily, and he felt a tinge of discontent. as the guard would operate under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha Security Department. Yeh, what is the arrangement for the guard? Shana rested his chin on his hand, already curious to see if his thoughts aligned with those of Uchiha Yeh. The guard is merely a collection of troublesome affairs. We may forego it. But that is a discussion for another time. Let us not dwell on it now. Uchiha Yeh held little regard for the Konoha guard, methodically organizing his thoughts. As long as the Uchiha clan flourishes, what need do we have for Konoha's titles? They hold no allure for me. Uchiha Jing was already in a state of agitation, uncertain whether Uchiha Yeh's arrangements were advantageous or detrimental. Uchiha Mei, with her cool demeanor and Three-Tomoe beauty, caught his eye. You shall become the Minister of Production for the Uchiha clan, tasked with the strategic establishment of secret medicine factories, and overseeing the production and communication of Uchiha ninja tools and ninja cats, all of which fall under your department as purview. Uchiha Mei's long hair swayed gently. She appeared aloof, yet she held deep admiration for Uchiha Yeh, not merely for having saved her life, but also for the warmth she felt within the Uchiha clan under his leadership. Indeed, Uchiha Tianming, you are appointed as the Minister of Construction, responsible for planning the Uchiha clan's infrastructure, including roads, landscaping, and more, ensuring that those within the clan can enjoy splendid roads, beautiful mountains, clear waters, and picturesque scenery. Tianming was also surprised by the importance of this department, yet he consented and accepted the position. Uchiha Nagatsuki, the Minister of Food, plays a crucial role in managing the food supplies of the Uchiha clan, ensuring sustenance is maintained, particularly during times of war, overseeing the transportation and preparation of meals for the clan. Nagatsuki is a unique figure among the Uchiha, possessing a robust physique and sharing a refined palate for delectable cuisine akin to that of Uchiha Sasuke, with a shared pursuit of culinary excellence. Indeed, it must be accomplished. Uchiha Aimu will assume the role of Minister of Foreign Affairs, tasked with diplomatic communication with the higher echelons of Konoha and engaging in foreign relations with other nations. However, the notion of diplomacy with Konoha feels foreign and unfamiliar, raising questions about its implementation. Uchiha Shinghai is appointed as the Minister of Health, responsible for establishing a hospital dedicated to the Uchiha clan and overseeing the medical ninja team within Konoha. His friends acquiesce to this arrangement. Uchiha Sha will take on the role of Minister of Commerce, managing all businesses operating within Konoha and planning the development of Uchiha stores within the clan. Indeed, his companions believe that these two assignments are sufficient. Uchiha Shanyao, the Minister of the Mission Department, will coordinate and arrange the tasks assigned by Konoha, reviewing them before delegating them to the Uchiha ninjas. Uchiha Jiomei, the Minister of Logistics, will manage internal logistics and wartime support for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Huatian is designated as the Minister of War, followed by Uchiha Kagami, who will serve as the Minister of Education and concurrently as clan leader. All lower-ranking elders will also join the Education Department to instruct the new generation of Uchihas. As for the Hokage position, it is up to him to resign. Otherwise, he might consider renaming himself Sarutobi. Uchiha Sasuke will not overlook any detail, fearing that the clan leader's coveted Mangekyo Sharingan might fall into Danzo's hands. Thus, he will remain vigilant within the Uchiha. Elders Uchiha Sui and Uchiha Tang will supervise Uchiha Kagami. Kagami finds himself in a quandary, for not only are the positions delineated, but power is also redistributed among the new generation of ministers who are largely aligned with Uchiha Sasuke. Only elders Haryuin and Uchiha Shana are without appointments. He has become a figurehead as clan leader, even contemplating resignation from this role. The former elders have all transitioned to the Education Department, tasked with educating the children of the clan, irrespective of their affiliations, with strict mandates to teach diligently or face salary deductions. This unprecedented arrangement raises concerns about the allocation of manpower in seemingly superfluous tasks. Uchiha Sasuke, observing the elder's silence, asserts that his focus is solely on the reallocation of positions within the Uchiha clan, emphasizing the necessity of each role. Consider my proposal for the finance department. Does it not benefit the entire clan? The elder is left speechless, acknowledging that even the Uchiha clan, now numbering over 1,000, praises Uchiha Sasuke's leadership. Though the benefits may seem trivial to the elders, no one has previously undertaken such initiatives. From birth until the age of 18, the Uchiha clan provides monthly subsidies, which continue even beyond the age of 60, increasing annually. While modest, these provisions are sufficient for ordinary sustenance. For the ninjas, subsidies far exceed those of ordinary civilians, which is undoubtedly deserved. Only the Uchiha clan recognizes the ranks of Chunin, Jonin, and Genin. They do not acknowledge the ranks conferred by Konoha. Uchiha Leaf, do you wish to assume the role of clan leader? Uchiha Mirror has spoken candidly. Aside from Uchiha Leaf's youth, their capabilities in every regard are commendable. Uchiha Leaf identifies as a protector of the Uchiha, motivated not by power or Konoha, but solely for their clan, which seems quite feasible. The individual who single-handedly eliminated the second-generation grass ninja possesses formidable strength. No, you may retain the position of clan leader. For now, I shall abstain. Let the role be reserved for the next wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, let us discuss the detailed responsibilities of each department. Uchiha Leaf diverted the topic, stating that the burdens of clan leadership are overwhelming. Currently, their voice carries weight equal to that of the clan leader. Assuming the role of elder to manage finances suffices. For the financial health of a company is of utmost importance. Whether to assume the mantle of clan leader in the future depends on circumstances. The time is not yet ripe. The proprietor of the Uchiha Group must endure the employees' frustrations while managing the affairs, a task suited for Uchiha Mirror, who possesses commendable resilience under pressure. On the morning of January 16th, in the dining hall of the Uchiha household, several tables were assembled into a long banquet accommodating over 20 guests. No, you mustn't do that. It diminishes the flavor, exclaimed Uchiha Nagatsuki, as he promptly pushed Uchiha Saikai aside. This chicken, your method wastes precious ingredients. Lord Leaf has nurtured these chickens. How could you allow such waste? One chicken ought to be used for slow cooking the renowned dragon and phoenix soup with yam and ginseng, as Lord Leaf suggested, for such a combination is the most prudent. Another chicken should be prepared with potatoes, while yet another is reserved for braising alongside beef and beef tongue. As for the fish, Uchiha Nagatsuki and Uchiha Leaf shared a remarkable culinary affinity, understanding each other's tastes intimately. Today's feast included snake, chicken, fish, beef, bird, shrimp, sashimi, and more. Very well, you take the lead. Can you manage it all alone? Saikai conceded, realizing that he could not possibly satisfy everyone's expectations. Previously, Uchiha Leaf was the one who prepared their meals, but now, Nagatsuki had supplanted that cherished role. Just wait and see. The kitchen in Lord Leaf's home is exceptionally well equipped, and I shall remodel my own kitchen similarly. Saikai shrugged, observing the copious spread. He stepped into the living room, where several tables were filled with guests and others stood crowded. Among them were Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Haruin, Uchiha Hachima, Uchiha Taro, Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Tenmei, Uchiha Imaku, Uchiha Shanyao, Uchiha Jumai, Uchiha Hatian, Uchiha Sha, Uchiha Orange, and Uchiha Hana, the newly appointed elders alongside Uchiha Leaf's youthful entourage. Additionally, Uchiha Mirror, Uchiha Jun, Uchiha Sui, and Uchiha Tomei, the seasoned elders, were all invited to partake in the meal at Leaf's residence. No cheating with the Mangekyo. Leaf. Uchiha Mirror narrowed his eyes, shielding the mahjong tiles in his hand. You wish to foresee the future of my hand, do you? Uchiha Leaf retorted, pursing his lips. Who would cheat? You speak nonsense. As Uchiha Leaf selected the most useless tile from his hand, he prepared to lay it down. A complete flush, clear before the door. My apologies. Uchiha Mei's face flushed momentarily. This was indeed a significant event. Alas, how fortunate you are. Hand over the money, please. Mei extended her hand, requesting payment for the modest sum of 10 taels of silver from the entertainment house. Uchiha Yeh placed a reassuring hand on his heart, relieved that it was the neighboring table that was calling out, for he had feared he had blundered. In an instant, as the cards fell onto the table, they vanished, only to reappear in Uchiha Kagami's hands. A melt. A blooming melt. Patriarch, are you cheating? Who is cheating? Hand over the money. Uchiha Yeh was utterly astonished. It seemed he alone was destined to lose. Ah, this mahjong is truly delightful. Kagami chuckled with a twinkle in his eye, showcasing the benefits of his newfound position. Currently, the newly appointed elders were actively recruiting both clan members and civilians to work together, offering salaries for their labor each month, a far more enjoyable alternative to farming. This arrangement allowed everyone to secure employment, with each department managing its own affairs, leading to increased efficiency and productivity, particularly for women. This meant they no longer had to remain at home tending to children. They could socialize during work hours, where earning money alleviated the monotony of life. In just over a fortnight, the efficiency of each department was astonishingly high, rivaling that of the shinobi. With 20 departments accommodating 500 civilians from the clan, financial stability was within reach, bringing joy to all. However, the sustainability of such expenditures remained uncertain. While the game was entertaining, failing to win was decidedly less so. Uchiha Tamaki wore a grim expression. Despite starting to learn last night, he had yet to win a single hand. Conversely, Uchiha Kagami's luck was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, Uchiha Yeh concurred. Kagami, your smugness stems from our lack of skill. What? Who lacks skill? Uchiha Mei retorted. Come and challenge the patriarch. Let us see who has the better fortune. Uchiha Mei, dismissive, replied, I shall not be disturbed while I aim to win. In defiance of all odds. The tiles continued to clack as Uchiha Kagami casually inquired, do you intend to construct the Uchiha Band Plaza? Yes, plans are already underway. The atmosphere quieted somewhat as Uchiha Taiming responded from the third table. The finance building is located below the Uchiha Service Center, adjacent to various departmental buildings for convenience and operations. Lord Yeh insisted on a structured layout to minimize the need for excessive movement, and construction was ongoing. The Uchiha Ban Plaza, situated opposite the buildings, would feature a statue of Uchiha Ban alongside a monument commemorating his deeds. Kagami had resigned from his advisory position to the Hokage, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen persistently sought his counsel. The figure of Uchiha Ban was a taboo, shunned not only by the clan but also by Konoha. Do you know why Uchiha Ban betrayed Konoha and the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shana glared. A fervent admirer of Uchiha Ban, unwilling to tolerate any disparagement of his name, not even from the patriarch. Uchiha Yeh, focusing solely on arranging his tiles, spoke indifferently. His attention fixated on the game. Regardless of the reasons, it is imperative for future generations to meticulously document the tale of Uchiha Madara. We must not shy away from mentioning him due to taboos. This is not a matter of opposing Konoha, but rather an exploration of right and wrong. Voices may differ, but one cannot silence the multitude of opinions. What I intend to convey is that during the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama endeavored to establish peace through the creation of Konoha. However, the clans within the village opposed Uchiha Madara's ascension to Hokage, resulting in his ostracization. I surmise that Madara's initial call for the Uchiha clan to depart from Konoha stemmed from his fear that upon the death of the first Hokage, it would be Tobarama Senju who would inherit the mantle. Thus, it was inevitable that the Uchiha clan would face total eradication. Given the well-known animosity between the Uchiha and Senju clans, his plea for the Uchiha to leave Konoha went unheeded. No one was willing to follow him, leading to his disillusioned departure. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara returned to wage a cataclysmic war against the first Hokage, known as the Valley of the End Battle, in which he met his demise at the hands of Senju Hashirama. Enough of this nonsense, Uchiha Yeh remarked, her face adorned with confusion. Why are you rambling again? Uchiha Kagami replied with a smile, recalling the war he had witnessed from a distance, feeling the immense power of both Madara and the first Hokage, even in his youth. Madara betrayed Konoha and the Uchiha, one might argue, but what does betrayal truly mean? Konoha was built by both the Uchiha and Senju. He merely sought to leave the haven he had established for his clan in pursuit of the peace he envisioned. Who can truly comprehend his solitude? His actions will be evaluated by future generations, and it is essential that the narrative and truths are not concealed. You must also impart this knowledge to your clan's students. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Kagami reassured, expressing no opposition to the Uchiha square. As Yeh stated, future generations of the Uchiha will form their own judgments. They need only to document the truth. Across from Uchiha Square, an Uchiha Park will be constructed for leisurely strolls and enjoyment, alongside a commercial area where clan members can relish a day of leisure without leaving Uchiha territory. Roads will be planned and constructed, ensuring every household has access to water and electricity, bringing advanced amenities for the clan's benefit. Enough of this nonsense, Yeh. You're rambling again, came the playful retort. Let us eat. Yeh exclaimed. Come on, let us finish this round and head to the restaurant. I can already smell the delicious aroma. Yeh hastily departed, feeling the game had lost its appeal after a poor performance. Have you forgotten to pay, Uchiha Yeh? Later in the afternoon. I'll pay you once I win this round. Don't rush me. Surely you're not attempting to evade your debts? Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Yeh had already seated herself at the table, waiting for the group to gather before the meal commenced. In Yeh's household, There were no factions, only a collective dedication to the Uchiha clan. As if amidst a landscape shrouded in snow, the world felt exceptionally tranquil and harmonious. With few missions being posted and ninjas rarely venturing out, unnecessary tasks were deemed superfluous. On January 26th, Uchiha Yeh cleared the accumulated snow from her home with a gust of wind that swept the thick snow off the eaves, awaiting its melting come spring. At the entrance lay a familiar basket filled with sweet soup, glutinous rice dumplings, and fruits simmered together. Uchiha Yeh, without a trace of doubt, naturally took a sip of the sweet soup. Its delightful fragrance was best enjoyed in the morning, instantly lifting his spirits. A small raven, dark as night, flew from the orchard to Uchiha Yeh's hand, its beady eyes locking onto his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He furrowed his brow. The message conveyed by the little raven suggested that this individual was elusive, seemingly well acquainted with his daily routine. Meals were delivered punctually to his doorstep, and his movements were monitored with uncanny precision. This basket had appeared out of thin air at his door. Who could it possibly be? Surely not someone from Konoha. They could not possibly be so familiar with him as a member of the Uchiha clan. It was not a prank from his childhood friend, as the culinary style did not match. It was certainly not Changwei. He had no reason to sneak food to him, and his culinary skills were distinctly different. Who, then, was this mysterious benefactor, making him feel quite embarrassed? Uchiha Yeh raised an eyebrow and took another sip. Indeed, it was exquisite. This gesture was unlike any other Uchiha's way of expressing gratitude. Others would typically deliver items to the financial building for him or present them directly. As he finished the soup, his stomach was content, yet the manner of receiving these meals left him with a sense of guilt. One might mistakenly assume someone harbored affections for him, but with his demeanor, he hardly seemed desirable. No female Uchiha would take a liking to his personality. Could it perhaps be a male? A shiver ran down Uchiha Yeh's spine. He thought, please, not like that, brother. A kiss or an embrace is fine. But don't present me with this heart-shaped bento. He trembled slightly, unable to tolerate the thought. He returned the bowl to the basket, noting that the person who delivered the food had not reclaimed the utensils. If only he had marked it with a flying thunder god seal, he could easily locate them. Carrying the basket, he arrived at a snow-covered field, the only surviving vegetables of winter. It had been some time since he had planted using his shadow clone technique before the war, and he had not tended to them much. The bok choy had proven resilient through the winter, surviving in its uneven growth, just enough to fill his basket. It had been ages since he submitted crops that he had personally cultivated. Upon returning home, he submitted the harvest. Submitting bok choy for reward calculation, space increased by 500 square meters, totaling 2,000 square meters. Spirit 200, physique 200. Oh, esteemed system, how I adore you. I wish to bear your children. Uchiha Yeh felt truly blessed as the system fulfilled his requests. When he asked to expand his space, it complied. The permanent damage to his ocular power was compensated by the increase in spirit, and the cells depleted due to chakra consumption, which had led to deterioration of physical health, were revitalized by the enhancement of physique. One of the reasons why ninjas meet an early demise is indeed related to cellular health. The Uchiha clan does not possess the remarkable vitality of the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Their chakra is not as prolific, and cellular damage is more severe. His once blurry vision, when not using the Mangekyo Sharingan, was now significantly clearer. He had almost forgotten about the promised organization of his space. Uchiha Yeh flew in an instant to the third-floor office of the finance building. Outside the window, a cacophony of sounds was incessant. Uchiha Yeh pushed open the window to gaze outside. Uchiha Tianming, accompanied by over 2,000 Uchiha clansmen, both ninjas and civilians alike, was engaged in the construction of a grand plaza, aptly named Uchiha Ban Plaza. The clansmen residing near the office building had signed relocation agreements with the family, receiving compensation in return. Plans were underway to develop a new district with houses for them to reside in, along with financial reparations. The plaza, measuring 88 by 50, was being paved with concrete. At its center stood a colossal stone statue, approximately 20 meters tall, depicting Uchiha Ban, wielding the ancestral flame fan in one hand and a sickle in the other, clad in armor, embodying valor and majesty. Skilled artisans had been commissioned to carve the statue with lifelike precision, while below Uchiha Ban's feet, a stone tablet was being inscribed, with Uchiha Yeh authoring the epitaph. Surrounding the area were flower beds, pathways, ornamental trees, and resting benches, all reminiscent of a modern plaza. The ground was also being excavated for drainage systems, underground electrical networks, and water pipes. Uchiha Shah had already initiated negotiations with foreign nations to procure a complete electrical system, capable of being powered by fire and lightning chakra, alongside sending personnel to acquire the necessary technology for future use, ensuring the foundational infrastructure was well established. This year, Uchiha Yeh allocated 10 billion to Uchiha Tieming's construction department, a sum representing 6/10 of the Uchiha family's current assets, designated for road renovations, electrical installations, plumbing, and the repair of residences, as well as the construction of new housing communities to consolidate living arrangements, which would also include hospitals, schools, shops, parks, and buildings. Thus, the 10 billion allocation was justified. With few tasks at hand during the winter and a steady income flowing into the family coffers, the plaza and its greenery were nearing completion within a month. Alongside the commercial street center, pedestrian avenues, and small parks, not to mention the numerous roads being paved, no longer would they tread muddy paths, making travel cumbersome during the rain. Uchiha Yeh smiled with satisfaction, appreciating the communal efforts in infrastructure development that would enhance their way of life. There was no rush for money. The Uchiha clan was not presently in financial distress, even if you had nearly exhausted their funds. A significant income was anticipated later in the year, thus there was no cause for haste. The Second Great Ninja War had erupted this year, with the conflict in the Land of Grass allowing the Uchiha clan to reap substantial profits, albeit with some losses, including a few lives, which nearly brought them to the brink of extinction, a regrettable toll. Closing the window, Uchiha Yeh began to organize the clutter in the office. Piles of shoes, socks, clothing, undergarments, and towels filled the space. Without exception, these items belonged to Uchiha, ranging from garments worn since the age of 3 to those from the present year, quickly overwhelming the office. Cleaned clothes were stored away, and even the well-worn ones were durable enough to remain useful. Additionally, there was an array of toys awarded to him by the system, including building blocks, dolls, and plush cushions, another considerable heap. With family around, playing with these toys was impractical. A pity that his childhood was devoid of such playthings. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Uchiha Nanami pushed the door open, her eyes widening at the mountain of items. What on earth is all this, Uchiha Yeh? What are you doing? Greetings, dear Nanami. Kindly arrange for someone to distribute these garments and toys to the appropriate Uchiha children. Some of these items have been worn, yet the majority remain untouched. Ah, Nanami, you've taken a pair of shoes that are still smaller than your palm. How do you possess so many clothes? How does your home accommodate them all? That is not your concern. Please instruct the service center to disperse these clothes. Whoever desires them shall receive, and we must inquire among the suitable children to see who has an affinity for them, ensuring those in need receive them. These garments, including pants, socks, and underwear, all bear the Uchiha clan's fan logo, making them unsuitable for anyone outside the clan. Worn clothes can be gifted, but used underwear and socks shall be retained and later disposed of. Nanami scratched her head, pondering the rewards of Uchiha Sasuke's clothing. Surely many would appreciate them, especially the children of those few ladies from the finance building, who often express admiration for Uchiha Sasuke. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Nanami has truly assumed the role of Deputy Minister of Finance, diligently managing the financial building and the Uchiha Service Center. What? Clothing belonging to Lord Sasuke? Mihiko exclaimed, astonished by the immense quantity delivered to the service center. Sasuke mentioned that some of the items had been worn, which he marked, while many remain unworn and are to be freely distributed to the children of the clan. Mihiko's eyes brightened. Can that truly be so? Certainly, replied Nanami with assurance. Then I would like the clothes worn by Uchiha Sasuke for my future son. What? Can I also claim clothing that Sasuke has worn? I wish for some to pass on to my grandson. I want some too. Nanami raised her hands in exasperation, stating that it was evident everyone preferred the clothing you had worn, allowing future generations to inherit your legacy and wield the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Within Uchiha Sasuke's experimental space, the primary laboratory is equipped with various fundamental facilities, primarily designated for agricultural research, akin to the training room, both being special spaces. Uchiha Sasuke's shadow clones continue their research, a surge of memories flooding his mind. Sasuke gazed at the assortment of vials on the table, 2 glass tanks, one containing the divine wood mushroom, and the other housing Black Zetsu's spiritual energy, with a cabinet filled with numerous medicinal herbs collected by Sasuke. He employs specialized techniques to extract juices and powders from the divine wood mushroom for various experimental purposes. Numerous experiments have already validated his findings. The tasks of the shadow clones have concluded, and now it is imperative for him to engage in these tests personally. He must ascertain whether the potency of these medicines can affect the eyes and bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing a drop of the elixir to penetrate his eye, an invigorating, cool sensation that enhanced his vision. He timed himself for 5 minutes, intending to observe the future after 5 minutes, utilizing a total of 10 minutes for the experiment. As his eyes felt increasingly comfortable, the patterns of his pupils began to shift, and he could faintly perceive the mushroom, realizing that it was merely an illusion and a side effect. As Sasuke's Sharingan revolved, his body reverted to its state from 5 minutes prior. The medicine proved ineffective. He diligently recorded the experimental findings in his notebook. The efficacy on the eyes is notable, as it restores a modicum of visual acuity. The effects of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan are particularly pronounced, yet they do induce side effects, transforming the eyes into a mushroom-like appearance, and in severe cases, resulting in a failed mushroom variant. Upon administration of the second potion, white patches immediately manifest on the body, leading to necrosis of the affected tissue, rendering it entirely detrimental, a failure. The third eye drop possesses overly potent properties, gradually converting the eyes into plant fibers, ultimately culminating in a mushroom formation, a severe failure. The sixth eye drop proves ineffective on the body, a failure. The fifth eye drop induces a stinging sensation akin to being scorched by fire. However, amidst this irritation, visual acuity gradually improves, offering a sense of moisture. This formulation stems from a familial recipe for eye drops, though it harbors side effects that lead to a significant decline in vision upon successive use, resulting in irreversible damage. The sixth fusion potion allows for a vague sighting of mushrooms, with negligible effects, a failure. Uchiha Yeh, in the laboratory, strives to concoct the most beneficial eye drops devoid of side effects. The Uchiha clan's eye drops also exhibit minor side effects, and the rare ingredients cannot be mass-produced or easily preserved. Uchiha Yeh must extract the necessary tissues and chemically prepare the potion. The experimental subject number 160 sees Uchiha Yeh applying a new concoction into his weary eyes, experiencing a cool, tingling sensation that is not unpleasant. This refreshing sting travels from the eyes to the brain and throughout the body. The restoration of visual acuity is remarkable, with the stinging sensation dissipating after approximately 3 minutes. And within 10 minutes, there are no discernible side effects. The strain on the eyes is mitigated by 80%, proving to be 100-fold more effective than the Uchiha clan's secret medicine. The ratios of the 3, 2, and 1 Tomo potions have been optimized, resulting in a successful eye drop formulation. Ingredients: extract of divine mushroom at 5 mg, mujinzi at 6 mg, and butterfly soul herb extract at 3 grams. Prepared in a 1-liter secret potion, yielding 1 liter of the solution, with costs reduced by 999 thousandths. Note: this concoction for the kaleidoscope Sharingan reduces the extract ratios of 3 Tomo components by half. Uchiha Yeh closes his notebook, having spent half an hour without any issues with his eyes. Although this potion has only recently begun trials, he has been researching with shadow clones since acquiring the divine mushroom last year, dedicating nearly 5 months to study, followed by over 10 days to perfect the formulation. Upon exiting the laboratory, Uchiha Yeh finds himself in the financial building, where the shadow clone tasked with his office duties has vanished. He opens the window, witnessing the gradual thawing of snow, heralding the warmth of spring. Uchiha Square has been completed, and many members of the Uchiha clan are engaged in clearing water accumulation, while couples stroll leisurely. The commercial street, pedestrian walkways, and food stalls have also been constructed, preparing for operations amidst renovations. With a small park under development featuring landscape greenery and transplanted cherry blossom trees. On February 3rd, after dedicating over 10 days to testing the potion's properties, the surroundings have transformed remarkably, illustrating the strength of unity among the people. Ninjas are indeed well suited for infrastructure development. Uchiha Yeh lightly leaps to the rooftop, locking eyes with the statue of Uchiha Madara. Old Een, I have shown you such loyalty and affection, and I humbly ask that you refrain from taking action against our clan. Consider it a plea from me. The true threats to the Uchiha lie not with Konoha, but with the still-living Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. both of whom are among the primary instigators of the ongoing Ninja World War. Weakening Konoha's strength or even annihilating it is part of Uchiha Obito's plan. Gazing at the newly constructed buildings, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, one can see the administrative building, personnel building, construction building, mission building, security building, diplomatic building, logistics building, food building, business building, and educational building, all clustered together. There is also a dining hall that can accommodate 2,000 individuals, allowing employees who work in the buildings to dine together rather than prepare their own meals. Additionally, there is a medical department established by Uchiha Saikai, which will house a medical team dedicated to the Uchiha clan. While it may not offer free services, the fees will be lower than those in Konoha. Opposite the medical department lies a nursery, where children of Uchiha ninjas and civilians, aged 2 to 5, can attend school, providing assistance in childcare. Next to the nursery is a small class for students aged 5 to 12, where they will learn basic ninjutsu and various subjects. Adjacent to this is a larger school for students aged 12 to 16, where those who show potential may become ninjas, while others will be taught a trade, preparing them for employment upon graduation. Truly gifted students will be privately tutored by teachers after graduating from the small class at 12. Uchiha Yeh observed the many children playing joyfully in the nursery, noticing one child who was being ostracized. With hair that flowed smoothly and a visage akin to a beautiful doll, this child was the perfect embodiment of the Uchiha lineage. Yet many clan members spoke of intermarriage, and when it truly occurred, they were displeased. This child serves as a prime example. Their father is not a Uchiha ninja, but one from the Onma clan. This child is the offspring of Uchiha Tanjing, born secretly and without recognition, hidden from the Uchiha clan. Remarkably, Tanjing managed to keep this a secret. But the child's father from the Onma clan perished in the battle in the Land of Grass. With the current positive atmosphere within the Uchiha clan, Tanjing, feeling a profound sense of conflict, ultimately reported the existence of her child to the clan, fearing that should she be assigned a mission, there would be no one to care for the child. It can be said that this child is the first of foreign bloodline to emerge under the Uchiha clan's intermarriage policy. Uchiha Kagami had a ninja crow perched upon his shoulder and leaped from the educational building's rooftop to join Uchiha Yeh. Kagami cast a curious glance at Yeh before following his gaze to the lonely child. Uchiha children were reluctant to play with him, as he was of mixed blood, a rejection seemingly ingrained in the Uchiha's very genes, shunning interaction with those of impure lineage. You proposed the policy, yet the education has not been properly implemented. I trust you have no objections to a 3-month salary deduction? Uchiha Kagami remarked. How dare you? You would deduct 3 months' wages from the clan leader. Uchiha Kagami exclaimed. Because of you, my financial situation has shifted from a worry-free existence to merely living on a meager salary. How am I to survive with a wage deduction? As the Minister of Education, you have failed to fulfill your responsibilities. The policies you proposed remain unexecuted. You demand the children of the Uchiha clan be enrolled in the Leaf Village School, yet you cannot even manage your own family affairs. The evident exclusion is alarming. Can you truly assure me that the Uchiha are not secretly sidelining those yearning for affection? The Uchiha stand as a family of love, raised to cherish every individual around us. If this were the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, you would eagerly elevate him as if he were a forefather, would you not? There are whispers of your intimate ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen, as though you two dwell in a realm untouched by reality, akin to a married couple. I am inclined to believe it. Humph, if I am at fault, then so be it. What does it mean to say I am at fault? It is inherently your mistake, and you ought to acknowledge it. Should you continue to argue with me, I will withhold your salary for 6 months. Uchiha Kagami waved his sleeve in exasperation, utterly infuriated. Understood. I shall teach the children that the Uchiha are a clan of love, and we must cherish every person, even if they do not share our bloodline. Recognizing one's errors allows for significant improvement. I have decided to deduct only 1 month's salary from you as a minor reprimand, and I will publicly announce the reason for this deduction. Should there be a recurrence, the penalty shall escalate to 3 months, accompanied by public censure. You must reflect upon your actions and apologize to the clan. Uchiha Sasuke, do you wish to take on the role of clan leader? I refuse. If you dismiss me from leadership, I will ensure you are stripped of your Uchiha name. Uchiha Sasuke pulled a vial of eye drops from his garment and tossed it over. Uchiha Kagami caught it, exasperated by Sasuke's relentless provocations. He felt utterly helpless. Being disowned by the Uchiha would be a fate worse than betrayal. Let us see. Sasuke's lips curved into a mysterious smile. What? Drop it into your eyes. Uchiha Kagami harbored no doubts about Sasuke, activating his Sharingan to apply 2 drops of the eye drops. As he slowly closed his eyes, 3 minutes passed before he opened them, his pupils glowing with an otherworldly light fixed upon Uchiha Sasuke. There is a mark upon you. Kagami reached out to touch the nape of Sasuke's neck, his fingers gentle, his expression darkened upon encountering an unfamiliar mark. Who placed this mark on you? And how long has it been there? Sasuke reached back to feel his neck. He had checked his body in the mirror while bathing and found nothing amiss. Not even revealed by the Sharingan. What mark? What does it look like? The 2 Uchiha exchanged a tense glance, their scalps prickling in unison. A third pair of Sharingan had emerged within the Uchiha clan, leaving a mark upon Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Considering the regular delivery of meals to his door, it was perplexing that he had remained unaware. Coupled with the Sharingan mark on his neck, it was highly likely that the one who had awakened the Sharingan was involved. Uchiha Kagami retrieved paper and pencil, sketching the Sharingan. Sasuke's Sharingan bore the pattern of 3 fish sharing a single head, and its power was termed 3 Void. The eyes of Uchiha Kagami are known as the Eye of the Western deity, endowed with the ability of illusion, allowing one to see through all forms of energy and power, disregarding any guise. It possesses the capacity to penetrate every organ within the body, rendering illusions irrelevant, while simultaneously wielding formidable Genjutsu, the Western deity technique, drawing adversaries into a realm of illusion where dreams become reality. The design of this eye is unlike anything previously encountered, not akin to that of Uchiha Madara. Apart from the 3 individuals possessing the kaleidoscope, a new variant of the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope has emerged. It comprises 3 interlocking circles. Do you know who it is? I don't, he replied, but that person seems to be aware of my daily routine. Each time I awaken and step out, meals are conveniently provided for me. Receiving 3 meals a day feels ominous. Uchiha Leaf had contemplated every member of the Uchiha clan with the Three-Tomoe, realizing that none would go to such lengths for him. To mark me with a kaleidoscope and monitor my every move. Can this ocular power be erased? I shall attempt it. Uchiha Kagami inscribed a sealing character with chakra in his hand and pressed it against the nape of Uchiha Leaf's neck, his ocular power contending with another kaleidoscope. The seal quickly dissipated. All right, Uchiha Leaf exhaled in relief. While having ready meals is certainly advantageous, it is unsettling to feel as though someone is watching me. Is that eye drop concocted by you? How remarkable. Uchiha Leaf mused, as he immediately thought of Uchiha Mei. Indeed. I will entrust its production to Uchiha Mei in the production department. It will soon be available for sale at the Uchiha Ninja store. I have invited Ryu Hoshino to join our production team, as this initiative is crucial for our clan's advancement in researching and manufacturing new medicines and ninja tools. Kagami nodded, affirming, I shall ensure the production facility is under strict protection. This medicine must not encounter any errors. Thank you. I will deliver the medicine now. And do remember to be diligent, for I shall indeed deduct your salary if you are not, Uchiha Leaf remarked before slipping away to find Uchiha Mei. Uchiha Kagami observed Leaf's retreating figure, sensing that he truly embodies the essential core of the Uchiha clan, as all aspects of the Uchiha were improving. Turning his gaze towards the Uchiha Madara Square, he noted the leisurely pace of the Uchiha clan as they explored the surroundings, uniting countless Uchiha families into a cohesive entity. With no factional divisions between hawks and conservatives, everyone engaged in discussions together. If a consensus could not be reached, they would consult the clan leader, whose influence had waned, alleviating the burden of distressing nightmares. Uchiha Leaf pondered over the food at the entrance. Ever since Uchiha Kagami had assisted him in removing the seal, meals continued to arrive consistently, albeit not as precisely timed as before. The clan leader had even employed his powers to conduct searches, and Uchiha Leaf had enlisted the help of Shana to investigate who had been purchasing baskets and preparing food at home. Regrettably, no clues could be found regarding the identity of the kaleidoscope user, remaining an enigma despite the absence of any seals on him. Leaf, could it be that someone harbors a secret affection for you? Uchiha Orange exclaimed excitedly, her face alight with enthusiasm. The notion of someone being interested in Leaf was simply too delightful, promising a spectacle worth witnessing. Behold the sharpness of that tongue. Uchiha Yeh has never shown mercy simply because one is a woman. Uchiha Huana, in her childhood, was once scolded to tears by Yi. Crouching down, she lifted the cloth to reveal a birthday cake, a theatrical expression upon her face. Ah, Yi, I see you are aware it is your birthday today. Have you yet discerned who holds affection for you? Yi retorted with a sarcastic remark. That ghost has feelings for me? Spare me the tales of unrequited love. I take them at face value. You cannot fathom the horror, receiving food daily. Barely had the words left her lips when a card suddenly appeared from the basket. Uchiha Yeh, wishing you a happy birthday. May you find joy every day and live forever. Her gratitude for such a wish was laced with irony. Living forever would render her a monster. Sha, assist me in identifying the handwriting. Yi pinched the card between her fingers, knowing this would reveal the sender's identity. Those who receive benefits from the Uchiha clan are required to sign, and the handwriting would lay bare the mysterious Uchiha. Upon Sha's examination, the handwriting vanished. A perplexing silence enveloped the group. Why would one wish to conceal the identity of the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, particularly when food was presented before them all? Even a birthday celebration could dampen the spirit. Uchiha Yeh returned home, cake in hand, thinking it a shame to waste food. Yi, I notice your kitchen has not seen fire in ages. Could it be that you are relishing the meals delivered daily by that enigmatic Uchiha? Nonsense. That is not the case. Yi firmly denied her actions. Upon entering the living room, she placed the cake on the coffee table, while several young ones lounged on the sofa. Though Uchiha Yeh had not publicly proclaimed her birthday, she was certain others remembered. Lady Uchiha Yeh, I'm aware it is your birthday, so I shall prepare a feast of beef. Uchiha Changbenyu declared, shouldering a whole cow with a hearty smile before disappearing into the kitchen. Yi exchanged amused glances with the others, thinking, see, I need not prepare food for myself. Guests arrive bearing provisions. Now a whole cow, regardless of how many guests arrived. Surely that would suffice. Come, let us play mahjong. Uchiha Jing and several elders entered, their expressions brimming with delight. Today is the birthday star. Let us set off more firecrackers. I shall deduct your wages, clan leader. Yi responded with a blank expression, irritated that the mention of firecrackers would be raised in her presence. Once, she had caused a ruckus with 3 consecutive firecrackers, but her enthusiasm for mahjong had waned since. Clearing his throat, Jing settled in, accompanied by Uchiha Fu and his daughter-in-law, Uchiha Yeh, who appeared to be showing signs of pregnancy, likely the future Uchiha Shisui. Presenting flowers and saplings, this pleased Uchiha Yeh, catering to her tastes. Uchiha Shun, Uchiha Sai, Uchiha Tang, Mei, Beima, Aimu, and Shanyao all arrived with gifts. Many of these presents were quite familiar, presumably purchased from the commercial street, where numerous shops had already opened. Uchiha Yeh's request was for something distinctly different from what Konoha offered, something unique to the Uchiha clan. Items such as plush dolls, scarves, and faux flowers and trees were rather delightful, conveying heartfelt sentiments. Lord Yi, Tianju, greetings. It has been quite some time, he said. Tianju nodded respectfully, a fervent admirer of Yi, naturally aware of his birthday. Uchiha Yeh extended his arms for an embrace, but quickly withdrew, feeling a twinge of discomfort as Tianju's hand rested on the nape of his neck. After all, Tianju had only awakened the second Tomo, so it was unlikely he posed a threat. Since you are here, why bring gifts? Yi inquired. It's nothing. I'll return after presenting my gift. Wishing you a happy birthday. May you always be joyful and live forever, Tianju replied with a bright smile, albeit somewhat bashful. Uchiha Sha's sharp gaze scrutinized Tianju as he approached with a card in hand. Please write down the blessings you just expressed. Understood, Tianju replied, albeit confused, yet complied. The handwriting does not match. Sha shook his head disapprovingly. Uchiha Yeh understood that Tianju was not the issue. Since you are here, do not leave yet. Let us dine together and enjoy some card games. Tianju scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Of course. Uchiha Chang Lulu arrived with her boyfriend as well. Happy birthday. Yi, I hope you don't mind if we join for a meal. If you mind, you shall not pass through this door, Yi retorted. Chang Lulu's smile faltered. She recalled Yi's earlier jest about her being a traitor within the Uchiha. Humph. Ah, how lively. Nana Mei also arrived with her boyfriend, who, much to Uchiha Yeh's surprise, was none other than Uchiha Taro. Taro rolled his eyes. The two had bonded over their mutual teasing of Uchiha Yeh, leading to their romantic relationship. Can you believe it? Hajia pointed incredulously at her sister, walking alongside Taro. Naname stuck out her tongue. Is it wrong to find love? Spring indeed proved to be a splendid season for romance. With everyone pairing off, both men and women, all equally talented and attractive, creating a delightful sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. Even those like me, Huizi, who were not ninjas, came to extend their birthday wishes to Uchiha Yeh. He found himself both amused and overwhelmed. It was the first time so many gathered to celebrate his birthday. How can my room accommodate over 200 people? It's too cramped for standing and squeezing. With the room overflowing, they moved to the courtyard, which hosted 20 tables even by noon. By evening, the scene escalated to 30 tables outside, a celebration unprecedented even for Uchiha Kagame's birthdays. A single cow would scarcely suffice to feed this crowd. As the night deepened, guests gradually departed, and Uchiha Yeh, thoroughly intoxicated, lay in bed, pondering who among the attendees might have been so concerned for him. Who is it? Who could it be? System, do you know who has marked me? Affirmative. I truly wonder why I dwell on such matters that unsettle me. Perhaps I should consult the wondrous system instead? Who? Uchiha Robo. Uchiha Yeh blinked in surprise, as the system mentioned a name that felt entirely foreign to him. No, it was not unfamiliar. It was as if a fragment of his memory had been erased. Unable to sleep, Uchiha Yeh swiftly dressed and made his way to the personnel department's archive. He meticulously combed through the records of the Uchiha clan. At last, he found it. With trembling hands, Uchiha Yeh retrieved a piece of paper, uncovering the details about Uchiha Roba, aged 19, standing at 179 centimeters, son of the late Uchiha Daro and the late Uchiha Shirihua, with no A-rank missions. 1 B-rank mission, 11 C-rank missions, and 2 D-rank missions. His Sharingan remained dormant. He was a reclusive individual, avoiding social interactions, with no friends to speak of. Orphaned at a young age, he had grown up in solitude, executing missions alone. Despite his formidable strength, he remained an outcast. In the 33rd year of Konoha, he had been assigned to the war in the land of grass and perished. A question mark slowly formed in Uchiha Yeh's mind. He had personally witnessed the bodies of fallen Uchihas turned to ash and placed in urns, yet Roba's name was conspicuously absent from the list of the deceased. There were only 8 names etched in his memory, and he could vividly recall them. Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Gu, Uchiha Muching. Counting with his fingers, he repeatedly cross-checked the list of the fallen. Strangely, he could only account for 7 remains. Why was there an additional name, Uchiha Roba, on the list? No. It couldn't be that way. The records were accurate. Roba must exist, but why had he forgotten him? Unless his Mangekyo Sharingan could alter memories, such a power must exist to modify recollections for me. Wouldn't you agree? Uchiha Yeh turned to the masked ninja who had been silently standing beside him, whom he had overlooked for so long. Your abilities have tampered with my memories, Uchiha Roba. The notion that his memories could be altered by anyone was absurd, nor could he be controlled by Jinjutsu. There was only one possibility. The Mangekyo had modified Uchiha Roba's memories. The masked ninja, clad in dark attire, had not only obscured his mouth and nose but also concealed his eyes beneath long hair, rendering his face indistinguishable. Roba, startled, took a step back. How had he been discovered? He was equally taken aback. Here, in this very moment, stood Uchiha Roba, and yet he had failed to recognize him. Even if Roba were to dance or sing right before him, it seemed his subconscious would ignore this figure entirely. What sorcery is this? Wait, do not flee. I must tell you, your actions have profoundly impacted my life. Uchiha Yeh stroked his chin, finally piecing together the fragments of his memory. Uchiha Roba lowered his head, unwilling to meet Yeh's gaze, yearning only to vanish from this world. How could you seal away such a vital memory, my dear? I remember you now. What you have done is wrong. The story traces back several months, even to a serendipitous encounter in his childhood, during the war in the Land of Grass. Uchiha Yeh received yet another mission to cut off the enemy's escape route. His companion, Uranshuan, had other obligations and was not included on the mission. Instead, he stumbled upon a name he recognized from the past, Uchiha Roba. Robo, with his mask obscuring his features, exuded an air of indifference. It was not that the Uchiha clan had isolated him. Rather, he had chosen to distance himself from them, perpetually lingering in the shadows, refraining from any form of communication, and never revealing his true self. Uchiha Leaf, in contrast, embodied a spirit of vexation, responding to Robo's neglect with irritation. A sentiment that persisted despite days passing without a single word exchanged between them. A solitary figure, Robo yearned to maintain a distance from Leaf. A sentiment rooted in a childhood incident. Now, As a low-ranking shinobi yet to awaken his eyes, his lingering resentment and disdain were almost comical. Leaf had assigned him a post to relay information, while he himself focused on laying traps for the grass ninjas. After 3 days, during which Leaf dispatched 3 Jonin, not a single message from Robo had been received. Upon tracing the secretive marks left behind, Leaf found Robo, bloodied and barely clinging to life, lying far from their initial meeting place amidst the underbrush. Having removed his mask, Robo's Three-Tomoe eyes gazed at Leaf with an expression rife with fear and loathing. "Oh, what a handsome fellow you are. Are you truly willing to depart this world so soon? How many would mourn your passing?" Leaf crouched beside him, a playful smile gracing his lips as he prodded Robo's heart, which bled profusely from a kunai's wound, the specter of death looming ever closer. "Call for your father. Perhaps he will save you." In a final act of desperation, Robo clutched Leaf's neck, his cold, unfeeling Tomo reflecting the essence of a heartless Uchiha as he uttered a single word, "Die." "Do you wish for your father to rescue you?" Leaf teased, slipping from Robo's grasp. The dying man dared to challenge him, despite the records indicating that he had yet to awaken his eyes. The sudden appearance of the 3-Tomoe piqued Leaf's curiosity. Had Robo awakened them without disclosing it, or had he merely gained them moments before? Robo remained silent. Devoid of any desire to survive, he would not plead for Leaf's aid. His existence in this world had but one purpose: to succumb to death. His birth was bereft of blessings, lacking in affection, and steeped in indifference. Only through death could he find solace. "I shall not jest with you any longer. Pray do not perish." As Robo's gaze grew increasingly unfocused, Leaf extracted the kunai and summoned his abilities, restoring Robo's body to its uninjured state. The exertion of using his ocular prowess was immense, and blood tears streamed down Leaf's face. Despite returning Robo's body to its original condition, his essence remained feeble, as though he had already resigned himself to the notion of death within his mind. Brain death, yet the body still lived. In a desperate bid, Leaf pried open Robo's eyes, forcefully invading his mental realm. Robo's inner world was nothing short of spectacular yet sorrowful. He was trapped in a reality of his own making. Born into a family of fiercely determined Uchiha, his parents were radical pacifists, and from the moment of his birth, a tragic fate was sealed. They had never caressed him with tenderness, nor held him in their arms. Their parental neglect was stark, and the instances of them embracing him were fewer than those of a stray cat holding him. He was not the cherished fruit of parental love. His mother was aware of her pregnancy, and both parents unanimously agreed to terminate it, the reason being that the aftermath of the First World War was still palpable, and peace had not yet been fully restored. To avoid hindering the glory of the Uchiha clan, they resolved not to keep Uchiha Robo, striving instead to maintain their prime condition for the sake of honor. However, the potion they consumed proved ineffective, and Uchiha Robo was ultimately born. The parents neglected the child, leaving him to often suffer from hunger before he even reached a month old. Uchiha Shika would only occasionally remember her child and provide him with scraps to eat. Most of the time, the child was left at home while the couple embarked on missions. It was a kind-hearted passerby who, hearing the child's cries, prepared some milk for Uchiha Robo. The circumstances of his birth remained undisclosed to the clan. Growing up in such an environment, Robo faced an arduous childhood. By the age of 2, Uchiha Shika fell ill, often lashing out at Robo in frustration, while Uchiha Dora joined in, blaming Robo for everything that went wrong. They lamented that had he not been born, Shika would not have fallen ill and could have continued to bask in glory. Why had the potion not worked? The nightmare came to an end when he turned 5, as his parents received compensation from the Uchiha clan and sent him to school. There, classmates ridiculed him for his lack of expression, mocking him for not crying or laughing, likening him to a monster. During that time, Robo would gaze into the mirror, attempting to conjure a smile, only to find it impossible, which led him to don a mask. Ironically, it was in the reflection that he discerned the shadows of his parents, a visage he loathed, prompting him to awaken his Sharingan at the age of 5. He yearned to keep his face hidden, attempting to avoid drawing attention to his emotions. As the years progressed, Robo's condition deteriorated, his reluctance to engage with others intensified, confining him to his own world. His daily existence revolved around contemplating his meals, while his ultimate goal became pondering the time of his demise, living solely for the sake of death. By this point, he had already awakened his second Tomo, yet he still concealed this from his family. He had grown fond of a life free from scrutiny. Being noticed felt like an unbearable burden. At the age of 13, Uchiha Hoka and Jonin discovered his secret hideout while playing hide-and-seek. You startled me. Why are you dressed like a ghost? Shoo, don't speak. This place is hidden. No one will find me here. Hoka pushed Robo into the depths of the tunnel, sealing it behind them. It was the first time an outsider had entered Uchiha Robo's sanctuary. Hoka turned to him, placing a hand on his mask. Let me see your face. You must be hiding something shameful. Can you speak? Are you mute? Are you a spy? Are you planning to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan? Uchiha Robo resisted Hoka's attempts to remove his mask, silently praying for the mischievous child to leave. Do you want to play hide-and-seek with me, big brother? Would you like to be my little brother? I already have several like you. Poor thing, why the long face? Is it because no one loves you? Are you starved for affection? Uchiha Yeh's incessant muttering struck a nerve within Uchiha Luabwa. No one loves me, he reflected, clenching his fists tightly. It's all right. You can consider me your little brother, and I shall love you in due time, he chuckled. After all, it is indeed pitiable to feel unloved. If you seek affection, come to me. I shall provide you with paternal love. Uchiha Yeh, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, swiftly pushed open the cave door and slipped away. The atmosphere had turned uneasy. It was best to take his leave. The phrase "no one loves me" stirred Uchiha Luabwa's emotions. I do not want love. I do not need love, nor do I require anyone's concern. No. Uchiha Luabwa, with his Three-Tomoe Sharingan, coldly fixed his gaze in the direction of Uchiha Yeh's departure, refraining from acting against a fellow clansman. The following day, in an attempt to atone for his thoughtless remarks, Uchiha Yeh delivered heart-shaped bento boxes to Luabwa's doorstep, leaving them there for 7 consecutive days. Luabwa never caught a glimpse of the sender, nor did he refuse Yeh's gestures of apology, for the compensation was insufficient for his sustenance. This marked the beginning of their childhood encounter, and the root of Luabwa's disdain for Yeh. Luabwa's mental realm was invaded, and he observed his parents within this domain, reproaching him for not perishing. If you had died, we would not have met our end. Ah, but I am already dead, he exclaimed in frustration. Die, you wretched hag and hideous creature. Shameless fiend. Uchiha Yeh, wielding a magical staff, trespassed into Luabwa's spiritual domain, vanquishing his parents. How dare you call yourself a parent when you failed to nurture? He spat. People like you should not live long. If you do, I shall personally end your lives. Luabwa's pupils quivered. Why are you here? He demanded, referring to his mental realm. Uchiha Yeh raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Of course. I cannot allow you to die. You must live well, Luabwa. That monstrosity has been defeated, so you need not fear anymore. Also, Uchiha Yeh scratched his nose, apologetically confessing. I'm sorry for saying you lacked love in childhood. It hurt your feelings. Come now, live on. In the future, we shall be the best of friends. You are so handsome. I will introduce my friends to you. They will surely adore your type. Seeing Luabwa remain unresponsive, Uchiha Yeh resorted to the most powerful jutsu in the ninja world, the art of persuasion. Do not let the shadows of your childhood cloud your heart now. You delight in crafting culinary creations. Your own delicious dishes bring you joy. If you perish, how will you continue to create food? I yearn to savor your creations. If I cannot eat, I shall die unsatisfied, Luabwa. Please, do not die. I cannot bear to witness another's demise before me. Feel my pain, and do not leave this world. Uchiha Yeh feigned tears, kneeling before him and grasping his hands. Luabwa, you are truly remarkable. You have grown strong, independent of others. A powerful Three-Tomoe ninja, beloved by your clan. Can you truly bear to depart from this world? Have you tasted all the culinary delights it offers? Let us seal away those past memories and live anew, shall we? Luabwa's lips quivered slightly. I do not deserve to live. You are a perfect match, an unparalleled presence in the universe. I can perceive the tenderness within Roboko. You have already achieved greatness and serve as my inspiration. I do not wish for Roboko to perish. I implore you, remain alive. Each individual possesses the capacity to love and be loved. Does Roboko understand love? You cherish culinary delights and take pride in your accomplishments, reveling in the beauty of life. You do not wish to die. Tell me, you desire to live. Speak quickly. You wish to continue your existence. We shall all love you. Hurry, hurry. Uchiha Yeh anxiously grasped his shoulders, insisting that he must not die. To perish before me would leave me filled with guilt. Physical wounds may heal, but emotional scars are far more challenging to mend. Let me tell you, if you were to die, I would hang your photograph at the entrance of the Uchiha clan and inform our kin that your parents should perish for mistreating you, extinguishing the hope of Uchiha Roboko's survival. I would loudly proclaim the tragic reality of your unrequited love. Alternatively, I might slander you. Knowing you cannot voice a word in your grave, would you rise from your coffin to refute my claims? I would accuse you of loving me to the point of despair, for I turned you down, having no interest in such affections, thus leading you to endure unbearable anguish and ultimately choose self-destruction. Or perhaps, I would inter your remains alongside your parents, mingling your ashes together. After all, you are all gone. What does it matter? I intend to bind you eternally with those you despise the most. Betrayed by love, I am condemned to a lifetime of solitude. Without retaliation or release, I pin endless circles, my heart filled with an unquenchable bond that is you. Without you, I transform into a stubborn fish. As Uchiha Yeh spoke, he suddenly burst into a passionate song. Indeed, I lack the protagonist's halo, words fail me. It is better to sing a farewell to you. Rest in peace, dear child. Our Uchiha clan has lost a handsome youth, a remarkable Genin. I detest those two erratic figures. I must ensure they are removed from our lineage and no longer included in the Uchiha family tree. Uchiha Yeh sighed, feeling helpless. At the very least, offer some response, brother. Exiting the mental realm, Uchiha Yeh embraced the warm body of Uchiha Roboko, gradually sensing the chilling stiffness. Alas, it is such a pity. He cannot be saved. This child is far too unfortunate. Laying his head upon my shoulder, I have little to offer you. Let me bestow upon you the embrace of a father. My 3 unworthy sons and my granddaughter have all shed tears in my arms. For my paternal love is truly monumental. As the body of Uchiha Roboko grew cold, he opened his eyes, resting his head on Uchiha Yeh's shoulder. His Three-Tomoe Sharingan fixated on the nape of Uchiha Yeh's neck, the tomos spinning incessantly, merging into an overlapping circular formation, leaving a kaleidoscopic mark upon his skin. Subsequently, he wielded the power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, compelling others to forget him, to disregard his existence, for that is the world he so desperately yearns for. How did you see me? Uchiha Yeh shrugged. It is your heart that wishes for me to see you, Roboko. Must you continue to wear the mask? Uchiha Roba, after much contemplation, finally removed his mask, revealing eyes obscured by his hair, with only an eerie crimson glow visible. How could the clan leader fail to notice you? In his presence, he should have been able to see you. A sigh of relief escaped Uchiha Roba as he seated himself at the table, feigning calmness. My Mangekyo Sharingan ability. What ability? Mori Jiten. By utilizing the power of my left eye, I can erase all memories of me from everyone, causing them to completely disregard my presence. My right eye's ability, the Mori Jiten mark, allows me to sense all actions and states of the marked individual. I can instantly appear by their side. Ah, I see. That explains why Uchiha Yeh ignored you that day. During the birthday celebration, you were present. Yet no one paid you any mind. What a terrifying ability. To be forgotten by the world. Forcibly forgotten, it's akin to death. To be forgotten is to have already died. Are you watching over me? Roba shook his head. I am protecting you. Isn't that akin to surveillance? I want to intrude on your privacy, like watching you bathe. Stop! Ye exclaimed, his face flushed, unwilling to hear more, feeling the shadows closing in. Then what else with you bringing me meals 3 times a day? You've led me to believe someone has a crush on me. A slight smile graced Uchiha Roba's lips, finding amusement in teasing Uchiha Yeh. His eyes, hidden by hair, sparkled with vitality. I have already died. I am in a state of death now, reborn. I find joy in this. Silently, Uchiha Yeh destroyed all records of Uchiha Roba, indifferent to any remnants elsewhere. No one would believe that a person who had never awakened their Sharingan could suddenly possess Mangekyo. For all this time, Uchiha Roba had been an unnoticed shadow within the Uchiha clan, and now he was even more invisible, ignored by all. Uchiha Yeh, I have discovered the joy of living. Uchiha Roba touched his own heart. This way of being alive brings me great happiness. I no longer need to force a smile in the mirror. I can laugh genuinely. I dare to converse with others, to venture out for groceries, to engage in many things I once feared. There is no lack of love. I love myself. I cherish this life, this rebirth. He emphasized once more. Uchiha Roba playfully tapped Uchiha Yeh's forehead with his finger. I will always protect you, Uchiha Yeh. He felt that continuing to live this way held greater significance. Earnestly expressing this to Uchiha Yeh, Uchiha Yeh felt the warmth of Roba's fingertip on his forehead. This was the warmth of the living. He smiled broadly. Then I entrust my protection to you, Roba. I suspect you are also watching over the Uchiha clan, correct? Uchiha Roba withdrew his hand, placing his finger to his lips in secrecy. The person who understood him most in this world was Uchiha Yeh, who had recognized his longing for affection since childhood. Therefore, the person he despised the most was Uchiha Yeh. Even as he grew older, his disdain for Yeh remained, for he would not allow him to die quietly and romantically, insisting on speaking countless words to provoke him. Yet, the person he cherished most in this world was also Uchiha Yeh. The words of Uchiha Leaf, along with his abilities, have granted him a renewed existence. The famous saying of the Uchiha clan is well known: a handful of earth when dead, only in life is there boundless potential. He pursued death, which rendered his existence no different from it. He did not wish to be buried alongside Uchiha Leaf and his parents. He was resolute in his desire to avoid such a fate. Thus, he yearned for death, while simultaneously rejecting the fate orchestrated by Uchiha. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan revealed a world he longed to embrace. Everyone ignores me, neglects me. I can do anything I wish. Laugh, frolic, cry. Stroll through the streets, and shop for groceries. I can explore culinary arts freely and better assist the children of the Uchiha clan, striving to live in a world filled with love. He frequently brought prepared meals to the family's children who lacked parental guidance, sharing food and nurturing their growth, ensuring they possessed what he had missed in his own childhood. As dreams faded, so too would memories of him, allowing for interactions devoid of burdens. Uchiha Leaf extended his pinky finger for a promise. Uchiha Rabo smiled slightly, reciprocating the gesture and forming a seal, joking that breach of promise would lead to a puppy. Ha ha ha, Rabo, come give me a hug. Rabo chuckled softly, embracing him once more, leaving a mark on the nape of Uchiha Leaf's neck. Leaf felt it, but smiled faintly, indicating all was well. Thank you, brother, for preparing my meals, rain or shine. From now on, I shall no longer call you son. You are my true brother. I will protect you. I know when you are hungry and how you feel. Uchiha Leaf grinned, grateful that he had lived honorably, without shameful deeds. In the future, do not leave them outside. Place them on my dining table. This is my response to the way you apologized during our childhood. Uchiha Rabo chuckled, recalling how Leaf had delivered delicious meals for 7 consecutive days, effectively alleviating his hunger. Your ability is quite useful, but... Uchiha Rabo pinched Leaf's mouth and nodded. I promise you, I will not engage in wrongdoing. My life guarantees it. That is good to hear. Misusing this ability would be outrageous. It could render the Uchiha clans unopposable, for no one could defy Uchiha Rabo's desires. Such power resembled the extraordinary golden fingers of protagonists in certain novels. Rabo patted Uchiha Leaf's cheek reassuringly. I love only myself. I trust you, Leaf replied. Rabo gazed out the window, observing the Uchiha Madara Plaza and the lifelike statue of Uchiha Madara from the Human Resources building. Rabo's lips moved slightly, as if reminiscing about that fateful night. By the way, Leaf, do you think Uchiha Madara still lives? Rabo, what do you know? Uchiha Leaf became wary. Since their last encounter with Kaguya, much time had passed, and the affairs of the Uchiha clan were bound to reach Madara's ears. Rabo did not deny it. That night, while you hid within the confines of your eye space in the finance building, I awaited you atop the building to share a meal. Hark, do not speak so passionately, lest I feel a pang of guilt. I beheld Uchiha Madara alongside a peculiar creature of black and white, standing before his own statue, contemplating the inscription as he held a flame fan and a scythe, remaining there for over 2 hours. Uchiha Robo earnestly queried, do you believe it? Of course I do. Let us fetch the Uchiha clan's heirloom. Uchiha Yeh leapt from the window, making his way towards Madara's statue, with Robo closely trailing behind. It seemed you bore no doubt regarding my words. You were already aware that Uchiha Madara still drew breath. You did not refute this. After all, Robo could monitor his every action and sentiment, rendering any concealment futile. Uchiha Yeh willingly subjected himself to Robo's scrutiny, accepting the mark of his observation, for this would compel him to reflect on his conduct. Should he ever contemplate straying into wrongdoing, at least there would be someone to promptly avert his missteps. For no one is without flaws. I too possess my shortcomings and comprehend what is proper and what is not. Robo rested his chin upon his hand and inquired, isn't Uchiha Madara deceased? Why does he now persist in existence? Robo harbored little concern for Madara himself. His primary apprehension lay in whether Madara might pose a future threat to the Uchiha clan, which would, in turn, endanger Uchiha Yeh, the legendary ninja, A daunting prospect indeed. That remains unclear. For the time being, he should not pose any danger to the Uchiha, Yeh replied, drawing forth the Uchiha flame fan from the statue using his chakra, leaving the scythe behind, as it was of no use to him. The flame fan felt distinct in his grasp, though it could not compare to his prized staff. Here, take this to play with. Yeh tossed the fan into Robo's hands. If you desire the scythe, feel free to take it as well. You lack a weapon. Utilize it as you wish, but return the fan to me later. It is a cherished heirloom of the Uchiha clan. Very well, Robo responded. As if he had acquired a new toy, the fabled flame fan of the Uchiha clan was indeed entertaining. Brother, I shall retire for the night. All right, do rest early. There is no need to prepare breakfast for me tomorrow. No worries, I can make breakfast and then retire. Truly unnecessary. It is my intention to do so. Very well. If it brings you joy, brother. Are you in need of money? I shall retrieve some from the box beneath your bed. That suffices. Take as much as you require without hesitation. Uchiha Yeh had not truly counted his wealth. Despite prior scrutiny, the exact amount eluded him. He thought to himself, take what you need. I shall replenish it later. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Yeh, you are but a foreign mongrel. I shan't play with you. Uchiha Yeh dispensed a child's pure malice, an innate cruelty that foretold the rise of a radical faction in the future. Uchiha Yeh cautiously endured the derision of his kin. His heart ached profoundly. Mother, I do not wish to attend school. Now, the entire education department shall emerge to face judgment. 3 months' wages shall be deducted. Uchiha Yeh's voice echoed loudly, reaching the distant halls of the education department, causing all elders and teachers within the building to tremble as they made their way to the nursery. Uchiha Yeh gently lifted Uchiha Yeh into his arms. His ire directed not at Uchiha Ao nor his family, but solely at the elders. Lord Yeh, I hold you in such high admiration. Upon his arrival at the nursery, the eyes of countless children sparkled with fervent adoration. Uchiha Yeh, with a tender smile, caressed each Uchiha child who approached him, including the recently hostile Uchiha Ao. It is wrong to speak that way, do you not understand? Uchiha Ao shook his head. However, his father is not of the Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha, are a divine lineage, and if the blood of the divine is tainted, is he not but a mere hybrid? That is not accurate. Setting aside the Uchiha lineage, even if he were not an Uchiha, it is inappropriate to disparage Uchiha Yeh. First and foremost, he is a person. Only secondarily is he an Uchiha. His mother is an Uchiha, and he shares the same blood as us. If we trace our ancestry back, we all descend from a common progenitor. We cannot blame him for his father's absence. His father has passed, leaving him bereft of paternal affection. We, the Uchiha, are a clan that embodies love. Bullying the weak is not in our nature. Look, Uchiha Yeh gently stroked the face of the slender child. Jie's mother is remarkably strong. She undertakes missions to provide the best living conditions for him. At merely 2 years old, Jie feels deep compassion for his mother. He is well-behaved and understanding. A good child. What you are doing is bullying, and that is wrong. Uchiha Yeh is not weak. He will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. Love for the Uchiha, right? Uchiha Yeh softly inquired. Jie cautiously gazed at Uchiha Yeh and nodded, still bewildered. Yes, I wish to become a ninja like Lord Yeh. Then, Uchiha Ao, you too are an obedient Uchiha, correct? Will you care for the children of the Uchiha clan? Will you one day be a hero who protects the Uchiha? Uchiha Ao scoffed, lifting his head to shout, of course I will. I aspire to become Hokage and strengthen the Uchiha clan. Very well. To become Hokage, one must first learn to care for others. You must learn to care for your kin. Otherwise, how will you care for those outside your clan? No need. The Uchiha am powerful enough. Why should I concern myself with outsiders? Those who do not heed my commands shall be eliminated. Uchiha Ao's words were far from those of a mere 3-year-old. His speech was articulate, his thoughts clear, embodying pure malice. One might ponder the nature of the beast that raised such a child. Uchiha Yeh's smile dimmed slightly as he tenderly ruffled the hair of the adoring Uchiha children. Fear not, I shall not heed Ao. In the future, we shall be good friends. We are a clan of love, cherishing every member of the Uchiha. A little girl grasped Uchiha Yeh's hand protectively, yet yearned to impress Uchiha Yeh, desiring his praise. How clever! Whose child are you? What is your name? I am Uchiha Chunlan. My mother is Uchiha Mihiko. I even have clothes worn by Lord Yeh at home, which I cherish. I shall wear them when I grow up. Indeed, Uchiha Chunlan possesses a remarkable sense of awareness. I firmly believe that you will care for every member of our clan in the future, your heart brimming with love. Love is the greatest weapon of the Uchiha clan, capable of igniting boundless possibilities. Will you be as formidable as Lord Yi? Of course. How wonderful. Uchiha Chunlan laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling with joy. From now on, you shall be my dear friend. You are my friend too. Chia. Me too. Please be my friend. I will cherish you. Chia could not help but smile brightly, nodding eagerly. He was uncertain of what had transpired, but he knew that Ye's words had granted him many friends, filling him with happiness. Yet, he felt conflicted, for he was an outsider. Uchiha Ao's heart wavered. Why did these children not heed his words? They got along well with him, but also listened to Uchiha Yeh. Uchiha Yeh remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as he gently set Uchiha Chia down and affectionately ruffled his soft hair. He then turned his gaze towards the group with his kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Uchiha Education Department, from Minister Uchiha Jing to the captains and team leaders, all faced a 3-month salary deduction and were required to write a self-reflection letter to be posted on the Uchiha Service Center's notice board. Today, they were to kneel at the Ancestral Hall and explain how they had educated the children. Is this the future of our Uchiha clan? I can only see a bleak horizon, devoid of prospects. Uchiha Yeh rarely exhibited such anger. He had previously advised Uchiha Jing to pay attention to the child in question. Yet what had he done? Let us go, everyone kneel. Yes. Uchiha Jing furrowed his brow as over 60 members of the Uchiha Education Department were summoned to the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, including nursery groups and classes. With a 3-day holiday announced, Uchiha Yeh was seething with anger, disregarding any notions of seniority. They arrived at the side hall of the Uchiha clan's assembly. Yeh, are you truly making us kneel? Why should we not? Is this how you educate? Anyone who disagrees will meet a swift end against the wall. I will not intervene nor revive anyone. Investigate that child's parents. If they cannot raise their child properly, they should cease their attempts and be expelled from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yeh took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Education is of paramount importance, determining the future of the Uchiha clan. I deliberately appointed you former elders to such significant positions, yet you have proven to be inept and ineffective, especially as clan leaders. You have betrayed the Uchiha clan. If you cannot educate the next generation, step down. Coughing several times, Uchiha Sei had only just regained his health. He knelt, not for any other reason, but to support Uchiha Yeh. The most problematic factions had been assigned to this department, with differing opinions and educational methods, failing to adopt Uchiha Yeh's approach. Kneel then. Uchiha Jing led the way, kneeling at the front row, gazing at the newly renovated Ancestral Hall, where the names of those who had made significant contributions to the Uchiha clan were inscribed on the walls. In the future, those Uchihas who also make great contributions will be honored in the same manner. Kneeling in this Ancestral Hall is a sign of respect to our ancestors. There is no shame in it. Uchiha Tangming shook his head. Kneeling was indeed the right course of action. After all, the most problematic individuals congregated within the Uchiha Education Department, while other departments encountered no such issues. Uchiha Yeh also knelt behind, not for any other reason than to supervise this group, setting an example. They were all ninjas, even if they were old. Enduring a few days of kneeling for self-reflection was no burden. Should I show you the self-criticism letter? No, it should be presented to the clan members, publicly displayed. You must engage in self-examination and articulate your educational methods. The eyes of the clan are discerning. They can easily perceive whether you possess the ability to educate children. What purpose would it serve to show it to me? I am not the clan leader. If these were the children of the Sarutobi clan, the leader would surely treat them like revered deities, even ensuring their cleanliness in the restroom. Is this the manner in which he envisions the Uchiha integrating into Konoha? Is this the future he desires for the clan? Does he intend to obliterate the Uchiha's educational legacy, rendering the entire clan as malevolent beings? Is he orchestrating a genocide against the Uchiha? How unexpectedly malicious his heart is. Enough of such morbid topics. Let us refrain from discussing matters that elicit laughter in the face of such seriousness. Uchiha Jing nearly spat blood. I no longer bear the Sarutobi surname. Yet I am subjected to the prospect of the Uchiha's annihilation, a genocide. Is that so? Oh, ancestors, behold. Uchiha Jing, now 56 years of age, the current clan leader, treats the Uchiha with such disregard and irresponsibility. What face will he have to confront his ancestors after death? What countenance will he present in the Uchiha shrine? If the Uchiha were to face extinction in the future, it would be orchestrated by Uchiha Jing himself. He is a disciple of the second Hokage, yet harbors such disdain for the Uchiha. He has ceased to be Uchiha Jing. His vision is filled solely with Konoha. Which ancestor shall manifest their presence to witness him? May they swiftly escort his soul away. One can only say that Uchiha Yeh's stratagem is exceedingly cunning. The newly renovated shrine stands solemn and imposing. The names of ancestors inscribed upon plaques, ensuring that there are forebears they recognize. Kneeling before the ancestors, they receive admonitions. This is an unprecedented occurrence, terrifying and dreadful. It feels as though the deceased Uchiha clan members are scrutinizing your every action, repeatedly questioning whether you have wronged the Uchiha or failed to care for the clan. The initial exchanges of words devolved into a silence, as everyone gazed at the spirit tablets. Uchiha Jing looked upon the spirit tablets of his parents and grandparents. Tears streaming down his face, an inexplicable emotion surging from within. During this time, he had been preoccupied with Konoha, neglecting the educational concerns articulated by Uchiha Yeh. Now, with the onset of the Second Great Ninja War, how could he disregard Konoha? Uchiha Jing's tears flowed freely. Uchiha Sai could not help but wonder how the Uchiha clan could ever face extinction. A glorious family that had thrived for millennia, now rendered extinct in the next generation. The sound of weeping was profoundly infectious. The shrine's doors remained tightly shut. Those waiting outside could only hear the initial disputes and Uchiha Yeh's scathing critiques of the clan leader, gradually giving way to cries, then silence. What transpired within remained a mystery. Not a single drop of water nor a grain of rice had been consumed. Outside, those waiting were in a state of despair, too fearful to enter. He had knelt there for a full 3 days. Uchiha Yeh's complexion was pale, his legs bruised from kneeling. He limped as he pushed open the door. Uchiha Ai Mu stood at the entrance, heavy dark circles under his eyes. Yi Xinghai was concerned for Yi and his grandfather. Help the esteemed elders and teachers to their feet. Classes will resume as usual tomorrow. Within 3 days. The reflection paper must be completed and posted on the Uchiha Service Center bulletin board. Uchiha Yeh waved at Hwana, requesting her to carry him. Hwana stood before Uchiha Yeh. As he collapsed against her, "Oh dear, I truly cannot endure this. To be punished to kneel alongside this disgraceful group of the Uchiha clan. What are you doing? I thought it was just a brief kneel. You brought dozens of people to kneel for 3 days." Hwana gently clasped Uchiha Yeh's legs, carrying him tenderly towards his home. "We searched for someone in Konoha, but didn't he dare to enter, fearing we'd be summoned to kneel as well. Let them search. It's of no concern to me. I am only responsible for the finances, and your sister is helping me. I am so tired, Hwana. I wish to return and sleep. Why endure such suffering? Can't you take better care of yourself? Must we worry about you? You said to be less angry. For anger shortens life. With your temper, who can restrain you? Uchiha Yeh? Stop being so stubborn, do you hear? All right, I understand, Hwana. Stop lecturing me. You sound like an old grandmother. It's quite bothersome. ISNT that learned from you? If I say a few words, you react like this. If you weren't a friend I grew up with, I'd genuinely think you were unwell. Your stubbornness is rarely directed at us. So don't always take it out on your family. Every word strikes the clan leader's heart. You must show respect. These elders are of advanced age. If something happens while kneeling, how will you handle it? No rebuke, no turning back. The clan leader has issues in his mind. Don't speak of the clan leader. You too have issues in your mind. You refuse to take on the role of clan leader, yet constantly criticize him. Why not take the position yourself? I was wrong. I apologize to you all. I have already reflected before our ancestors. Hwana carried Uchiha Yeh, grumbling all the way, having knelt into such a pitiful state. The cleverness she usually possessed was nowhere to be seen. She could not bear to see Uchiha Yeh suffer, her heart filled with indignation. Those people were truly useless. Not one of them could ease Uchiha Yeh's worries. The Second Great Ninja War was a lingering consequence of the first, during which nations had signed peace treaties, suffering immense and incalculable losses. It took 20 years to recuperate and restore. No nation had the prosperity of Konoha today. Konoha not only cultivated numerous ninjas, but also had many ninja clans, with the Uchiha and Senju clans being the most renowned. Now, the three great nations were engaged in fierce conflict in the Rain Ninja Village, battling relentlessly. The competition between nations was unending, and the situation was urgent. Konoha had dispatched personnel long ago. The Uchiha clan had always firmly negotiated finances before heading to battle. There was no room for discussion. It was absolutely unacceptable to engage in combat first and receive payment later. On the morning of the second day after a brief respite, Uchiha Kagami convened a meeting. Yeh. This is not the time for deliberation. Immediate reinforcement is imperative. Uchiha Yeh completely disregarded the clan leader's words, throwing a tantrum. Uchiha Aimu awkwardly interjected, clarifying that the higher-ups of Konoha insisted that the Uchiha clan must arrange 500 shinobi to be dispatched to the battlefield at once, asserting that this was for the sake of Konoha, without mentioning monetary concerns. A daydream, indeed. The Uchiha clan providing manpower and resources for Konoha's war? Absurd. What nonsense was this? How shall we arrange our personnel? Setting aside the arrangements for now, a rule must be established. Any member of the Uchiha clan under the age of 16 wishing to participate in the battle must have approval from their parents, teachers, the Human Resources Department, the Administrative Department, the Finance Department, and finally, the clan leader. All departments must provide their signatures, and only upon completion of all formalities may they take part in the conflict. Lacking approval from even one department renders participation impossible. If parents are absent, then a distant relative must provide their signature. For couples with children under 5 years old, including those expecting, only one parent may participate, and they must also receive approval from their partner, relatives, the Human Resources Department, the Administrative Department, the Finance Department, and the clan leader before being allowed to engage in battle. Single parents with children are not permitted to participate. All departments remained silent. This decision was rather radical, yet they could not articulate what was unreasonable about it. Despite the under 16 rule, children as young as 10 had been seen participating in the war. The Uchiha clan's regulations were astonishingly stringent. Uchiha Yeh himself was not yet 16, and 3 department heads were also underage. Was this not an issue that required their agreement? I hereby unilaterally declare this. No discussions are needed. Anyone who refutes this is a traitor, harboring resentment towards the Uchiha clan and preparing for our extermination, sparing not even the children. Uchiha Chunyu took out a notebook filled with names of numerous Uchiha shinobi who did not meet the requirements and began striking them off. He concurred with Uchiha Yeh's approach. As long as there were children, there remained hope, ensuring the Uchiha clan's continuity. Uchiha Yeh, still under 16, recognized that if war claimed lives, the Uchiha clan would be plunged into darkness. He tapped his pen against the table, stating that this war was of grave importance. The clan leader should be aware that in the first war, the Uchiha clan boasted 8,000 to 9,000 members, yet now only a little over 1,000 remained. Should the second war have that number, what would be left? Is this not akin to the annihilation of our clan? If a third war were to arise, could the Uchiha survive in the shinobi world? Uchiha Q covered his face in anguish, having lived through the first war. He understood all too well the devastation it wrought upon the Uchiha clan. Without compulsory arrangements, participation would rely solely on volunteers, and those who did not meet the criteria would be prohibited from joining unless approved by all relevant departments. Even the so-called civilian members of the Uchiha clan possessed some ninjutsu skills, albeit unregistered and lacking sufficient talent. Should war erupt, these individuals would inevitably be sent to the battlefield, serving as either support or cannon fodder, unable to escape the fate of combat. Uchiha Yeh would absolutely not allow the Uchiha clan to fall below the critical threshold of 1,000 members. This was utterly unacceptable. Crossing that line would deal a devastating blow to the Uchiha clan, making survival and procreation exceedingly difficult. Leaf, how about this? I will take my leave. Would you be willing to assume the position of clan leader? That is not permissible. The clan leader must receive the consent and signatures of all departments to engage in battle. A single dissenting voice renders it impossible. Should you defy this decree, it would equate to treachery against the Uchiha clan, and your entire family would be branded as traitors. I shall incinerate the spirit tablets of your kin, and you would be stripped of the Uchiha name. Uchiha Kagami, in torment, clutched his hair. The unrelenting pressure from the Uchiha clan and Konoha forced Uchiha Leaf to confront an agonizing choice time and again. Leaf, shall we proceed? Uchiha Sha, his hair tightly bound, echoed the sentiment. He too was not yet 16. If they sought his grandmother's approval, she would undoubtedly refuse. I refuse to go, Uchiha Leaf declared adamantly, asserting that he would not step onto the battlefield until he reached the age of 16. He believed in setting an example. He could not allow his underage self to face such bloodshed and brutality. After months of warfare, Uchiha Leaf teetered on the brink of collapse. feeling as if he were descending into madness, his mental state deteriorating. Leaf, as per your request, we have registered over 600 individuals deemed fit for the battlefield. Haru handed over the roster. Uchiha Leaf glanced at it and shook his head. It was still too many. Without his presence, he could not permit so many shinobi to engage in combat. The Uchiha clan could not withstand such losses. Not approved, Leaf. We will undoubtedly fight for Konoha. Monetary matters can be negotiated, but we must send our people. Uchiha Yeh, a true conservative who cherished Konoha, even favored the current protective stance of the Uchiha clan. What will outsiders think of us, Uchiha, avoiding battle and abandoning Konoha? Outsiders. Which outsiders? The Hokage, of course. From now on, you shall be known as Sarutobi Yeh. Kneeling at his doorstep to offer him your worn shoes while the clan leader dutifully cleans up after him. You two are a perfect match, destined to be together. How infuriating. Ai turned in irritation, weary of hearing the same words repeated. Isn't it enough that they are directed at the clan leader? Must I also bear the brunt of it? You were chosen for diplomacy, yet you seek to benefit others. Is this not tantamount to the annihilation of our clan? Ai waved his hand dismissively. Fine, you may consider it my plan for clan destruction. The Department of Foreign Affairs, I need not serve. Diplomatic relations with Konoha are nothing short of a farcical endeavor. We reside within Konoha yet engage in diplomacy with its upper echelons. Do you have any idea of the mockery circulating outside? The Uchiha clan, neither accepted nor respected. Do you truly care what outsiders think? If so, then cease to be known as Uchiha Yeh. Go ahead and adopt any surname you desire. You might as well kneel at the gates of Konoha, pleading with everyone not to harbor disdain for the Uchiha clan, proclaiming yourself as Konoha's most loyal hound. We, the Uchiha, will vouch for you, begging the Hokage to allow you the honor of presenting him with your worn shoes, enduring the scent of age that lingers about him. You. Ai's fury reached a boiling point, nearly exploding. How could anyone possess such a sharp tongue? For every retort he offered, 10 more were flung back at him, diminishing his regard for Leaf with each exchange. Uchiha Leaf turned to Uchiha Hachi, stating, the security department is to seal off the Uchiha clan, recalling all clan members, including those from the Konoha Guard. An internal coup is underway. I, Uchiha Leaf, will lead the protective faction against the dovish faction led by the current clan leader, Uchiha Kagami, and the hawkish faction led by Uchiha Shana. We shall instigate a power struggle, forbidding clan members from leaving the clan gates until the coup is resolved. Uchiha Hachi's lips twitched. A coup? The coup has transpired. The administrative department has informed our clansmen that trivial tasks may be set aside, while essential duties must persist. Tianming from the construction department, you are to continue with your arrangements, and the cafeteria shall remain operational. Change Yuan from the grain department guarantees a sufficient supply of provisions to support the Uchiha clan's coup. Uchiha Sasuke speaks of the coup nonchalantly, devoid of any agitation. Bama, eager to avoid lingering in the office, swiftly seeks to summon the clansmen for evacuation. Should a coup truly unfold, the Uchiha clan would find itself in dire straits. Wait. Upon reaching midway, a sense of unease arises. The clan leader has repeatedly stated that he would relinquish the position to Uchiha Sasuke. Why then? Is there a need for a coup? Sai, how long will this coup last? Uchiha Teru lazily inquires, seemingly unfazed and unperturbed, as if the Uchiha clan's internal strife was merely a clever ruse. I estimate this coup will endure for over 2 years, Uchiha Sasuke asserts with grave conviction. Very well. 2 years it is, with ample provisions secured. The Uchiha faction consents to the coup. Change Yuan feels a sense of relief. The equipment is sufficient, and the Uchiha faction is in agreement. Uchiha Mei lends her support, affirming various aspects of backing. 2 years should suffice to construct the Uchiha People's Park and all necessary facilities. The Uchiha faction consents to the coup. Uchiha Tianming is in concurrence. With minimal tasks, we can delegate to Konoha. The dovish faction agrees to the coup. Uchiha Hoten expresses a hint of excitement, as this marks his first experience with a coup. There are no assignments for the Uchiha Anbu. Thus, let us enjoy ourselves together. The hawkish faction agrees to the coup. Uchiha Shana finds this exceedingly interesting. Uchiha Sasuke's notions are indeed audacious. The medical department is fully prepared, and the Uchiha faction consents to the coup. Shinghai, of course, offers unconditional support. The commerce department has ample goods. The Uchiha faction consents to the coup. Sha exhibits a similar stance. The personnel department has clear documentation. The Uchiha faction consents to the coup. Uchiha Haruin lowers his head, hesitant to meet the clan leader's gaze. Indeed, he has aligned himself with the Uchiha faction. No longer a conservative. Ha ha ha. There are too few hawks. They stand no chance. Uchiha Sasuke chuckles, declaring, "They are all my people. How can you possibly win?" Uchiha Kagami furrows his brow, questioning what scheme Sasuke intends to pursue. You desire the position of clan leader. Why provoke a struggle among the three factions? I intend to seize the leadership through chaos. How about that? Uchiha Sasuke retorts. Do you truly wish to engage me in battle? Out of respect for your youth, I have been lenient. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan meets Kagami's. Suddenly, Uchiha Kagami notices someone standing behind Sasuke, also possessing a Sharingan, marked by the triple Tomo pattern. Faced with these divine eyes, Uchiha Kagami recognizes his own lack of odds. Let us not quarrel here. Instead, let us fight elsewhere, Uchiha Tianming suggests, producing a blueprint. Once you have concluded your battle, this land will be transformed into a park, saving us considerable effort. It is evident that you are quite dedicated. Very well, clan leader. What do you think? Uchiha Sasuke nods, recognizing the dual benefits of the proposal. Who is he? Uchiha Kagami inquires, referring to the figure behind Sasuke. Someone whom all others seem to overlook. Do not concern yourself with it, my brother. Assume the role of a hawk, for otherwise, the hawk lacks the dual kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The three factions coup d'etat, three pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, is quite reasonable. Uchiha Leaf raised an eyebrow and smiled. All right, Uchiha Roba, let us engage in a spar. What better way to resolve this than through combat? Here, take this, Uchiha Leaf whispered into Uchiha Mirror's ear. It was sent by Uchiha Madara a few days ago. Uchiha Mirror trembled slightly. Madara? Sent by him? How can this be understood when pieced together? Grasping the flaming fan, he chased after Uchiha Leaf. Did I not just see a new pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Uchiha Shinghai glanced uncertainly at Sha. Sha, resting his head on one hand, was sketching those very eyes. Oh. Yes, the concealed kaleidoscope of the hawk. This new kaleidoscope is somewhat daunting. The Uchiha clan possesses three pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Sha remained unhurried, for Leaf had mentioned that he too would attain a kaleidoscope with diligent training. In that instant, how was I unaware that the hawk possessed a kaleidoscope? If the hawk had one, I would have already aligned with them for a coup against Konoha. Why now is there an internal struggle among the three factions? Boom. The three Uchiha factions soared into the sky. A fiery Uchiha Mirror, a golden Uchiha Roba, and a fair-skinned Uchiha Leaf. This is not good. The Uchiha's three-faction coup is upon us. Seal off the Uchiha territory. Called out the 8 horses. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. The 8 horses chuckled ungraciously. This is quite amusing. Hurry back. Everyone. There is a coup. The Konoha guard, all Uchiha, retreated in haste. Fugaku, befuddled, led his people back to the clan. Many from the Uchiha clan were bewildered. Didn't we have a meeting this morning? How did it escalate to a three-faction coup so swiftly? The upper echelons of Konoha wore expressions of intrigue. The Uchiha clan, with 3 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, represented the conservative faction of Uchiha Mirror, the protective faction of Uchiha Leaf, and another faction shrouded in mystery, the Hawk faction, thus forming the three-faction coup within the Uchiha clan, coinciding perfectly with Konoha's external conflict. Had it been at another time, the Konoha High Command would have found amusement in the Uchiha clan's internal strife, weakening their strength, eliminating the need for covert plotting. However, at this critical juncture, when Konoha required the Uchiha, they were embroiled in self-destruction, with one faction remaining oblivious to the kaleidoscope. One could only internally wish for the eradication of all 3 pairs of eyes. The Uchiha clan entered a state of heightened alert, refusing to communicate with anyone. A major event of familial upheaval unfolded, disallowing any external interference. All factions of the Uchiha clan were similarly closed off, as any faction could emerge victorious, determining the future trajectory of the Uchiha. The earth trembled under the influence of earth release, earthquake. The mountains shook, wild beasts fled in panic, rivers were obstructed, and plunged into the depths, with their waters ferociously redirected, forming a grand lake. A single move from Uchiha Leaf could alter the very landscape. The murky lake awaited sedimentation, destined to become clearer and more beautiful. Uchiha Roba manipulated the arm of Susanoo, grasping a massive steel beam for projection. With a thunderous crash, the steel column was driven firmly into the earth, awaiting the celestial decree for them to erect a roof, thus transforming it into a lakeside pavilion. Uchiha Kagami wielded Susanoo, using its immense strength to flatten the uneven ground, preparing the center lake of the park for leisurely strolls and serene outings. The earth was meticulously smooth for paving. The earth release, hardening technique was among Uchiha Yeh's extensive repertoire of infrastructure ninjutsu, which served to solidify the ground and prevent any earth-manipulating ninja from escaping. Currently, this technique was aptly employed to fortify the terrain. The trio labored throughout the morning, their efforts resonating with continuous activity. The core member, responsible for maintaining the protective barrier, could not mask the thunderous sounds that echoed as the overwhelming chakra surged forth as if engaged in battle. Uchiha Yeh released Susanoo with a deep, pained breath, each cell in his body screaming in agony. Uchiha Kagami remarked that only the fabled eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could absolve one from such side effects. Orobo pinched his own flesh, feeling a similar intensity of pain. Kagami paused, noticing the presence of an unfamiliar individual. Oh, it was the third Uchiha with a Mangekyo. His identity was elusive, his appearance slipping from memory. Such a terrifying pair of eyes. Let us take a break for a meal, he suggested. The clan members have returned home, and even those Uchiha in the Umbu have been summoned back. We can resume our efforts post-repast. Uchiha Nagatsuki approached, a basket on his back. Having prepared a delightful feast, aware that the so-called internal strife among the three factions was merely the Uchiha clan's way of avoiding conflict. The essence of their skirmishes was, in truth, to facilitate infrastructure development. Very well, Yeh stretched, ready to eat, take a nap, and then continue their endeavors. Kagami shook his head, admonishing Yeh. Must you act so recklessly? We are amidst significant matters in Konoha. We cannot afford such commotion. Unfazed, Uchiha Yeh replied that as long as he was in the midst of this coup, Kagami would have no choice but to stand by him in their conflicts until the coup concluded. Let us rest for a moment. Then we shall shift the battlefield to Konoha this afternoon. Yeh handed a chicken leg to Orobo. Orobo had no objections. After all, others would overlook him. But he merely wished to be seen and remembered by Uchiha Yeh. As Yeh offered the chicken head to Kagami, he knelt on the ground to partake in the meal. For a man is but iron, and food is steel. Without nourishment, where lies the strength for mischief? How shall we proceed? Kagami inquired. The higher-ups of Konoha have sent several Umbu from our clan to persuade us to cease hostilities, warning that Konoha would intervene should we continue our disputes. Nagatsuki produced a small stove, igniting a flame to brew tea for the group. Yeh savored his meal deliberately, a smile creeping upon his lips. In this current Konoha, should they wish to contend with our Uchiha clan's 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be a formidable challenge without the likes of Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobarama resurrected. Do they truly believe the Uchiha clan is extinguished? If we were to recklessly join the Second Great Ninja War, it would only signify the decline of our clan. Yeh is neither a deity nor Uchiha Madara. He cannot tend to the multitude of Uchiha. Thus, he resorts to this coup to buy time. Konoha need not intervene. When we engage in battle, clan leader, do you see those trees? When we fight, exert some force to uproot them entirely. Brother, utilize the wind release, tornado technique to sweep the trees of this forest into the Uchiha clan. These are splendid trees. Kagami has lost his appetite, gazing at the map held by Uchiha Sasuke, feeling quite displeased. The forest he points to is a place he played in during his childhood, where he often gathered with Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was here that the second Hokage imparted teachings to them during their formative years. Thus, the grove has been remarkably preserved. These trees are the oldest remnants of the first Hokage's wood release, and it is forbidden to use them for construction. As I strike, I seek assistance from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As lunchtime gradually passes, after sipping tea, Sasuke casually reclines on the ground. Uchiha Kagami could easily eliminate the unsuspecting Uchiha Sasuke, provided that the Uchiha he cannot see or remember does not intervene. Even if that Uchiha were nearby, he would overlook his presence. It is a terrifying ability to diminish one's existence, rendering the forgotten person's face eternally unrecognizable. Is such conduct beneficial or detrimental? Can Konoha truly engage in a battle against the 3 nations? First, the land of grass, then the land of waterfall, and now the rain village. The war is escalating. Shimura Danzo has joined the conflict, repeatedly inviting Uchiha Kagami to participate, yet Kagami refuses due to Sasuke's interference. demanding 500 million for a single mission and a death compensation of 1 billion, instilling such fear in Konoha that they dare not speak. Kagami is acutely aware that he is unworthy, even ill-suited to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. It is far more appropriate to entrust the leadership to the younger generation, led by Uchiha Sasuke, dedicated to serving the Uchiha. Yet, Sasuke is unwilling and continues to stir trouble. The words of the clan leader are not to be disobeyed, and he feels that it is still insufficient, insisting on causing a ruckus. After 2 hours of slumber, Sasuke rubs his eyes and rises. Under the watchful protection of Uchiha Roboko, he feels no need for caution. Sudden death can be countered by resurrection, and should any bodily harm occur, Uchiha Roboko would instantly sense it. Wherever Uchiha Sasuke may be, his mark would swiftly convey to him. With a declaration to set forth, Uchiha Sasuke unexpectedly delivers a swift kick. Kagami opens his eyes and quickly grasps his leg, admonishing the young one for such a lack of martial decorum, ambushing a man over 50 years of age. With a mere squeeze, Sasuke's form transforms into wood. Kagami clutches his stomach, rolling a few times, his Sharingan fixating on Uchiha Roboko, only to subsequently disregard him. Even when Uchiha Roboko stands before him to strike, Kagami can turn a blind eye to him. Such a terrifying and bizarre ability rivals that of Uchiha Sasuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hey, don't let it escalate into a real fight here. Do not ruin the park, do you hear? Hurry. Let the barrier department open a passage for you to fight outside. Uchiha Tenmei bellows, do not destroy the results of our construction department's ceaseless labor. With a clash, Uchiha Kagami parries Uchiha Sasuke's Rui stick with his kunai. A chain lashes against his back, leaving a mark. Kagami grits his teeth, recognizing that it is that Uchiha again. Just moments ago, he was internally vigilant of this individual. In an instant, he forgets the presence of this person, continuously ignoring and overlooking him. The flame fan, a token of the clan's leaders, was retrieved by him. It had been sent back by Uchiha Obito. Yet, you remained tight-lipped about the matter of Obito's continued existence. The Rui stick wielded by Yi was deftly knocked away by Uchiha Roba, only to swiftly return to Ye's grasp. In this conflict among the three factions, one cannot merely target the clan leader, wouldn't you agree? Roba shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness, his performance lacking veracity. Well, it's a necessity, isn't it? With the three void secret technique, past and future clones were conjured. Uchiha Yeh formed hand seals, his eyes swirling with power, as three tangible Uchiha Yes engaged in battle, each a solid entity, unlike mere shadow clones. Kato's pupils constricted at the sight. Konoha had stationed dozens of elite shinobi to guard the Uchiha clan's territory, vigilantly monitoring this political upheaval. From Kato's understanding of Uchiha Yeh, he surmised that this was merely a farce, with a straightforward intention of keeping the Uchiha out of the fray while seeking benefits from Konoha. Be alert, Kato shouted to the ninjas behind him. Is this a jest? Are they serious? Are the Uchiha truly monsters? With a thunderous roar, the Rui stick, imbued with the power of thunder, shattered the Uchiha clan's barrier, crashing into the streets of Konoha with devastating force, indicating that this was no mere game. Evacuate the crowd. Quickly. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned his traditional hat and wielded his golden staff, shouting as he descended into the throng. With a pained grunt, he strained to intercept Uchiha Yeh's Rui stick, his feet deeply entrenched in the earth, bloodied and battered. Does the Uchiha clan intend to rebel? Asked Nara Shikaku, wearing the Konoha headband, as high-ranking officials gathered around him. Come back, Yi commanded, retracting the Rui stick to his hand as he advanced toward Uchiha Kagami. Fire release, Dragon Tornado. Though Uchiha Kagami had aged, his power remained formidable. Jinjutsu proved ineffective against Uchiha Yeh, merely a diversion. With a swift motion, Uchiha Yeh did not seal Kagami's chakra, but struck him far away. Winds howled, buildings crumbled, and the ground fractured. Kagami, let me show you what divine power truly is. Soaring through the air on a bolt of lightning, Uchiha Yeh formed hand seals, his Mangekyo Sharingan coldly surveying the weary Uchiha Kagami. Divine power, lightning release, divine punishment. Instantly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, instilling a suffocating sense of dread. With the Rui stick in hand, Uchiha Yeh lightly waved, summoning a bolt of lightning, precisely targeting Uchiha Kagami. Kato's face paled at the sight. The chakra was immense, the jutsu overwhelming. As he gazed at the gathering storm, It felt as though the impending lightning was poised to strike him directly. Only those who had fought alongside him knew of his terrifying strength. How much of his power remained concealed? Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down, each drop tingling with a semblance of electricity. Above, Uchiha Yeh stood unfazed beneath the tempest. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami, was fleeing westward, each of his escapes heralding calamity for Konohagakure. Wherever Uchiha Kagami found himself, thunder would shatter the skies, prompting the leaf ninjas to evacuate at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. What could possibly warrant such relentless pursuit of Kagami? The other high-ranking officials of Konoha wore expressions of distress, having assumed that the Uchiha's internal strife would remain confined within their own ranks. After all, the Uchiha clan was indeed vast, stretching from the heart of Konoha to the village's outskirts, possessing more territory than even the Senju clan. The skirmishes should have been ample. Why had it escalated to affect Konoha? Stop them. Yes, Konoha had no authority to intervene in the Uchiha's internal conflicts. The newly appointed Elder Council, led by Uchiha Haru, appeared, their numerous Sharingan gazes exuding an overwhelming pressure. Why, oh why, must the Uchiha clan engage in civil discord? Because the three factions are at odds. Opinions diverge. Then why must it bring misfortune to Konoha? What do you mean by misfortune? The Uchiha are but a part of Konoha. Your words are indeed disheartening. All departments, take heed. Do not interfere with their battle. Understood. The three factions were in unanimous agreement. They could engage in their internal conflict, but outsiders were strictly forbidden from meddling. The Uchiha retaliated. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth. Wielding a flame fan, he found it of little use against the onslaught of thunder, which was not mere chakra but divine lightning, capable of countering only a fraction of its might. He could not evade it, only endure. Is this truly insurmountable? Divine thunder dance. The thunder raged as if possessed, turning everything it touched into ruins. With the amplification of lightning, Uchiha Yeh felt an overwhelming surge of power. Wind release, gale force. Uchiha Yeh's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned his head, a horrendous gust carving a deep gash across his face, though in an instant. The wound seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. Tornado. Uchiha Roppa condensed the seed of a tornado in his hands, unleashing it upon Konoha like a calamity. Go. Even the shuriken cast by Uchiha Roppa were disregarded by Uchiha Yeh. It was not instinctive evasion, but a perilous oversight. Uchiha Kagami finally caught his breath and proceeded according to his plan. He placed his palms on the ground, causing the ancient roots of the surrounding trees to tremble. Uchiha Kagami hefted a tree and aimed it at Uchiha Yeh. Strangely, each tree was accurately intercepted by the swirling winds of the tornado. A few shuriken were hurled forth. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Roppa launched a coordinated assault on Uchiha Yeh. Lightning release, Thunder God's Spear. A staff imbued with the power of thunder struck Uchiha Roppa, who bore the brunt of its might, collapsing near a hidden observation point watching the Uchiha clan. At this moment, many of the oblivious Uchiha finally comprehended that the clan possessed 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, a cause for celebration. As previously only Uchiha Kagami held such power, Konoha had treated the Uchiha with cold indifference, but with the emergence of Uchiha Yeh, their stance shifted dramatically, becoming more conciliatory and seeking dialogue with the Uchiha. However, the 3 Mangekyo Sharingan wielders, endowed with divine powers, instilled such trepidation that even Konoha dared not intervene in this cataclysmic conflict, refraining from meddling in the internal strife of the Uchiha clan. Tragically, these 3 Mangekyo correspond to different factions within the family. Who, pray tell, is the hawkish one? It is well known that Uchiha Itachi and the clan leader are at odds. Yet the sudden emergence of the hawkish Mangekyo raises questions about its purpose. The Uchiha clan's coup is deemed off-limits for Konoha, a consensus held unanimously within the clan. Are you unwell, old man? Tsunade is aiding Sarutobi Hiruzen in treating his wounds. Alas, Uchiha Itachi is truly formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen expresses his genuine sentiments, acknowledging the terrifying capabilities and the madness inherited from the Uchiha lineage. With merely a flick of his enchanted staff, Uchiha Itachi exerts immense pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen. This Uchiha is also a master of the 5 elemental chakra, which is nothing short of astonishing. Konoha does not require external forces for its destruction. The Uchiha clan's might is more than sufficient to challenge the village. Goodness, what is transpiring? Tsunade is genuinely infuriated. Uchiha Itachi can be so amiable at times. Yet during critical moments, he relentlessly torments others. The situation has evolved into a battle between Uchiha Kakashi and the hawkish Uchiha, who is utterly forgettable, uniting against Uchiha Itachi. Even Uchiha Itachi recognizes his own strength. He has grown formidable, yet facing two Mangekyo Uchiha is no trivial challenge. Unless he resorts to using his enchanted staff to seal their chakra, which would render the battle devoid of meaning. The essence of the conflict would be lost. The war raged for hours, filled with the lamentations of villagers whose homes lay in ruins. Why is the Uchiha clan so fearsome, so powerful? Who can contend with them? The tide of battle began to shift once more, as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kakashi allied against Uchiha Obito, seeking to exploit Obito's vulnerabilities. It devolved into a 2-on-1 scenario. When one falters, they unite and counterattack. Ultimately, the three fighters found themselves utterly exhausted, titans rising from the ground, without revealing their true capabilities. The Uchiha clan is indeed perceived as a family that can be easily trifled with. Sarutobi Hiruzen, braving the torrential rain, appeared amidst the trio, flanked by the Hokage guard. With Orochimaru and Tsunade also present, Uchiha Kakashi ceased this conflict. If he desires the clan leader position, concede it to them. You are of advanced age. Continuing this struggle could cost you your life, old friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not contemplate the dire consequences of Uchiha Kakashi's demise. If the hawkish faction took charge, they would demand his abdication, placing the Uchiha clan at the helm of Konoha. The preservation faction, however, would not act thus. They are solely concerned with their interests, expecting no less than full compensation for the Uchiha clan's transgressions. Failure to comply would lead to severe repercussions, indifferent to whether one belongs to Konoha or what ideologies one espouses. Compromise is universally favored, and in comparison, the preservation faction is decidedly more agreeable. Uchiha Kakashi, panting, retorted, Sarutobi, this matter does not concern you. It is a private affair of the Uchiha clan. What familial affair? Just look at what you have wrought upon Konoha. The devastation is staggering. You Uchiha must compensate for these losses. At the very least, provide Konoha with 500 million in reparations. Hurry and pay, lest your Uchiha clan be deemed treasonous. Compensation? 500 million. Uchiha Itachi's eyes trembled with disbelief as he gazed upon the figure of Tokoharu. Are you truly intent on annihilating my Uchiha clan? You demand compensation, do you? What is this madness? Without hesitation, Uchiha Itachi unleashed his Rui Bang with a thunderous strike. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Tokoharu's heart was shattered, turning her to ashes. You've lost your mind. Who dares demand compensation from me? Speak again, and witness my wrath. My Uchiha clan, impoverished to the point of subsisting solely on meat. Why must you demand even more from us? Do you wish to extinguish our very existence? Uchiha Kagami, sorrowful, gazed upon his friend from the setting sun. It is over, Haru. How could you be so foolish as to mention monetary compensation in front of Uchiha Itachi? You are the first to do so. It has always been Uchiha Itachi who demands payment from others, yet here you are, offering your own wealth to him. Utilize your abilities and resurrect her. Hurry. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. To have my advisor slain before the Hokage, it is as if I am not even regarded. Uchiha Kagami was powerless to halt Uchiha Itachi's fury. The village of Konoha was beset by both external threats and internal strife. You dare to demand payment from me? I shall wipe out the Toko clan right before your eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will lead the Uchiha in their annihilation. This wretched woman seeks the demise of my Uchiha clan, and I am not oblivious to her intentions. Resurrection? Not a chance. If you wish for my assistance in reviving her, I will expose her memories and reveal every secret. Do you wish to see, Third Hokage? Does she harbor thoughts of genocide against my clan? Uchiha Itachi's boundaries were resolute and should not be crossed. For Tokoharu was also a conspirator in the future extermination of the Uchiha. For every member of my clan that perishes, I shall ensure that 100 from the Toko clan meet the same fate. You are deranged, truly a madman. Do not threaten with annihilation so lightly. Indeed, inquire among your high-ranking officials if they have ever considered the extermination of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I possess evidence, so do not dare speak such words before me. Uchiha Itachi scoffed. Mito questioned Uchiha Itachi. Does your Uchiha clan wish to rebel against Konoha? Depending on whom you ask, if it is me, my interests come first. Everything for the Uchiha. If you inquire of the hawkish faction, then certainly, it is about seizing power. But if you ask Sarutobi Kagami, he would gladly serve you. As if you were his spouse, united in life and death. 3 factions in upheaval, endure it. As Uchiha Itachi's words faded, Uchiha Kagami could no longer restrain himself and launched into a furious brawl with Uchiha Itachi. Have you not yet exhausted your words? This is infuriating. Uchiha Robo joined the fray, attacking Uchiha Kagami from behind. Stop this. Revive Haru first. Kagami, you must make him bring her back. Absolutely not. Charge. Assist Uchiha Kagami. We cannot allow him to perish. Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly distressed, fearing that the conflict would deepen, leading to an irreparable situation. The current Uchiha could not afford to rebel. Indeed, the 3 Uchiha ninjas formed a 2-against-1 scenario, with Uchiha Kagami at a disadvantage. Tsunade approached, her fists clenched, her chakra radiating explosively, a sight both terrifying and formidable. My apologies, Itachi. Kato's spirit attached itself to Uchiha Itachi's body, intent on subduing him first. Uchiha Yeh smiled playfully. There's no need to apologize. Brother Duan is so closely pressed against me. One might feel shy, you know? I dislike you. With a swift strike, Uchiha Yeh knocked Duan's soul forcibly back into his own body, sealing his chakra completely. Likewise, Tsunade's chakra was also sealed, forcing her to rely on brute strength in the chaos. The situation became increasingly tumultuous, escalating from the Uchiha clan's coup to a confrontation between the Uchiha and Konoha. Jing and Sarutobi Hizashi intervened to prevent a 2-on-1 scenario. However, at that moment, Uchiha Jing betrayed them. Monkey, I told you, this is a matter of the Uchiha clan. Konoha should not interfere. Do you not comprehend? He commanded. Get your people to leave. My demise is of no concern to you. Jing's eyes were laced with blood, his hands trembling, the gravity of the situation unmistakable. He conveyed a message to Sarutobi Hizashi with decades of tacit understanding. If Konoha truly takes action, should even one Uchiha perish, Uchiha Yeh will unite with the hawkish faction to wage war against Konoha. The village cannot withstand the assault of 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, especially when Uchiha Yeh possesses the ability to resurrect endlessly. What can Konoha possibly use to combat this indestructible Mangekyo? Will sealing truly prove effective? If even one Uchiha falls today, you shall be branded as the exterminator of our clan, solidifying that title. It drives him to madness. It is this very power that makes him so extreme. Do not even mention compensation. You must compensate him. You are obliged to heed his every word. Sarutobi Hizashi lamented. Can even the Nine-Tails not contend with him? Uchiha Yeh's ocular prowess renders even the Nine-Tails a mere plaything, and even Ryuchi Cave's deity is powerless against him. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi's despair reached its zenith. 5 minutes was far from sufficient. Yeh's ability allows him to resurrect those who perish within 5 minutes, beyond which it is unattainable. Compensation. I demand compensation. I will annihilate your clan. Come, seek reparations from me. Go die. All who seek compensation shall meet their demise. Uchiha Yeh, consumed by rage, stormed into the Zwan family, confronting a group of novices. What gives you the audacity to challenge the divine Uchiha clan? The Zwan clan leader resisted to the bitter end, but pleas fell on deaf ears as Uchiha Yeh dispatched them one by one. Uchiha Yeh, cease this madness. Orochimaru summoned a myriad of snakes to halt Uchiha Yeh's advance. Yeh scoffed, and in an instant, with his Mangekyo, the serpents fell under his control, launching an assault against Orochimaru. Uchiha Hwana gritted her teeth. Upon arrival, she witnessed this scene and summoned the deity. The deity covered her mouth in shock as he spoke. You old beast, has Ryuchi Cave declared war against the Uchiha? Then let us engage. No, that cannot be. Cannot be? It seems to me that you are indeed declaring war against the Uchiha. Yeh, do not lose your mind. Hwana conferred with Ryuchi Cave regarding reparations for the Uchiha clan. Today, they sent the myriad snakes against me. Tomorrow, they will dare to annihilate my Uchiha clan. Should you refuse compensation, I shall not spare Ryuchi Cave. I will lead 3 pairs of Mangekyo and obliterate your sanctum. Turbulent feelings enveloped Tuanjin Heim as she lamented the lack of heeding her counsel. What purpose does it serve to confront such a formidable adversary? Return, Wanshi and Hwana. You must assist in stabilizing Uchiha Yeh's emotions. I shall negotiate with Sage White Snake to provide compensation to your Uchiha clan. Upon hearing of the potential reparations, Uchiha Yeh regained his rationality. Should you offer compensation, the notion of extermination would dissipate. I shall trust this. If not, it would signal an intention of genocide against the Uchiha clan, and I will hold you accountable. I implore you, Uchiha Yeh, spare my family, for many innocent shinobi reside here. Uchiha Yeh coldly retorted, in an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. I hereby declare war between the Uchiha and the Zwanshin clans. From this moment forth, we shall be sworn enemies. If the Zwanshin clan demands reparations, it amounts to an acknowledgement of their intent to annihilate the Uchiha. You are the orchestrators behind the scenes. Innocent? Not in the least. Is my Uchiha clan devoid of innocence? Let us engage in battle. The three spinning tomo manifested in Uchiha Tianju's eyes as he questioned the audacity of the Zwanshin clan to seek the destruction of the Uchiha. A pitiful little clan. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi and the yet unknown Uchiha were embroiled in combat. He found himself in a state of constant suffering, unable to concentrate due to the overwhelming pain inflicted by his opponent. Such a terrifying ability. Uchiha Jing was resolute in defending the Uchiha clan, for he understood that should even one Uchiha perish today, Uchiha Yeh would seize upon this pretext to wage war against Konoha. Despite Ye's typically amiable demeanor, he was fundamentally a madman, mad for the Uchiha and his own causes. Did he fear? Certainly not, for he possessed another set of Sharingan, loyal supporters of Uchiha Yeh. Even if the Uchiha were to lose, would Konoha emerge victorious? The defeat would be catastrophic. Let us not forget that battles rage outside, and the enemy relishes such occurrences. We shall pay. You need only state your demands. This is entirely the fault of that madwoman Zwanshin Xiaochun, not ours. Whatever you require, we shall provide. Zwanshin Jibu knelt, his white hair a testament to his age, his face etched with desperation. The terrifying power of the Uchiha, the ominous shadow cast by Uchiha Madara, loomed over him. To oppose the Uchiha was a perilous endeavor, provided they lacked the Sharingan. Now, with 3 pairs of Sharingan, they rival the strength of one Uchiha Madara. To extinguish the Uchiha? I, Zwanshin, pledge my life. Should anyone dare to extinguish the Uchiha clan, the Zwanshin will face annihilation. Indeed, such malice is palpable. Uchiha Yeh, weary of conflict, longed for rest. Uchiha Tianju commanded a search for all valuable items belonging to the Zwanshin clan, ninja tools, silver, medicinal herbs, grain, fabric, and techniques as compensation. He warned the Uchiha not to consort with the Zwanshin ninjas. This night, Zwanshin Xiaochun's plot to annihilate my Uchiha was unveiled. This compensation is the price for her treachery. Indeed, Uchiha Tianju gestured, and the Uchiha ninja swarmed into the Zwanshin clan. To not extinguish them after such a scheme was already a testament to Uchiha Yeh's mercy. The wealth of the clan of the Tono family is indeed enviable. They possess an abundance of resources that could greatly benefit my Uchiha clan, which is only just and reasonable. With the eyes of the Uchiha, regardless of how well you conceal your intentions, I shall always be aware. Swiftly, I will continue to plunder, consistently transporting the spoils back to the Uchiha. Compensation? It is you who must compensate me, not the other way around. I shall not spare any of those high-ranking officials from Konoha who conspire to eradicate my Uchiha clan. The next to face my wrath will be Mito Minyan. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrives, he will witness this scene. The Tono clan lies slaughtered in the fields, with all resisting ninjas meeting the same fate, especially the descendants of Koharu. Not a single one left alive. Hokage, your timing is impeccable. The Mito clan still owes me 500 million, which I will settle for a mere fraction of that. A day's interest. The Konoha ninjas who interfere in the matters of the Uchiha clan today must also compensate me. 100 million. Is that agreeable? Certainly. It must be paid. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, knowing that the coup today had resulted in the destruction of countless structures, and the reconstruction would demand an even greater sum. He felt powerless amidst internal strife and external threats. The Hokage's advisor, Tono Koharu, was killed right before him, leaving no descendants behind. Truly, Uchiha Leaf is ruthless and unfeeling. In order to prevent any future vengeance from Koharu's heirs, it is only prudent to eliminate all related descendants, ensuring that no one will seek retribution on her behalf. Danzo has entered the fray. Upon hearing this news, he might explode with rage. The Hokage is indeed reasonable. Unlike the 2 ancient relics, Koharu, and En, who privately conspired to annihilate the Uchiha. Henceforth, my Uchiha clan shall regard the Mito and Tono as mortal enemies. Do you have any objections to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Mito Minion beside him, acutely aware of his friend's stance towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Leaf, with unwavering determination, must possess some incriminating evidence. Mito Minion's legs trembled slightly. The madman Uchiha Leaf could destroy him at a whim, and he feared for his clan's survival. I do not comprehend why the Hokage would keep two individuals intent on my Uchiha clan's demise so close at hand, yet I assure you, I will make this matter public. The world shall know. By associating with these two advisors, it indicates Konoha's stance and a potential plan for the Uchiha's extermination. I find it increasingly difficult to trust the current high-ranking officials of Konoha. Therefore, the Uchiha Anbu shall withdraw entirely, ceasing to serve Konoha. Konoha must return the Uchiha under Danzo's control and ensure that he pays me 100 million as compensation for the mental anguish endured. The Uchiha, who have been controlled and cursed within the roots, must voluntarily release themselves. Otherwise, I will expose the sordid deeds perpetrated by the roots. Moreover, I shall ensure that the Shimura clan pays dearly for their actions. The Uchiha studying at the Konoha Academy shall withdraw. The Konoha Ninja School has become a den of terror, although the intelligence from the roots is shrouded in secrecy. Leaf is well aware that the information comes from Uchiha Robo, and there are indeed ninjas from our clan under control. Excellent. I welcome the opportunity to provoke. If a dog barks at me today, they shall owe me compensation. Leaf, did you say Mito and Tono wish to exterminate my Uchiha clan? How is that even conceivable? Uchiha Kagami, upon hearing this news, could hardly believe it. Could these two former friends truly desire the annihilation of their own kin? You may inquire about Mizukagami, but do not direct your questions at me. It is not true, you assert. With a hint of insecurity, I nod in agreement. How could I ever contemplate the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan is forever the esteemed benefactor of Konoha. Not merely benefactors, but the very pioneers. The true masters. You are but wayward dogs. Do you comprehend? How dare you bark from atop our heads? Leaf corrected his terminology. Indeed, the heart of Uchiha Q felt a chill. How could those he had coexisted with for decades dare to wish for the eradication of his clan? Compensation must be demanded from the daimyo. The Senju clan must pay their dues, and you, Kato, have lost your reward. Even you, Kakashi, shall not receive compensation. You too must offer reparations. Orochimaru, you too shall contribute, though a mere 10,000 will suffice, for I hold a certain fondness for you, as you share my belief in the merits of science. Orochimaru chuckled, nonchalantly tossing out 10,000, a trifling sum, before departing with grace, considering it a gift for Leaf. So, what is the extent of my compensation? Tsunade sought to quell the turmoil. It appeared that these two clans genuinely intended to extinguish the Uchiha. Such audacity. The moral decay and corruption within Konoha's upper echelons were equally intolerable to her. With the death of Haru, she found solace. If Uchiha Leaf stirred up greater chaos, Tsunade would wholeheartedly support him. I too cherish you, hence the 10,000. Such a child. Tsunade playfully scolded, patting her pocket, realizing she had no money. Next time we meet, I shall repay you. Do remember to return my chakra. Certainly, no rush. And what of my compensation, Leaf? Forget it. I shall not pay you. This is the consequence of your actions against me. I regarded you as a brother, yet you sought to betray me. My heart is wounded, and I shall never trust a man like you again. Men are inherently untrustworthy. Tsunade, be wary of such treacherous men in the future. An awkward smile broke the tension. I had thought you intended a coup against Konoha. That is absolutely unacceptable. The Inuzuka clan owes me 100,000. The Inuzuka, caught in the fray, wore a puzzled expression. I merely came to witness the spectacle. Why must I pay? The Yamanaka clan owes me 300,000. You must be out of your mind. The Hyuga clan owes me 10 million. You ought to seek treatment for your sanity. Hyuga Muma was rendered speechless, pondering the absurdity of being compelled to pay. They had merely come to observe and assist. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans owe me 100 million. Hey, who do you think you are? They had consumed your family's medicine, which granted them the strength to confront us. You are complicit. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. You have indirectly participated in the Uchiha's downfall. The head of the Inuzuka clan appeared, leading a dog, slowly emerging from his home to witness the commotion. The Inuzuka owe me 100,000. The clan leader was taken aback. What have I done? I have not harmed your Uchiha clan. Even the dog that passes by must compensate. Uchiha Leaf sought reparations from all he encountered. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally comprehended, having encountered the madness of Uchiha Leaf. No wonder Q had lamented, being the clan leader was truly burdensome. Had the word compensation not been uttered today, perhaps this tragedy would not have unfolded. They schemed in the shadows to obliterate the Uchiha clan, to weaken them, and Uchiha Leaf would never divulge such secrets. This is Uchiha Yeh reprimanding him. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to engage in this plan, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly sever ties with him. Mito Kamen and Nara Shikaku, the two advisors to the Hokage, have violated the will of fire and shall no longer serve in their advisory roles, being unfit for any position. The Uchiha clan embodies fire, while the Senju clan represents wood. The clash between your two clans has allowed Konoha to thrive and embrace all. With my presence, I shall ensure that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan will never come to pass. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already made his stance clear. No one dares to confront the Uchiha in such circumstances. Regardless, you will bear the financial burden, and I shall not engage in further argument. Hokage, allow me to clarify. I protect the Uchiha clan and seek no position of Hokage. Whoever wishes to assume that role may do so. But the line is drawn at not infringing upon the Uchiha's boundaries. My boundaries are the Uchiha's boundaries. The village requires the Uchiha's assistance. Simply follow the established protocols and liaise with my Uchiha Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, during this tumultuous period, I kindly ask not to be disturbed regarding the Uchiha clan's coup. Ultimately, who holds power is a matter for you to discuss with others. Upon noticing that the Nara household had been vacated, Uchiha Yeh called out, "Let us return home." Yes, continue the coup. Uchiha Chang Lulu, donning a vibrant red dress, spat at the third Hokage, exclaiming, "You dare to target the Uchiha clan? You are unworthy. You are merely a dog of the Uchiha clan. No, worse than a dog." The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Being a coward who feared the strong, he found the Uchiha's audacity intolerable. "Come on, if you have the ability, kill me. Can you? Do you possess the capability to end my life?" Chang Lulu remained unfazed, declaring, "Behind me stand over 100 Sharingan. Useless Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance turned increasingly grim as he glanced at Uchiha Yeh, who was watching the spectacle unfold. He held his tongue. After venting her anger, Uchiha Chang Lulu excitedly activated her Sharingan. "I've done it. I've scolded the third Hokage." With a hint of sickness on her face and trembling with excitement, she followed closely behind Uchiha Yeh, exclaiming, "My life has been so thrilling. I have even scolded the third Hokage. Ah, life must be this exhilarating." She joyfully bounced around, anticipating that her future would continue to be equally splendid. "All right, enough of the excitement. Who should I scold next? If you dare to scold me, you shall be deemed a foolish woman. Do not even think about it." Chang Lulu scoffed, "I will scold you regardless." The village lay in ruins. Many areas resembling desolate wastelands, the Uchiha clan being an unstoppable force. Uchiha Yeh stood at the zenith of his power, while Sarutobi Hiruzen prayed for someone to eliminate Uchiha Yeh and that unknown Uchiha. The entire Uchiha clan gathered at the clan service center's bulletin board. Even the conservatives could not remain composed at this moment, as the crowd vehemently denounced Konoha. Such is the nature of clans. Internal conflicts may ensue, even to the point of death. Yet, when external threats arise, let us not forget that we are all bound by blood. The Uchiha clan, descendants of the same ancestral lineage, will unite as one against a common enemy. The bulletin board is adorned with a comprehensive self-critique, alongside the Uchiha clan's plan for extermination, meticulously detailed by the two Hokage advisors, Mito and Sia. The very thought sends shivers down one's spine, and to this day, every scheme against the Uchiha has incited outrage among the people. Do they truly wish for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? From this day forth, there shall be no more conservatives, those who advocate for the Uchiha's integration into Konoha. Is the Uchiha clan situation worse than that of Konoha? Absolutely not. In the midst of the coup, the commercial street remains bustling, with all shops operational, furniture, handicrafts, clothing, and more, numbering in the dozens. The pedestrian street offers a leisurely atmosphere, devoid of overwhelming commercialism. Conversely, the food street is thriving, with all 60 establishments in full operation. The Uchiha clan, with its thousands of members, has established numerous family-owned shops, not for profit, but to provide a means of livelihood for their people, enriching their lives. Libraries, gyms, game rooms, and more have been established and utilized by the Uchiha clan, ensuring a vibrant community life. Let them engage in a coup for 2 years to further enhance the family's development. Simultaneously, the Uchiha family's procreation initiative commences, providing financial support from marriage to childbirth, lasting 20 years, with increased subsidies during this period. The Uchiha Medical Department offers free childbirth and care, along with health checkups and other services. Rewards calculated upon submission. Water release, great waterfall technique, water release, water cutting technique, 10 sets of clothing, 10 pairs of shoes, 100 pairs of underwear, 100 pairs of socks, shampoo. Spirit 200, body 200. Submission successful for snow pear syrup candy. Earth release, explosive secret technique, wind release, no seal spiral sphere, mind transfer technique. Spirit 20, body 20. Submitting ginger. Sealing technique, sealing, water release, water cleansing wave, wind release, wind blade, camouflage shadow, lightning release, chidori. Illusion technique, night walk technique. Spirit 20, body 20. The system's continuous enhancements allow Uchiha Yeh's physical and ocular stamina to be fully replenished. Restoring him to peak condition, blindness is simply not an option. I can merely plant some vegetables and submit them for restoration. In recent months, diligent cultivation has yielded a bountiful harvest of fruits and vegetables. Submitting cucumber, bloodline limit, would release, complete would release techniques. What? Uchiha Yeh suddenly feels invigorated. This is the first time rewards are being offered in such a manner. Earth, lightning, water, fire, and wind. These 5 chakra types exist within ninjas or can be developed. Typically, a ninja possesses one of these. However, the Sharingan can replicate and utilize techniques, making these rewards somewhat redundant for Uchiha Yeh. Yin-Yang release is a rarity among ninjas. A topic not worth delving into. The bloodline limit is different. It can only be inherited through blood or genetic lineage. Generally, aside from those of the same bloodline, it is challenging for others to inherit or learn. The Sharingan, while a type of bloodline limit, is a special hereditary trait that has been passed down through generations. The Eye of God possesses distinct characteristics, setting it apart from other bloodline limits. Will there be more bloodline limits in the future? Yes. Do you desire one? Nevertheless, I find myself burdened by the wood release. Uchiha Leaf chuckled awkwardly, pondering that the wood release he could wield might resemble that of a modest ninja living in a 3-room apartment, primarily suited for construction purposes. Not to mention the formidable Senju cannon or the 100-handed cannon, which would be quite a challenge for him. Uchiha Leaf is acutely aware of his own limitations and is reluctant to embrace the role of a lone wolf. Strength resides in unity, and he recognizes that a solitary endeavor is insufficient. I am still lacking in chakra, and the need to expend vitality as the source of wood release is taxing. You know I value my lifespan. The wood release would be better bestowed upon a future Uchiha newborn. This is the truth. I also wish to foster an alliance with the Senju through marriage, to prolong my life and avoid an early demise, driven by the fear of death. Despite the 3 voids I possess, I find myself invincible. Furthermore, Uchiha Leaf understands the pretentiousness that accompanies the wood release. It exudes an air of sophistication. What would Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara think if they learned he could utilize wood release? They would undoubtedly resort to dissection to obtain him at any cost. Until the Uchiha clan attains formidable strength, he cannot guarantee that the wood release will not bring about calamity. He fears that one day he might lose control, revealing his capabilities, which would lead to dire consequences. Uchiha Leaf lacks the prowess to confront the entirety of the ninja world. I do not possess a sage body. Only Senju Hashirama and the resurrected Uchiha Madara could truly master the wood release. Even if fusion were possible, I am reluctant to incorporate Hashirama's cells into my body. It feels unsettling, as though part of another dwells within me. Uchiha Leaf frowned, likening it to his aversion to the summoning beasts of the 3 great sacred lands. While he does not despise sage techniques, the process of learning them feels rather distasteful, and he is not yet psychologically prepared. If Hashirama's cells were to merge with my own, what would that make me? Would I still be myself, or merely a vessel for another's essence? You could capture a summoning beast to compensate for your chakra deficiency. Aside from the 9 tails being aesthetically pleasing in its youth, other options appear rather mundane. Being an advocate of pure love, I would not dare to seize the 9 tails from Uzumaki Kyubi. As for sage techniques, the sage body, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I cannot grant those to you. You must pursue them yourself. Wait until I grow stronger. Wait until you are stronger? Indeed, you should cultivate the land. This world has too few seeds, and you require additional strength. That is not a significant issue. I will find a way for the eternal. It matters not. This is how it shall be. I do not aspire to be a savior. As long as the Uchiha clan remains stable, I can contentedly tend to my crops and live a life of tranquility. Together, the pack of wolves can confront any crisis, ensuring the safety of friends and companions. This is quite satisfactory. After 2 years of internal strife, I can finally anticipate the conclusion of the third great ninja war. Uchiha Leaf exhaled, clearing the soil from his hands. All the vegetables had been submitted, and the fields had been planted with new crops. The rewards for the initial submission of crops were substantial, while subsequent submissions yielded diminishing returns. This is merely a small nation within a minuscule world, offering little in terms of diverse flora and culinary variety. As Uchiha Yeh progresses further, he senses a diminishing return in rewards. Apart from these bloodline limits that grant him mastery over various ocular techniques, there is little that can truly astonish him. The kaleidoscope he unlocked himself, the eternal kaleidoscope, is currently envisioned as a means to extract his own eyes and fuse them with those from 5 minutes prior. However, this concept has proven futile when applied to himself, as once his eyes are removed, he cannot utilize his abilities. When attempted on Mirror or Rob, Uchiha Yeh's ocular prowess lacks the strength to support his aspirations. Without siblings, this life will remain as it is. He yearns for the Uchiha clan to thrive, rather than merely himself. This has been his singular objective all along. The pursuit of personal strength alone is a hollow endeavor. Why do you not utilize the abilities of your right eye? Uchiha Yeh gazes longingly at the scenery outside, reminiscing about his cherished home, the very place where his second life commenced. He is reluctant to part with the Uchiha clan and harbors a disdain for war. Throughout his journey, he has relied solely on the power of his left eye, which has proven to be extraordinarily formidable. Many believe he possesses ocular techniques in both eyes. Yet in reality, he has only wielded the abilities of his left eye. Nevertheless, his right eye is equally potent. It embodies the concept of spatial manipulation, distinct from the temporal capabilities of the left eye, which governs past, present, and future, allowing for the reversal of physical abilities. The right eye represents space, granting him the ability to traverse time, reminiscent of a certain ley line within this world. It permits travel to parallel timelines, whether past or future, where Uchiha Yeh may not necessarily exist, nor will he find familiar surroundings. He gently caresses his eyes, however, under the system's enhancement. The power of the right eye can leap into other worlds and return, a gift belonging to the system rather than his inherent strength. It presents a chance to explore. What is the cost? Should I venture into another world? Upon your first entry into a new realm, you must leave behind a coordinate. With your current strength, your eyes may temporarily lose their sight due to complete ocular exhaustion. The potion you create cannot restore this. However, cultivating crops in this world can help recover your vision. Once your ocular strength is replenished, you may return to the Naruto world as before. You will personally cultivate and mature crops from this world, alongside their byproducts, which will yield rewards. Subsequent travels will reduce the ocular energy cost by at least half. As your power increases, this cost will approach insignificance. Yeh ponders deeply. Perhaps other worlds may harbor secrets to immortality or methods to enhance one's constitution. A shift occurs in Uchiha Yeh's gaze. He is not greedy for wealth, but he is avaricious when it comes to preserving his life. Without a fear of death, he would not possess the extraordinary power of the three-dimensional eye, which grants him near-miraculous resilience, save for the existence of formidable sealing techniques that could potentially bind him. His left eye restores his physical state, while the right eye allows for escape to the Naruto parallel world when he finds himself in peril. This is a capability he fully comprehends. Should he embark on a journey to another world in search of newfound strength? Perhaps power that rivals sage techniques? Embrace the rewards, the bloodline limit of wood release, and the comprehensive mastery of wood release. Uchiha Leaf senses the transformation within his lineage. It is the confluence of water, earth, and vitality that yields formidable wood release. Yet, utilizing such power exacts a toll on one's life force, showing a disregard for existence. Nevertheless, it possesses profound utility. Cultivating life with vitality is indeed a testament to reverence and admiration for existence, nurturing life with life itself. within the clandestine meeting chamber of the Uchiha clan. A long table accommodates 50 individuals. This subterranean assembly room, meticulously constructed over time, is no ordinary venue. Each brick is imbued with a sealing technique. Should any unidentified entity approach the chamber and breach these seals, they would trigger an alarm, rousing those within. Only the elders and trusted confidants of the Uchiha clan are privy to its existence, while outsiders remain in ignorance. It is now May, 2 months since the fateful day of the assassination of Shifting Spring. In the eyes of many clan members, the Uchiha, with its 3 Sharingan, is embroiled in incessant strife and political upheaval, mirroring the turmoil within Konoha. During this period of unrest, all ninjas are prohibited from venturing outside unless sanctioned by orders or departmental approval. The upper echelons of the Uchiha recognize that this coup is but a farce. Occasionally, minor provocations are employed merely to instill fear within Konoha. This upheaval has electrified the Uchiha clan, with households now illuminated by electricity and equipped with refrigerators for preserving provisions. An array of furniture and appliances is being procured from foreign lands. The Uchiha clan stands as the first family in Konoha to embrace electricity. While each home is connected to a water supply, and roads extend to every major intersection, including the entrances of various residences, mobilizing the collective strength of the Uchiha clan. They are experiencing a remarkable transformation. Today marks the first gathering of the entire clan in 2 months, orchestrated by Uchiha Leaf. In attendance, alongside 20 ministers, are Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Hana, Uchiha Orange, and Uchiha Roppo, while elders Tang Ming and Sei Long have not been summoned. Uchiha Mirror appears revitalized, though an inner turmoil persists. He is apprehensive about this clandestine assembly and uncertain of its purpose. Uchiha Leaf occupies the front row to the right of the clan leader, with Haru Jin seated to his left. In this meeting, I shall bestow upon you a curse. All information you absorb today shall be sealed within your minds. Regardless of whether you attempt to inscribe it or convey it by any means, you shall be met with fatal repercussions. Upon exiting this chamber, even if you wish to communicate amongst yourselves, you will be unable to do so. No matter the methods employed by ninjas to delve into your memories, they shall remain oblivious to the discussions of today. Now, those who wish to abstain from hearing this and being subjected to the curse may leave. Uchiha Leaf's demeanor is unusually solemn, underscoring the gravity of the occasion. Uchiha Mirror gazes intently at Uchiha Leaf, expressing no dissent, stating, "Proceed with your curse. We are in agreement. Very well. I lay this warning forth. None shall speak of this matter, not even after leaving this office." He stood up, preparing to unleash a surge of thrilling energy to test his abilities. With his fingers converging, a sphere of dark chakra energy pressed against the head of Shanghai. This act served 2 purposes: to cast a spell and to comprehend the spiritual energy of Kuro, diminishing its detrimental forces and transforming it into pure psychic energy. This power, however, did not belong to him. Others could not assimilate this mental energy as flawlessly as he could. They would experience a rejection. Yet they could harness Kuro's spiritual power to unlock the emotional keys of their clan members. During moments of heightened emotions, the Sharingan would absorb this Kuro energy, utilizing it to activate the kaleidoscope. By accepting this dark energy, they would become highly volatile, igniting with even the slightest emotional spark. He sensed something amiss. Shanghai's Three-Tomoe were exceptionally alluring, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. It was simply an unsettling sensation. Feeling unwell was a natural response. He had the system verify that there were no white Zetsu, no black Zetsu, and no outsiders in the vicinity aside from those within the office, which justified his actions. Uchiha Kagami appeared to perceive something unusual. He remained silent. Uchiha Yeh was least likely to harm the Uchiha clan, as such an act would lead to his own demise. After casting spells on each individual and infusing them with Kuro's spiritual energy, Uchiha Yeh returned to his spot. Infusing Kuro's spirit was laborious. Each person's mental fortitude varied. Some took mere seconds while others required several minutes. Over half an hour had elapsed by the time the last spell was cast and the spiritual energy was infused. "Stop withholding information, Yi. Please expedite your explanation, as I have numerous tasks awaiting me," Uchiha Tenming urged, eager to return to his labor, feeling both agitated and pressed for time. "Very well," Uchiha Yeh replied. Turning to Uchiha Shana, "You must be curious as to why my clan, the Uchiha, shows no interest in positions within Konoha, even outsourcing the role of the Konoha guard to outsiders, and expressing no desire for the Hokage position, correct? Uchiha Shana nodded, recognizing that such formidable power should be used to overthrow Konoha rather than create internal strife. Be wary. Do not utter this person's name aloud, Uchiha Yeh cautioned. After speaking, he inscribed a name upon a blank sheet of paper, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and held it aloft for all to see. This individual, one might even call her a deity, was sealed upon the moon by her son in ancient times. The moon, as you see it, is inhabited, with bloodlines tracing back to the Hyuga clan, sharing a common ancestry. What? There are people on the moon? From the Hyuga clan? What nonsense is this? Uchiha Yeh continued, revealing that she bore 2 children. He produced 2 additional sheets of paper, inscribing the names of her offspring, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Mamashiki. The names were unfamiliar, evoking no recognition. Uchiha Yeh then elaborated on the name Otsutsuki Mamashiki. This individual is the younger brother. You may find this name to be quite strange. However, with a black marker, Uchiha Yeh inscribed a few words beneath Mamashiki's name, Sage of 6 Paths. Now you understand, this is his true name. Uchiha Kagami's mind buzzed with the revelation of the Sage of 6 Paths' true identity. Uchiha Kagami yearned to voice his inquiries, yet no sound escaped his lips. Uchiha Yeh wished to avoid questions. These 2 brothers had sealed their mother upon the moon, for she sought to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, aiming to transform all of humanity into white Zetsu, thereby draining their chakra to consume the resulting fruit, ultimately becoming white Zetsu herself. The revelation was astonishing, prompting all Uchiha to harbor a multitude of questions, yet they were rendered mute by Uchiha Yeh's curse, unable to utter a single word. After her sealing, her spirit manifested as Black Zetsu, executing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan within the shinobi world, which entailed her resurrection, as only through the infinite Tsukuyomi could the seal be undone. Let us set that aside for now. Then there was the Sage of 6 Paths, who bore 2 sons, Ashura and Indra. You may find these names unfamiliar. The stone tablet records that only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can perceive them, albeit not in great detail. Uchiha Yeh inscribed Uchiha beneath Indra's name and Senju beneath Ashura's. Uchiha Mei broke into a cold sweat, pointing at Uchiha Yeh's paper, yearning to inquire about countless matters. Is this truly the ancestor of my Uchiha clan? For ages, the Uchiha clan has regarded itself as the descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Eye of God, as recorded in their ancient texts. However, no one has ever substantiated this claim. Very few are privy to this truth, and they would never disclose it. Do not rush, allow me to finish. This individual, the Sage of 6 Paths, favored his second son, believing him to be the most suitable successor, rather than his formidable elder brother. Consequently, discord arose between the 2 sons, resulting in a protracted conflict. In his dying moments, he wished for Indra to assist his brother, leading to dissatisfaction. Incited by Black Zetsu, the brothers engaged in a lengthy battle using ninjutsu. This is but one of the reasons for the enduring discord between the Uchiha and Senju clans. The Uchiha inherited his eyes, the Senju his physical prowess, and the Hyuga clan inherited the eyes of his brother. Ultimately, the ancestors of both the Uchiha and Senju clans perished. Yet they did not completely die. As children of the divine, their chakra continued to reincarnate within the Uchiha and Senju clans. Furthermore, the Sage of 6 Paths remained alive, continuously observing the reincarnation of his sons. Due to their chakra's rebirth and Black Zetsu's instigation, the warfare between the Senju and Uchiha clans has persisted, creating a hierarchy that has prevented harmony between the 2 clans throughout history, a deep-seated animosity ingrained in their very genes. Not to digress too far, let us consider the 2 individuals you are familiar with, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Why are they so formidable? Uchiha Yeh raised the paper bearing the names of Indra and Ashura, for their chakra was reincarnated within these 2 individuals, ultimately leading to their fateful confrontation. Incited by Black Zetsu, the destiny of the Uchiha and Senju clans is, in essence, entwined with the fate of Indra and Ashura. It seems that had the Sage of 6 Paths not meddled, the Uchiha and Senju would have long since reconciled, avoiding the struggles of their descendants. The spectators were rendered speechless, their hearts brimming with unuttered critiques, pondering how long they could contain their thoughts. It was as if a tale was being told, so vividly portrayed. Uchiha Madara did not die. Yi once again cast down a bomb, amidst the cacophony of the office. Uchiha Shana swiftly seized Yi by the collar, demanding the release of the curse to speak. He needed clarity, for he was willing to follow Uchiha Madara. Can we have some peace? I dread your incessant chatter. It vexes me. Step aside. Reluctantly, Shana loosened his grip and retreated to his seat. Indeed, he had not perished. Utilizing the clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, he expended the power of one eye to feign death, hiding away to orchestrate his plans. Months prior, he had returned once, leaving the fan of flames and the scythe for the Uchiha clan. This served as irrefutable evidence. So, do not question the authenticity of my words. Would I, an Uchiha, deceive you for gain? The fan of flames, borne by Uchiha Q, and the scythe held by the overlooked Uchiha Roppo in the crowd, stood testament to Uchiha Madara. Incited by Kurizetsu, he aimed to establish a world of his design, the infinite Tsukuyami. However, the infinite Tsukuyami would resurrect her, heralding calamity upon the ninja world. The prerequisite for the infinite Tsukuyami is the Rinnegan, an eye that transcends the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is his eye, the sage's eye. Uchiha Haryuin furrowed his brows, a visage of confusion adorning his face. Old man, what is all this? The Mangekyo is not the ultimate goal. A select few among the Uchiha understand that the Rinnegan is even beyond the eternal Mangekyo. How formidable must it be? This pair of eyes had already been possessed by Madara. The tablet's inscription spoke of the fusion of Uchiha and Senju, the power of creation, which stemmed from the bloodline amalgamation of his two sons. It is not simply a matter of merging with the Senju to achieve invincibility. That is impossible. He feigned death and bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama Senju, combining it with my earlier assertions. One is the eye of a god, and the other is the body of a god. Thus, the reincarnation of those two chakras, through the 10 tails, would enable the awakening of these true sage eyes. Is the complexity of the eternal Mangekyo not enough? What are the 10 tails? Must it be the reincarnations of those two? Madara still lives, while Hashirama Senju is truly deceased. The chakra does not reincarnate. When Madara dies, the chakra within him and that of Hashirama may reincarnate together, potentially manifesting decades later. Uchiha Yeh pondered and decided to reveal the truth. Thus, it is Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. You may wonder why it is the Uzumaki clan this time. This is because the Uzumaki clan is also a branch of the sage's body. The Senju clan has effectively become extinct after decades, and the Uchiha clan is left with but one individual, Uchiha Sasuke. Bang! Over 20 hands rhythmically struck the table, all adorned with the same Three-Tomoe Sharingan and 2 pairs of Mangekyo, glaring at Uchiha Yeh with palpable fury. What does it mean that the Uchiha clan is left with only this one person? Everyone, driven by that mental stimulus, found their emotions spiraling out of control, akin to a volatile state. Following Uchiha Q's demise, Uchiha Fugaku assumed the role of clan leader. Fugaku shook his head, utterly perplexed. How could it possibly fall to me? What nonsense is this? The clan will undoubtedly support Uchiha Yeh. Uchiha Fugaku has 2 children, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Fugaku, ever devoted to the interests of the Uchiha clan, prepared for a final stand against Konoha, which sought the annihilation of his lineage. One cannot fault Fugaku. He is, after all, a commendable individual. His son, Uchiha Itachi, unwilling to exacerbate tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha, akin to myself, awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at the tender age of 13. Yet, he aligned with another traitor of the clan, wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, in collusion with Konoha's elite to eradicate their own clan, leaving only Sasuke, his younger brother, alive. Indeed, Sasuke is the reincarnation of his chakra. At that moment, Fugaku found himself at the mercy of Robo's scythe, eager to deliver death to Fugaku, believing that with his demise, such a prodigious son would never come to be. Itachi perished prematurely due to bloodshed, while another traitor Uchiha, motivated by a woman, was willing to obliterate the Uchiha clan, leaving no descendants behind. Save for the lone Uchiha Sasuke, the last male heir of the Uchiha. With their clan extinguished, he, in a fit of rage, awakened the Sharingan, a tragic figure indeed. Tormented by the insanity of Itachi, Uchiha Kagami clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, the words he longed to express swallowed deep within him. With no outlet for his frustrations, the curse was indeed potent, forbidding their speech. In such a serious assembly, suspicions regarding Uchiha Leaf's veracity were hardly entertained. Casting a glance at Uchiha Fugaku, murderous intent began to brew. It was clear to all present that Uchiha Leaf's behavior was erratic, labeling anyone he deemed undesirable with the title of traitor. There was no smoke without fire. Then, Uchiha Leaf produced a paper depicting Kaguya, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. She was merely a slave, a servant tasked with nurturing trees under the dominion of her master. She betrayed him, stealing the fruit of the divine tree. A slave? A slave who bore the Sage of Six Paths? How minuscule we are. Uchiha Leaf nodded, acknowledging the sorrowful reality of this world, where, devoid of divine intervention, one is left to rely solely on bloodlines. If memory serves, during the Third Great Ninja War, an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan-wielding Uchiha Sasuke, alongside the Sage Mode Ninetales Naruto and Sakura, fought valiantly. Sakura even exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, do you see? I can finally fight alongside these two." Yet, she was swiftly met with demise, her belly pierced by a single blow. In this world, lacking a noble lineage renders one a subject of ridicule. Such are the rules of existence. Now, let there be silence for 5 minutes. After this interlude, each individual shall pose a single question, and inquiries pertaining to these individuals' names shall be strictly prohibited. The Uchiha, unable to contain their anxiety, found it excruciating to remain quiet. How could they possibly stay calm under such circumstances? Their emotions ignited by Uchiha Leaf, Black Zetsu's spirit relentlessly assaulted the minds of all present. Uchiha Leaf turned his gaze towards Haryuin, urging him to speak. "Ask," he commanded. "Leaf, how did you come to know these matters? These events are not recorded." The power of the eyes, next. "After all, everything stems from the abilities of my eyes. Do not inquire further, for to do so would be impolite." Haryuin was promptly silenced, forbidden from asking any more questions. Uchiha Mei gasped for breath, feeling as though she might perish at any moment. "Lord Leaf, my question is, will these events inevitably transpire in the future? If they are destined to occur, what purpose would it serve to eliminate Fugaku now?" Upon uttering these words, Mei was silenced. "The moment I glimpsed the future, it became clear that the envisioned fate would not unfold, specifically, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke Uchiha behind. Killing Fugaku would yield no benefit. Fundamentally, the issue lies within the education of the Uchiha and their internal discord. What value is there in vying for trivial fame and fortune, unaware that there exist greater powers beyond our comprehension? We are but mere ants in the grand scheme." Uchiha Hataru raised a question. "Is he aware of our current discussion?" To which I replied, "No, and that is precisely the reason for convening this meeting." Next, "Can we glimpse the future once more?" "No, it is a one-time occurrence." Next, "When will Uchiha Madara meet his demise?" "He will perish during the Third Great Ninja War, after securing a successor to fulfill his plans." Next, "Can I eliminate Fugaku now?" "No." Next, "Fugaku is currently in a state of extreme fear, as many wish to take his life. Oh, how unfortunate my fate is." "Did the third Hokage partake in the clan's extermination?" "He was aware, but neither intervened nor participated, merely a passive observer, akin to his reaction during the future Ninetales incident, only speaking lightly once the dust had settled. He is not a commendable figure." Next, Uchiha Itachi, constrained by the presence of Uchiha Kagami, could only express himself thus. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Kagami's heart, once heavy, finally found peace. "Oh monkey, how you've changed, yet you still claim I have transformed. Ultimately, were our ancestors merely the subordinates of more formidable beings? Will those powerful entities ever return? If they do, how shall we contend with them? Indeed, they will return, seeking conflict, but that will not concern us. It is a matter for the future warriors. My counsel is for the Uchiha clan to lead fulfilling lives, to eschew the allure of fame and fortune, to nurture talent, to facilitate the study of sage arts, to elevate oneself, and to perpetuate our legacy of love, a creed to be passed down through generations." Next, at this juncture, considering Uchiha Itachi's past actions, how could anyone fail to understand? He was aware from the onset. All benefits were intended to ensure the Uchiha family thrived. To elevate the Uchiha beyond Konoha, not seeking any position within Konoha, but rather to confront future adversaries. Preventing 16-year-old children from entering the fray was solely to afford the next generation of the clan greater opportunities, with infinite possibilities ahead. All madness stems from his foresight of the future. The matters of the past and future are difficult for the assembled individuals to accept. and they doubt that Uchiha Itachi is deceiving them. It was now Uchiha Shana's turn to speak, his eagerness palpable. To summarize, Lord Uchiha Madara has fused with the body of Senju Hashirama, the so-called embodiment of everything, to realize his ultimate dream, to create a peaceful world through the infinite Tsukuyomi. Correct? Moreover, only the reincarnation of those two chakras can unlock the Sage's Eye, the Rinnegan. Lord Madara will not cease his ambitions for Konoha or the Uchiha. Even if his future endeavors succeed, the ninja world may descend into calamity. In a parallel reality, Uchiha Madara succeeded, yet was thwarted by the reincarnated embodiments of chakra, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. This is the vision I beheld of the future. Shana came to understand that perhaps his fervent admiration for Uchiha Madara had not waned. Madara remained formidable. However, he could not endorse Madara's current schemes, and thus, intervening was just. Our Uchiha clan, possessing 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, found themselves powerless against the tribulations that awaited us. Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan loomed above us. Only those surpassing the level of a Kage could offer any semblance of resistance. As one individual broached the subject, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Uchiha Kagami wept silently, finally finding his voice. No matter my actions, the future of Konoha would unite against my Uchiha clan. Should we not depart together? Alas, leaving Konoha would only lead us to a place no safer than our current predicament. It would hardly improve our circumstances. Unless our clan possessed 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or 10 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, we stood little chance against what the future held. We Uchiha are destined for divine solitude, forever misunderstood. At this juncture, there was no need to resist. Uchiha Yeh's previous allusions shown to Elder Sei and Elder Tang could be embellished once more for their viewing, akin to presenting a dramatic series through their very eyes. In this future, he was slain by Uchiha Shisui, who, too, sought to maintain a delicate balance between the village and the Uchiha clan. The scenes of Uchiha Yeh being pursued by Shisui, Itachi, and Obito vividly illustrated the depth of conflict, devoid of the presence of Yeh's friends, who were merely brushed aside in a tragic narrative, never to stand by his side. Shisui altered perceptions. Itachi's swift movements tormented Yeh, while Obito's ominous gaze cast a shadow over him. Ultimately, Uchiha Yeh met a gruesome fate on Uchiha territory, his eyes forcibly extracted, their whereabouts unknown. The portrayal of his demise was so profoundly sorrowful that even he could not help but shed tears. Furthermore, Yeh's death precipitated the Uchiha clan's ostracism from Konoha, leading to the higher-ups orchestrating the annihilation of our clan by Itachi and others. Within the confines of the office, the intensity of chakra was palpable. I refused to believe Yeh would perish. Uchiha Saikai seethed with rage. Even if it were an illusion, it depicted the future Yeh had spoken of. If Yeh were to die, my existence would hold no meaning. Should I fall, how devastated he would be. Uchiha Yeh's death and the extermination of our clan are events I shall never permit. Uchiha Saikai's Three-Tomoe spun incessantly, his emotions surging. The future of the Mangekyo could go to the abyss. I vow to protect Yeh, to safeguard the Uchiha. Kaguya, child, I have heard your heart's cry awaken. With the formidable spirit of Kaguya's support, Saikai's eyes transformed, Three-Tomoe coalescing into droplets. Uchiha Sha's Three-Tomoe world, morphing into a scythe-like shape. Uchiha Orange also felt the weight of despair, unable to accept his own demise, ultimately failing to stand beside Uchiha Yeh. Such a tragic end for Yeh, and the utter annihilation of the Uchiha clan, is an occurrence that shall never be allowed to transpire. After the rotation of the Three-Tomoe, Uchiha Orange ultimately remained with the Three-Tomoe. Uchiha Hana had once heard about the future from Leaf, yet there was no mention of the Uchiha clan or Leaf himself. What has become of this world? The Vortex clan has been annihilated, the Uchiha clan has faced extinction, and my beloved kin and friends. Why must they suffer so? Hana's eyes transformed into a snowflake pattern, a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Leaf and Orange exchanged a glance. Orange did not open his eyes, though emotions surged within him. The lineage of Orange's parents and ancestors had seldom been comprised of ninjas. Perhaps the bloodline had diluted over generations. Was the Three-Tomoe his ultimate limit? Leaf was uncertain as well, for Orange's spirit was saturated within mere seconds of the black absolute power. Uchiha Teru's eyes became a card, imprinted with the character for secret. A special kaleidoscope. Uchiha Tianming's eyes bore irregular stripes. Uchiha Mei's eyes transformed into a plum blossom shape. Uchiha Nagatsuki's eyes displayed a thick black circle encircled by two smaller circles. Uchiha Imaku grasped his hair tightly, the pain in his body overshadowed by the anguish in his heart. Why would the Uchiha clan face extinction in the future? Why was our closeness to Konoha futile? What did all our efforts amount to? The shape of Imaku's eyes resembled three shattered hearts, and upon opening them, the special material of his desk was torn asunder. Uchiha Fugaka's eyes resembled a bird's claw. Uchiha Hachima's eyes were like three pillars connected to a circular pupil. The conservatives, Uchiha Imaku, Uchiha Hachima, and Uchiha Teru, opened their eyes, while the hawkish Uchiha Fugaka did so as well. The preservation faction included Uchiha Hana, Shinhai, Tianming, Sha, Mei, and Nagatsuki. Half of them opened their eyes. As Uchiha Leaf had anticipated, the revelation of extinction was sufficiently shocking, and emotions should be aligned. The chakra was in place, the death of loved ones and the extinction of a clan. Can these be compared? Uchiha Leaf spoke the truth. My kaleidoscope can glimpse a blurred future and continually adjust to observe its trajectory. No matter how one perceives it, extinction looms for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaka's face contorted in agony, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Surely the future cannot end in extinction? What he saw was a parallel world's future. A world where you exist. Even the Toad Sage cannot perceive the future altered by you, only viewing the futures of parallel worlds. Thus, Leaf felt reassured. My deception would remain unexposed. My ability is divination. Uchiha Teru's eyes shed trembling blood tears as he spoke of the Uchiha clan's extinction. It is indeed true. Uchiha Teru can divine outcomes based on events, with the time spent consuming greater ocular power. My ability is Tianxin Zhao, a top-tier simulation that can draw individuals into my illusory realm from which they may never escape. Through this illusion, I calculate the future, and it is highly probable that the Uchiha clan will face extinction as Leaf has stated. However, with Leaf present, they shall not perish. Uchiha Mei remained in a daze. Yet she understood that the simulated future could not come to pass, which was sufficient. My ability is Huang Ming Ming, possessing the power to grant the dead rebirth, allowing me to extract life force for my own. Uchiha Shinhai spoke truthfully. Huh. The corners of Ye's mouth twitched. Ah, you, Shinhai, how deeply do you care for me? Even in death, you would resurrect me. My ability, Chiliyuan, allows me to materialize the knowledge I have acquired, the books I have read, and the music I have heard. This is the power of Uchiha Tianming, who believes that only in this manner can the Uchiha clan be saved. My ability, Yamatsukami, represents the strongest protective force. I can merge my ocular power with the mountains, connecting life to the land, drawing strength from the earth. This is the ability of Uchiha Sha. My power is my Inzumi, a force of Uchiha Hachima. I wield the ability of Kubiheim. Uchiha Huana's kaleidoscope Sharingan does not bring joy, as it possesses the divine power to alter the weather, capable of freezing the world and invoking divine retribution. For over an hour, we introduced our eyes to one another, demonstrating their capabilities, ensuring that everyone comprehended the utility of their respective ocular powers. Presently, the Uchiha clan boasts 13 kaleidoscope Sharingans, along with myself, Mirror, and Lobo. I do not wish to bear these burdens alone, thus I share this with all of you today. I have cast a spell upon you. You are unable to disclose this to anyone else, and no one shall uncover the events of today within your minds. As for how to save the Uchiha and face the future, let us strive together. Regardless of your faction or intentions, I implore you, for the sake of the Uchiha clan's perpetual existence, to set aside our conflicts. Uchiha Mirror, taking the lead, affirmed his understanding. He has realized his past mistakes. Uchiha Yeh was not at fault, as he has always cherished the Uchiha clan. It was his grandson, Uchiha Shisui, who took the life of Uchiha Yeh, having misplaced his trust in Konoha. From this moment forth, I shall dedicate myself wholly to the Uchiha, centering my efforts around our clan's preservation. And I apologize for my previous foolishness. I shall no longer be preoccupied with Konoha. Uchiha AI has awakened to the truth. Outsiders are untrustworthy, and it is our blood relatives who remain dependable. Why should outsiders profess their love for you? Family is bound by blood. With that, I conclude this meeting. Uchiha Yeh only wished for them to comprehend, to cease the endless internal and external strife, and to collaboratively advance the Uchiha clan. Is it not a more delightful endeavor? Fighting and killing yield no benefits, What purpose does it serve? 5 friends gathered to enjoy milk tea, the atmosphere rather delicate. Aside from Uchiha Chung, everyone had awakened their eyes. If it is said that Uchiha Chung's love is insufficient, that is simply impossible. Chung is the most sentimental and loyal of all. Hey, don't be like that. If you haven't awakened, then you haven't. I'm not the only one without opened eyes. Comparing ourselves brings much joy. Uchiha Chung had fallen in love with the various flavors of milk tea offered at Uchiha's shop, sweet and delightful, soothing his inner turmoil. Uchiha Chung smiled brightly, appearing carefree and vibrant, like an optimistic young man full of life. Uchiha Yeh took a sip of strawberry milk tea, savoring its exquisite flavor. This tea shop is unique to the Uchiha clan. Stop lying, Uchiha Sha interjected with a huff. Chung was clearly unsettled, yet everyone tacitly chose not to mention it. As Chung had not awakened his eyes, I'm truly fine. If you don't believe me, just look at how happy I am. Uchiha Orange grasped Ye's hand and caressed his face, his smile genuine, revealing adorable dimples. Orange playfully pinched his face. Yet Uchiha Yeh remained oblivious to the secrets of the Uchiha lineage. As a father, I recognize your unhappiness. Oh, I told you I'm fine. I'm quite happy. Just focus on opening your eyes. No need to worry about me. Orange shook his head, denying any discontent. Uchiha Yeh reached out, enveloping Orange in his embrace. You're unhappy, and I can sense it. I can even tell your mood from the slightest gesture. The smile on Uchiha Orange's face slowly faded. Within the warmth of Ye's embrace, he felt an ache in his heart, fretting whether you would think he was indifferent or unconcerned about the Uchiha clan. No, I will always trust you. Although Uchiha Yeh lacked the ability to hear thoughts, he understood what was troubling him in this moment. Orange, are you there? Yes. Is it true that I will awaken my Sharingan in the future? Will it be through training in Myobokuzen? I cannot disclose that to you. All right, Yi. I wish to awaken my eyes. I also desire the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I understand. Uchiha Ye's face pressed against his, gently rubbing his little bald head. But I do not wish to go to Myobokuzen. Can I still awaken it? Where do you want to go? My heart feels uneasy. I know a monk from the Temple of Fire, and he is my friend, so I wish to go there to cultivate my heart. Orange rested his head on Ye's shoulder, a decision he had contemplated for days. The toad would likely disapprove, much like the slug. So a visit to the Temple of Fire would be beneficial for his heart. All right, I will await your return. We will wait for you as well. Orange's lips curled into a smile, reassured that someone would be waiting for him. Rest assured, even if I do not awaken the kaleidoscope, I will possess the strength to fight alongside you.